It was a beautiful sunny day. Bright pink trees were blooming around the elegantly made white stone palace, and a white airship was flying smoothly across the sky. Everything in the courtyard was decorated. Massive red carpets lay on the white marble steps. The guests were dressed festively and were waiting for the start of the event. When the airship lowered its altitude and stopped, the first to emerge was a girl wearing elegant red shoes. She was beautiful, but gloomy, like a cloud, and thought about the fact that today she was marrying someone whom she had never even seen. The guests present rejoiced when they saw the beauty. A girl with beautiful silver hair and bright red eyes was dressed in a scarlet dress decorated with gold elements. She was full of thoughts about finally seeing her future husband. Suddenly she was called, and her eyes widened when she saw the source of the sound. The young man bowed to her, placing his palm on his chest, and then said that he had been waiting for her. He smiled as he introduced himself as Cassian, Archduke of Turnison, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief and his silver hair glinting in the sunlight. Cassian said that they met again, and the girl raised her hand, pointing her finger at him, and stutteringly said that it was him. She knew the man and was horrified that she agreed to this marriage. Their story began 3 months before this day, at a ball in the palace of the Emperor of the Western Empire. Masked guests drank wine and joked with each other. Many were whispering, spreading more and more new rumors, and the heroine we already knew looked warily out the window. The girl pressed her back against the wall and winced from the pain in her stomach. Gritting her teeth, she mentally lamented why the banquet in the palace was today. Yesterday she was having fun surrounded by her knight friends. They drank so much in the pub that the girl managed to forget about the banquet. Remembering yesterday, she thought that she would like to leave here right now. But then the girl remembered this morning, when her mother quite automatically asked her to attend the ball. She grimaced, remembering her mother's desire to find her a groom, and exhaled. Continuing to stand on the narrow ledge, the blonde thought that it was better to quickly show herself to the emperor and go improve her condition. Suddenly she heard the voice of a mother asking someone if her daughter was here. The girl already vividly imagined her angry mother. Lady Anne thought that if she met this woman now, she would ensure herself a direct path to hell. She decided to quietly meet with the emperor and then tell her mother to ask him about her daughter's presence. Anne looked up at the nearby wing of the building, looking into the veranda on the 3rd floor, and thought that the emperor was probably there. Pushing off with the toe of her long boots, the girl jumped. She deftly caught onto the wide stone railings of the balcony. Swinging, Arnie deftly jumped over them, ending up on the floor and reaching her planned goal. But she suddenly saw an unfamiliar silhouette of an idly dressed man. The girl froze and swallowed, realizing that she had just caught someone's eye in not the most harmless situation. An unfamiliar man, dressed in a red and black uniform, froze with his mouth slightly open. His blue eyes looked in shock at the girl who had appeared out of nowhere. They looked at each other, silently trying to understand who they were, but it seemed they were more admiring. Only a few moments later did Anna realize that she was squatting in front of a stranger, and they were staring at each other for a long time. She shook her head, reminding herself that she didn't have time to sit around. The man extended a wide, large palm towards her in an attempt to stop her. Faster than he could get his bearings, Anna pushed off again and disappeared from the terrace. The blue-eyed man froze, his mouth slightly open in slight shock. The guards who came turned to him and asked if everything was okay because they heard strange sounds. He just smiled and assured them that everything was fine and that the noise was caused by a cute stray cat. Anna couldn't get his image out of her thoughts after that meeting. She wondered who he was. She tried to reassure herself that he had nothing to do with her anyway. The girl looked into the huge windows and was glad that there was no one in the corridor. She deftly walked into the room, wincing slightly and thinking about how unpleasant everything inside was. Anna entered through the main entrance, looking around at the dressed-up guests, the highest ranks of society. Realizing that everyone around her was wearing masks, she turned around and noticed a table. Lying alone on him was a white mask, decorated with elegant gold ornaments on the sides. The girl put it on herself, quickly retreating, pretending that she did not hear the approaching stranger loudly asking about her mask. Anna looked around the hall, stopping her gaze on the crowd of festively dressed men surrounding one. She thought that this man was the king of the Western Empire. His name was Cyclian IV, and in addition to being king, he was her boss and uncle. Anna stepped forward to show herself to him and say hello, but the ladies stood in the way, one of whom was her mother. Rosalie Brilhart was dressed in a luxurious red dress and smilingly asked her friend if she had seen her daughter. The girl clenched her teeth and cursed, realizing that she would snatch it from her mother. She turned around and quickly retreated, wanting to avoid another quarrel and possible infanticide. The lady told Rosalia that her daughter could just be wearing a mask, but she objected, saying that Anna did not know about the masquerade. They moved towards the girl, and she muttered displeasedly, turning away. The blonde moved towards the exit, but the women, as if on purpose, followed her so quickly that she could hear what they were saying. Standing sideways, Anna mentally prayed that her mother would just pass by. Rosalia suspected something and told her friend that she needed a minute to look at something. Suddenly, Anna heard a low male voice, which said that his stray cat was here, and then the stranger covered her with his red cloak. The girl raised her head and saw an already familiar man whom she had previously encountered on the terrace. He smiled, hiding her and slightly pressing her to him. Anna was surprised and opened her mouth to ask something. The blonde man put his finger to his lips and told her to be quiet. Seeing the man, Rosalia froze and asked for forgiveness, saying that she did not know that there was someone there. She asked why they were standing there, and he said that his partner was just very shy. The woman covered her mouth with her hand and wished the young couple a wonderful evening, and then left. Anna was surprised, but glad that her mother chose to leave and not disturb others. But when she remembered her savior, she mentally wondered why he was helping her. The blue-eyed man asked if she had found what she wanted, and the girl asked again in surprise because she did not understand what he was talking about. Her new acquaintance said that it seemed to him that she came here without permission. Anna was reluctant to explain everything to him, and then she asked why he allowed her to stay if he knew that she did not have an invitation. The handsome man smiled and said that what was happening just seemed funny to him. The girl looked at his smile and wondered who was in front of her, and then thought that if he didn't know her, then most likely he was a foreigner. The man exhaled and said that they would probably settle on the version that he was simply interested in a stray cat. Arnie folded his arms over his chest and asked if she had heard everything correctly, because she was surprised that he called her that. He smiled, looking at her with an interested but soft and warm gaze. Arnie turned away and pressed her palms to her lips, feeling an unpleasant nausea at that very moment. Turning around, she thanked him for his help. The girl asked him to take an incomprehensible thing in the shape of a coat of arms and then put it in his large palm. She said it was time for her to go and turned around, walking away. The man looked after her with a smile until a servant called out to him, calling him Mr. Cassian. Noticing an incomprehensible thing in the owner's hand, the servant asked what it was, but Cassian himself could hardly answer this question. Smiling and squeezing a small gift in his hand, he thought about his own and quietly said that this was a sign of gratitude from the cat. The servant looked at him in surprise and wondered what had happened to raise his master's mood. Cassian asked what happened and learned that the emperor was summoning him to his place. He exhaled noisily and nodded, telling the servant that he was on his way. Compared to the Northern Empire, everything here looked luxurious and expensive, and all this was only possible thanks to the swordmaster who defended his country. During the existence of the empire, history remembers only 100 people who were able to achieve the status of Master Sword, and almost all of them came from the Western Empire. They always fearlessly, deftly, and selflessly defended their homeland from possible destruction and dangers. Cassian accepted the emperor's invitation with interest, and now he was sitting on his personal terrace and drinking herbal tea, thinking about the greatness of the empire. Taking a sip of the drink again, he thought that he would like to see the current swordmaster in person. The emperor threw himself back on the wicker chair and said that this hero does not appear even when the first person of the state calls him. Cassian put the cup on the saucer, amazed that this man could allow himself to so easily violate the orders of the monarch. The emperor deceived the guest because he knew that if rumors spread in other states that his niece was a master of the sword, her mother, Rosalia, would torture him because Anna would not be able to get married. The blonde man heard the noise and turned around. A mother and daughter he already knew were walking through the yard, quarreling loudly, and looking closely, he saw that a woman in red was leading a young girl, squeezing her ear. He grinned and thought that despite his help, she was still caught and, it seems, punished. The emperor tried to change the subject from the noise and suggested that they talk better about the wedding, asking whether his guest had found the one he liked. All this was organized only so that Cassian would pick a bride for himself to unite the Western and Northern empires. The monarch asked him not to be shy, and the young man again took a sip of tea, thinking. He remembered the silky hair, the burning gaze of bright red eyes, and the grace of the figure of that very cat. Cassian placed the blonde's gift on the table and said that he was choosing her. The emperor opened his mouth in surprise because he knew that this small coat of arms belonged to his niece. Cassian confidently repeated that he would marry her. In the Western Empire, Anna was considered a heroine and was at the pinnacle of military power, leading a detachment of the best knights of the state, whose team was called the Order of the Golden Dragon. Everyone looked at the young and so brave girl with admiration. Her name was Anna Brilhart. She was the daughter of a duke and a master of swords. But the mother was hardly satisfied with these achievements, and therefore unceremoniously asked her daughter to finally get married. Listening to all these words repeated day after day, Anna could only look at the window and dream of running away from home as quickly as possible. Mum gave her examples of aristocratic women she knew who had successful marriages. Rosalia sang love and never tired of reminding her that all her daughter's peers had been married for a long time. Anna just looked at her with irritation, puffed with anger, and wanted to advise her to pay attention to herself and her love. Her mother asked her if she knew what everyone called her, and the girl immediately assumed that she was a swordmaster or a heroine, but Rosalia answered with a decisive refusal. The girl thought about it, not really understanding what else she could be called. After a short silence, she remembered another old nickname and asked if her mother meant that she was called a mad dog. Rosalia said that she was not just a mad dog of the Empire, and Anna was glad, with a satisfied smile, that she had guessed right. Well, her mother said that as soon as the topic of wedding comes up, all the possible suitors begin to have a fit, and remember how they almost died from her beatings. The woman wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, and her daughter angrily stomped her foot and turned away, saying that these words were a stab in the back from the mother of the swordmaster. To this, Rosalia replied that the mother just wants to see her daughter loved. Anna frowned and said that happiness comes in different forms. The woman replied that if she was happy living this life, then she could continue, but she was just worried that her daughter was not even interested in a romantic relationship. The girl looked at her mother, exhaling heavily. Rosalia casually mentioned that even the monarch himself was worried about her marriage, so he had already chosen a couple for her. Arnie angrily asked who was the candidate for the role of her husband. Her mother calmly replied that this was the Archduke of Ternison from the Northern Empire. After the official introduction, she added that according to rumors, he is the #1 groom in his country. The girl spoke with sincere indignation that she should not marry a man she didn't even know. Rosalia nodded with a relaxed smile, saying that for a start, a simple acquaintance will be enough for young people, and only then the daughter can understand whether she likes a man or not. After her mother said that her prospective groom was handsome, Anna blushed brightly and screamed that she did not want to meet or get to know anyone, and no matter who he was, she still would not marry him. Rosalia did not back down. Even on the third day after that conversation, she continued to insist that the chosen young man was a good match for her daughter, receiving only irritation and ignorance in response. The woman did not calm down, and later, a week later, she continued to say that the groom was on the same level as Anna and was not bad in himself, but her daughter stubbornly stood her ground. After 2 weeks of incessant reminders, requests, and conversations about suitors, Rosalia began to say that this was her last request, but Anna could not stand it and shouted that she agreed to meet with him if only all this would stop. On the day of the meeting, the girl was dressed in a beautiful beige dress with a subtle floral pattern, inserts of flowing fabric on the sleeves and skirt, and her hair was woven with interesting jewelry with pearls. The sad girl thought that she had coped well so far without any husbands or weddings, and was also worried that she might have to go abroad. Not paying attention to her daughter's dissatisfied face, Rosalia admired her child's appearance and said that her daughter was the most beautiful in the world. She said that it was time for them to go quietly, otherwise they would make the Duke wait. Anna thought that she needed to make sure that the groom himself refused her and turn everything upside down. The place where they met was one of the halls of the Imperial Palace. The weather was wonderful, the birds were singing, and the girl thought that she would be glad to escape as soon as possible. They were led into a large hall full of bright decorations and interesting architectural designs by the country's best artists. Anna did not hide her dissatisfaction and asked if her mother was going to go to the meeting with her, to which Rosalia answered yes, and said that the Emperor and the girl's father would soon join them. The blonde thought that if she made a scene in front of everyone, then this incident would be tantamount to suicide. Her mother was chattering about something with the maid and praising the interior while fanning herself. Anna, meanwhile, found a way to avoid an unwanted meeting. She decided to simply disappear and opened the window with a slight movement of her hand. Taking advantage of the fact that her mother was distracted by the conversation, the girl deftly jumped through the window and found herself on the street. Rosalia heard the noise and turned around, frozen in shock. He and the maid helplessly looked at the open window and called the girl. The woman burned with shame, clutched her fan tightly, and screamed the name of her unlucky daughter. Landing on the ground, Anna wrapped her arms around her dress and began to think about what to do next. Hearing the noise, she raised her head. A carriage drawn by 4 horses was driving towards the castle with a loud knock. The carriage looked expensive, and all the horses were healthy and capable of taking her as far as possible from her mother and her plans. Anna rushed to the carriage and shouted, asking her to wait for her. She grabbed the handle and swung it open, considering this her last opportunity to escape. Inside the carriage sat a blue-eyed man, already familiar to her, looking at his unexpected companion in surprise. She paused for a moment, looking at him, and noting that he looked quite attractive in that white jacket and dark blue pants. Cassian said that they met again and called her a stray cat again. Noticing the surprise and slight misunderstanding on the girl's face, the blue-eyed man smiled. A moment later, they both heard the screams of Rosalia and the maid, who had already managed to go out into the courtyard and were now calling for the runaway girl. Giving her mother a decisive look, Anna grabbed the hem of her dress with her heavy hands and turned around. To Cassian's surprise, she got into the carriage, taking the seat opposite him. The girl firmly said that she was asking for forgiveness, and now the crew can continue on their way to where they were originally heading, and it would be even better to do it as quickly as possible. The man smiled and said that she looked like a lady who wanted to avoid an arranged marriage. Looking at the blonde girl with genuine interest and sympathy, the blue-eyed man said that if she needed help, she could use him. Anna frowned, replaying his words over and over again in her head and being surprised by them. She pouted and even thought about the possibility that he might be a fraudster who would then ask for a reward for his help. As if he had read her thoughts, Cassian laughed quietly and said that he didn't need anything. The girl mentally noted that most likely he was just cocky. She said that since he had offered, she would like to use him, and the man replied that he was happy to do so. Arnie smiled and asked him to pretend to be her lover for today because she thought that this way she could get out of the situation. Cassian put his hand to his chest with a bright smile and replied that he would do everything. The carriage rushed further through the city, moving away from the Imperial Garden. The girl looked out the window with interest and asked where they were going, and her companion replied that they were on a date. Arnie turned her wide, bright red eyes, framed by thick eyelashes, to him in surprise and asked him back in surprise. Blue-eyed explained that she herself asked him to become her lover. The girl agreed with this, and he continued, saying that then as many people as possible should see it. Seeing her indecisiveness, Cassian continued to insist, explaining that then her relatives would hear about it and cancel the wedding. Taking his words at face value, the blonde agreed with a smile. The man smiled at her, and his smile seemed more kind than cunning. The carriage stopped near a restaurant whose wooden sign was decorated with fresh flowers. Inside the establishment, Cassian seated the girl at the table, and they were brought an unimaginably beautiful dessert in the form of a cake with bright pink cake layers and airy white cream, decorated with various kinds of berries. Ani frowned as she leaned over the interesting dessert because she could hardly boast of much experience in tasting delicacies. The man heard two girls chirping behind him, recognizing his companion, who were interested to know what kind of man was sitting next to her and whether he was her lover. He overheard their conversation with a smile, but mostly watched his companion. The girl seemed stunningly beautiful and cheerful to him. That's all he thought about. Anna got carried away with dessert and didn't notice how she stained the corner of her lip with sweet cream. Cassian asked if she wanted him to show her the fastest way to start rumors about lovers and reached out his palm to her face. The girl froze in surprise and asked what he meant. She felt an electric shock when a man's warm palm landed on her cheek, and then his thumb wiped the cream from the corner of her lips. Cassian licked the cream with a smile and said that the dessert was indeed very tasty. Hearing the sighs and whispers of the ladies present, he grinned and said that this was the fastest way to start rumors about lovers. Anna bent her fork in surprise and anger and thought that her friend must be completely crazy. After spending time in a cafe, the man brought her to the palace gates and said that he was glad to help. The girl looked at him with a sly smile and thought that rumors about an affair with a man would be very beneficial for her. She smiled widely and thanked him for his help, mentally rejoicing that there would be no wedding. The blue-eyed man noted with a smile that she owed him a lot. He looked at her and asked if she really didn't want to get married because she hadn't even seen the candidate for his wife yet. The girl hesitated and said that she simply gave in to the whims of her parents. Anna remembered how she consulted with her married sister, and she told her that if such an enviable man had never been married, then he most likely had some kind of shortcomings or a mistress. The blonde added that she didn't think that a normal person would agree to marry her. She concluded her stream of arguments by saying that she did not want to marry a foreigner because she would have to go to another country. Cassian was silent. Trying not to reveal either his admiration or his surprise, he expressed the hope that all the girls' wishes would come true. After the incident, rumors immediately spread at court that Lady Anna had a handsome suitor. Such gossip even reached the emperor, who was no less shocked than everyone else. The girl was sure that the wedding would be postponed a little, but one day her joyful mother called her. She said that she highly appreciates her daughter's courage to dare to meet another man on the day she meets her future husband, and if she loves him, then she can marry even a secret lover. Anna froze in horror, looking at her mother while she said that the Duke turned out to be very generous and said that he was not affected by the girl's scandals. Rosalia was smiling and said that she agreed to any option as long as her daughter got married, and casually mentioned that the Duke had some business that day, because of which he did not come. Anna thought with terrible irritation that if even this method did not work, then the only thing left was to go ahead. She sucked in a breath through her nose and loudly and clearly stated that she honestly did not want to get married. Rosalia fell silent, feeling all the anger and sincerity of her daughter. She slowly sank into a chair, sad and thoughtful, and then uttered only 2 words. She said, 3 months. Anna looked at her blankly, asking what she was talking about. The woman straightened up, telling her daughter to be married for only 3 months, and if she didn't like her husband and their life together, she could return home. The girl froze, looking at her mother with wide eyes and asking about the divorce. Rosalia continued to list the terms of their agreement, adding that the daughter would have to live a humble life and not show her character. But if in 3 months she was against the marriage, then her mother would no longer bother her with these conversations. Anna actively nodded her head, knowing that such a period would definitely be able to endure this unpleasant event. The woman added that her daughter under no circumstances could beat or kill her husband or throw him up, to which the girl replied with a grin that she wasn't sure whether she could handle it, but she understood everything. So they agreed on a wedding. News of the upcoming union alarmed the entire Western Empire. Rumors spread at the speed of light. At a freelance meeting of the emperor with the soldiers, a real scandal broke out. One of the commanders-in-chief shouted that if Lady Ani left, it would be a great loss for the army. The monarch said with a smile that Anna would receive the status of a princess and would be treated with special respect. He suddenly shouted that the girl was the future of the Western Empire. The blonde frowned, thinking that that last phrase was too much. Meanwhile, in the Northern Empire, news of the marriage of Archduke Tennyson was also spreading at court. Some ladies were completely unhappy with this outcome of events. Cassian was the son of the former emperor and the second contender for the throne, the first man in high society. Any lady dreamed of taking his wife's place, but it very suddenly disappeared. From that moment on, huge changes began in the empire, affecting many people. Only the main culprit of such changes, Cassian, remained calm and reasonable as always. He was talking with his servant about what rumors were circulating at court. Hearing that people weren't talking about anything special, he exhaled and closed his eyes. The Archduke thought that last time it might have simply seemed to him that Sicilian IV had reacted somehow strangely to his choice of bride. He thoughtfully tapped his pen on the table, thinking about it. The servant suddenly said that there was one detail that haunted him. Cassian looked up and asked what he was talking about, and mentally rejoiced that he was right in the direction of his thoughts. The servant told him that Duke Brilhart's son was very troublesome. The fair-haired man asked what this meant, and the servant explained that because of his temper he was called the Mad Dog of the Empire. A gloomy Cassian listened that it was precisely because of this dog that it was generally difficult to find any information about the Duke's family. When asked by the Archduke why he was called that, the servant replied that, according to rumors, that man beats everyone if they say an extra word to him. Cassian rubbed his forehead with a frown, mentally wondering if his bride was a girl whose family member behaved this way. He thought that maybe that's why she grew up so naughty. The man smiled and thought that it even sounded funny. The servant distracted him from the stream of thoughts and reflections with the words that the airship would soon arrive. Cassian rose from his chair and pushed the papers further along the table, thinking that he would meet her very soon. The airship was approaching the palace, and he thought that this attractive girl would probably have a funny expression on her face. Anu was sitting in a chair and looking around the room boredly, resting her palm on her fist, when the maid came up to remind her of the rules. She turned around when she was told that the airship would land soon, and then they added that it was forbidden to kill. The woman said with a smile that a girl shouldn't hit people if she doesn't like them, and also shouldn't use a sword. Afterwards, she advised her to smile widely, speak softly and elegantly, and Anna looked at her with raised eyebrows. A bunch of invited guests gathered in front of the airship, eager to see the Archduke's bride. The maid asked Anna to get out of the airship and behave as they had rehearsed. The girl's arrival was announced, and the heavy doors swung open in front of her. She walked onto the steps, keeping her back straight, and was calm exactly until the moment she met Cassian. He greeted her with a smile and added that he had been waiting for her for a long time, while the girl was in a state between shock and rage. The man formally introduced himself with a smile, enjoying her surprise, childishly sincere, filling the girl's entire being with charm. Anna looked at him in confusion, feverishly thinking about everything that had happened earlier. She understood why then he was in the carriage that drove up to the palace. The girl's eyes glowed scarlet. She was ready to throw lightning bolts with her bare hands when she realized that he was a deceiver and was mocking her. Unexpectedly for everyone, Anna stamped her foot and turned around, walking back. She steadfastly told the nanny that she was returning and ordered her to return to the airship. The nanny looked at her in confusion, trembling, and called her in a trembling voice, not imagining what consequences such an outburst would have. The man took a few steps forward, thinking that he was even pleased to win such a naughty girl. He leaned towards his bride, whispering with a sly smile that she owed him. Anna looked at him angrily and could hardly say anything other than a curse. The nanny, who knew the girl's temperament, pressed her hands to her chest and in a trembling voice asked the Duke to be careful. The young people turned to look at her, and the nanny, to explain her concern, blurted out that her princess was in very poor health. Realizing that this lie had to be followed to the end, the nanny, almost with tears in her eyes, said that the Archduke should treat the girl like a delicate flower. Anna did not understand what her nanny was saying and looked at her with wide eyes, unable to say anything out of shock. Later, the girl managed to escape from the crowd of annoying maids and hide in a tree while they searched for her throughout the garden and shouted that she had better not go out in such a bright sun. Sitting on a tree, the fair-haired one thought about how she had come to such a life and listened to the maids worrying about the safety of her delicate skin. Hearing the noise and screams of the maids, Cassian looked out the window, noticing his bride sitting on a wide tree branch. He laughed quietly into his fist, mentally asking himself how she managed to get in there. Looking at her hair fluttering in the wind along with the fabric of her pink dress, thinking that he would not have a wife, but a cat. The experienced warrior immediately felt that someone was looking at her. But, turning around, she didn't see anyone and frowned a little, because before that it seemed to her that someone was there. She looked out the open window as the maids continued to scurry around and look for her. Anna knew that she could not sit on the tree forever and deftly climbed down. The girls continued to actively search and call for her, and therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary and annoying care, it was necessary to act. The blonde deftly stepped behind a wide tree trunk, looking to the side so as not to suddenly get caught. Looking out, she exhaled and whispered that they didn't seem to notice her, but suddenly a voice behind her asked who she was hiding from. Anna opened her eyes, turning around a little scared, but more with annoyance at being caught so easily. She was not very enthusiastic about the appearance of her fiancé and asked how long ago he had been here, hearing in response that he had just arrived. The girl frowned and wondered if this blue-eyed scoundrel had seen her jump from the tree. Cassian looked at her with a smile and then asked if she really liked him that much. Arnie screamed in surprise what he meant, and he answered with a March cat smile that she was looking too closely at his face. The blonde hesitated, trying to come up with the most plausible excuse. Ignoring her futile attempts, the Archduke asked what her impression of her future husband was, and the girl thought that he just liked to mock her. Anna answered evasively that everything was not as bad as she thought, and Cassian asked her again, a little surprised by this wording. The girl thought about continuing the conversation, realizing that there seemed to be no flaws in the groom, and then thinking about whether it was possible to ask whether he had a mistress or not. She realized that she had been silent for too long when the man began to laugh quietly, watching her face change again and again. With a smile, he expressed the idea that now the girl was clearly thinking about something else. Anna blushed, pursed her trembling lips, and looked straight ahead thoughtfully, embarrassed to raise her gaze and look at him. The fair-haired girl indignantly asked where he learned such expressions and how much he would embarrass her, because they had not even gotten married yet. Cassian calmly answered that they were about to do it. His velvety timbre caressed the ear, and it was impossible not to admit it. He took her small, graceful hand into his strong hand unexpectedly but tenderly. Then he bent down slightly and raised his thin fingers to his lips, continuing to look straight at his blushing bride. The man pressed his warm lips to her hand and softly said that it was too late to escape. On the day of their wedding, the Duke's castle was filled with excitement and constant noise. Servants scurried from side to side and prepared the celebration. While the maids were preparing the bride, the nanny cried, wiped her cheeks and sniffed into her handkerchief, saying in disbelief that their Anna was getting married, and it would be so good if the Countess saw this. The girl noticed that the nanny was talking about her mother as if she were dead, although at that moment she was watching them through a magical means of communication, a purple glass ball, and calming her daughter. Rosalia expressed sadness that she would not be able to attend the wedding in person, and Anna said that she did not see much difference since she would be able to watch everything through the ball. Mom giggled into her fist, saying that the girl's father would also join the viewing, and then she added that the girl's uncle went to the Northern Empire to attend her wedding in person, and the girl looked at her mother in shock because she was planning to get a divorce and did not know how to deal with what was happening after all. Her anger was cooled by the light fabric of the veil suddenly covering the upper part of her face, and the maids announced to her that she was ready. Anna was beautiful in a white dress, decorated with red flowers sewn to the fabric of the sleeves. The veil was attached to a small tiara, and a silver necklace with red stones adorned her neck. The maids standing on either side of her near the mirror admired the mistress. and said that they had never seen a more beautiful bride. But the girl only closed her eyes, thinking that she did not want this wedding and was not marrying for love. The nanny brought a red pillow with a magic ball to her, saying that she had always been beautiful, but now she shone. Rosalia put her hand on her cheek, looking at her daughter with wet eyes, and congratulated her on the birth of a new family. Anna noted in surprise that her mother was smiling very sincerely, and her face changed a little, thinking that she should make her mother happy. The wedding hall was majestic in itself, but it was given additional luster by special decorations. The guests were dressed up and eagerly awaiting the start of the ceremony. The Duke's servant could not understand what was happening when he heard a strange conversation nearby. He realized that he saw two young ladies openly gossiping about the master's bride. The guy thought that the Duke's life had not been the most clear situation before, and now with this wedding, everything had become even more complicated. People said that, according to rumors, the bride, who had come from afar, was very smart and not bad looking. But everyone fell silent when the massive doors of the hall opened. The stunning bride and groom walked out to the guests, both dressed in white, holding hands tightly and looking like the perfect couple. Many ladies unrestrainedly admired the girl and said that she was really as beautiful as they said about her. Anna looked thoughtfully at the floor, wondering if she had made the right choice when she followed her mother's lead. The Duke smiled, thinking about what efforts he would have to make this girl happy with the marriage. The pastor, on behalf of the bride and groom, thanked all the guests for their presence when they were already standing at the altar, opposite each other. An older man asked Anna if she vowed to love her husband forever. The girl looked back at him helplessly, frightened by such wording and biting words. She lowered her head, wondering how people could make such promises to each other, but tried to say out loud that she swears. The groom swore the same thing, but much more confidently, without taking his eyes off the restless girl. The pastor asked the young people to seal the union with a kiss, as a sign of their eternal love, and Anna mentally screamed in fear. She looked at the Duke so surprised and embarrassed, she really forgot the word that newlyweds always kiss at weddings. Cassian approached her, lifting her face by the chin, and gently stroking her cheek with his fingers, said that if she wanted to escape, she should do it right now, because this was her last chance. The girl looked at him, and with quiet but obvious irony reminded him that he himself said that it was too late to run. The Duke paused thoughtfully, and then his lips stretched into an attractive smile. He looked straight into her eyes, and then agreed with his own words from earlier. Anna blushed brightly because he was so close, spoke so quietly, and generally almost became her real husband. Cassian pulled her to him by the waist, clasping her thin body with a strong arm, and whispered that it was really too late to run. He kissed her deeply at once, without bothering to be careful and without wanting her. Arnie placed her hands on his strong shoulders while Cassian squeezed her waist, pulling everyone closer to him and kissing her, as if he knew nothing of any decency. Cheers and loud applause rang out from the crowd of guests. After a few interminably long moments, the Duke pulled away from his bride, allowing them both to finally let air into their lungs. Anna really felt like she might suffocate. She was all flushed and looked like she might faint from the overabundance of new sensations. The pastor concluded the ceremony by declaring Duke Turnison Cassian and Princess Anna husband and wife. The girl was still breathing heavily and wanted to hit her newly made husband for the kiss he gave them in front of hundreds of strangers. Cassian enjoyed her lost look. She looked like a slightly psychotic but terribly cute cat. Anna screamed in her heart that this marriage was doomed to failure, and he had only two options for the development of events. Either he would kill his wife or she would kill her husband. After the official part of the ceremony, a grand celebration was held at the Turnesen Castle, but the maids unexpectedly grabbed the girl by the arms and said that she urgently needed to rest so as not to overstrain her legs. Anna pursed her lips, unable to resist such harsh overprotection. The girl thought again about that wonderful kiss in front of the altar that her husband had given her. Her cheeks burned with fire, and her breathing quickened as she remembered the feeling of hot, strong palms on her body, burning even through the thick fabric of her dress. She came to her senses and shook her head furiously, thinking that she needed to forget that damn kiss. Meanwhile, the maids had already led her to her personal chambers and opened the tall white doors painted with golden patterns. Her chambers were decorated in blue and white tones. Gold and silver inserts of ornaments and designs shimmered on all elements of decor and furniture. A little further from the huge four-poster bed, there was a beautiful white sofa, and the parquet floor was covered with a nice beige rug, and Anna thought that it was much nicer than she could have imagined. She sat on the bed, thinking that now she could finally take a break from everyone. Trying to comprehend everything that had happened, she closed her eyes and exhaled. The maids, without hiding their playful tone, hastened to take their leave, wishing their Duchess a good night. Anna wondered what they meant, and then swallowed quietly, remembering the existence of the wedding night, which was about to come. The girl began to feverishly look for a way to avoid killing her husband. She decided that she immediately needed to escape from there. Climbing onto the windowsill, she opened the wide windows, looking out into the darkness and letting in the sobering, cool air into the room. The escape attempt was interrupted by a familiar male voice asking what she was going to do. The Duke said that she was already very high and stepped towards his fearless wife. He looked at her gloomily and did not believe that she really wanted to jump out of the window immediately after the wedding, because after all, she herself agreed to this union. Anna looked at him in slight panic, realizing that she had fallen for him again. Cassian repeated his question. He looked worried and a little annoyed. The girl tried to collect her thoughts, continued to stand near the window, and did not know what was better, to knock out her husband or tell him everything honestly. The Duke reminded her that he had asked what she was doing there, standing at the open window. Anna tried to laugh it off and said that she just wanted to get some air. Cassian asked if she needed to climb onto the windowsill for this. The girl was actually balancing on the edge of the windowsill, standing on it barefoot. The Duke was gloomy as a cloud and asked if she really wanted to commit suicide by jumping down. Anna looked at him stupidly because she didn't even imagine that her newly made husband would consider this version, although it seemed quite logical. She hastily replied that she did not want this at all, and she herself wondered whether she could kill herself if she jumped from such a height, because what was happening was terribly awkward. It's unlikely that the man believed her. He only quietly agreed, looking down. Annie frowned and decided not to convince him because she could hardly say that she wanted to run away because of the fear of her wedding night. Cassian walked forward, the heels of his neat leather wedding shoes clicking on the floor. He extended his hand to his wife to help her get off the windowsill and not fall. The girl swallowed quietly, realizing how his touch affected her. But she still took his hand, feeling the pleasant warmth of a strong palm and goosebumps running down her back. Taking her husband's other hand, Anna went down from the windowsill, not taking her eyes off his thoughtful face. A slight wave of trembling ran through her body from the cold floor. Cassian lightly squeezed her shoulders with his hands and asked her to take care of her body. Anna didn't know what she could do and pouted her lips, nervously thinking that she might actually have to spend the night with him. The Duke tried to understand the reasons for her behavior and remembered all the moments that had already happened to the girl after her arrival. He remembered how her nanny had shouted about her pupil's serious weakness, and then that she asked him to treat the princess like a fragile flower. Squeezing the hand of his newly made wife, Cassian led her into the depths of the room. Until that moment, he thought that she was simply fragile, like an ordinary lady. But it turned out that her psyche was so weak that she tried to kill herself. Anna looked at her husband with incomprehension and thought that she should knock him out after all. Suddenly, she felt the ground disappear from under her feet and it became somehow unimaginably light. Cassian suddenly scooped her up into his arms, wrapping his strong arm around her legs under her bare knees. He looked at his gentle wife with a smile, realizing how much effort it would take to take care of her. The Duke looked relaxed and calm, his warm hands barely moving, but tightly squeezing the blonde skin. Anne looked at him in horror and realized that she could not share a bed with a man whom she had known for several days. She winced and closed her eyes, not knowing what she could do in such a situation. But Cassian, unexpectedly for her, laid her down on a soft, wide bed and covered her with a massive duvet. Shocked by his actions, Anna froze as the situation became much more confusing. The Duke said that she was probably tired and needed sleep to regain her strength. She looked at him with wide eyes and could not believe that her husband was simply allowing her to sleep. She wondered if this was really possible on her wedding night. Leaning towards the girl, the Duke whispered that she should not worry about anything, but rather just relax. He straightened up and quietly left, without insisting on anything, without frightening her, only advising her to sleep. Cassian calmly left the room and quietly closed the door behind him until it clicked, leaving his wife safe. Anna was left alone and gloomily thought that everything turned out the way she wanted, but she really didn't like that her husband treated her like a child. Marriage, according to customs, was for all aristocrats one of the most important tools that allowed the family to prosper, a simple transaction. This is why the guests attending the Duke's wedding thought that this was his case. But this opinion persisted until the newlyweds were seen together. The young ladies were actively discussing how the Duke looked at his bride and how he was practically dripping honey with pleasure. Due to the excessive care of the maids, the Duchess was not even present at the wedding banquet. People discussed this, wondering if the Duke really cared so much about his wife. One gentleman said that there were rumors about how Cassian drove out of the palace all the men who looked at his wife with lust. His interlocutor noted with surprise that then the rumors might be true, and the Duke might really have fallen in love with the girl at first sight. Meanwhile, Anna again hid in a tree to avoid the annoying buzzing of the maids that she should be careful and maintain her health. Cassian watched her from the window of his office with a smile. The servant noticed this and froze in his tracks. The young man didn't really understand what his master was doing and whether he could really fall in love with this foreigner. The Duke turned around, telling Elon that he wanted to ask something. The servant nodded, ready to answer any questions. Unexpectedly for the young man, Cassian asked what his wife's attempt to commit suicide on her wedding night could mean. Elon froze in surprise and widened his bright green eyes at the master, trying to understand whether he had heard everything correctly. After a little thought, the young man replied that he didn't know for sure, but he thought that this showed how a woman hated marriage to death. And Cassian exhaled, muttering that after all, this was the only option. Elon wanted to change the topic and remembered his assignment in time. He handed the Duke an envelope and said that yesterday the second prince ordered this invitation to be conveyed to him. Cassian asked the young man whether Mackenzie had left immediately after delivering the letter, and Elon agreed. The Duke looked thoughtfully at the envelope when the young man asked when his master was planning a visit to the Emperor. The blonde man left the invitation on the table, muttering inaudibly that he would be there soon. At this time, Anna was sitting in the castle courtyard in the company of her nanny and drinking tea, communicating with her mother with the help of a magic ball. Rosalia looked at her daughter with delight and tenderness. Mom asked if her daughter liked everything and then sang in a cooing tone that it was a wonderful time. Arnie choked on her tea, blushed brightly, and thought that she would soon break this stupid magic ball. Casually, Rosalia mentioned that her daughter's subordinates caused a stir and went on strike, demanding the return of the swordmaster. The woman said that the emperor asked the girl to stop the strike. She immediately thought about those with whom she fought, and Rosalia said that communication with some of them was completely interrupted, and the ruler was very upset about this. Anna said that if they could not contact her, they could ask Uncle Sano for help, but her mother replied that according to rumors, she did not accept visits, not even from Duke Sano. The girl tried to laugh it off by saying that she was just busy because she couldn't say that she simply didn't want to see him. She ran her fingers around the handle of her cup, thinking about her soldiers' strike. Thinking about their possible jokes about her new position, the girl became darker than a cloud and thought that she could make them have fun. Her thoughts were interrupted by a maid with bright red hair who approached them. Smiling sunnily, she pointed with her hands to huge multicolored boxes decorated with shining ribbons and bows and said that the Duke had sent gifts to his wife. Rosalia, who heard this, exclaimed in delight that this man seemed to really love her daughter, and Anna wondered if he did this because she allegedly tried to commit suicide. Hearing strange rustling sounds, the girl frowned and then noticed an incomprehensible movement in the bushes. She could have sworn that she saw something behind the backs of the servants who delivered her gifts. The blonde stood up, clearly feeling the effect of someone's presence. Suddenly, a head with red hair that she had known for a long time appeared from behind the bushes. The hidden young man was smiling brightly. Anna seemed to freeze when she saw his face and could not find the words to somehow react to what was happening. A young man in a black uniform appeared out of nowhere and smiled as if he had given him a great surprise. The girl was stunned when she recognized him as her soldier Crave, whose arrival was not even planned. He was supposed to remain in the West. She rubbed her temples, thinking that she had not specifically invited anyone, so that her current entourage would not find out that she was a member of the guild, and then even allowed the thought that it might have seemed to her. The guy joyfully waved at her from the bushes, and the girl exhaled, realizing that it was definitely Crave. Immediately thinking about the maid and the nanny, Anna realized that she needed to drive him away from here before anyone could understand anything. She pretended to continue drinking tea, and she tried to whisper to him to leave immediately. Crave laughed contentedly and enjoyed his position, saying that he did not want to go anywhere. Anna felt a surge of anger upon hearing this and was ready to explode at his outburst. Standing up, she slammed her palm on the table and said that then she would drive him away herself. The girl was about to give her soldier a thrashing, but then froze, taken by surprise by an incomprehensible sensation. The blonde suddenly felt a strong aura from behind and frowned, not understanding who it could be. She wanted to turn around sharply, but twisted her ankle, forgetting that she was wearing a fluffy dress. Anna winced and only realized after a few seconds that she was falling, because the pain had dulled her reaction a little. Suddenly the fall stopped, and the girl felt the support of a strong hand on her waist. In front of her was none other than her husband, asking with a gentle smile if everything was okay. She frowned and blushed at the same time, realizing that she had previously sensed the presence of his aura. Arnie thought that last time she couldn't feel his presence the way she did today. She frowned at him, mentally wondering if he too had powers. The girl thought that then he could guess and understand that she was the master of the sword, and Cassian looked at her with a sly smile and could not look away, because she looked like a disheveled kitten. His hand still rested on her waist, lightly stroking the skin over the fabric of her dress. The man asked what she was doing and looked a little worried. The servants, who believed that they were interfering with the privacy of the young people, took their leave and hurried to leave. Arnie swallowed nervously and tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came to mind, and she simply said with a laugh that she didn't do anything. She understood that he should not notice Crave, and tried to distract him by smilingly asking why he had come to her. Blue Eyes looked at her tenderly and asked if she liked the gifts he had bought. Anna was surprised to remember that she had not even touched the numerous boxes of different sizes. The two of them looked around at the many things they had packed. The Duke was surprised to notice that they were hardly touched, and was even a little upset by this outcome. Realizing what it looked like, the blonde placed her hand on one of the boxes and assured him with a bright smile that she liked everything. The girl smiled nervously, hoping that he had not guessed anything, and Cassian slightly clenched his fists and thought with disappointment that his wife did not seem to care about his gifts. Something stirred in the bushes, and a curly top of a head flashed through the greenery. The Duke frowned when he heard a rustling noise, unlike the sound of leaves shaking in the wind, and turned around. Suddenly, Rosalia's voice was heard from the ball, who joyfully informed the man that she had long wanted to see her son-in-law. Swallowing, Anna remembered that her mother had been here all this time, silently watching the bacchanalia taking place. Cassian bowed before the image of the woman and formally introduced himself, greeting Countess Brillheart. Embarrassing her already amazed daughter, Rosalia smiled and praised her son-in-law, saying that Anna was very lucky to have such a handsome man. Mom continued, saying that her daughter was suitable for the Duke because she was a beauty to match him. Rosalia noted Cassian's well-delivered speech and was about to continue adding to the line of unspoken compliments, but Anna could not stand it and asked her to stop. The girl reached out and turned off the ball, not allowing her mother to finish, and thinking that she urgently needed to get rid of this thing. She, blushing brightly, asked for forgiveness, but Cassian replied with a smile that there was nothing wrong with that, and her mother was a very nice woman. Arne turned to him, arching her eyebrows slightly in disbelief, in a silent question. Realizing that she could not stand any more conversations about her mother and her behavior, the blonde decided to move the conversation to another topic, again asking the Duke why he had come. She tried to be nice and said she thought he usually had to work at this hour. Cassian caringly asked if her mood had improved, concern still flickering in his eyes. Anna quietly asked if she had heard him correctly, and her heart beat a little faster at the thought that he cared about her. She immediately remembered how yesterday he found her at the open window, and realized that that impression would not let him go. Cassian seemed sad and even a little depressed, and then asked if she was really upset about marrying him. Anna was amazed by his reverent care and froze, feverishly thinking about how to explain to him the reason for that action. The man continued to steadfastly insist that if anything happened, he could help her, and he just needed to find out the reason for what was happening. But the girl replied that she was fine. She was terribly embarrassed to explain this, so she again tried to convince him that everything was fine. Cassian became gloomy as a cloud and quietly said that he understood everything, thinking that his wife was not going to be frank with him. He said that she could tell him everything later, when she was ready, and this amazed Anna even more. The Duke said that it was time for him to go and turned, preparing to leave and not counting on continuing the conversation. Not wanting to offend him and make him think of God knows what, the blonde one perked up and jerked forward, asking him to wait. She was still ashamed of the reason for her behavior, but did not want to leave him in the dark, and extended her palm to him. Quicker than Arnie realized what she had done, she was already grabbing Cassian by the cuff of his sleeve to stop him. The Duke's blue eyes sparkled with surprise, and he turned to the girl again, easily giving in. The girl lowered her eyes, turning pink with embarrassment and muttering something inaudibly about the first night. Cassian asked her if he heard correctly what she said, because it was not at all the explanation he was expecting. Gathering all her strength into a fist, Anna almost squeaked that in fact she was just very afraid of her wedding night. She added that she didn't want to kill herself, but just run away for a while, and these words unsettled Cassian. Anna winced, not believing that she could actually say all this out loud. The Duke quietly but anxiously asked if she was really so frightened of her wedding night that she wanted to run away. Realizing the words of his innocent and so sweet wife, he quietly snorted with laughter. The girl did not understand the reason for his sudden change in his face, but Cassian laughed quietly, covering his face with his palm so that his wife would not take such a reaction as disrespect. The man said that she turned out to be very nice, causing Anna even more embarrassment. He gently placed his wide palm on her shoulder, addressing her without laughing, but with a warm smile. The Duke leaned closer to her and said that if she did not want such intimacy, then he would not even lay a finger on her. Anna opened her eyes, asking if he could really promise such a thing. Cassian smiled, thinking that in some sense she was still just a child, not versed in matters of love. He put his finger to his lips and said that such an agreement should remain only between them. The girl quietly echoed his words, as if agreeing with this agreement. She remembered every moment when he offered her his help. It was always strange and not beneficial to him. Anna thought that this looked unusual, and it would not hurt her to find out more about his possible abilities. But for now, she decided to close her eyes and smile, glad that this question was closed. Returning to his office, Cassian continued to think about what he had heard from his wife. He remembered her embarrassed face and the way she had closed her eyes during her confession. The Duke thought with a smile that she did not look like a person who was afraid of such things. Elon had been standing next to him for several minutes, but the man was still silent and thoughtful. But he smiled and seemed to be remembering something. The servant thought that his master was really obsessed with this girl, but decided to carefully distract him from his thoughts. Cassian turned around, asking what happened and why his name was being called. Elon replied that it was nothing and asked if the Duke had any errands for him. The man thoughtfully tapped a piece of paper with a fountain pen, humming and thinking about something. After thinking a little, the Duke said that it seemed to him that there was a rat in the castle, and then added that it needed to be found and killed. The next day there was noise and swearing in the courtyard of the large castle when the maids discovered something. They looked at the broken magic ball that served as a means of communication between the Duchess and her mother. The women discussed that this ball was imbued with enhanced magic and an ordinary person would not be able to break it. Ani calmly sipped her tea and thought about how light her soul was. The girl was so tired of this ball and awkward conversations with her mother that she broke it while no one was looking. Suddenly, her tea party was interrupted by a trembling voice asking for forgiveness. A thin girl with bright carrot-colored hair emerged from the crowd of maids, crying, saying that she was responsible for preserving the ball. She lowered her head, asking for forgiveness, and said that she should have looked after him much better. The head of the maids, a grey-haired woman, shouted at her and said that she would not be able to buy such a ball, even if she worked off its cost for 10 children. Anna felt guilty for how this little girl was feeling right now. She called Nanny Eva over to her and asked in a whisper what they would do with this girl now. Eva replied that she would be kicked out, while the maid continued to listen to the evil words and sniffle in frustration. The nanny continued that the red-haired woman would have to pay for the balloon and that she would most likely be barred from entering other houses because of a similar mistake. Hearing this, Anna cleared her throat, attracting the grey-haired woman's attention and thereby stopping her stern tirade. She got up and went into the thick of things, knowing that she had started all this herself and could not leave the girl to sort it out alone. The white-haired woman told the Duchess that she should not worry and that she would solve the problem herself. Anna said that she could not help but worry and stand aside because something like this happened in her castle. The nanny looked at the girl with delight when she heard that she called the castle her own and already knew that she would tell Rosalia about this. The fair-haired one said that she already understood everything about the magic ball because they were noisily figuring out what happened and who was to blame for it. She reached for the pillow with the ball fragments and said that she didn't understand why there was so much noise. Anna added that this is not such a big problem and they should not spend so much energy on all these discussions. The maid stopped crying and looked at her mistress with her bright orange eyes, her mouth wide open. All the women who heard this from the Duchess gasped in shock. They looked at the girl in admiration and began to talk about how merciful she was. And Anna turned away so as not to see their embarrassing glances. The blonde woman asked if they could really forget about this incident. The girl answered with a smile that everyone can make mistakes and they can just buy a new magic ball. Exhaling, she waved her hand, saying that the case was closed and they could all calmly return to their duties. The red-haired girl called out to Anna, who looked at her and asked what she wanted. The maid burst into tears even more and declared that she would serve her mistress faithfully. Anna was confused by such a reaction from the rescued girl and stared at her in surprise. The red-haired woman fell to her knees in front of the Duchess and said that she had saved her, and now she would serve her until her death. The girl smiled awkwardly, trying to tell the crying girl that she should calm down first. Suddenly the nanny called the maid by name, her name was Erica, and brought a black box to them. When the box opened, there was a glass ball again on the red cushion, and Anna's mother was already in touch and said that she sent a lot of balls, knowing that this could happen. The Duchess froze, mentally swearing at herself because she realized that she had done everything in vain, and now she would be burdened with daily communication with her mother on awkward topics and the overly emotional and faithful maid Erica. Elon listened in amazement to the story of the grey-haired woman who was in charge of all the servants of the palace. Cassian, also listening to the story of what happened, smiled, glad that his wife was still interested in what was happening in the palace. He suddenly stood up, and the maid and Elon looked back at him in surprise. When asked where he was going, Cassian calmly and with a boyish smile stated that he wanted to see his wife. He slammed the door, leaving his subordinates standing in the office in confusion. Elon thought that usually the Duke was not distracted from his work, but now he became somehow strange. Meanwhile, in the garden, Anna was hiding from Erica, who did not stop thanking her for what happened in the morning. The girl stood behind the trunk of a wide tree, thinking with irritation about why she endlessly finds herself in such situations. When she was called very close, Anna jumped up in fright and screamed, thinking that she had been caught. She immediately froze, seeing a completely different person than she had expected, and in a completely different form. The girl hesitantly called out to Crave, who was standing in the foliage of bushes and trees. Anna couldn't resist and asked what he was doing there. Her soldier stood before her in a woman's green dress with a red bow at the throat, a wig that matched his bright scarlet hair, and long dangling earrings. Crave smiled brightly, put his hands on his hips, and said that he had changed his clothes. From the outside, he really looked like a large lady of respectable age. But Anna still could not believe his trick and simply watched him in shock. She asked him if he had dressed up as a maid, and he enthusiastically agreed. Anna ran her hand over her forehead, trying to cope with the headache that had arisen and contemplating the fact that she could finish him off. The girl asked in disbelief how no one caught him, and Crave replied that disguises and secret penetrations were his strong point. The young man said that he resigned from the order, and that is why he is here. Anna let out a noisy breath, trying to calm down and collect her thoughts. Unable to bear it, she nevertheless screamed, asking why he quit, and Crave also loudly replied that his place was next to her. The blonde pursed her lips, examining the appearance of her fighter and trying to find a drop of adequacy in his face. The girl decided to simply ignore him and turn to leave, but Crave said that even though he had to swear allegiance to the Emperor, he would always follow only her. She continued to remain silent, but the young man shouted, had she really forgotten how she saved his life in battle, and then added that his loyalty to her was stronger than death. He completely forgot himself and asked what kind of wedding she arranged here, and then asked him to return his brave commander and asked him to stop pretending that she was weak and fragile. Arnie was already opening the door to leave and was thinking about how Crave had become noisy and it would be better if he left behind. The young man was not happy that his combat commander ignored him. He took a few steps forward, his heels making each one look massive and menacing. Crave shouted that she had forgotten her vows and then demanded to know why she was behaving this way. Arnie told him to shut up and go back, then added that her uncle would be heading back home soon and he could join him. Crave clung to her hand and almost with tears began to ask her to let him stay at least as a servant, but the girl only asked her to stop talking nonsense. They both suddenly froze when they saw the Duke ahead. The young man was alarmed by such a meeting and hoped that his outfit would be able to deceive the smart man. Seeing them, Cassian just smiled, stepping a little closer. He asked what Anna was doing here, calling her his wife. The girl was scared, realizing what it might look like, and tried to come up with a reasonable explanation for what was happening as quickly as possible. She turned her gaze to her subordinate, not understanding why she had to take the rap for his stupid actions. Arnie turned around, facing Crave and taking her husband's side. The girl began to sweat lightly from nerves and tried to imagine the young man, but could not come up with anything because of the unexpectedness of what was happening. The Duke said that this was the first time he had seen this maid, and she was not familiar to him. Hearing this, Anna silently stared at her husband because she could not believe that he could be fooled so easily. Cassian continued by saying that she did not look like a maid of their estate, and the girl replied that she had brought her with her. The man smiled, saying that he thought so as soon as he saw them together. Crave, still playing the role of the maid, bowed and told the Duke and Duchess that he thought he would leave them. He bowed awkwardly, almost falling due to his unusually narrow shoes, and left. The young man slammed the door behind him, exhaling noisily and trying to stop shaking. Crave leaned on the door, trying to digest what had just happened to him and the commander. He mentally noted that the Duke had not even realized that a man was standing in front of him in disguise. Turning around, he froze because Arnie's husband was looking directly at him through the transparent glass door. He folded his arms across his chest, looking at him gloomily and even with anger, but clearly not with trust and friendliness. Noticing this, Anna thought that this expression was not good at all. The blonde woman called out to her husband, asking him to listen to what she had to say, and Cassian turned around. She stood in front of him and looked guilty, worried and a little confused, and then asked if he was angry. Cassian asked if he heard correctly, and Anna replied that he looked like he was angry with her. The Duke thoughtfully put his fist to his chin and asked if she was keeping secrets with this maid, and the girl waved her hands, saying that there was no such thing. Cassian smiled, glad that she cared about his condition, and said that he believed his wife. Anna exhaled with relief, wiping the sweat from her face. The Duke asked if that maid was normal and if the girl didn't think that the woman looked too much like a man. The fair-haired woman replied that she didn't even know, and the Duke shrugged, saying that it would be wrong to judge only by appearance. Anna looked down, unable to believe that Crave's stupid disguise had actually worked. Cassian stared at his new wife, unable to take his eyes off her face. He unexpectedly said that he had noticed before how beautiful a girl's gaze became when she was thinking about something. The girl was surprised and said that other people thought her eyes reminded them of the look of a killer. Cassian said he wasn't lying and he actually really liked her eyes. Because of his red pupils, Anna was always treated as a monster. People associated them with blood. The girl, unexpectedly for herself, told her husband that even in childhood, people around her were afraid to look into her eyes and said that a family curse had descended on her because usually people with such eyes are born once in a generation. She said that her grandfather and uncle were red-eyed swordmasters, and Cassian was surprised, asking if her uncle was that one. To those who destroyed the dragon that awoke 30 years ago and 10 years ago put an end to the war with the Eastern Union. Anna thought about the Duke's words and thought that her uncle really killed the dragon, but she ended the war, and where could such false rumors come from? Realizing that she had been silent for a long time, she hastily agreed, saying that her uncle was a wonderful person. Anna could not understand why he was smiling at her so warmly, and exhaling, she quietly called her husband, addressing him as your lordship. Cassian frowned a little as he asked what she called him. The girl was afraid that she had done something wrong and made a mistake somewhere. Excitement flashed in her eyes. Suddenly the Duke blossomed, and with a calm but confident smile, asked his wife to call him darling. Arnie froze in surprise, widening her eyes, and asked why he suddenly asked for this, thinking to herself that she had never even uttered this word out loud. Cassian called her name and said that from now on he would only address her as such. He lowered his hand to his chest, saying with a smile that that's why the girl should call him by his name. The blonde lowered her head, fighting the attack of embarrassment and the loud pounding of her heart, echoing somewhere in the back. She stumbled a little due to indecision, but for the first time she called him by name, covering herself with a gentle blush. Cassian enjoyed the sound. He placed one hand on the girl's head and touched her elbow with the other. He said she was doing great, gently stroking her skin and hair with his hands, and then smiled encouragingly, showing that she was doing great. Later, the man returned inside, because despite the events taking place, he still had to devote time to managing the castle and working. He recalled how she tried to shield a stranger unknown to him, without being afraid or under threat. Cassian thought with a smile that the man was unlikely to be dangerous, but he was thinking about somehow catching and interrogating him. Deciding not to put off other things, walking along the spacious corridor to his office and thinking about new difficulties. Crave, again dressed as a maid, asked in a high, squeaky voice whether he had been summoned. The guy was happy with his position, but Anna still couldn't believe how no one around noticed obvious things. She thought that it was only she who seemed strange in this form, and then she called him, urging him to stop his tomfoolery. The young man immediately stopped, standing at attention and saying that he was listening to his captain, but it looked very ironic. Crave explained that after the girl's departure, there was an uprising in the Order of the Golden Dragon, and then asked if the blonde remembered that they were of the same blood. Arnie looked at him displeasedly as Crave continued his tirade about how all the warriors joined the Order because of her, and she suddenly disappeared without explanation. The young man immediately said with a smile that for this reason he was the first to write a letter of dismissal. Anna rubbed her pounding temple with her fingers, thinking that she should have warned the soldiers that this marriage was only for 3 months. Crave said that he saw Ergen when he was leaving, which means he also left the Order, and the girl asked him not to talk about it with such a satisfied smile. Suddenly, the young man heard the quiet creak of the door and turned around. Behind her stood a maid whose carrot hair was braided. The girl realized that she had been noticed and yelped, clutching the door with her fingers. Crave and Arnie looked at the maid, and the girl wondered how long Erica had been standing there and what she had heard during this time. The young man said that apparently this maid was bothering the lady and he wanted to sort out this issue. Knowing the way they worked, the blonde asked what he wanted to do and held out her hand as if she wanted to stop him. Crave opened the heavy doors, looming like a thundercloud over the maid who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Again, speaking in a squeaky voice, the young man stated that the Duchess had already accepted him as her personal maid, and therefore Erica could swear an oath of fidelity to her in the next life. Erica clenched her hands into fists and cried when she heard such words from an unfamiliar, strange, and rude woman. She screamed that this was unfair, grabbed her head with her hands, and ran into the corridor. Crave slammed the door behind the departing girl with a sense of accomplishment. He turned around with a smile, asking if the girl liked it, how he solved this problem, and if he was great. Tired of such antics, Anne thought that she would have to get rid of him and send him back along with Uncle Sarno. A little later in the garden, Crave continued to play off the maid, pouring her hot tea. Anna sipped her tea, but rudely asked if Crave wanted to leave and give her at least a little time alone. The young man leaned towards the table, ignoring her request, and said that if she was going to the capital soon, she would need maids like him. Only now did the girl remember that all married aristocrats had to undergo a procedure, such as the approval of the emperor. This was a way of regulating family disputes, should they arise, as well as declaring the emperor's rights to inherit the property of aristocrats. To put it simply, it was just a formal acquaintance with a higher authority. Anna was distracted from his thoughts by the approaching maids. They all stood near the main white-haired woman, Martha, who asked if the Duchess could give them time to talk. They looked unhappy and somehow looked angrily, but not at their mistress, but at an unfamiliar maid who appeared out of nowhere. Martha was the most belligerent of all and headed straight to Crave, leaving her subordinates behind. Anna thought that they had finally figured out that he was a man and was basically surprised that no one had realized this before. The girl stood between her soldier and servant, starting to explain that it all turned out a little strange, but Erica suddenly shouted that it was all too much. The blonde smiled nervously, looking a little scared at her servants. Erica, with the support of the other girls, shouted that they were with the Duchess before this new maid appeared, but the mistress only became close to her, and they were offended by this. Crave stared at the red-haired girl, who continued to scream, saying that if Anna chooses another maid just because she comes from the Western Empire, then they are ready to go there to study. The girl listened in amazement to everything that was said to her, and could not believe that this was really happening, while Martha asked her not to devote so much time to one maid. She rubbed her forehead with her hand and smiled, muttering that everything was not at all what the girls thought, and it had nothing to do with her preferences. Anna assured them that she really liked everything about the way they worked and carried out their duties. After her words, she listened with a smile to their answers about what they also really like as a duchess. A few days later came the time when Cassian and Anna, accompanied by servants, were to go to the capital for an audience with the emperor. The Duke stood next to his wife and told her that they were just getting to know each other, and she had nothing to worry about. He gently took her small hands into his large ones, causing her cheeks to blush brightly. Adding to the embarrassment, Cassian leaned down and kissed her palms tenderly, closing his eyes. Anna could barely breathe, but he seemed not at all embarrassed by the presence of so many strangers. The Duke explained to her that due to business, he would have to stay at home for a few days, but then he would immediately join her. The girl nodded, still worried about her husband's behavior, and said that then she would go first because of her uncle. Cassian assured her with a smile that he would definitely follow her soon. He placed a warm hand on her cheek, stroking her velvety skin with his thumb. The look of his blue eyes softened. They seemed to smile along with his lips, and looked at Anna with tenderness and care. Leaving the girl no chance to remain indifferent, Cassian leaned over her, moved closer, and gently touched her cheek with his lips. The girl blushed brightly and shuddered. Her breathing became unsteady. She looked at the Duke in embarrassment and a little surprise. Cassian smiled and almost whispered to her lips that this would help her if she was very bored these days. The maids admired the behavior of the Duke and Duchess and considered them real lovers. Anna overheard the maids discussing how the relationship between the Duke and Duchess was very romantic. Crave, in his usual attire, a red uniform with shining shoulder straps, sat astride a white horse and called out to Anna's uncle, Sarno. Sarno sat astride a brown horse and said that he was the one who was waiting for him, and then added that they would ride together. At the same time, Anna was riding in a carriage with Eva, who asked her about Sir Crave being very loyal to her. And the girl explained that thanks to his character, he rose to the rank of second in command of the Order. Afterwards, the girl thought that it was her first time traveling in a carriage, because before that, she had always ridden a horse next to Crave. At first she was sad, but then she looked out the window and decided that looking at the area while sitting on a soft, comfortable sofa was not so bad. Unexpectedly, she remembered Cassian's kiss and touched her lips with her fingers. She blushed as the thought flashed through her mind that she wished he had kissed her on the lips before leaving. Getting Ava and Erica's attention, she shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut, trying to push the thoughts away. She frowned and mentally justified herself by saying that she was simply unaccustomed to traveling in comfort, and therefore all sorts of stupid things came into her head. Suddenly the carriage braked sharply. Erica jerked forward, screaming, and Anna frowned, clinging to the door handle. Hearing the neighing of frightened horses, the sounds of a struggle and the screams of the guards, the girl realized that they were under attack. The attackers, hidden in the lush green crowns, began shooting arrows from high trees with bows. Some of the guards fell from their horses, others tried to hide from the sharp arrowheads, but everything that happened took them by surprise. Crave held his horse by the bridle and ordered everyone to protect the carriage, at the cost of their lives to protect the Duke and Lady. One of the warriors covered Duke Sano with his shield, while dangerous arrows continued to fly past them. Crave again screamed heart-rendingly that it was necessary to defend himself. He was afraid for his commander. Cassian was busy with business in his office. In front of him stood a chessboard, on which he thoughtfully rearranged different pieces. He was silent, and such a game clearly helped him think of new solutions to existing problems. Taking the black horse in his hand, the Duke moved it to another field. Elon saw his master's thoughtfulness and therefore asked what was happening to him, and Cassian quietly replied that he was unlucky today. He threw a large figure of a horse into his palms without giving a clear answer to the question posed. The Duke was thoughtful and quiet, thinking about what it all meant, but he looked no worse than he usually did when solving problems. Suddenly, another servant burst into the office without knocking, shouting that he had urgent news. His voice trembled with fear and excitement when he said that Cassian's wife had been attacked. The Duke felt his heart beat somewhere in his throat. He immediately remembered the nanny's words about the girl's poor health and remembered her funny behavior, reminiscent of how young and innocent she was after all. Arnie smelled smoke, and Eva and Erica began to cough, the attackers using a smoke projectile. The women began to weaken, and small, fragile Erica promised to protect her mistress, not knowing who she was. Arnie quietly asked Erica for forgiveness, bowing her head. The girl looked up, lost and frightened, asking the mistress what her words meant. After that, Anna pushed the girl towards Eve and walked out of the carriage straight towards the attackers. One of the knights, holding a thick shield in one hand and a sword in the other, shouted that she should not get out because it was incredibly dangerous. Exhaling impatiently, she knocked out the knight, hitting him on the neck so as not to seriously harm, but to get rid of his annoying concern. She stepped onto the ground, muttering that it wouldn't take long. Anna extended her hand forward, summoning a portal of bright scarlet color, shining from within with a whitish light. She touched with her fingers the hilt of a sword that appeared, made in a dark, almost black color, with a shining large purple stone located above the hilt. The portal disappeared, and the girl was left with the sword, ready to protect herself, Crave, and other people from attack. At the same time, Cassian was already riding to the scene, tightly clutching the reins, and Elon was galloping on his horse after him, shouting that he might get hurt. The Duke did not care about his safety and security. He broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of what they could do to his wife. He remembered her eyes, rosy cheeks and velvety skin, mentally hoping that Anna was okay. The hands with which he was trying to hold the bridle tightly were shaking with excitement, and Cassian could not understand why he was so worried. He thought that he was worried because he was losing a very valuable pawn, but in his heart he was sure that there was another reason for his worry. Crave turned around and froze when he heard the sounds of a struggle near the carriage. He saw the legendary swords of the Lowell Ghost clan looking like complete opposites, black and white. One of them was the sword Nevermore, which absorbed souls, and it was his commander who wielded it. She deftly fought with the attackers, without even changing her face and without fear of opponents who had never expected such an outcome. Anna, who missed battles and struggle, easily dealt with strangers dressed in dark blue suits. Crave smiled brightly and mentally squealed, thinking about how amazing his commander was, who managed to immediately change the situation. The Nevermore collided with another sword, but did not immediately split it, which surprised the girl. Anna froze, muttering that the man whose face was hidden had parried the blow of the legendary sword. The man experienced animal fear, not understanding how such a fragile girl could easily deal with all his fighters. Seeing him as a threat, the girl hit him with her sword, realizing that she could not leave him alive. The stranger fell to his knees, sprinkling the ground with his blood and wheezing in agony. She stood in the middle of a field covered with the bodies of killed and maimed warriors, breathing heavily and leaning on her sword. He spoke, asking why the girl had only called him now and how she could exploit him so cruelly after a long time. Not wanting to listen to his indignation, she asked the sword to shut up and, not paying attention to his cry, returned it back to the portal. Crave approached her and asked to listen, addressing her as a commander, and the girl raised her head, looking at him questioningly. The young man said that it was necessary to leave at least one alive in order to find out who sent these attackers, and the girl calmly replied that if they needed something, they would come themselves. They barely had time to catch their breath when fully equipped knights from the Duke's castle arrived at them. One of them said that if Anna was not in the carriage, then they tried to kidnap her, and the girl did not know how she could explain everything that happened. Unexpectedly for the girl, everyone turned around and greeted the Duke, who had arrived next. Cassian dismounted his horse, looking worriedly at his wife for injuries. Arnie couldn't believe that he personally came to take care of her. She noted that he had such a dark expression on his face that she seemed to only see it when he thought she was going to commit suicide after the wedding. Unexpectedly, the Duke wordlessly grabbed the girl with strong arms, pressing her to his strong body and squeezing his wife's silky hair and clothes with his hands. Arnie froze in shock, not expecting such excitement and strong hugs from a man who just recently didn't know her at all. Cassian pulled back a little, trying to catch his breath, and realized that she was standing in front of him, alive, healthy, and just as warm. He asked if she was injured and was glad that he had the crew under surveillance. Still surprised, Anna muttered that she was fine. The Duke whispered that there was blood on her face and immediately touched his woman's tender skin with his fingers. Realizing that this blood did not belong to her, he turned around to see the whole orgy that was happening next to the carriage. Looking around at the wounded and dead, Cassian asked whose hands this was. Anna began to think about what she could say, because she could not tell the Duke that she was a swordmaster and could easily cope with such an attack. Her uncle came to the aid of the lost girl, who said that he could explain everything that happened. He stood and leaned his hands on the surprised Crave, and then began to say that the salvation of Anna and the destruction of the enemy was the work of this young man. The young man froze, staring at Sano in disbelief, thinking about what had just happened. Recovering herself, the girl pointed her finger at Crave and, nodding, confirmed that it was indeed him. Cassian looked at the young man incredulously, asking if he had managed all this alone. The young man turned around, looking at the soldiers stained with blood, and a little not understanding how he could explain all this. He turned around and raised his palms in a conciliatory gesture, beginning to speak and wanting to object to Sano. But then he saw the enraged look of Anna, who folded her hands on her chest and remained silent. But in her heart she convinced him that she would kill him if he told the truth. Not wanting to run into a scolding and put his life at risk, Crave put his hand to his chest and bowed slightly, saying that he really did all this. At the same time, in the imperial capital, people continued to discuss the news of the Duke's recent wedding, saying that he fell in love with the girl at first sight and immediately proposed to her. One woman asked with emotion who could have imagined that his lordship would marry a princess of the Western Empire, but her companion asked what happened to Lady Haley. The woman replied that that girl was left at the Broken Trough. Her companion added that no matter what the situation was, he was very interested in another point. He wanted to quickly find out what the Emperor's reaction to this alliance would be. A few hours later, the newlyweds arrived at the estate of the county of Terneuzen in the capital, which was executed on a huge scale of size and luxury. Anna could not help but admire the mansion, and next to her stood Cassian, who had put aside all his affairs and did not let her go after that incident. They were called out and greeted by a grey-haired man with a monocle. He bowed to the couple, and the Duke said that he and this man had not seen each other for a long time. Seeing the lost look of his beloved, Cassian came to his senses and realized that she was completely unfamiliar with this man. The man introduced himself to Anna as the head butler of this estate and offered his help in showing her the mansion. Meanwhile, in the huge imperial palace of the Northern Empire, made entirely of white stone, other events were unfolding. Duke Sano sat in the reception room, the furniture of which was upholstered in black leather and gold accents, and waited to meet the Emperor. He thought hard about what had happened recently and frowned. A few hours ago, he and Cassian had discussed the attack, and the Duke suggested that these people did not look like ordinary robbers, and then asked his son-in-law if he was okay. The young Duke was thoughtful and silent, clearly choosing the words he was about to say with care. Turning around, he replied that he was completely fine and even smiled lightly. Unexpectedly for Sano, he announced that he knew whose hands this was. Sano frowned and could barely get a word out, but Cassian put a hand on his shoulder and assured him not to worry. Approaching the man's ear, the Duke said that Anna was too dear to him and he was not going to make a fuss. Sano took the cup from the saucer, wondering if he had done the right thing in sending Anna to such a man. He took a sip of his drink, conceding the idea that everything that was happening might turn out to be one big conspiracy, and his niece the victim. Remembering Anna's disposition, the same man calmed down and was surprised that he could worry about her at all. He thought that if there were problems, she would simply kill everyone and return, but in his heart he hoped that she would survive family life. Sano's thoughts were interrupted by a servant who reported that the Emperor had accepted the request for an audience and was waiting for him. He stood up from the sofa and expressed his joy, saying that he was already starting to worry that he might be kicked out. Sano snapped his fingers, and his people pushed forward many boxes, and the man himself said that he could not visit the Emperor empty-handed, although in fact he only wanted to show that if something happened, he would not stand aside and would support his niece. At the Terneuzen estate, Anna had already been listening to the story of each room of the mansion for an hour, because the butler considered it his duty to introduce the new mistress to her possessions. He pointed to one of the rooms, saying that she would live here, and again began the story that all the jewelry for her was made to order and had a rich history. The butler said that he had finished a brief history of the mansion and began to say that if the Duchess was interested in anything else, she could contact him. Anna shouted triumphantly that she was not interested and hurried into the room. The man asked if he could consider that the new owner had become acquainted with the mansion, and she agreed in a pleading tone. Finally finding herself in her room, the blonde lay back on her bed, singing that she could finally rest in peace. She barely had time to finish this sentence when a knock on the door made her rise. She told her guest that he could pass. The happy face of Crave appeared in the doorway, and with a smile he called her commander. Anna asked why he came, and the young man replied that, of course, he wanted to be near her. And when she sarcastically asked if he hadn't dressed up as a maid this time, he asked if she missed that image. Having received a negative answer, Crave said that she need not pretend, and then started talking about her husband. He noted with a smile that Cassian was a handsome and kind person, and then ironically asked what he was missing since he married her, and the girl angrily hissed at him to shut up and added that she herself would like to know about it. Unexpectedly for both of them, there was another knock on the door. Arnie asked who was waiting there, because she couldn't wait for any guests or annoying soldiers like Crave. The Duke's voice was heard from behind the door, saying that it was he who decided to visit her. The young people looked at each other, in a panic trying to understand how they could solve the current situation. Cassian, with a smile that could just be heard in his voice as he spoke, asked if he could come in. Crave said that he could hide somewhere, but the blonde stopped him, saying that her husband might misunderstand this action. After receiving permission, Cassian opened the wide doors of the room and crossed the threshold. Then he froze in surprise when he saw the chambers of the wife of the knight who saved her this afternoon. Quickly coming up with an excuse that could allow a strange man to be in her bedroom, Anna said that the young man had come to convey to her the words of his uncle. The Duke replied with a slight smile that he understood everything. Despite the friendly expression on her face, the girl saw some changes and hurried to ask her husband what issue he had come for. Cassian replied that he had come to tell him about tomorrow's plans and that he also simply missed his beloved wife. Anna blushed brightly, pressing her hand to her chin, thinking about how he could say that out loud so calmly. Suddenly, Eva looked into the room, saying that she had prepared the bathtub for bathing, and then noticing the men, asked if she was in the way. Rejoiced at such a good moment, the girl threw off her hand and said that she was already on her way. She jumped up and said that she would then go and take a bath, and the Duke replied with a smile that everything was fine. Crave bowed, pressing his hand to his chest and saying that then he would also go. As he was already heading towards the door, the voice of the Duke, who asked him for a minute, stopped him. Cassian walked forward, placing his hand on the doorknob. He turned around, closing the door, and asked if the young man could give him some time. Crave smiled nervously, mentally wondering if the Duke might know who he was. The man said in a calm tone that he had a few questions for the knight. Keeping a smile on his face, but looking intimidating and dangerous, he asked who he was. Crave hesitated in panic, thinking that he was wrong to say that he had dealt with all the bandits alone. Cassian folded his arms across his chest and said that he had long guessed who the young man was, and he himself probably felt it. While Crave stood before him with his head bowed, the Duke asked who the young man was and what relationship he had with Arne. He rubbed his hand over his neck and replied that it was difficult to explain, but they had a fairly close relationship. And then, asking for forgiveness, he added that he was very worried about her, and that's why he came after her. Cassian was silent and gloomy, looking as if he was thinking about how exactly to execute the young man. Immediately realizing his mistake, he thought that he seemed to have made them out to be lovers. The Duke suggested otherwise and directly asked whether Crave held the title of Master of the Sword. The knight froze, staring at his interlocutor, because such a version was the last one he expected to hear. Crave hesitated, but realized that confirming it was the only way to preserve the honor of his commander. Having gathered his courage, he asked how the Duke knew about this, and he replied that whatever one may say, the only one who is capable of destroying such a number of robbers who attacked the cart is the Master of the Sword. Cassian said that it seemed the young man was very worried about his niece, and that's why he came after her, and then welcomed him to the Northern Empire. They shook hands as the knight became feverishly aware that the Duke had mistaken him for Uncle Arne. Cassian asked her to make herself at home and left, leaving him wondering what would happen to him now. The next day, Crave told Anna everything, and the girl was clearly not happy with what she heard. They sat on the terrace and drank tea. The girl asked if he was now pretending to be her uncle, and the red-haired man answered with hesitant consent. She pressed her hand to her forehead, irritably saying that this was the perfect time to leave her alone. Crave protested, saying he didn't want that. The blonde gloomily noted that the knight looked like her uncle Gurkhan, and Crave opened his mouth in admiration, asking why. She answered without much enthusiasm that he was just as frivolous. Not understanding the sarcasm, Crave continued to smile stupidly, and the girl continued to thinking that now she would have to play along with him. Arnie said that her uncle had a famous sword, the Dragon Slayer sword, Leviatine. Swinging her hand to the side, the girl summoned Evermore, the white sword from the legendary tandem from the portal. Crave froze, looking around in admiration at what was happening and dropping his lower jaw. Arnie explained that this sword is the opposite of Nevermore. It is a sacred light that guides lost souls to the Hall of Valor. The young man was thinking about how cool his commander looked when he held the sword in his hands, but she suddenly unclenched the handle, letting go of the sword. He angrily asked why she called him only now, and asked if her feelings for him had cooled down, irritating the young people with her nagging. Ignoring his indignation, the girl said that the sword had to do something for her sake, and only he could do it. Evermore was glad that the girl finally recognized his exceptionality and then asked what great cause he should participate in. Ani silently pointed her finger at Crave, who had not made a sound before. The young man smiled nervously when she asked the sword to sit with him for a while. A little later, the girl added that Evermore should pretend to be Levitin, causing his sincere indignation. The sword swayed from side to side, shouting that he could not pretend to be this insignificant sword, and she could not do this to him. Evermore examined Crave and began to say that if he only touched him, but the young man did not let him finish, bowing politely to him and promising respectful treatment. Crave straightened up and shouted that every day, morning, noon, and evening, his sparkling blade would rub. Confirming the knight's words, the girl exhaled patiently, waiting for the sword's response. He seemed to beam even more and said that he would be happy to agree to such an agreement. Crave emotionally thanked Evermore, who reminded him that he should call him Levitin, while the blonde, looking at them, thought that the Sword of Light was very easy to deal with. The next day, the Duchess walked through the courtyard of the estate in a lush blue dress, surrounded by Eva and Erica. She thought that she had managed to get used to such outfits. Her husband suddenly appeared in front of her, dressed in a perfectly ironed dark blue uniform. He possessively lowered his palm onto her thin waist and pulled her closer to him, receiving resistance from her. The girl froze when she found herself face to face with this terribly attractive man. Cassian smiled and said that she was finally not embarrassed and looked him straight in the eyes. Hearing this, Anna blushed like a tomato and was surprised at how fast her heart was beating. Resolutely moving away from her husband, she said that they should move out quickly, covering up the fear of her sympathy with the fact that she was afraid of being late. The imperial palace was magnificent and seemed to shimmer with light from every ray of sun that fell on it. Leading to it were numerous marble steps on which servants stood. Turnisson's crew stopped right in front of these stairs, and Anna thought that everything looked much larger and more magnificent than in the Western Empire. The newlyweds got out of the carriage and were greeted by various statues carved from white stone, one of which took the form of an angel with his hands folded in prayer. Anna looked at the works of art with rapture, and Cassian looked at her, thinking about how cute she really was. They were torn from this wonderful activity by the voice of a servant addressing the Duke. A man already familiar to Cassian hesitantly asked how the young man ended up in the imperial palace. The Duke smiled and said that the servant said it as if he had no right to come here. The man exclaimed in fear that this was not what he meant. The fair-haired man replied that he had arrived for an audience with the emperor, and the servant bowed to him, bending over. After bowing, he explained that His Majesty was not feeling well and they would have to wait. At the same time, inside that very rich palace, the decorated walls were shaken by a quarrel. The prince slammed the door loudly as he left his father's chambers and stamped his feet in irritation as he walked past the guards. He replayed their argument in his head, during which his father shouted at him with a question about how he did not know what the second prince, Mackenzie, was doing. The emperor angrily shouted that it was time for the young man to realize his position as crown prince, and then called him a pathetic fool and ordered his son to pull himself together. Prince Edward, a handsome young man with blue eyes and wheat-colored hair, thought with irritation that his father always called him pathetic. Unable to contain his rage, he kicked the pedestal on which the sculpture stood, and the servant who was watching this begged, calling on the young man to calm down. The servant warned the prince, saying that the emperor might hear, but he angrily replied that he wanted this and was not afraid of his father. The man's cries asking for order echoed throughout the ornate corridor. The servant understood that Prince Edward was too excited and could do things the consequences of which would affect not only him. Using his last trump card, he announced that the Duke of Turnisson had arrived. Edward froze, already raising his leg over the statue, and asked if Cassian had really arrived, to which the servant answered in agreement, bowing his head and rejoicing that he was able to save the palace from destruction. Edward reminded him with a smile that the Duke had recently gotten married. The servant replied that he remembered this, but also knew that only Prince Mackenzie was present at the wedding, and the young man said that his brother did not understand where to go and where not to go, but added that if he had not been ill at that moment, he could also attend the wedding, and then asked where the Duke was now. At the same time, the Duke and Duchess were waiting in a small office and drinking tea that had been brought. They were both tired of waiting and were thoughtful, not knowing what they could talk about at such a sensitive moment. Cassian thought that Duke Sano was sent by the Emperor of the Western Empire. Surely he came to threaten the monarch with bribes. The Emperor sent men to attack Lady Anne's carriage, but because of the Swordmaster, she managed to survive. And now the ruler took out all the anger from this failure on the most defenseless person, the Crown Prince. Thinking about this, Cassian laughed quietly and cheerfully, covering his face with his palm, and because of this, Arnie quietly called him. The man immediately took on a serious expression and turned to his wife, ready to answer her questions. The girl looked at him, wondering why he was smiling just now. She hesitantly asked him when they would finally be able to see the Emperor, since almost 4 hours had passed since their arrival at the palace. Cassian smiled, realizing that his wife was tired of sitting still and being silent while he solved his problems in his head. He nodded and said that the Emperor, apparently, was really not feeling well, and therefore they could take a walk in the beautiful garden. The garden really was just as beautiful as the entire Imperial Palace, and besides, the weather outside was beautiful. Arnie stretched and yawned when she finally had the opportunity to stretch her bones a little. She walked between the trees, wondering why they were so small, because otherwise she would have been able to climb one and rest. Suddenly, someone approached the girl and began to speak, leaning over her ear. The blonde woman squealed in surprise, and then a knock and a man's scream was heard. Arnie hit the stranger because he scared her, and he, in turn, landed on his butt, rubbed his bruised cheek and asked if she knew who he was. Having recovered a little from the blow, the young man opened his mouth, looking at the wonderful stranger. She was beautiful in this fluffy blue dress and looked at him with her unusual red eyes in slight fear. Edward froze in shock and even blushed, thinking about how such an angel could have appeared in the garden he had long known. Arnie asked if the young man was okay, and he realized that he was still sitting on the ground and hastily replied that he was fine. The prince ruffled the hair on the back of his head and asked where such an angel with a stupid smile lived. The girl opened her eyes, not understanding what this guy meant, and thought that he must be crazy. Edward finally stood up and told the girl that she was beautiful, and then added that he wanted to know her name. The fair-haired girl didn't really want to identify herself, still a little worried that he might turn out to be abnormal, and therefore thought about how she could get away from there. The prince brushed his bangs from his forehead, trying to appear dazzling, and said that she knew his name very well, which means she could name hers too. Their unsettled conversation was interrupted by servants calling for the prince. He distracted himself just for a moment, saying that he was very busy, but that was enough for Anna. Turning back, Edward no longer saw anyone in front of him, wondering how this beautiful stranger could sneak away so quickly. The Duke continued to sit in the peculiar waiting room, wondering how long this ugly wait could last. Mentally, he resigned himself to the fact that today he would not get to see the Emperor, and thought that he could arrange a meeting at a quick reception. The door opened and a familiar servant appeared in front of him. Cassian stood up, thinking that the conversation would be about the king, but the man said that His Highness the Prince was looking for the Duke. The Duke rubbed his chin in surprise, saying the Crown Prince's name out loud, and it wasn't exactly what he expected to hear. The man said that since he had already arrived, why not see each other, and the servant, who bowed to him, began to explain something. The servant began to talk about the Duchess, and Cassian calmly replied that she was taking a walk in the garden because she was tired of waiting. The man delicately said that recently cases of attacks on ladies from high society have become very frequent. Cassian thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand, reflecting on what he had just heard, and the servant quietly added that Count Tessalaka was collecting information, but it was not so simple, and it seemed that he needed the Duke's help. They were suddenly interrupted by Edward bursting into the room, joyfully calling for the Duke. Cassian hastily whispered to the servant that he would speak with Count Tessalaka himself at a convenient time. Then he turned to the Crown Prince and greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asking why the prince was so excited, and Edward could not catch his breath, resting his hands on his knees. Finally taking a breath, he shouted that he had found in the girl the ideal he had always dreamed of. Cassian hesitantly asked if he had heard everything correctly. Edward explained that he met this girl on the way to his brother and thought it was love at first sight. The Duke smiled, asking who the lady was who had so struck him at first sight. The prince said annoyed that he wanted to ask her name, but did not have time. The young man ran his hand through his hair and explained that when he was distracted, she seemed to disappear, but she had a feature with which he could easily find her. Cassian asked if they were talking about a peculiarity in appearance when they heard the door creak. Edward sang that the girl had dazzling silver hair. Then he added that her red eyes were also very rare, and it was at that moment that Anna returned to the room. Realizing who had made such a rich impression on the Crown Prince, Cassian smiled, trying to hide a satisfied grin. Edward turned around when he heard footsteps and screamed when he saw the girl in front of him, from whom he lost his head. He grabbed her fragile palm with both hands, squeezing and shaking slightly from an overabundance of emotions. Anna blushed and frowned, feeling uncomfortable and not understanding what he was doing at all. The prince enthusiastically declared that this was the same angel whom he had met, and their current collision was definitely fate. Anne felt the already familiar touch of her husband's warm hand on her waist, and this calmed her a little. Interrupting the enthusiastic Edward, Cassian calmly said that he did not have time to introduce them to each other. Grasping Anna's waist with both hands and pulling her closer to him, he said that this was his wife. The blonde prince froze in shock, simultaneously experiencing a whole range of feelings from admiration to shame and fear. Cassian continued calmly, introducing Anna as the new mistress of Turnison, his wife and countess, and Edward as his cousin and prince. The girl awkwardly greeted the young man, and he, burying his hand in the hair at the back of his head, answered her in kind. Cassian took the blonde a little further away, and Edward was incredibly upset, feeling like he had just had his heart broken. Ultimately, the couple did not wait for an audience, and Anna immediately went to the garden, incredibly tired. She lay down on the table, but heard squeals of unknown origin and reluctantly opened her eyes. Crave was surrounded on all sides by enthusiastic maids, expressing all their admiration for his strength and courage openly and loudly. He gladly accepted his new popularity, introducing himself and saying that he was the Duchess's protector. It seemed that the only girl who was already familiar to him with carrot-coloured hair did not express general admiration. Crave looked at her with slight disbelief and remembered that she had been watching him when he dressed as a woman. He realized that she had been staring straight at him for too long and asked if there was something stuck to his face. The girl looked at him carefully, trying to remember where she had already seen those orange, cunning eyes. She asked if they had met before, and Crave waved his hands, declaring that they had definitely not. The maid asked why his face was familiar to her then, and the young man decided to use an outdated technique and asked if perhaps she just liked him very much. The stubborn girl said that she definitely saw him somewhere, and Crave, thinking feverishly, blurted out that it happened in the Imperial Castle. He raised his index finger up and, with all the confidence that was still left in him at that moment, said that this is exactly what happened there. Anna watched as he tried to get out of the situation, not in the smartest, but apparently working way. He glanced at his commander and deftly read her silent orders. So now the enraged expression on her face said that if ordinary maids discovered him, she would kill him herself. A few days later, a grand ball was to be held at the Imperial Palace with guests coming from all parts of the Empire. Cassian approached Nanny Eve and his wife, asking how their preparations for the ball were going, and the girl answered without much enthusiasm that nothing special was happening. The girl blurted out that she was just going to choose a dress from the ones she had. Eve looked at her, clearly shocked and furious at the same time. She could not stand it, and shouted that this could not be allowed, asking if she had really taught Lady Anna such obscenity. Cassian laughed to himself, watching how the nanny skillfully scolded the girl, as if she were a small and stupid child. Arnie literally covered her ears with her hands, saying that they hurt, and the nanny said that it didn't matter now. Interrupting Eve's tirade, Cassian said with a smile that he could help them with their preparations. The women stared at him, unanimously asking what he meant. A little later, in one of the rooms of the mansion, they met a cheerful woman named Agatha, whom the Duke invited to help. The woman said that usually everyone calls her Garter or Marquise, and Anna looked at her a little surprised, thinking how this stranger could smell like her mother. After several interminably long seconds of silence, she hastily greeted him so as not to appear rude. The smiling woman said that she could now show the young Duchess local etiquette. Suddenly she heard Anna's mother greet her from the ball. Rosalia said with admiration that she was honored that such a famous person would cook and look after her daughter. The woman bowed slightly in front of the ball and said that it was an honor for her, and then, embarrassing Arnie, she added that the daughter of Duchess Brillheart is very beautiful. Rosalia confirmed that her daughter was very beautiful, but she still had a lot to learn, and the Marchioness replied with a smile that she would be happy to help with this. In the end, the Duchess expressed the hope that someday she would personally come and see the Marquise, and she replied that she would always be glad to have such guests. The women said goodbye to each other while Anna hid her face in her hands and tried to forget everything she had just heard. The Marquise, having finished the conversation, turned to the girl and finally paid attention to her. The fair-haired one was embarrassed and a little afraid of what they would do to her, because she was hardly ready to prepare such events. The woman said that she knew that Anna was the princess of the Western Empire, and the girl nodded in agreement. The Marchioness said with a smile that if the Duchess is a member of the imperial family, then in this empire she should not bow her head to anyone except the Emperor and his wife. The blonde was a little surprised by what she heard, although she definitely remembered this information. The woman promised that during the preparation she would tell more about the Emperor and his family. Having seated Anna on the chair opposite her, the Marquise began the story by saying that Emperor Giuseppe has 3 children, and all of them are from different mothers. He was the father of 2 sons and 1 daughter. From the late former empress he had the first prince, the main heir to the throne, Edward, and from a female servant he had a second son, Prince Mackenzie. And from the current empress of Fulcaria was born Princess Kilcia, who was now only 6 years old. Anna, in silent shock, thought about the mess that was going on in the royal family, and the Marchioness continued the story, mentioning that relations between the princes were very strained. She said that even the aristocrats were divided into 2 camps, taking the side of one prince or another. The blonde girl asked in surprise if the first prince was the main heir. The Marchioness replied that this was true, but there was some debate as to whether the young man had a right to the throne. Deciding to change the subject and saying that this was not the place for such details, the woman asked if the Duchess's outfit was ready for the ball. Hearing that the girl planned to wear something she already had in her wardrobe, the Marquise quietly giggled into her fist, saying that Cassian had warned her about this state of affairs. The girl's dress was made in the largest and most expensive salon in the entire capital, famous among all the ladies of the highest nobility. Having received the measurements and instructions, the seamstresses have already begun working on the dress as a whole team in order to complete everything to the highest standard in time for the ball. Anne began learning local etiquette under the supervision of the Marquise in the morning, and this torture continued with pirouettes, bows and greetings until late in the evening. The fair-haired girl was incredibly tired of listening to what degree she should bend her back and how to lift the skirt of her dress so as not to stumble when bowing. She tiredly collapsed in her chair, leaning back on the not very comfortable back and admitting the defeat that all these feminine things had inflicted on her. Hearing the knock, Anna didn't even move, deciding that Eva or Crave had probably decided to visit her and therefore simply allowed her to enter. Cassian appeared in the doorway, surprised by the way his wife was stretched out on the chair. The girl did not understand why the newcomer was silent, and then she raised her head and blushed brightly, noticing her husband at the door. The Duke hid his smile with his palm, saying that she seemed to have had a very hard time, and he himself remembered that the girl was very fragile. The blonde girl jumped up from her seat, explaining that she was just a little tired, and she quietly squeaked, thinking about the shame she had experienced. Cassian called her name and the girl turned around, her hands still on her red cheeks. The man smiled warmly at her embarrassed appearance and asked if she could spare some time for him. He squeezed her fragile palm in his wide hand and pulled her with him, leading her out of the room. Cassian asked the girl to walk with her eyes closed, and she obediently followed him, tightly clinging to his fingers so as not to inadvertently fall. A few minutes later, the Duke announced that they had arrived and she could open her eyes. The girl slowly obeyed and blinked, driving away the unpleasant glare. She froze in surprise and admiration when what Cassian wanted to show her was revealed to her. The young people stood on the porch of the estate and watched a real starfall, illuminating the dark sky with bright flashes and smooth traces of already burnt-out celestial bodies. The man asked with a smile whether it was true that the view from here was simply beautiful. Anna walked a little forward, fascinated by the landscape that opened before her, and the Duke continued to say that as a child he came here alone and admired this spectacle. The blonde was surprised to note that this serious man knew how to enjoy such things, and this was a rather endearing trait of his. She unconsciously extended her hand towards him, as if calling to falling stars or wanting to catch one of them. Realizing that she could not restrain such a childish impulse, she turned to Cassian with a bright smile and said how beautifully they were falling. At that moment, the blue-eyed man realized that it seemed he had never seen, nor had he ever seen, anything more beautiful than this magical girl. She admired the stars and their clusters, and Cassian admired her, unable to tear his admiring gaze away. The day of that same ball had finally arrived, and the people in the imperial palace were quietly gossiping with each other about the Duke's wedding. One of the women said that it is not so easy to contact such famous designers, but the young husband, according to rumors, ordered them to make an outfit for his wife. Suddenly it was announced that the Duke and Duchess of Turnison had arrived, and everyone fell silent in anticipation. The young people were dressed to match each other, their outfits combining classic black and elegant gold, framing and decorating the frame of the clothes. Anna was beautiful. Her maid's hair was skillfully gathered into a high hairstyle and pinned with a shining gold hairpin, not forgetting to let out the front strands to show the splendor of the young Duchess's curls. Her open neck and collarbones were hidden from prying eyes by an expensive necklace, and the corset of her elegant black dress was embroidered with golden threads, creating a floral pattern. Those around her admired her appearance, but the girl herself patiently struggled with the discomfort and dreamed of taking off this dress as soon as possible. Cassian called his wife's name, and she immediately looked up, listening to him. He squeezed her hand tighter, and the fabric of his white gloves pleasantly enveloped her velvet skin, soothing her. The Duke asked his wife not to worry, and added that in this hall she would not have to bow her head to anyone, because he had enough power to allow it. Anna turned pink, and seemed to only now realize what an influential man she had married, and, to be honest, it was incredibly pleasant. Cassian led her along the hall, and the courtiers, eager for gossip, were able to see the graceful neckline on the Duchess's dress and the flowing hem that showed off her slender legs. Cassian said that Marquise Given was his godmother and asked what she taught the girl, but she was embarrassed because she could not say that the woman told her about separated families. Hastily gathering herself, Anna said that the Marchioness taught her how to greet and told her a little about the imperial family. Cassian suggested that then his wife did not know the rest of the aristocrats well, and she agreed with him. The Duke nodded and with a smile led his wife further, beginning the story. He nodded to her at a tall, middle-aged man with blonde hair and sideburns, introducing him as Count Sildren, and adding that his family had a lot of power, but not the best reputation among the aristocrats. Cassian remarked with a quiet chuckle that this was why they could be a nuisance, and Anna was mentally glad that there was already one. Pointing to the other couple, the Duke said that this is the family of Count Borecia. They have a long history, but there is no influence, so they will try to pester her for a different reason. Having interrupted such acquaintances, the girl called her husband by name, and he immediately fell silent, waiting for the question. Anna hesitantly said that after his words, she thought that she could not have friendly relations with anyone because of her high title. Cassian smiled, again admiring that she was still completely unfamiliar with this whole world of secular affairs. He gently placed his hands on her elbows and said that this was true, and the girl was surprised, raising her head to look into his eyes. The blonde girl, a little upset, asked if he just said the truth. Cassian smiled and confirmed his own words with a nod and a word. But then, looking back, he added that she herself could decide with whom to start friendships or friendships. The man gently squeezed her hands and assured her that she was also free to choose who she wanted to keep at a distance from herself and their family. He looked at her with a smile because he didn't think that the girl would be worried about such a question. Anna thought that if someone heard him now, they would probably envy her. But it seemed to her that his excessive concern was not without reason. Deciding to divert the conversation from the embarrassing topic, the girl called her husband by name, attracting his attention. When he began to listen to her, the fair-haired woman said that today, like on their last visit, the emperor was again not visible. Cassian hid his excitement and anxiety behind his now familiar smile and said that it looked like he wouldn't show up again today. Anna turned to him in surprise and said that they had come to greet His Majesty. Folding her arms across her chest, she hesitantly asked if it seemed to him that the monarch was deliberately avoiding meeting them. The Duke would have liked to calm the girl down, but he didn't have time because someone called out to him. Cassian was called by a middle-aged man unknown to the girl, dressed in a burgundy uniform and looking a little restless. He said that he urgently needed to tell the Duke something. Blue-Eyed looked at Count Tesselac in surprise and a little dissatisfaction, and Anna assured him that everything was fine. She folded her hands behind her back and said that the matter seemed really urgent, and therefore the Duke should approach this man and return to her after. Calming her husband, the girl said that for now she could take a closer look at people and understand with whom she wants to make friends and with whom she prefers to keep her distance. Cassian looked at her a little surprised, but then a smile formed on his face and he said that he would return to her soon. Meanwhile, Prince Edward, in his chambers, was not going to go to the ball and was simply remembering his meeting with a beautiful girl. The servant told His Highness that the ball was in full swing, but he lazily replied that he had nothing to do with it. Even after a few days, he continued to think about how it happened that Cassian married the girl of his dreams. He remembered that her name was Anna and thought that she was all perfect, even her name was beautiful. A picture appeared in his imagination of how the devil Duke took away his beloved, a bright and unhappy angel, with him. The servant again interrupted Edward's thoughts, saying that the emperor would be angry with his son for such an offense. The prince again answered boredly that he had nothing to do with it. The man suddenly announced that Mr. Cassian and his wife were present at the ball, and perhaps Edward would at least want to say hello to them, and the prince, hearing this, jumped up from his seat. Within a few minutes he appeared in the expensively decorated hall, thinking that if Lady Anne was present at the evening, he could not miss him. The services alerted everyone to the arrival of hereditary Prince Edward, but his attention was focused elsewhere. The young man saw a familiar silhouette in the crowd. The girl was standing all alone. The Duke was not visible nearby. He could not even notice how beautiful her unusual outfit and hairstyle were, offering a seductive view of her graceful neck and shoulders. Prince Edward thought that he was very lucky because his brother was not around, and then he bowed and told the lady that they had not seen each other for a long time. Anna turned around when she heard his voice and smiled in surprise as she greeted the young man. The blonde man beamed, delighted that the girl recognized him and thinking how happy she was for him. He blushed a little and cleared his throat into his fist, thinking that she liked him too. Edward immediately said that he wanted to talk to her and asked if she had a minute. She, not really understanding his abnormal joy, said that she had a few minutes. The prince invited her to go out onto the terrace, and already standing there, the girl was thinking about what he wanted to talk about. Edward addressed her by name, and this alarmed the blonde a little. The young man put his hand on his chest and asked her what, in her opinion, love is. Arne froze in surprise, but the prince continued that he believed that sincere feelings could be called love. The girl continued to stand silently and look at the crown prince in surprise, not understanding what he was leading to. Edward seemed insane and said that it didn't matter that the girl was married, he had a fiancé. The blonde raised an eyebrow, clearly not delighted or approving of what she heard. Having finally finished her off with his words, Prince Edward directly confessed his love to her. The shocked Anna could hardly utter anything other than curses, and therefore froze, dropping her lower jaw and unable to hide her surprise. While she was trying to digest what she heard, the young man continued, saying that from the very first meeting, he could not think about anyone but her. The blonde one casually reminded him that she was married, and also to his cousin. Edward spread his arms to the sides and said that true love can be found even after marriage. And Anna folded her arms over her chest, frowning and asking if he was really asking her to cheat on her husband with him. The prince, without a twinge of conscience, agreed, adding that her marriage would be of convenience, and she would find love through betrayal. The girl rubbed her forehead with her palm, thinking that he was logically explaining some nonsense and wanted to finish him off, but he was a prince and she couldn't afford it. Edward suddenly decided to cross all the boundaries of what was permitted and took her hand, leaning his body towards her palm. He asked if she wanted to find out what true love was with him. The prince calmly said that if she did not like the secret relationship, then they could find another way, and she could divorce his brother and become his wife, and he was easily ready to leave his bride. Arnie frowned, thinking that she had behaved very calmly for a long time before, but the guy forced her. The last straw was when Edward kissed the back of her hand. She suddenly screamed that she had seen something and pointed to the sky, and the slow Edward turned around quite trustingly. Taking advantage of this moment, the girl hit him on the neck with the edge of her hand, exerting enough force to knock him unconscious for a few minutes, but not to do much harm. The prince, who had expected anything but this, fell backwards in front of her. Arnie grimaced a little, looking at this, and thought that it took her a lot of effort not to kill this annoying boy. Meanwhile, Count Tessalaka was talking to the Duke, telling him that the lady had been kidnapped, but there was no evidence and no similarities to the other victims, and this was driving him crazy. Cassian, with a gloomy expression on his face, listened to the man's words that they had increased security, but it was useless, and this criminal had to be dealt with as soon as possible, before there were even more victims. Noticing the Duke's absent look, the Count asked if he was listening to him and what he was thinking about. The fair-haired man suddenly walked around him, saying that they would talk about this later and causing the Count to bewilderment. The man looked at the young man in surprise and followed him. He asked the Duke why he was always busy with something and spread his hands to the side in order to confirm his real surprise. Cassian was busy thinking about why his wife went to the terrace with Edward. He saw his cousin smile and knew that he had some feelings for the girl. But for some reason, for no apparent reason, he believed his Anna and knew that she would not respond to such advances. Thinking about this, the Duke frowned and tried to control his growing jealousy. His thoughts were interrupted by Anna returning to the terrace alone and surprised by how close he was standing. He smiled a little tensely and asked where she had been, because she had not caught his eye for a long time, and he had managed to get worried. Cassian asked where she was, and the girl replied that she was breathing fresh air on the terrace. But when her husband asked if she was alone, she frowned a little, wondering if she should tell him about Edward and his advances. The Duke looked at her with a piercing gaze of bright blue eyes, as if waiting to see whether she would confess or not. Exhaling, Anna made up her mind and began to speak, so as not to create unnecessary secrets. Cassian seemed sad and upset that the girl didn't tell him the truth. The fair-haired one asked him to listen calmly, because what she said might surprise him a little, and the Duke agreed. Closing her eyes to gain patience, Anna said that his cousin seemed to need help for his mental illness. The Duke touched his chin with his hand, surprised by what he heard. The girl admitted that the prince had just openly confessed his love to her there, on the terrace. Cassian's eyes widened in shock, and his wife continued the retelling, talking about the words of Edward, who believed that true love could be known through betrayal, and then expressed concern that if such a person became emperor, the country could be under threat. The man suddenly turned away, covering his mouth with his hand and twitching slightly, which surprised Arne. Unable to contain his impulse, he laughed loudly, leaning over and wiping tears from the corner of his eyes. The girl pouted, not understanding how he could laugh after hearing what he heard, because his country could fall apart. The gossiping ladies discussed what they had seen. One of them said that she had never heard the Duke laugh so loudly, and the other was interested in trying to understand what happened there. After several hours of searching, Edward's aide-de-camp found the prince unconscious on the terrace. Sitting in the garden the next day, Anna discussed the events that had happened with Crave, who was rubbed by Evermore and indignantly asked if the prince really said such a terrible thing and received the girl's consent. The knight asked if she took his life, but the fair-haired one replied that she simply stunned him because he was a prince after all. Crave nodded, muttering something about how people around him began to talk about the prince being sick. At the same time, the maids were discussing how handsome this knight was. One lovingly asked whether all the knights from the Western Empire really had such a wonderful character, and the second nodded in response to these words. The brunette said that last time she was carrying a basket of laundry, and Mr. Crave passed by and immediately helped her, and then called him very caring. The other maid replied that she was very lucky, but Erica just watched silently and did not feel so enthusiastic. Continuing the conversation about the handsome red-haired man, the girl asked her friends if they remembered how the Duchess was attacked on the way to the Imperial Palace. Hesitating a little to maintain the intrigue, she said that it was Mr. Crave who single-handedly saved her, striking everyone with his heroism. Erica thought in her mind that it all looked a little suspicious and did not respond to her friend's admiration. She watched the knight act more like a child than a savior of the Duchess and a hero. While talking to the sword, Crave called him Evermore and asked him to admit that he was doing a good job. Taking a break from the conversation, he heard a noise in the bushes and turned towards it. Erica hid in the bushes, covering her face with her hands and afraid that he had managed to notice her. Crave was thinking about what could have just seemed to him, and the noise was actually some kind of bird. Having come to his senses, the man noticed that the lady had already gone far away and jumped up, asking her to wait for him. Sitting in the bushes then, Erica pursed her lips and realized that she was right. She stood up, resolutely clenching her fists, and realized that she could not just leave what was happening. Erica continued to follow Crave when he was sitting next to the mistress and polishing his sword, and he noticed her. Suddenly, Evermore in his hand spoke, asking what kind of fly it was that wouldn't get away from him. Crave was a little embarrassed and replied that it was just the mistress's maid, but the sword objected that she could not stop staring at him, and then asked if it could be that she liked him. The young man said that this could not happen, but the same silhouette in question suddenly appeared in front of him. She turned to Anna, and at that moment she looked very majestic and serious. The blonde mistress looked away from her tea, turning her head and asking what they wanted from her. Erica said she wanted to say something and looked angry and annoyed. The young people froze, turning over in their heads possible options for what she could find out with her stubborn disposition. Arnie raised her head and asked Crave to leave them for a while, and the guy immediately stood up and agreed. The knight left, still worried that Erica might have guessed that he was pretending to be a maid. The Duchess asked what had happened to the girl and mentally hoped that the maid was not going to swear allegiance to her again. Erica gathered her strength and declared, as loudly as she could, that her knight was acting strange. The maid tried to collect her thoughts, pressing her palms to her breasts and worrying about her mistress's reaction. Anna swallowed quietly, trying to understand what the girl would be able to say and what arguments she would give. Erica exhaled and screamed, as if it seemed to her that Crave was in love with the mistress. The girl hastily explained that the knight was constantly following the Duchess and wanted to attract her attention by talking to the sword. Then Arnie thought about how her communication with Crave looked from the outside. Erica spoke loudly and closed her eyes to hold back her tears, continuing to talk about how the man follows the mistress like one possessed, and it seems to her that they need to stay away from each other. The blonde exhaled and gently touched the girl's head with her palm to distract her and stop the hysteria. She calmly explained that she and the knight were friends who had known each other for a long time, but she would be careful and thanked Erica for her concern. The maid smiled brightly, clenching her fists and once again amazed at the kindness of her mistress. Erica's cry was heard throughout the entire courtyard that the Duchess needn't worry and that she would always protect her. Otherwise, she responded with tender gratitude. At the same time, there was a cry in the Imperial Palace for a completely different reason. The Emperor stood in his office and leaned his hands on the table, shouting at his subordinates that their report could not be called such, that they did not know how to work, and whether they wanted to die. The ruler of the empire was called Giuseppe, and he shouted that he could not believe his ears and then ordered to read it again. The servant brought the paper closer to him with trembling hands. He swallowed quietly and began to read again, saying that out of the 101 people sent, no one came out of the battle alive. The reason for this was unknown, but their plan failed. The emperor rubbed his face with his hands in disbelief, thinking about how he sent the strongest and best people there, how they could all die. The servant handed the emperor a medium-sized flask with a bright purple liquid and asked him to drink it to calm down. The ruler abruptly and forcefully snatched the cone from the servant's hands. Giuseppe drank the medicine handed to him in one gulp. The emperor mentally called Cassian a cunning serpent, thinking that he blatantly refused the marriage and bride that he proposed. The ruler thought that the duke dared to find himself a bride in the damn Western Empire, and even recommend the feeble-minded old man Sicilian IV. He remembered that in addition to this, they had made a deal about trade relations, so now he could not get close to them, could not even oppose them. Giuseppe clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, thinking that he had to get rid of his nephew before it came to this. Cassian behaved so quietly throughout his life that the emperor even managed to forget about him. He tried to calm down, controlling his breathing and trying to figure out his next steps. Giuseppe steadfastly decided that if the duke covered himself with a shield, then this shield must be broken, and with the death of the duchess, all his problems would disappear. A servant suddenly interrupted his thoughts, saying that there was one more piece of news that the emperor should know about. He leaned towards the ruler and quickly whispered something in his ear, covering his mouth with his hand. Having heard everything, the monarch angrily shouted that his son Edward had done something stupid again and called him an idiot and a stupid person. After angry screams, Giuseppe ordered the empress to be brought. At the same time, the duke's carriage was passing through the busy streets of the city. Eva said that the duchess had not gone anywhere for a long time and asked how great it was that they finally had such an opportunity. Anna exhaled, closing her eyes and trying to understand how she agreed to such an adventure. 3 days ago, she and Crave were sitting in the garden and drinking tea when Eva brought her an invitation to a tea party at the estate of the Marquis of Milazino. The girl, without hiding her feelings, moved the cup away from her face, saying that she was incredibly reluctant. Eve looked at her, and her eyes seemed to flash sparkling lightning with anger. She put her hands on her hips and began to say that she had said many times how important social society was for respected ladies, and that the Duchess should definitely go, and if she refused, the woman would tell Cassian everything. Of course, under such pressure, Anna agreed, but this did not cancel her insane reluctance, and despite her insane reluctance, they had already arrived at the tea party. The Duchess was beautiful in a soft lilac dress, decorated at the top with a pretty white frill and an ornament of flowers, which also decorated her hair, which was pulled back near her face. The blonde slowly walked forward, leaving behind the tall iron gates, and looking around the decorated garden, in which there were already many ladies. The girl with blue-black hair smiled welcomingly, bowed to her, and thanked her for the Duchess visiting her humble abode. Anna realized that she had been silent for a long time while she looked around the garden, the strangers and the decorations around her, and hastily nodded. The hospitable hostess said that she had already chosen in advance for the Duchess the place where she would sit. The blonde stepped forward, pushing back her chair and greeting the other girls, many of whom she was seeing for the first time. It seemed to her that one girl with curly hair was looking somewhere unkindly. It turned out that she was exchanging glances with another girl sitting opposite, and her eyes were filled with cunning. The first of the girls asked if the problem was resolved successfully, and her interlocutor replied that, of course, everything was resolved. And they were clearly hostile and talked openly among themselves, do not pay attention to the Duchess. One of the girls said that next time she would have to visit her friend with some gifts, and she was smilingly surprised in response. The lady with curly hair mentally hoped that the Duchess was embarrassed because she did not understand what was going on. The second one couldn't even resist a quiet chuckle, thinking about how difficult it would be for a stranger to settle down in high society. Anna did not pay any attention to them and calmly brought the piece of dessert in front of her to her mouth. She hummed in admiration and was even glad that she had come, because the wonderful taste of this cake made her want to cry. Her smile was even terribly innocent and touching. The girls sitting next to her were stunned by what they saw and could not believe that she reacted to everything that was happening so calmly. Unable to bear Anna's satisfied face, they decided to continue their dialogue. One of them asked how Lady Haley was feeling, who had become ill even when she heard about the Duke's wedding. And her friend replied that she was recovering, but still has been feeling unwell for some time now. The curly-haired lady did not even hide the ominous expression on her face, noting that such a state of the girl was not surprising, because Lady Haley liked the Duke so much that she even fainted. Supporting this sensitive topic, her interlocutor added that all high society has known about this for a long time. Never mind a word from the mean girls, the Duchess mulled over the cake and tried to guess what kind of jam the cooks used. She only now realized that those around her were having an active conversation without her participation. The girl wondered what she could add to the discussion and said with a smile that the ladies must be talking quite carefully. The lady with straight hair laughed, agreeing, and was privately surprised that the Duchess seemed interested in these topics. Taking these words as mockery on the part of the Duchess, she thought that she would teach her a lesson. The women continued to talk with each other, without encouraging Anna to participate in discussions of various topics. At first she didn't understand why this was happening, but then she thought about it. The blonde decided that the girls realized that she felt awkward in such places, and therefore did not specifically ask anything, so she smiled and even thought they were cute. At the same time, in the palace, the Duke learned from a servant that his wife had gone to a tea party at the estate of the Marquis Milazino. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his fingers, quietly echoing the words after the servant. Cassian remembered how worried she was that she wouldn't be able to make friends because of her status. The man smiled, because then he told her that she could do as she saw fit, and then thought that her sides were so cute, despite her weakness in trying to do what was best. He was distracted from his thoughts by Elon's voice coming from the magic ball. The young man said that the Duke should listen to the end of his report on the attack, and then added that their guesses turned out to be completely correct. He said that all the evidence had disappeared and asked whether he should be ordered to continue the investigation or leave it as is. Cassian leaned closer to the ball and told Elon to order him to continue the investigation, while he himself returned to the castle because he was uncomfortable without an assistant. Having finished the conversation with the young man, the Duke remembered that the wife of the Marquis Milazino was in the retinue of the current Empress. She constantly clashed with Marquise Gwen, and the man involuntarily thought that this woman could be plotting in order to mock Arne. He rubbed his forehead with his fingers, and such thoughts haunted him. Unexpectedly, for the servant still standing nearby, the Duke stood up with decisive intention. He announced that he would go to his wife, who went to the battlefield. Gradually the day was coming to an end. The sun was setting behind the Marquis mansion. The sunset was beautiful. The soft yellow colour of the sky gradually turned into pink and purple. Anna was still sitting at the table and drinking tea when she suddenly heard the noise of an approaching carriage and turned around. Out of the familiar carriage came none other than her husband, dressed in a beautiful blue suit, complemented by an elegant white cape with golden embroidery. Cassian came closer to them, called his wife and said that he had come to take her home. The envious girls were shocked by the unexpected appearance of the young Duke in the role of a caring husband. Anna heard them quietly but quite impatiently, discussing the Duke's bright smile and saying that it was a rare sight. She looked at the approaching silhouette of her husband, thinking that she knew how handsome he was before. But she would like to see such a smile only in person, so that it would be addressed only to her. Closing her eyes, Anna exhaled and tried to stop thinking about it, because she would still need to return home in 3 months. Cassian frowned, and thought that if the girl was sighing so miserably, then she must have had a hard time. The Marquise smiled ingratiatingly, saying that she did not expect his personal visit. The Duke looked at the girl, immediately cooling down a little, but out of politeness he greeted the girl. The mistress of the estate asked if he had really come for the Duchess on his own. Cassian nodded, confirming her assumption. The Duke decided to show everyone present his attitude towards his wife, and affectionately placed a strong hand on Anna's fragile shoulder, exposed by the dress. The blonde did not expect such behavior from him, and looked at his hand in surprise. Cassian said that his dear wife was rather shy, and he asked Marquise Melusino to take care of her. The mistress of the estate has already lost her head over the Duke, saying that there is no need to worry so much. Then Cassian nodded and smiled, saying that it was time for them to go. The girls, without hiding it, chirped about how affectionate the man was, how envious they were of her, and that he seemed to really love his wife very much. Anna struggled with a simultaneous surge of tenderness for his husband and embarrassment in front of the ladies present. The Duke's family's carriage departed from the Marquise's estate, heading back to the city. Anna and Cassian sat opposite each other on soft seats and were silent. The Duke thought about how his wife's day had passed, surrounded by these women who could be truly cruel. The girl looked out the window, and her eyes were red, as if she had been crying, and because of this, the man thought more than ever about what she had endured. He immediately felt unpleasant at this thought, because Anna was his precious horse, and even if the girl had not been a duchess, Giuseppe would have long ago put him under surveillance. The emperor's actions were restrained only by the fact that Cassian's wife was a princess of the Western Empire. The Duke clenched his hands in his lap and thought that this was bothering him more and more. He found himself thinking that he couldn't stop thinking about Anna, and his gaze constantly found her. The blonde man quietly called her name, and she immediately turned around. Cassian smiled and asked how the Marquise's tea party went. The girl thought about it, trying to find the right words to describe this evening. She completely surprised Cassian by saying that it was fun there, and they also served a very tasty dessert, which she was delighted with. Anna smiled, saying that the ladies present were very kind. The Duke opened his mouth in shock, widened his eyes, and asked if he had heard her words correctly. She nodded, remembering again the evening and how the girls didn't stop her from enjoying the cake. The fair-haired one said with childish spontaneity that while she was eating dessert, it was not specifically addressed to her so that she could finish the meal calmly. Cassian thought it was sarcasm, but the girl quite confidently stated that she really had fun. They returned home towards night, when the sky turned dark blue and the stars illuminated the earth instead of the sun's rays. Anna plopped down on her spacious bed, muttering how tired she was from this long day. She turned over from side to side with pleasure, thinking that she would never go anywhere again, even if she was invited. The morning of the next day was not good for the young Duchess because she was stunned by new news. She barely had time to wake up when Eva came into her chambers and told her something. The nanny informed her that Her Majesty the Empress had sent Anna an invitation to an audience. Eve said that the letter said that today she would like to see the girl at dinner in the palace. Anna asked in surprise about lunch, saying that it was only early morning. She asked with a bit of irritation whether it was really common in the Northern Empire to arrange a meeting at the very last moment. The fair-haired woman opened a dark green envelope with a white bow, suggesting that if the Empress sent her an invitation today, then instead of an answer of consent, she was most likely just waiting for her visit. Eve clasped her hands and said that she and Sir Crave were citizens of the Western Empire, and therefore for security reasons they were prohibited from entering the imperial palace, surprising Anna. The nanny said that she had an extremely bad feeling and asked the lady to be extremely careful. Anna began to look blacker than a cloud, thinking that such behavior of the Empress was too arrogant. This was the third visit of the Duchess to the Imperial Palace, to which she and her maid Erica drove up in the carriage of her carriage. The girl looked out the carriage window again, having gotten used to calmly enjoying the view along the way. She went outside, thinking that the imperial chambers were really huge and majestic. Arnie hoped that the Empress would not find fault with her outfit because she dressed up for lunch, choosing a red dress of a classic cut, decorated with white fabric details and a small brooch under the collarbones. Erica was thoughtful and focused. The blonde told the approaching servant that she had come at the invitation of Her Majesty the Empress, and Erica exhaled, thinking that today she was the representative of the servants, and therefore she should try hard. The maid thanked the Duchess of Ternison for the visit and bowed slightly, but said that the preparations had not yet been completed, and Her Majesty the Empress could not yet receive guests. She smiled tightly and said that they would have to wait a little. Anna opened her eyes in surprise and was surprised at this attitude because she arrived on time and therefore asked how long she had to wait. When the maid said that it would not be long, the Duchess straightened her shoulders and replied that then she could wait right here. The maid grimaced, but tried not to show it, looking at the floor. Erica, standing behind the Duchess, was silent, but thought that even if this woman is an empress, she still cannot communicate with the Duchess like that because it is terribly disrespectful. Standing in front of the Empress's chambers, Anna involuntarily remembered the times when she stood guard, and usually this could last up to 12 hours. But now she was completely calm because less than an hour had passed. The Empress screamed in anger when she heard from the maid that the Duchess had been standing at the door for an hour. The woman clenched her fists angrily, asking if this impudent girl really decided to measure her strength. Initially, the Empress's plan was that she would specifically give the girl a cold reception. Thus, she hoped that she could force her to be rude. And then she had to reprimand the foreigner for her terrible behavior. The Empress took a breath, calming down, and remembered something with a smile on her face. She was told that the Duchess was fragile, like glass, and therefore she would soon break. She sarcastically stated that she would be happy to see how long the girl could stand. 3 hours later, Anna and Erica were still standing in the corridor, waiting for the First Lady of the State to receive them. The servant, who looked into the corridor and saw that the Duchess was still standing in place, turned to the Empress and said that this could harm Her Highness. She hesitantly continued that if rumors suddenly spread that the Empress had called the Duchess for no reason, or even worse, Duke Tennyson found out about this, it was unknown what he would do to defend his wife's honor. After listening to the maid, the Empress, with suppressed anger in her voice, ordered to call the girl. Anna didn't swear or express dissatisfaction, she just stood straight and waited, her thoughts wandering somewhere far away. When the maid came out and finally called them, Erica, who could no longer feel her legs, beamed joyfully, thinking that despite her weaknesses, her beautiful mistress was able to win this fight. When the Duchess entered the room, the Empress was seated on a throne in a voluminous yellow-gold dress, the sleeves, hem and neckline of which were decorated with wide curls of white fabric. Her azure hair was pulled up in a high hairstyle. Anna remembered Mrs. Givernor's words that there was only a 2-year age difference between the new Empress and the Prince. Looking at the First Lady, the girl thought that she looked like a young girl who was simply not afraid of anything. Deciding not to anger her, the fair-haired one bowed and asked to accept her belated greetings, and also wished the Empress God's blessing and introduced herself. The Empress said that she thought that the girl was not familiar with the manners of the Northern Empire, but she was doing well, and then added that she had long wanted to invite her and chat in a relaxed atmosphere. She yawned, saying that if she had known how early the Duchess would come, she would have prepared in advance. But she just got up late, and then they were both to blame for what happened. Anna looked at the woman skeptically, agreeing with her, but mentally noted that she very cleverly pretended that they were both to blame. The Empress said that she had prepared a light breakfast for them in the garden in a very sunny place and invited her to follow her. The Imperial Garden was beautiful, and it seemed that even the First Lady could not spoil the impression of it. The Duchess was amazed by what she saw on the beautifully decorated table. The Empress called a light breakfast, huge dishes with fried seafood, meat and vegetables, as well as fresh bread buns. The girl thought that if she ate all this, she would undoubtedly have indigestion, and the Empress, meanwhile, smiled contentedly and asked if she liked the treat. Anna pulled herself together and replied that everything was very tasty, but the woman objected that her expression could not say that. She then asked that for the people of the Western Empire such dishes might not be to their taste. The Duchess stared at her in bewilderment, unable to understand what food could have to do with origin. The Empress said that she heard yesterday at the Marquise Melazzino's tea party, and the girl responded with a nod. The woman said that she had heard rumors about how the Duke personally came for her, and then added that this was the first time she had heard of Cassian behaving like that, and casually noted that he had behaved completely differently from his previous lover. Anna was unable to contain the displeasure on her face, but remained silent, although the Empress continued to wait for an answer. The girl decided to change the subject by turning to Her Highness and asking if she could ask her a question. The Empress agreed with a smile and was already thinking that the current Duchess was probably curious to know who Cassian's former lover was. Blonde said local aristocrats take a keen interest in other people's private lives, something that in her homeland is considered unacceptable, and asked whether the phenomenon could be attributed to cultural differences. The Empress opened her mouth in shock, unable to believe that someone could object to her like that. At the same time, at the Duke's estate, he was informed that the Empress had invited his wife to a meeting. Ava said that as soon as the Duke left the Tessalaka estate, the First Lady sent a handwritten invitation for his wife, and therefore she left for the palace and has not yet returned. Cassian frowned, covering his lips with his hand and thinking. After a couple of moments, he stood up and decisively announced that he was immediately leaving for the Imperial Palace. At this time, his wife continued to eat, thinking that there were indeed a lot of dishes, but they were all very tasty. A little distracted from the dishes, she looked at the local maids, not understanding why they were all silently looking at her. The Empress asked again whether she liked the prepared treats. I mentally assured myself that she would not leave the girl so easily. Arne calmly replied that she liked everything very much. Having barely waited for an answer, the woman rose from her seat and said that now they could take a walk in the garden, where roses were blooming very beautifully now. The girl looked after her in surprise and realized that in fact this was not an invitation, but an order. The ladies, surrounded by their maids, went into the garden, where beautiful roses of various colors really bloomed. A stunning light aroma emanated from them, slightly intoxicating the mind. And then the Empress invited the Duchess to relax in the gazebo. She told the girl to come in first, and Anna agreed, but frowned a little, thinking that the Empress was behaving strangely. The blonde girl looked around and was surprised to realize that her faithful maid Erica was not next to her. Suddenly she heard a scream coming from Erica. A moment earlier, a girl with bright carrot hair was worried about her mistress, but suddenly she was called by a local maid who told her to take the tea to the gazebo of 2 women. The young girl obediently accepted the tray with cups and walked forward with concentration, thinking that she could easily cope with this. Suddenly, Erica gasped because one of the maids put her shoe under her foot, deliberately causing the girl to slip. The girl screamed and flew forward, and the tray of cups flew away from her hands and threatened to fall. Suddenly, Erica felt a strong hand wrap around her and support her, preventing her from falling. Anna managed to catch both the maid and the tray of cups, gently advising her to be careful. The maids froze in surprise, their mouths open, and could not believe how this girl could pull off this trick. The Empress froze in shock, but after several endlessly long seconds she realized that now was not the time to admire what she saw. She moved towards the girls and started shouting at Erica that Tanya didn't dare cause a commotion in front of the Empress, and then gave in to their rude behavior. The woman pointed her finger at them and ordered them both to kneel. Anna listened silently as the Empress shouted that ladies from the Western Empire did not know the rules of etiquette, and Erica cried because she considered herself to be to blame for everything. She began to make excuses and through tears said that she had been careless, but the lady was just trying to help her. The Duchess stood straight and then noticed a strange look on one of the Empress's maids. She looked down and saw that one of the girl's shoes was dirty, which meant that she had tripped Erica. Arnie put her hand on her maid's cheek and said that nothing bad had happened. The Duchess smiled softly, saying that it was a leader's responsibility to watch over his people. Erica was once again amazed at her mistress's mercy, but began to cry again, saying that now she would have to kneel, while the girl thought that it was a common thing for a knight to kneel. She told Erica that they were going somewhere else, and she froze in surprise. Anna explained that the Empress did not forbid her to move, and said that the entrance to the palace was much better than the garden. She turned around and called the maid to follow her, saying that it was time for them to go and kneel. Remembering the past, the girl thought about how best to satisfy her superior's desire to mock their subordinates. And then, with a smile, she mentally answered to herself that you just need to wait for them to allow themselves too much. Anna and Erica both sat down on their knees in front of the Empress's palace. Seeing no humiliation in this, the Duchess thought that standing for 10 hours was enough for her, and again began to remember the old days. She recalled how she was trained in the order and beat everyone who did not like her or said things she did not like, and therefore she was often punished and forced to kneel. Somehow, because of her pride, she managed to hold out for a full 54 hours. The Empress was furious when she heard that the Duchess had been kneeling and smiling for 2 hours. She clenched her fists, glaring angrily at the maid and shouting that she had been told that the Duchess was weak and fragile, like a flower. The woman bowed her head, saying that she had heard about it too. The Empress looked out the window and became even more furious, asking how the girl could smile in such a situation. Gradually, the darkness thickened over the castle and evening came. At this time, Prince Edward walked along the corridors of the imperial castle and his aide-de-camp followed. He shouted that this could reach the emperor, but the prince did not want to deviate from his plans. Unable to reach the heir, the adjutant blocked his path and said that he would not let him in and would not allow him to go further. Edward raised his fist and shouted that he would not back down because his lover was in danger. The adjutant replied no less quietly that she could not be his lover because she was the wife of the Duke. Pushing his assistant aside, Prince Edward walked past him and slammed the door behind him. A few days ago, the Emperor scolded his wife and asked what she was so busy with, and would she really continue to watch the prince behave willfully. Without holding back his anger, he said that he accepted the idea that she was ready to pay attention only to her own children, and then warned that if she did not fulfill her direct duties, then she should think about her future. The Empress was angry and annoyed, but endured such humiliations in silence. Now she wanted to push the prince into a scandal, so she mocked the Duchess, but nothing worked out for her. The maid approached her and, bowing, said that too much time had passed and this could threaten them with bad consequences, and then asked if it was enough for today because they could invite the Duchess next time. The Empress looked into the courtyard and was silent, reflecting on the fact that her plan had not worked at all. She was distracted from her thoughts by another maid who opened the door of the chamber and called her. The girl could hardly speak because both she and her voice were shaking with excitement. Nevertheless, having mastered her nerves, the girl said that His Highness the Prince had come in person. Anna was still standing on the street tiles when footsteps were heard. Edward felt that for the first time in his life, his heart was breaking, and he even cried at the sight of the girl he loved. The Duchess froze in surprise and opened her eyes, expecting to see anything but the prince kneeling in front of her. The young man looked at her touched and asked her not to cry, calling the girl his little bird. Anna didn't even cry, but when she heard this strange address, she completely opened her mouth in surprise. Edward said that he would talk to the Empress and ask her to apologize. He would do everything he could. Suddenly, the young people heard the familiar voice of Cassian, who said that this was not necessary. He seemed even more beautiful in the moonlight, but he did not smile, but was gloomy, and the reason for this was clear. The Duke stood in front of his wife, who had already spent several hours on her knees, and in front of his cousin, who wanted to become her savior. He called his wife by name and extended his strong palm to her, telling her to take his hand. Anna looked at him in surprise and thought, but continued to keep her hands on her knees. The girl said quietly that the Empress ordered her to kneel. The man looked at his wife, who said that if she dared to stand up, the woman would be angry. Cassian was all down on one knee, remaining just as gloomy, even cruel, and the blonde thought that it was the first time she had seen such an expression on his face. He took her hand and said that the Empress can be angry as much as she wants, and it doesn't matter. The man raised his fragile palm to his lips and left a long, tender kiss on it. Cassian said that his wife's health was much more important, and Edward watched them and sensed the impending hysteria. A maid came out to them, announcing that the Empress had conveyed the words that the girl was free and could go. After this, the woman turned to the heir and said that Her Highness was asking the prince to visit her, and the young man asked why this was necessary. The maid said that he just needed to go faster, and he agreed, retreating. The Duchess turned her attention to her tired maid and told her that she could now stand up. Erica could hardly get up. Her knees were wounded and unpleasantly raw, causing pain and tears in the girl. The Duke and Duchess looked at her and her attempts to rise with sympathy. Arnie thought that after Erica stood up, she couldn't just stand up calmly. Unexpectedly for her, she lifted herself off the ground. Cassian carefully lifted her into his arms, holding her under the knees and by the waist, looking at his wife with all tenderness and warmth. He moved closer to her face and asked her to be patient a little because her legs could easily get tired from overexertion, and the girl, blushing brightly from such closeness, agreed. Erica was helped up by Eva and the butler, who had arrived with their duke. Already at home, Cassian asked the doctor how Anna was feeling, and he replied that her ladyship was taking a bath. He continued by saying that her legs had developed minor wounds due to the long time she had been kneeling. The doctor added that the skin on the knees is a little torn and there is swelling because there was a lot of stress on the knees, and in the future you need to be more careful. Otherwise, in the future, there may be difficulties when walking. The Duke listened to all this with a gloomy look, worried about his wife and already thinking about what measures they would take. The doctor handed the healing ointment to Eva and said that the Duchess needed rest, and with the help of this medicine, the wounds would heal in a few days. Cassian asked if he should just apply the ointment to the wounds, and the doctor looked at him in surprise and asked if the Duke was going to do it himself. He remained silent and took the ointment from the doctor's hands on his own. Anna was sitting on a soft sofa in a nightgown when her husband entered the room. She noticed a little embarrassedly that it was Eva who was supposed to anoint her knees, and then asked why he came. Cassian confidently but gently asked her to show her knees, and said that he would apply the healing ointment himself. The girl blushed brightly, lowered her gaze, and replied that he did not have to do this personally. The man calmly responded to her embarrassment and sat down on his knees in front of her, looking up at her with his beautiful blue eyes and asking if she would allow it. Arnie didn't know what to do with embarrassment, and the Duke stood in front of her and smiled brightly, not seeing anything wrong with it. The girl thought that she had lost because he was using his appearance too skillfully, and then she quietly agreed. She grabbed the hem of her nightgown and began to lift it, not imagining that she was doing this. Anna lifted her skirt to her hips, exposing her wounded knees. Cassian exhaled noisily and pressed his palm to his chest, thinking about how painful it was for her to stand there in front of the palace on her knees until the evening. He warned that it might sting a little, and the girl pursed her lips, feeling embarrassed that she was deceiving him. In fact, as soon as they arrived at the estate, she deliberately skinned her knees to make them look like Erica's. The man called her name, holding a jar of ointment in his hands and asking if he could ask a question. Anna agreed and immediately felt the touch of his warm, wide hand on her calf. The Duke told her that she could well refuse such a punishment and then asked why she agreed, looking at her face with obvious concern and concern. Anna could barely gather her thoughts together when he, so handsome and gentle, knelt in front of her and examined her bare legs. Smiling softly, she explained that she did this in order to avoid causing him any possible trouble. Cassian blushed a little and looked up at her with worried, clear blue eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard, and then leaned down, trying to fight the surge of emotions. His voice was quiet, but firm and confident, as he said that tomorrow she would no longer be treated like this in the palace. Late at night, in the publishing house of a famous newspaper, there was an argument between the editor and a stranger. The man sitting at the table shook his head negatively, saying that he would not be able to publish such a dangerous article because his publishing house would be threatened with closure. The cloaked stranger silently threw a bag onto the table, the weight of which made the wood beneath it creak. The man opened the bag, which was filled to the brim with money and gold, and the stranger said that if they wrote as he said, he would send twice as much money. Turning around, the man in the cloak expressed the hope that Dominic would make the right decision, and the man froze in fear, asking him to tell him how the man knew his real name. Coming out of the building onto the street, Elon pulled off his hood and took out a magic ball, contacting the Duke and saying that he had fulfilled his order. Cassian smiled when he heard this and was already looking forward to the morning's news and its consequences. An ordinary morning newspaper caused an unprecedented amount of noise. The townspeople could not believe how their empresses treated the Duchess. Even ladies from the upper classes discussed what happened and said that such methods were relics of the past. Noblemen said that even though the Duchess was from the Western Empire, this was too much even for her, and as if by chance, they were interested in what the Emperor was doing at that moment. Giuseppe glanced at the headline of the new newspaper and simply could not believe his eyes. He swept the mug off the table and shouted furiously, asking what it was. The man was furious and continued to shout that the editors and writers were simply crazy to publish such a thing, and then added that they seemed to want to lose their lives for insulting the imperial family. The servant hesitantly asked him to calm down, but the monarch shouted that he could not remain calm in such a situation. He ordered the publishing house to be closed immediately and threw a newspaper on the floor, on the first page of which it was printed in large letters that the Empress had punished the Duchess of Terneuzen, showing that she did not value the Western Empire, and also that due to excessive methods, the Empress's knees were covered in bruises and abrasions. The servant said that he would immediately contact the administration, and then added that an official document had arrived from the Emperor of the Western Empire, and the ruler asked what it said. The servant, with a trembling voice, began to retell the text of the address, in which the Emperor said that he expressed deep regret about what happened to his daughter, and promised to take action if it suddenly happened again. The Emperor slammed his fists on the table, realizing that Cassian was probably to blame for this. In his thoughts, he called the Duke a brat who considered himself smarter than the rest. At the same time, Anna was sitting in the courtyard at a comfortable table and drinking tea, talking to her mother with the help of a ball. Rosalia said that she was very surprised to read this article, and the girl's father came running in tears, and these words made the Duchess look at her mother in surprise. The woman continued to say that her husband was crying, saying that her daughter must be taken and brought back now, and she barely managed to calm him down. And then she added that even the Emperor was furious and sent an official letter of warning. The girl froze right with the cup, asking if this appeal was really sent to the Northern Empire, and her mother agreed. Rosalia folded her arms and asked what her brother-in-law thought about this article and the situation that had happened, and Anna replied that it seemed that the article was published because of him. She involuntarily remembered her husband's promise yesterday, who said that they would no longer be able to treat her like that in the palace. The girl's face changed when she realized that he had in mind precisely this method of confrontation. Her mother smiled happily, saying that her son-in-law used this method so that no one could offend her daughter anymore, and the girl quietly asked whether it was worth praising her for such a thing. Rosalia ignored this question and asked what really happened between her daughter and the Empress, and Anna replied that the Empress invited her to her place for no reason and wanted to use the maid Erica to find fault with her, but the girl was able to save the situation. The Countess happily folded her hands on her chest, saying that her daughter was still the best and she needed to continue in the same spirit. The Duchess said that if she continued in the same spirit, then everyone around her would know that she was not fragile at all, and her mother told her that they could not do anything if the circumstances themselves developed this way, and also reminded that she raised her daughter to be strong and capable. She said with a smile that her daughter just needed to hide the fact that she was a swordmaster, but nothing more. Anna answered with a smile that she could do it. Rosalia asked where her son-in-law was, and the girl replied that he had gone to the imperial palace. Cassian actually arrived there with the firm intention of discussing and resolving what had happened within the ruling family. The servant told him that the emperor was furious and also said that this incident was the fault of the empress, so His Majesty forgives the duke, but asks him to tell him that next time he will not get off so easily. The fair-haired man noted with a smile that even today he had been denied an audience. The service asked that he wanted to achieve an audience through provocations. Cassian smiled, calmly saying that he preferred to use all means to achieve his goals. The servant exhaled and said that in any case he conveyed everything that the emperor ordered. The duke noted with a smile that he always tries very hard to fulfill this. The empress read the scandalous article and trembled, covered in perspiration with fear and a slight sense of shame, knowing that this story had already been discussed by all her subjects. She thought that the emperor would again be furious and curse when suddenly her maid announced the arrival of Duke Terneuzen. The Empress froze, and the maid asked her if she should send him back, but the woman exhaled and answered in the negative, and then asked to invite the Duke. Cassian did not keep her waiting long, and entered the chambers with the air of an absolute winner in this short battle. The Empress said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and Duke Su confirmed this with a smile. She invited him to sit down, but the man noticed photographs of people he knew on the table. He took the frame in his hands, hearing the heavy breathing of the angry Empress. Raising the photo to his face, Cassian continued to smile calmly, but this caused more reasons for alarm than for peace. He said that Princess Chinchia in the photo is very beautiful and sweet. The man continued to say that the girl was still very young, and the Empress turned pale, frightened by what the Duke was driving at. Cassian said that Cynthia had only recently learned to write and read, and he would be very sorry if she independently found out about what had happened, about what her own mother had done. The Empress asked if he was threatening her and grabbed the hem of her dress with her fingers. The Duke said with feigned surprise that he was offended by such assumptions, and then explained that he meant how it would be disadvantageous for the Empress if she suddenly decided to go against him. Without raising his voice and looking calm and stately, Cassian said that for now this was just a warning, and then looked straight into the Empress's eyes and clearly said that she should not dare touch his wife. At the same time, events took place in the Imperial Palace of the Western Empire. The Emperor was thinking about something and stood at the window, and Duke Sano was watching him, a little gloomy. The Duke, with a bit of misunderstanding, told the monarch that he looked unusually pleased. The Emperor replied that heaven had helped him, and now he did not have to worry about Anna being taken away from him, and Sano objected that the ruler agreed to this marriage from the very beginning, because he knew that it would not last long. The monarch corrected his interlocutor that Rosalia persuaded him, and then remembered that very moment. Coming to an audience with him, the woman said that she would like to give His Highness one piece of advice. She looked like an angry cat waiting for the right moment to jump and kill her prey, although her voice was soft when she told him to facilitate Anna's marriage. The Emperor stood up in surprise, asking if Rosalia really wanted to marry off her daughter, and she said that this was natural because Anna was still a man and a woman. The Duchess said her daughter had spent her youth defending her country and deserved her chance to know love. Now the Emperor thought that Rosalia was right, because thanks to Anna, the Empire had acquired a good status, and then asked his brother not to worry. He said that Anna would still return home, because with such a character, he could not be an easygoing lady. The man smiled, saying that the girl could easily endure 3 months and then return. Meanwhile, endless dance lessons were taking place at Duke Turnisson's castle. The Marquise showed the girl the basic 4 steps, keeping count, and saying that it was quite simple. The blonde laughed quietly, trying to seem friendly, but she was thinking about how she wanted to escape from there. The woman suggested that she start and imagine that she was already at the ball, and she had no chance of making a mistake. When the girl put out the wrong foot at the first step, Eve slapped herself on the forehead, and Crave laughed, saying that she was simply hopeless. The Marchioness said that Anna was in poor health, and therefore had almost no opportunity to receive an education, and her mother was right about her. The blonde chuckled quietly, saying that everything seemed to be so. The woman asked the Duchess not to worry because she could teach her everything, and the girl thanked her without much enthusiasm. Suddenly, Anna heard Cassian's quiet, contented laugh and turned around, mentally asking herself when he had even come. The Duke apologized for not saying hello, saying that she was so focused and he didn't want to distract her. The Marquise asked the fair-haired man if he was leaving, and he agreed, explaining that he had business to do. With a smile, he asked the woman to take care of his wife, and she smiled brightly in response, while Anna stood with her back to her husband and burned with shame, mentally hoping that he would not talk to her, but would simply leave. Cassian, contrary to the girl's wishes, called her name, and she turned around, stepping towards him. He was a little excited, and asked if the girl would at least like to say hello to him. Anna, turning sweetly pink and looking down, quietly cleared her throat and wished him a good trip. The Duke asked if that was all she had to say and stepped a little closer. He placed a strong hand on her rosy cheek, brushing the silver strands out of her face. Gently pulling the girl towards him, Cassian kissed her forehead with all trepidation and tenderness, lingering in this position for several moments. Moving away, the Duke smiled at the confused look of his wife and expressed the hope that next time she would give him a kiss. Afterwards, he said that he would most likely return late and that the girl had better go to bed and not wait for him. The Marquise touchingly pressed her palms to her face, emphasizing what a good relationship the newlyweds had, and Cassian smiled at these words. The day quickly passed, and the sun gave way to the moon, but the Duke still did not appear at home, and Anna was bored, sitting by the window. She touched her fingers to the window and thought that this seemed to be the first time her husband had been away from the estate for so long, and for some reason it didn't give her peace. The girl exhaled, silently thinking about how nothing bad would happen to him. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the courtyard of the estate. The girl looked out the window, hearing one of the knights shouting that there was another wounded man. Someone suspicious appeared in the courtyard of the estate. Arne watched what was happening through the window and heard all the discussions, surprised to hear words about someone suspicious. Literally a moment later, she felt someone's presence behind her, and then heard the whistle of a sword being drawn from its sheath. The stranger pressed a sharpened blade to her neck, pressing and immediately drawing blood. The man, whose face was hidden by a mask, continued to hold the weapon at the girl's neck, and then asked if she was the same princess of the Western Empire. Cassian spent time at the Chilean Club, where people from the highest strata of the state relaxed. He sat on a spacious and soft black sofa and wanted to greet Alan, who had arrived in the capital, but only Elon stood in front of him. He bowed and explained that the accompanying Knight Lashalus had returned and most likely went to his home. Cassian sipped his tea, asking if there was any more news. Elon said that in the case of the assassination attempt on the Duchess, 100 witnesses to the incident had died, and the fair-haired man asked if the body had been found. Cassian exhaled and, in response to his assistant's question, ordered him to temporarily suspend the investigation. He gave such an order because he wanted to find out the whole truth about the Knight Crave, who at that moment took responsibility. Placing the cup on the saucer, the man exhaled quietly, thinking that perhaps he was overreacting to what was happening. Elon cleared his throat slightly, and his voice shook when he said that he had another piece of news. Cassian raised his head, still mostly lost in his thoughts, and asked what it was. The Duke's assistant nodded and said that, according to the informant from the Western Empire, there was some unrest in their knightly order. Elon clarified that the reason for this was the sudden disappearance of the swordmaster, who led the order. He then added that without their leader, the soldiers went on strike and refused to follow orders. Cassian smiled, thinking that if everything worked out, he might be able to ensure the defeat of the strongest knight. Meanwhile, at Tenezen's estate, a stranger held a sword to the Duchess's neck, repeating his question. He could not have expected that the girl, who, according to his tips, was weak and fragile, would kick him in the neck with a swing. Due to the surprise of this development of events, the attacker did not have time to regroup and fell straight to the floor. His sword tore from his palm and flew up as he fell, but Anna deftly caught it, grabbing it right by the hilt. The man moved closer to the wall, clutching his bruised neck and thinking about how she could do this so easily and who she even was. The girl was calm and not at all afraid. She pointed the tip of the sword at him and asked who he was. The blonde pressed her hand to the wound on her neck, and the attacker thought about how cleverly she pretended to be an ordinary lady when he first arrived. The shocked man, whose entire face except for his eyes was hidden by a mask of black fabric, could not understand why the girl was smiling. Arnie continued talking, saying that she didn't want any unnecessary problems, and again asked who sent him. The attacker said with anguish that he would not say anything, although his voice trembled and his eyes burned with fear. The girl frowned, thinking that if she simply killed him, she would not find out who ordered the attack. Then a breathless Crave burst into the room, calling for his commander, but found the already struck attacker on the floor in front of the Duchess. The knight asked with an awkward smile if he was late, and the blonde frowned and agreed. Arnie asked what the young man was doing, and he replied that he fell asleep, and the girl asked if he really hadn't even been training lately, and Crave justified himself by saying that the commander herself didn't devote time to training. The girl replied that she could because her level was much higher and she was the strongest. And then she told the knight to look at the attacker and asked if he was like those who had committed the assassination attempt earlier. Crave said thoughtfully that last time they were more likely not murderers, but well-trained warriors. Anna asked in surprise if he was sure of his words and thought that there were no idiots in the Eastern Empire capable of such a thing. She wondered if all these people could have been sent by the Empress of the Northern Empire or other enemies of Cassian. The girl frowned, thinking about how incomprehensible this whole situation with the assassination attempts was. Exhaling, Anna said that the attacker would still not say anything and took a couple of steps to the side, and Crave asked what she would do then. The attacker suddenly shouted for the girl to die and threw a sharpened blade in her direction. Arnie calmly and even a little boredly leaned back, avoiding the flying weapon. Having caught the blade, she squeezed the handle with her fingers and threw the dagger in the opposite direction, and said that the attacker would have to be killed. The weapon firmly pierced the unknown man's collarbones, and he went down a little down the wall he was leaning on, and Crave declared with a smile that she was, after all, the best. The girl, relaxed up to this point, sensed the presence of someone else, fearing that another mercenary might attack the knight from behind. Crave turned around, hearing several quick steps behind him, and saw another stranger, but without a mask. Their swords clashed with each other as the knight parried the dark-haired stranger's attack. Crave frowned as he wondered who this man was, because he was quite strong. The dark-haired man frowned, looking at the knight with his violet eyes, and continued to successfully hold back the sword of the young man in the red uniform. He looked at Anna, who was calmly standing next to the man who had attempted on her life and had already been killed, and did not understand how she could experience what was happening so calmly, without tears or hysterics. The butler entered the room, as did Eva and Erica, who immediately squealed loudly as they watched the scene unfold. The man raised his hand, ordering the young men to immediately put down their swords and stop the fight. The dark-haired warrior turned around, seeing a familiar man, and frowned slightly in surprise, and the butler, George, told Sir Lascellus that they had not seen each other for a long time. A little later, George told the Duchess to rest in the room he had brought her to, and after being examined by the family doctor, she only needed rest and peace. The man also added that they have tripled the number of verified security guards, and the girl does not have to worry about anything. And the Duchess thanked him for his work with a smile. George bowed and said that Her Majesty could call him if she suddenly needed anything. Taking a break from her conversation with the butler, Anna drew attention to the same dark-haired young man who had fought with Crave and was now standing in front of her, crouching on one knee. He looked at the floor and then said that he was an accompanying knight of Duke Turnison and his name was Lascellus, and asked for forgiveness for not recognizing the Duchess and acting rudely. Arnie felt as uncomfortable as possible because they were kneeling in front of her, as if in front of a mistress. Lascellus asked for punishment for her action, and the girl said that she was really fine and nothing bad had happened. Their awkward conversation was interrupted by Cassian bursting in, looking disheveled and calling his wife's name. She turned around at his voice and immediately felt a little more comfortable and calmer. The Duke seemed worried. He was worriedly examining her for any serious injuries. He put his hands on her elbows and said that he had been told everything, and then asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was fine and added that Sir Crave protected her from the attack. The knight, who had already gotten used to the role, smiled brightly and raised one palm up, saying that it was indeed he who protected the lady. Cassian closed his eyes and suddenly announced to his wife that today they would sleep together. Eva and Erica, who heard his words, blushed and were a little shocked, but tried to contain their sincere emotions. Crave also felt very awkward, feeling like a third wheel in such a conversation. Arnie cried out questioningly, her mouth wide open, wondering what her husband meant. The girl said that she seemed nervous today because she heard some strange sounds, because Cassian couldn't say that out loud. The Duke calmly examined her and replied that he was not joking about this. An incredibly awkward atmosphere reigned in the room, but the fair-haired man calmly continued the conversation, saying that it was completely normal for spouses to sleep together. As if not paying attention to the others, he asked if it was because she didn't like him, and the girl was ready to die of embarrassment, saying that it wasn't that. She stood up on her tiptoes, whispering furiously in his ear that he promised not to touch her until she allowed it. Cassian squeezed her shoulders with his palms and pushed the girl away a little, saying that he remembered everything about that promise, and the girl asked what was the matter then. The Duke replied that they tried to kill her, and therefore he could not leave her to spend the night alone because he knew that she was in danger. Anna blushed more than ever, realizing that she did not understand him at all the way he wanted, and realized that they would simply sleep in the same room. The blonde tried to refuse, saying that she had crave, but Cassian calmly replied that he was not going to trust her safety to another man, and asked to be allowed to guard her that night. The girl lowered her head, turning pink and thinking that one night would not be scary, and then quietly agreed. Cassian smiled brightly at how his rebellious wife had finally allowed him to defend her. 30 minutes later, the Duke and Duchess were already in his bedroom, which was under the roof, which was a transparent glass dome, offering an unimaginable view of the night sky. Cassian lay quietly in bed, and Anna was completely wrapped in the blanket, thinking that this whole thing was terribly awkward. The girl decided to pretend to be asleep when the man suddenly called her and carefully leaned over her. But she couldn't keep her eyes closed when the Duke's fingers touched her face, and he carefully brushed the disturbing curls from her forehead. She exhaled and turned around, watching his warm and very slightly sly smile. Arnie asked if he realized that she could have just killed him, and Cassian laughed quietly, saying that he would be glad to die by her hand. He said that the girl was probably exhausted because of everything that had happened, but she couldn't sleep, and then asked if it was because of him. The blonde girl turned pink and pursed her lips, but was silent. Cassian asked her that she couldn't lie, and the girl whispered that lying was bad. The Duke smiled good-naturedly when he heard such an answer from his wife. He suddenly sat up on the bed and, putting on his slippers, stood up, slightly tightening his robe. Anna stood up, asking in surprise where he was going, and the man replied that if he lay next to him, his precious wife would not be able to sleep. He looked at her over his shoulder and then said that he would work and she could sleep peacefully. The girl looked at him with gratitude for his understanding and sighed quietly. She was left alone in the spacious bed, while Cassian sat in his chair in front of the desk, sorting out papers. The blonde thought with irritation that she still couldn't sleep, even though her husband was no longer embarrassing her with his closeness. She called him quietly, distracting him from writing another instruction. He was a little surprised that she was not sleeping, and immediately turned around, listening. And Anna asked him not to tell his mother about today's incident, promising that she would tell her later. She explained that the woman was already very worried about her, and she did not want this worry to worsen, and Cassian calmly agreed, thinking that Anna was in poor health, and of course her mother was worried about this. The girl lay back on the bed, thinking that she was planning to get a divorce in 3 months. She suddenly thought about what would happen after this to her husband, who had expressed such concern for her. The fair-haired girl thought that he might well marry another girl because all the ladies were crazy about him. This thought pricked her unpleasantly with needles of jealousy, and the girl frowned, unable to quickly recognize this feeling. In her thoughts, she did not immediately realize that the Duke had already called her name several times and had managed to approach the bed. He asked why she was so worried that she didn't even notice him approach, and added that she looked upset. Gathering her courage, Anna quietly asked why he married her. Cassian was a little surprised by this question and extended his hand to her. Arnie's eyes widened, and she blushed when he placed his hand on her cheek and lightly stroked her with his thumb. The Duke hovered over her a little, and the girl panted excitedly, asking him to forget this question. And then, in a trembling voice, she asked if he was going to touch her. Cassian looked confident and looked her over with desire in his eyes, as the blonde said that he was a gentleman, hinting that he would not touch her without consent. The man leaned over her and whispered directly into the girl's tender lips that at that very moment he was not a gentleman. Hovering over the girl, he pressed a kiss to her lips, continuing to stroke the velvety skin with his fingers. They both closed their eyes, and Anna, without noticing it, began to respond to her husband's actions. They broke away from each other to exhale, and the girl thought that kisses, it turns out, could be incredibly sweet. Cassian kissed her again, not wanting to stop, and gently found her hand with his, intertwining their fingers. He fought against his flaring passion and squeezed her hand tightly, pressing her to the bed. The girl looked at her husband in surprise and was breathing heavily when he suddenly broke the hot kiss. The Duke smiled, closing his eyes, and continued to calm his fiery temper and restore his breathing. Approaching, Cassian softly kissed her forehead, hearing the girl's sweet, heavy breathing. He pulled away and wished the blonde good night. Anne looked at him in surprise, because after such an unexpected and passionate kiss, she was sure that he would try to go further. She wiped her lips with her sleeve and hid her embarrassment behind a dissatisfied expression on her face addressed to her husband. Cassian smiled, again noting how beautiful she looked when she was angry. The next morning, Anna and Crave sat in the garden again and discussed the events of the previous day. The girl couldn't stand it and buried her face in the table because yesterday she couldn't sleep, having received too many impressions, and the young man was wiping ever more and looking at her in surprise. Until last night, she thought that if Cassian touched her, she would hit him. But when he kissed her with all the fervor and desire, all the fighting spirit evaporated. Anne began methodically banging her head on the table to drive all stupid thoughts out of there, while Crave watched in fear. He called her commander and asked if something else had happened. Annoyed by her own condition and lack of sleep, Anna grabbed him by the collar of his uniform, pressing him to her face, and the knight asked not to kill him, and then asked why she was doing this to him. He looked upset because he just wanted to find out what caused her condition. The Duchess thought that Crave's face was as close to her as Cassian's face yesterday, but now she did not feel excitement, embarrassment, or desire. She pushed the young man away from her, saying that he could at least get the boogers out of his eyes, and Crave said that he had already washed his face. The girl sat down and thought that the knight was not a man for her, but rather a brother, and the fact that she did not feel any emotions towards him was quite logical and natural. Suddenly, Cassian approached them, saying that he had finally found his wife, and the girl stood up, and Crave turned around, still holding Evermore. She saw a man she already knew, and the Duke introduced her to his personal knight, Sir Lashalus, and then said that he had brought him so that he could make an official apology. Lashalus greeted the Duchess and asked for forgiveness for yesterday's rudeness, and the blonde calmly replied that there was an emergency last night and they could forget about it. Cassian asked if Anna was worried about what happened last night, and the girl blushed, wondering if he meant the kiss. The Duchess almost shouted that everything was fine, although she was a little surprised at what had happened, and it made her husband smile. The fair-haired man with a slight smile recalled the words of Sir Crave that he protected his mistress. The knight immediately shouted that it was really him, and the girl covered her face with her hands, realizing that she had again misunderstood him, while Cassian said that this morning the killer's body had disappeared, and he did not know the reasons for this. Anna looked at him questioningly, trying to understand what he was driving at. The Duke continued and said that specially trained people examined the room in which the attacker was, and reported that the presence of an unknown magical aura was felt there. Cassian thought that the Emperor would not so brazenly make an attempt on the life of the Duchess, but he made a break, and therefore the man said that he decided to take measures so that this would not happen again. Anna listened with a shocked expression as her husband talked about ordering Sir Lashalus to guard her too. The girl waved her hands, asking her husband to stop, and said that it was important for him to think about his safety. Crave decided to play along and pointed a finger at himself, winking and saying that he would do a great job protecting Anna himself. The Duke wondered if perhaps the knight was so confident in himself because he was a master of the sword. He agreed and said that he would once again entrust his wife to Sir Crave, and the blonde exhaled, relieved. Cassian said that because of business, he would be away from home more often than usual for some time, and in his absence, a special person would be able to help her. A guy whom Arnie had previously believed to be one of the servants came forward and greeted her, introducing himself as Count Elon Armano, and then asked her to simply call him by his first name. The girl also introduced herself good-naturedly and said that she was very pleased to meet him. Elon bowed, but at that moment he was thinking about why he should be chosen as the one who will take care of the Duchess when he is very busy with other matters. The guy saw the reaction of Cassian, who clearly wanted to see more respect for his wife, and became a little nervous. Elon immediately added that he was incredibly glad to meet you and bowed to the girl several times. The Duke said that it was time for them to go, and then said goodbye to everyone, saying that they could calmly continue their tea party. And when they walked away a little, he heard Crave asking Anna if he was doing well. When the young people left, the man said that now they could all do the tasks that he had given them. Sir Lascelles bowed his head to the Duke and said that he was ready to carry out his commission. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, over which clouds had gathered, the ruler was again in a bad mood. He stood near his desk and shouted at the servants, who informed him all about the fact that the Duchess had again remained unharmed. The Emperor asked whether it was really so difficult to kill some girl, and then added that they managed to get through the guards, get to the bedroom, but somehow they couldn't kill her. He was furious and pointed his finger at the servants, ordering them to attack again and this time to kill her. The servant intervened, saying that he had been informed that the security at the Terneuzen estate had been increased threefold, which caused the monarch to slam his fist on the table in anger. Giuseppe looked angrily at the servant and asked if he wanted to say that they would have to abandon this idea. The servant bravely withstood the screams and then told His Majesty that this was not the case at all. The Emperor impatiently asked if he had any idea about this. The man leaned towards the monarch and whispered his thoughts in his ear, covering his mouth with his palm, and then asked whether the Emperor liked this decision. Giuseppe quickly rose from his seat, put his hands on the shoulders of Samuel's servant, and said that he had always believed in him. Samuel closed his eyes, patiently listening to the Emperor's unexpected joy and laughter caused by his idea. A few days ago, Cassian ordered his knight to behave inconspicuously and guard his wife from afar, and he, standing on one knee in front of the master, said that he was ready to carry out this task. Anna and Crave were already spending their usual time in the garden, and the knight, as promised earlier, again carefully wiped the Evermore sword, and Lascelles watched them from around the corner. He looked out for just a moment and seemed to glow in front of Crave. But he was distracted by Evermore, who was shouting and ordering the knight to wipe him properly. The young man looked forward, at the corner where a moment ago a silhouette had appeared to him. Lascelles clenched his teeth, thinking that he had almost been noticed, and this Sir Crave turned out to be very sharp-sighted. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the knight again looked around the corner, watching as a servant approached the Duchess and her interlocutor. At the same time, Elon brought the news to his master that he had been sent an invitation to the evening from the Imperial Palace. Cassian asked in surprise whether it came from the palace. Elon gave him a black envelope with a golden border, and the Duke had already said that everything that was happening could easily be a trap. Cassian opened the envelope, reading the text of the invitation, and Count Elon quickly and very excitedly replied that this was absolutely a trap, causing the Duke to chuckle quietly. The young man was very thoughtful and immediately asked what his master was going to do. The Duke rubbed his chin with his fingers, continuing to read the text, and then said that he didn't even know what to do. Elon suggested waiting for the next opportunity, because otherwise, while Cassian was trying to catch the dragon, he might inadvertently end up in its lair. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, from which a voice informed him that Sir Lascelles had arrived. Having received permission, the man entered the office and bowed to greet the Duke. Lascelles reported that during the day a murderer entered the palace under the guise of a servant, and Sir Crave dealt with him. Elon clenched his fists enthusiastically and said with a smile that Sir Crave was such a great guy because last time he protected the Duchess from attack. Lascelles confirmed that the knight was undoubtedly capable, but noted that his sword was very strange. Cassian asked him about the weapon, clasping his hands under his chin and listening with interest to the report. Lascelles replied that Sir Crave sometimes talks to him, and then added that the sword apparently has its own will, and it could be a sword for killing dragons, Levitin. The Duke thought about it when he heard this, and remembered everything he had heard about this weapon. The dragon-killing sword, Levitin skillfully struck terrible creatures to the very heart and drained all their strength. It was a legendary weapon that could only belong to the best warrior, the Swordmaster. Cassian closed his eyes, thinking that all the details were coming together one by one, indicating that it was Sir Crave who was this warrior. But some strange feeling did not leave him. Lascelles called out to him, distracting him from his thoughts. The Duke raised his head and asked if the knight wanted to add anything else to his story. The dark-haired man replied that these were just his personal observations, but the Duchess seemed to him a strange person, and Cassian straightened his shoulders, asking what this meant. Lascelles explained that even when Sir Crave fought with the assassin sent, she did not even flinch, let alone be afraid, and then remembered that the same thing happened last time, when she behaved calmly, despite the fact that the attacker's dead body lay next to her. He carefully asked how she could remain so calm if her life was in danger at those moments. The Duke listened carefully to the words of his knight, realizing that he himself sometimes found his wife's behavior strange. He rubbed his chin with crossed fingers and stared blankly at the table, thinking. At the same time, the Marchioness again taught the young Duchess the rules of etiquette, bowing, curtsying and dancing. The girl glanced out the window and froze when she saw a familiar silhouette. She stopped and realized that Cassian was watching her from the window of his office. He raised his hand with a smile and waved to the girl when he realized she was looking at him. Anna blushed a little and also waved to her husband, smiling because she didn't expect to see him. The Marquise noted with a smile what a warm relationship the newlyweds shared, and then said that she had heard about how difficult it was for the girl in the Imperial Palace and was worried. But now, seeing how cheerful she was, she could be calm for her. Mentally cursing the rumors that Eva started about her, the girl tried to confirm as confidently as possible that she really had a hard time. The woman said that despite her poor health, Anna has a very strong character, and the girl smiled and agreed, saying that she had such a trait. The Marquise smiled brightly, and then, apparently collecting her thoughts, decided to talk about a little more frank things. She said that she was still amazed at how little Cassian had grown up, and now he had met such a wonderful life partner, and then added that the place next to the Duke was special. Not every girl could take it, and not every girl could be trusted with it. Anna looked at her interlocutor a little surprised, not really understanding what she was getting at. The Marchioness explained that Cassian lost his parents at an early age, so he never experienced family affection. The woman quietly said that practically no one looked after him, and he grew up alone in Ternezon Castle. Of course, in his adult life, his people began to appear around the Duke, but no one was able to see his real character, and many even tried to get closer to him in order to get what belonged to him. She explained that they were attracted by Ternezon's political power or his fortune, but no one would smile broadly and wave at him the way Lady Arnie did again. The woman bowed, causing the girl embarrassment and saying that this is why the Duchess's place is special. She gently asked the girl to just be there for Cassian the way she was doing now. Anna became sad, looking at the woman with wide eyes and thinking about how sincerely she asks for this. In the evening, the girl alone went out onto the terrace and contacted her mother using a magic ball, and Rosalia asked what happened since her daughter decided to communicate with her herself. Anna sipped her tea, thinking about the fact that she was supposed to get a divorce in 2 months, but she was so sincerely asked to be with Cassian. The mother became concerned, saying that her daughter looked very worried, and again asking what had happened. The girl put the cup on the saucer with a light knock, exhaled and turned to her mother. She was gloomy and thoughtful and asked if she could really get a divorce. Rosalia asked why her daughter suddenly raised this topic, and Anna said that she was afraid of rumors that she was returned home as unwanted goods. The woman replied that she gave her daughter away in marriage because she did not think about a romantic relationship at all, and the mother was worried that her daughter might be lonely. Anna replied that she was not lonely even without marriage, to which Rosalia replied that as time passed, her loved ones would begin to leave her, and then she might become lonely. She added that swordmasters live a long time, and her daughter's possible loneliness worried her. The girl was silent, listening to Rosalia's words, and she asked if she now understood her motives. She exhaled and told her mother that she was worrying too much about everything, but the woman replied with a chuckle that she had to take care of her daughter. Anna blushed a little at such an obvious display of maternal love, and told her mother that she was weaker than her. Rosalia smiled and replied that in this world you can live not only through physical strength. The woman shook her head slightly and told her daughter that she should do what her heart tells her. Anna hugged the mug with her hands and exhaled when she heard such words. She quietly asked if she could get a divorce right now and go home, but Rosalia shouted that the promise must be kept. Exhaling, the woman said that she wanted to sleep and her daughter could definitely call her tomorrow. The magic ball went out, even though Anna wanted to say something else. The girl lowered her head and thought that if she stayed here a little longer, something would happen. She only now realized that perhaps because of Cassian, she would change her mind and stay. Hearing footsteps, the girl turned around and saw her husband. Cassian said with a smile that he had come to tell her about tomorrow's ball, which was being held in the Imperial Palace. The blonde was silent and thought that the man's presence was as quiet and calming as the moonlight itself. The Duke quietly called her because she was looking at him silently, not giving an answer to the words he said. Anna suddenly hugged him, pressing her cheek against his strong chest, dressed in a white shirt and beige tailcoat, thinking that she could hear his heart beating. The blonde moved away from him a little, remembered the Marquise's words, and thought that Cassian grew up in such conditions, because of which he learned to behave very quietly. The Duke, in slight confusion, asked if she really liked his face so much that she looked at him for so long and did not look away. For the first time, Anna shamelessly admitted that she found him very attractive and smiled. Cassian froze in surprise and blushed brightly, his eyes widening when she said he was very handsome. After a few moments of confusion, he laughed quietly, realizing that from the outside he looked like a teenager. The Duke joked that he would need to be more careful with his face if his wife liked it so much, and she smiled, agreeing with him. The next day, they again arrived at the Imperial Palace to attend the ball. Cassian got out of the carriage first and offered her his hand, gently squeezing his neat fingers, and Anna followed with a smile. She looked beautiful in a red dress that suited her eyes very well. Cassian, who had chosen a black suit for the ball that matched the reverse red side of his cloak, said that tonight's ball would make a lot of noise. Anne opened her eyes in confusion, asking why this could happen. The Duke just smiled, apparently thinking that later the girl herself would understand everything. In the large hall, decorated and filled with the subtle sounds of live classical music, the invited guests were already dancing and communicating with each other. One of the men asked his interlocutor, Count Sildren, if he knew the reason for today's holiday, and the other aristocrat replied that he was simply sent this unexpected invitation. The gloomy Count Tessalaka involuntarily overheard the conversations of people saying that such balls and receptions are not held just like that. Finally, he was able to spot Cassian in the crowd and call out to him. The Duke exhaled tiredly and said that they could discuss everything at home later, but Tessalaka waved his hands because he needed to know the news as soon as possible. Cassian looked back at Anna because he didn't want to discuss matters in front of her, but he couldn't let her go for safety reasons. Crave realized this and came forward, covering the girl with his back, and then said that he could go about his business calmly. He would protect the Duchess. The man exhaled and agreed, saying that he was asking him for this favor. Their company was seen by Prince Edward, standing on the balcony, to which a high stone staircase led. The young man smiled brightly, squeezing the railing with his hands, and looked lovingly at the girl he was in love with. His little bird looked amazing in that bright red dress that matched her eyes so wonderfully. Anne felt someone's gaze and turned around, looking up. Edward waved his hand at her as he hurriedly descended the stairs, and the girl wondered if he had really started doing his own thing again. Crave also noticed the prince and frowned, not understanding where he was looking so happily. The heir waved his arms even more, and the knight asked if this was the ridiculous prince, and when he received Anna's consent, he muttered that the guy even seemed normal. The girl turned sharply and headed in the opposite direction, surprising her knight. Anna thought that she would be able to see the emperor today, but neither he nor the empress appeared. She walked forward and wondered if the woman could have been punished for that incident, and then she stopped, looking at Cassian and Tessalaka, who were talking. Crave caught up with her and asked if she had any plans for today, and the girl quietly replied that the situation today was a little different than usual. She said that something was bothering her, and Crave asked her with interest what it was. Arnie said that she would like to know something about one person. Crave said that then you just need to go and find out. But the girl muttered that she could not be responsible for herself, and if she found out what she wanted, she would probably constantly think about German. She clenched her fingers and exhaled, saying that there was something else that was bothering her. Crave followed her gaze, still not really understanding what she was talking about. The fair-haired girl looked straight at the Duke, who was busy talking with the Count, and sighed quietly. The girl continued to look at her husband and said that she was not sure whether she really wanted to know about him. Thinking that it was time to stop saying that, she exhaled, saying that Crave should forget about what she said because she herself doesn't know why she's thinking about it. The knight, with his mouth open, looked at her as if something terrible had happened. The blonde calmly and restrainedly asked why he had such an expression on his face. Crave asked her to answer honestly, it's not her who is speaking now, and some person just took over her body and pretends to be her, because she couldn't say that. He pointed at Cassian and asked if she really fell in love with this man, and Arnie indignantly asked what he was talking about. Crave spread his hands, wondering how to explain the situation, and the girl muttered that she was just curious. The knight began to raise his voice again, saying that his commander was not like that, and she shushed him and asked who he took her for. Crave began to talk complete nonsense and said that Arne is the man who lives because he was born, will live, and when the time comes, he will lie down and die, while the blonde girl completely lost the thread of meaning in his conversation. He said indignantly that she was behaving strangely, and the girl quietly asked if he had simply not been beaten for a long time. Crave lowered his gaze a little offendedly and said that his commander belonged to the Order of the Golden Dragon. Arne frowned, looking at him with a little confusion and sympathy. The knight said that from the moment she saved his life in the war 10 years ago, she became a hero to him. After that day, he respected her as a knight and followed her faithfully and faithfully. Crave added that as soon as he thinks that now the commander who shouted at him during the battle will no longer be there, he becomes very sad. At the same time, Prince Edward watched them from above, frowning. The heir thought angrily and irritably about what kind of brat was hanging around his bird, and then decided that he needed to get rid of him right away. He resolutely descended the stairs, filled with the desire to get that stranger as far away as possible. The prince froze because two people stood in his way, talking to each other. He overheard a conversation between the Empress's senior maid and the clerk, who said that in order to put the plan into action, he needed to get rid of the knight with red hair. The clerk asked if there was anyone suitable for this, and the maid replied that she did not even know who to suggest. Prince Edward suddenly distracted them from the conversation and shouted that he was ready to help in this matter. And even though he did not know what the plan was, he must remove the knight with red hair away. When the heir approached Anna and that same night, the girl asked her interlocutor if he was really so upset because of what she said. She asked him to forget what he had heard today, and Edward came up to them and, turning to the Duchess, said that his bird was beautiful today, and then asked what they were talking about. Crave bowed politely and greeted the prince, but he declared that this was not necessary, and that he had urgent business for the night. The red-haired man, after a little hesitation, looked up at him in surprise, asking if it was right for him. Edward said that he did not know the reason, but the castle warden was looking for the guy. Crave frowned, but Anna exhaled quietly and told her companion to go to the warden, while Edward smiled brightly, standing next to the Duchess. Crave looked in bewilderment at how insanely this son of the imperial family behaved next to his commander. The knight immediately thought that the prince simply wanted to get rid of him in order to start pestering Anna. Therefore, he bowed and asked the young man to accompany him because he did not know where the warden was. Edward mentally called the knight with red hair a brat and glared at him. Crave tapped the prince on the back with a smile and took him away faster than the prince could even understand what had happened. Anna, meanwhile, looked back at her husband and sighed unhappily, thinking that he seemed to be busy. The girl lowered her head and mentally noted that when she was left alone at the last banquet, she did not at all have such a terrible feeling of abandonment. She was distracted from her thoughts by a girl who came up behind her and said with a smile that she had finally seen the Duchess herself. Anna examined the unfamiliar girl with curly, wheat-colored hair and then asked who she was. The girl explained that she was the daughter of the Duke of Frisia and said that she was afraid that she might be rude. She continued to shower Anna with compliments and pleasantries, saying that she had been wanting to talk to her for a very long time. The girl said that fate brought them together and they should drink it, and then waved her hand, calling the waiter to them. She took the glasses of red wine from the man who approached and asked if the Duchess really came from the Western Empire, and then handed her one of the glasses. They clinked glasses, and the girl asked if they really eat golden apples there, and Anna replied that golden apples were simply called a variety of yellow apples. While the unfamiliar girl was chatting, the Duchess frowned, looking into her glass and noting the overly viscous consistency. The young lady said that the wine was quite tasty and asked Anna if she was going to drink it. The Duchess replied that, of course, she would try and moved the glass to her lips. After a couple of minutes, the blonde touched her forehead with her hand, humming and whispering that the wine seemed to have gone to her head. She put the glass on the tray and leaned her back against the approaching waiter, barely able to stand on her feet. He smiled, looking slyly at the girl and holding the Duchess's shoulder with his hand. The lady Anna did not know smiled because the plan to kidnap the Duchess succeeded as easily as they had planned. At the same time, Edward and Crave walked silently along the spacious corridor, each of them thinking about his own, and then the prince stopped at the wide doors, saying that the warden was there. Crave thanked the prince with a bright smile, and he walked forward along the corridor, incredibly angry at the prank of this night. The young man entered the office and saw the supposed warden, greeting him. He wanted to start a conversation, but an unknown masked man swung at him from behind the door. Crave turned around, and for a moment it seemed to him that he was seeing everything happening in slow motion. Reacting instantly, the knight jumped back, dodging a blow that could easily have caused him great harm. Crave kneed the attacker under the chin with all his force and anger, while asking who he was. The knight grabbed the unknown man by the scruff of the neck, lifting him up and telling the warden that some strange guy had burst in here. He almost lifted his attacker off the floor and, frowning like a cloud, asked if the warden knew this man. The man stood in shock and opened his mouth, trying to squeeze out something other than a hiss. He screamed that he didn't know anything and ran away so quickly that Crave could only stand there in shock and wonder what was going on. The knight laid the attacker on the floor and examined him, realizing that he no longer had a weapon. Crave did not understand why this man wanted to attack him so vilely and tried to mentally list all the moments when he could have been guilty. Suddenly the thought came to him that the point might not be in him, but in the commander, and he took off. Running out of the corridor onto the balcony, which overlooked the entire hall, Crave looked around in panic at those present, but could not find Anna. At the same time, the Emperor gave instructions to his servant, saying that he must take measures to prevent the Empress from getting to the ball. After this, the Emperor asked what was wrong with the Duchess, and the servant asked him to wait a little, already preparing to face the wrath of the ruler. They were interrupted by the same waiter who served the Duchess poisoned wine. He burst into the office, calling His Majesty. He said that they succeeded in their plan to poison the Duchess of Arne. The Emperor smiled brightly and said that it turned out to be easy and simple, and in response to the servant's question whether they should kill her now, the ruler said that she might still be useful to them. He thought that now he would gladly return to the hall and watch the expression on the unfortunate Duke's face. Cassian, meanwhile, didn't even try to delve into the conversation, thinking about what Arne's look meant before he left. He thought that as soon as they entered the hall, Edward had been staring at her and must have done something when he left. The Duke was worried when the swordmaster was next to his wife, and she, on the contrary, looked even more worried when she stood next to him. He then remembered that they had made eye contact, but the girl had immediately looked away and looked as if she wanted to run away. Cassian wondered what she was thinking about at that moment, and then mentally guessed that it was about the night they kissed. He ran his fingers along his chin, thinking that he might have been too hasty with this. The Duke could not calm down. His soul was incredibly anxious. Elon distracted him from his clouding thoughts with words that trouble had happened, and his voice trembled. Cassian was stunned when Elon said that the Duchess was nowhere to be seen. He asked where Sir Crave, who was supposed to guard his wife, was, and the young man, stuttering, began to answer, but was interrupted. The heralds announced the arrival of the emperor, and he entered the hall in ceremonial attire, surrounded by his entourage. Cassian turned to look at the monarch, still maintaining a frown on his face. The emperor stopped right in front of him, and with a bright smile thanked everyone who came to the palace that day, and then expressed the hope that they enjoyed the reception. The monarch suddenly pretended to glance at his nephew, continuing to glow with happiness. He said that this was Cassian, whom he had not seen for so long, and the duke bowed politely. Cassian greeted the emperor and said that they really had not seen each other for a long time for the reason that the monarch did not receive him, and he replied that he could not do anything because he had a lot to do. Giuseppe, with a sly, fox-like smile, asked his nephew where his wife was because he wanted to confirm their marriage. Cassian smiled and had no idea how to respond, but began a sentence in an attempt to save the day. The emperor smiled, watching with pleasure what was happening and already expecting the duke's collapse. Unexpectedly for everyone, Anna approached them and asked His Majesty for forgiveness for her lateness. Both men turned to her, and both seemed equally surprised at this turn of events. 20 minutes ago, Anna immediately realized that her wine smelled and looked very strange, and therefore immediately assumed that there might be poison in it. She thought that if she wanted to catch the dragon, she had to get into his lair. She just pretended to drink, and then pretended to feel bad. The man she was hanging on asked why the girl was so sick if she drank very little, and the conspirator girl replied that this poison apparently affects all people differently. The men, wearing masks identical to those worn by the attacker who entered the palace, said they would take care of the rest. The girl and the man left Anna with two unknown men, who dragged the girl to the sofa and sat her down on it. One of the men reached out to her, looking at the way the girl hung her head, and said that they would not benefit from her death. Anna suddenly opened her eyes, filled with rage, and looked at the conspirator from under her brows. She hit the man hard on his iron helmet, causing a loud crash. This stranger fell down, and the second one stared in surprise at the blonde while she rubbed her bruised wrist. She calmly, even elegantly, rose from her seat, continuing to rub her hand and heading towards the second. Anna smiled at his frightened appearance, and the man raised his sword and shouted that she should not dare approach, and the girl ordered him to put the weapon away and tell him who sent it. The man asked if she really thought he would confess so easily, and the Duchess grinned and suggested that they see if he would talk when she started breaking his limbs. The mercenary began to wave his sword, frightened by the unexpected and inappropriate behavior of the girl, who was attributed to weakness and fragility. Anna easily and gracefully ducked to the side, avoiding the blow of a bladed weapon. She hit him on the neck with the edge of her hand, hearing the man's loud wheeze. When he fell, the Duchess stood on him, pressing him down with the heel of her elegant shoe, and then said that he need not pretend because she hit him hard, but not enough to make him unconscious. The man screamed in pain and said that they did all this on the orders of the emperor, and Anna froze, clarifying whether they were talking about the ruler of the Northern Empire. She thought that all the other murder attempts were organized on the orders of Giuseppe, and then she quietly exhaled and said that she would first deal with the perpetrators. The girl called upon Nevermore to end it all. And now she calmly stood in front of the emperor, bowed to him, and greeted him with a smile, saying her name. The monarch, in a trembling voice and lost, said that he was pleased to meet her, and then welcomed her to the Northern Empire. Anna thanked him, and she continued to think about why he hated her, and why he wanted to kill her, while the ruler stood in front of them and tried not to show her shock. He clenched his teeth and trembled, thinking that he had been informed about her poisoning, but she looked quite healthy, and now he was definitely convinced that the servants could not be trusted with anything. Cassian was still trying to understand what had happened, but he noticed Giuseppe's reaction, which he could not hide. This sight made him smile brightly, because the emperor's plan had definitely failed. He said that he sincerely thanks the monarch for the congratulations brought on the occasion of the wedding. The emperor gritted his teeth, understanding what the duke was getting at, and then quickly muttered that their marriage was a union of two empires, and then told them to live happily ever after, and then turned around and walked forward. The guests who witnessed this smiled brightly at the fact that His Majesty had just approved the marriage of the Duke and Duchess. The enraged emperor left, hearing one of the people in higher ranks say that the young people had now officially become spouses, recognized in both countries. The girl called him with a smile, but Cassian frowned, not understanding how the girl coped with the intrigues. He responded and turned to her, unable to understand how she escaped from the clutches of the emperor. Anna asked with a smile if she was doing well, and her smile misled the Duke even more. Cassian lowered his gaze, feeling an incomprehensible awkwardness and understatement that seemed to hang in the air. Arnie stopped smiling and hesitantly asked if something had happened, and then she exhaled and looked around in search of Crave, and the man thought that she did not look like the Arnie he knew. The Duke grabbed her elbow, still trying to fight his emotions and confusion. He wanted to ask her at once everything that was in his head and on his tongue, but he could not utter a word. Anna looked at him lost and looked so innocent and defenseless that he lost all his resolve and said that it was nothing. Cassian's blue eyes sparkled with sadness and distrust, but he fixed his gaze on the floor, trying not to show it. Despite all the difficult events of the previous day, the sun rose over the Terneuzen estate, illuminating the dark blue arches of the towers and roofs. Cassian put his hands under his chin and asked Elon what Sir Crave was doing during the ball. The young man brought the report closer to his face and read that, according to the knight, he went to the warden along with Prince Edward, but in the office he was attacked by an unknown person whom he easily dealt with. The Duke frowned even more, realizing that at the time of the theft Anna was alone, and alone she dealt with the criminals. Cassian rose from his seat, surprising Elon, and headed towards the window. He looked out into the street, seeing the garden in which Anna and Sir Crave were sitting at their long-familiar tea party. The girl was thoughtful and did not smile, but looked into the cup, periodically squeezing it with her palms. Cassian was lost in misunderstanding and guesswork, and then he lightly touched the window, frowning his brow. At the same time, the Duchess explained to her knight what happened during her abduction, and Crave reacted to this too loudly. He gloomily suggested that all those who tried to kill her were sent by order of the Emperor. Arne pulled the cup to her face and said that most likely he was directly involved in this. The Duchess asked him to keep everything a secret because she had no evidence, only the words of the mercenary, and Crave agreed, but expressed confusion, asking why the Emperor was trying to kill her. The girl said that she had no idea, and the knight thought about how such a careless person could please the Duke. He then asked if she had killed the attackers, and Anna replied that she had left them alive, but had put a seal on them. Crave opened his eyes, asking with interest what the seal was, and then heard that if the mercenaries tried to reveal the secret, they would feel terrible pain. After the knight's praise, Anna said that the Emperor was unlikely to leave them alone after he had violated such an order, and then asked what he was doing at that moment. Crave picked up Evermore, examining it for scuffs, explaining that he went to the warden, but a man tried to stun him. The girl said with skepticism that he had been gone for a long time, and she had already thought that he had been captured. The guy laughed, saying that he was just staying late, and he was thinking about whether he should tell him that yesterday he saw their mutual friend. That day, he caught a glimpse of one of the knights of the Order of the Golden Dragon, but it was so fast and abrupt that he couldn't be sure. More precisely, Crave tried to convince himself of this, but he himself knew that he had definitely seen Ergen, followed him to check, but missed him. The knight sighed and began to speak, but the Duchess was called out by Eva, who ran into the garden and out of breath. She said that Anna had received many invitations. The girl frowned, looking at the nanny, and asked what kind of invitations we were talking about. Eva explained that there were rumors about what happened yesterday, and therefore many ladies decided to invite the Duchess to various events. Anna nodded, and then turned to Crave and asked what he wanted to say, and the knight replied that he would say it next time, because it was not boring at all. The girl got up from her seat and went to Eve, saying that she would then wait for his words, and Crave shouted that he would remain outside. Anna dropped her lower jaw and could hardly utter a word when Eva led her to the scene. She screamed, asking what it was, and still could not take her eyes off the huge pile of letters and envelopes lying on the table. The Marchioness explained that these were all invitations sent to the Duchess. One of the maids said that now it was their turn, and the second explained that they could not send their precious Duchess to an unknown place. Martha said that they would independently choose the places that suited the girl the most. The maid pulled out a large envelope from a pile of papers and said that this ball at the Count's was a must-see, because all the famous personalities of society would gather there. Another replied that the art evening and horse riding were not to be missed, and they began to find out if the dates of the events were the same. Anna looked at everything that was happening without enthusiasm, thinking that even after selecting the best one, she would not be able to attend so many events. The Marchioness suddenly attracted attention by raising her hand and asked if the Duchess could arrange the reception herself. The girl straightened up in surprise, asking if she had heard everything correctly, and the Marquise answered yes and asked if she had experience in organizing such events. Anna said no, and the Marquise said that then they would be better off starting with organizing a casual tea party. Eve ran up to the woman and grabbed her hands gratefully, shouting that this was a great idea. The Marchioness said with a smile that she saw the tea party as an excellent chance to meet good people, and the Duchess might have friends with whom she could communicate and share her secrets. The girl echoed her words and thought. Since childhood, all she did was swing a sword, and therefore she never had friends. Anna tried to hide the trepidation this desire caused her, and quietly cleared her throat into her fist in agreement. The Marquise asked, how about having a tea party, as is customary in the Western Empire? The girl was surprised at this proposal, but the woman said that this was her homeland, and the local ladies were just keen on the culture of the Western Empire, and she could recommend one trade guild. She said that recently many aristocratic women prefer to buy goods there, including those that were brought from the Western Empire, and then asked if the lady minded that she invited them. Anna, surprised by the sudden influx of proposals and information, modestly replied that she did not mind. The maid said that the head of the trade guild came to the estate in person, and the Marchioness was surprised, saying that it is usually difficult to meet with him, but his attitude towards the Duchess apparently speaks for itself. The blonde woman chuckled quietly, not really understanding the fuss. A dark-haired man with bright green eyes entered the room and bowed his head, telling the Duchess that he was glad to meet her, and then introduced himself as Ergen, the owner of the West Gold Trade Guild. The girl almost went crazy when she saw a familiar face and tried to understand whether she was dreaming about it and why the hell he forgot here. The Marchioness said that Sir Ergen is a viscount in the Western Empire. Anna, without much enthusiasm and with slight irony, said how amazing it was, and she herself thought that he received the title after the end of the war with the Eastern Kingdom. The girl involuntarily remembered Crave's arrival. Now Ergen had appeared, and she silently counted on the fact that not the entire knightly order had come here. Ergen pointed with his hand at a cart of dishes that a certain man had brought in, and then asked, how about such Western-style tea-drinking goods? And then added that this was a tea set made by the hands of a famous master in the Western Empire. He nodded at the set of blue-green dishes, made by the master personally, and the Marquise admired, saying that it looked luxurious. Ergen nodded, saying with a smile that such a jewel would be difficult to find even in the Western Empire itself. Eva, who examined the dishes, said that she liked everything very much, and the Marchioness asked whether the Duchess liked such beauty. Anna, who had barely recovered from the shock, quickly replied that she liked everything too. The Marquise noticed the expression on her face and said that if she was shy about something, she could tell her everything. But the fair-haired one only thought that the fact was that her former subordinate suddenly became a merchant and unexpectedly appeared here. Ava hurriedly stood in front of the mistress and replied that the Duchess did not sleep yesterday and therefore was tired, and the Marchioness immediately apologized, saying that she had delayed her too much. The woman said that they could finish this for today, and she was already leaving. Ava and Marquise began to discuss something and left, leaving Anna alone with Ergen. The young man bowed and with a sly smile said that it was time for him to go, but the Duchess folded her hands on her chest and ordered him to wait. She frowned and said they needed to talk. Ergen put his hand to his chest and said that no matter how cute he was, she didn't need to act like that in front of other people. The maids giggled and started talking among themselves about how the merchant was indeed very attractive. Anna waved her hand and said that if he continued to spout this nonsense, she would smoke the goods from another seller. But Ergen bowed and said that he would give the Duchess a discount. Later, in Anna's room, former subordinates stood in front of her, who had found themselves here incomprehensibly, and it was unclear why. The girl asked the dark-haired young man if he had left the order, and he nodded and smiled. Crave shouted joyfully that they had both done it, and then the boys shook hands like boys. Arnie rubbed her forehead with her hand, and couldn't believe that 2 of the 3 greatest knights of the Order of the Golden Dragon had come to the Northern Empire. Crave rules. Colesburno was once the gallant deputy head of the order. Ergen Rowan Whalen occupied a certain position in high society and was an incredibly influential person. Arnie folded her arms across her chest and thought that if she listed all the knights, they could easily end up here. She stood up and said that he could be forgiven for his dismissal, but why he came to the Northern Empire is more difficult to understand, and Ergen calmly said that his father always wanted to engage in trade. He was the owner of a trade guild that united the Northern and Western empires, and Ergen promised to fulfill his dream, and therefore he was entrusted with an entire branch in the north. The young man said that they knew about his abilities, and because of them, he was good at trading. Anna, still gloomy, said that it was unlikely that he had come here simply to respect the will of his father, and therefore it would be better for him to tell everything as it was. And Ergen asked why else he could have come. Exhaling and raising his head, he himself answered that, of course, he could come because of her. The Duchess recoiled, not believing what she heard. She pointed her finger at him and said that if he came because of her, he could just visit. There was nothing to do with trading. And Ergen replied with a calm smile that he knew that the stupid deputy would immediately go to the commander. He added that they couldn't both start causing her inconvenience at the same time, and Crave, with an innocent look, asked what kind of inconvenience he was talking about. Anna asked what these long speeches of his meant. Ergen explained that he was smarter, and came to where she would certainly end up because she got married, which means she would definitely come for confirmation of the marriage. Crave happily noted that because of this, the dark-haired man was then in the palace, and Ergen said that they even met eyes. But the old acquaintance did not recognize him, and he was even surprised at his confusion. Anna looked up from her thoughts and looked at Crave with a dissatisfied look, asking why he saw Ergen and didn't say anything to her. And the red-haired knight ruffled the hair on the back of his head and said that he wanted to, but missed the right moment. Anna sighed irritably, saying that she understood this, but she was still interested in why Ergen suddenly chose trade, and then asked to avoid ridiculous excuses. The dark-haired man smiled innocently and spread his arms to the side, shrugging his shoulders. He leaned over to the girl and said that he had to first gain a foothold in the capital in order to be useful to her, and Anna asked what kind of help he was talking about. Ergen looked at her with his bright green eyes and continued, explaining that the secular world is a complete information war, and he and Crave are not very good at it, and therefore he must help. The Duchess said that this sounded commendable, but asked why he was doing this. Ergen said he was doing this so they couldn't throw it away. Arnie stared at him in surprise, not really understanding what he meant. The girl thought that things were going too far, and she could no longer admit that she was planning to get a divorce in 2 months. She exhaled and expressed hope that not all the knights had left the Order of the Golden Dragon, and Ergen chuckled nervously. He said that they all wrote resignation letters, but they were most likely left there by force, and Anna asked why. Ergen explained that if they showed up en masse to the Northern Empire, it would cause her unnecessary trouble, and therefore he took care of this in advance. Anna asked what he meant, and the dark-haired man replied that he told the Emperor everything. He added that they were most likely caught before they tried to escape, and then laughed cheerfully. Suddenly, Ergen's face changed, and he started talking about the day when he attended a ball in the Imperial Palace. He said that he used all his connections to come to the ball and watch her. He said that it was interesting to watch how she taught Emperor Giuseppe a lesson, and then said that she had changed for the better. She had even become more reasonable. Arnie warned him that he was in trouble and added that if he had finished his business, he could return to the Western Empire. Ergen agreed that he needed to return, and the girl exhaled in a relaxed manner, saying that, fortunately, he had not gone completely crazy yet. The dark-haired man ran his fingers along his chin and said that he would only return with her. Arnie pulled back indignant and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Ergen said with a smile that she was not going to stay here either, so he perceived everything that was happening as a short vacation. Crave turned to the commander, lost, asking if what Ergen had just said was true, and she replied that she didn't know yet and was still thinking. The dark-haired man grinned, overly confident in himself, and Anna looked at him with a dissatisfied look. He raised his hands and said that she could think calmly because there was still time. Summing up, Ergen asked if she would buy it all from him, holding out a check and asking her to sign on it. At the same time, in the Duke's office, Elon suggested that he personally ask the lady about what happened that day. Cassian exhaled noisily and closed his eyes, because on the contrary he was trying to avoid thoughts about this conversation. The Duke left the office and walked along the corridor forward, and then heard conversations on the floor below. He stopped, placing his palms on the railing and looking at how his wife stood next to Sir Crave and some stranger. The dark-haired man smiled and stood too close to his Duchess. Cassian frowned, trying to remember if he had seen this man before, but nothing came to mind. He felt an incipient wave of jealousy and anger because the man looked at Anna with an insanely tender gaze and did not look away. Ergen promised the girl that he would visit her periodically. The girl folded her arms over her chest, frowned and said that there was no need to come to her, and the dark-haired man asked if she was saying that because the girl's heart beats faster when she sees him. Anna moved towards him threateningly, asking if he wanted to die, and Ergen playfully moved away, disagreeing. Cassian, who approached them, looked at the unknown guest with extreme displeasure. Ergen turned around and said that he was already leaving, and Anna asked him to quickly leave. Cassian's lips pressed into a thin line as the stranger turned around and grinned in his face. Ergen walked out the door, and the fair-haired woman slammed the door behind him, muttering that her head was spinning. The Duke called her name, and the girl turned around when she heard his voice. Cassian planned to immediately ask a question about what happened in the palace that day, but his mind was occupied with something else entirely when he gently pulled her towards him by the waist. He leaned towards her and asked who the man who had just left was. Anna, stuttering and raising an eyebrow, said that it was a merchant. Cassian asked her again, and the girl hastily confirmed her own answer, thinking that the Duke was damn close. Crave, still standing nearby, suddenly intervened in the conversation and suggested that they move away from each other and continue the conversation in a different position. Cassian seemed to wake up and exhale. His eyes brightened, and the barely perceptible harshness receded. He moved away and asked his wife for forgiveness for being rude, and then explained that it was simply the first time he had seen how closely she interacted with a stranger. The girl quietly whispered that she understood, and she herself thought that she had never seen Cassian like this. He noted that Anna had a gloomy face and asked if the merchant had done something to anger her. The girl hastily raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture and assured him that this had not happened. Cassian said that he was glad of this, and the girl turned to him cautiously, seeing his condition. She said that he was usually busy at this time, and the Duke agreed, saying that this was his working time. The girl looked up and hesitantly asked why he had come here then. Cassian instantly softened when he heard the hesitation in his wife's quiet voice. He lowered his hand to her cheek, stroking her velvety skin, and said that he suddenly missed her, and the girl froze in surprise. The Duke smiled, without taking his blue eyes off her face, and then asked if this embarrassed her. Anna felt her cheeks turn pink and whispered quietly, which was quite embarrassing. Cassian laughed quietly and removed his hand from the girl's face, saying that he shouldn't put her in an awkward position, and he would come again if he wanted to see her. And the girl answered without much enthusiasm that he shouldn't, otherwise he would get into trouble. Even more embarrassed and irritated by his quiet laughter, she hissed that he had better get back to work quickly. The Duke said that he would come to her when he was done, and Crave, standing nearby, thought about how jealous he was of them. Cassian later returned to his office, closing the door behind him and sighing. Elon was glad that the Duke returned so quickly, and his eyes began to shine. He was fully prepared to discuss and asked if Cassian had learned from the Duchess about the situation, and the man answered in the negative. Elon dropped his lower jaw because literally 10 minutes before they had discussed the plan of action. Cassian said that they should find out for themselves what happened in the palace, and first they should check the Emperor's inner circle because something might come up. The Duke turned around, saying that besides this there was something else to check. He ordered to find out about the merchant who came to the estate today. Then go through Crave Level Ghost, Master of the Sword again. Cassian exhaled and said that Elon must regather information even on his wife, Arnie. Meanwhile, at the West Gold Trading Company, work was in full swing, like it had not been for a long time. The unexpected appearance of the young aristocrat created a sensation, because thanks to Ergen's incredible sales, the company, which had been stagnant for a long time, suddenly became an incredible success. For the first time since its founding, the company's business was finally going uphill. One of the workers called out to the boss and wanted to report on today's orders, but Ergen interrupted him, saying that he was a little tired today and needed to rest. The men remained standing outside the doors when their boss left, and whispered that Ergen smiled, and this meant something good had happened. Satisfied with himself, the young man entered the office in a great mood. He plopped down on a chair, threw his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, thinking that Anna had not changed at all. Ergen became a little more gloomy, thinking that when it came to the girl's marriage, he did not believe. Thoughts involuntarily returned to the Duke of Turnison from the Northern Empire, and the dark-haired man thought that if he had known in advance that Anna would become the wife of such a man, he would have married her himself long ago. He stood up and rested his palms on the table covered with gold coins and chess. Looking out the window, Ergen thought that his commander should marry someone better. He rubbed his chin with his hand, thinking that Duke Turnison was not at all suitable for Anna as a husband. The next day, the Marchioness told the Duchess that if she attended various tea parties, she could help them in other enterprises. Anna exhaled with displeasure, thinking that this was the only reason she had come. She suddenly heard the familiar voice of a dark-haired young man who was standing surrounded by ladies from high society. Ergen skillfully used his charm and told the girls that taking into account their wishes, he could advise everyone on something. He held out his hand with a small jar, the golden lid of which was covered with elegant and sophisticated patterns, and then said that this was a whitening cream, very popular in the Western Empire. Running his hand over his cheeks, he said that the effectiveness of the cream was confirmed by his skin. The ladies screamed enthusiastically, delighted with the words and behavior of Ergen, a stranger to them. Anna and Crave stood near this entire crowd, listening to the happy cries of the ladies, ready to tear off the offered cream right away. Ergen said with a smile that then he would immediately bring the desired goods for the lady, and for this he needed an assistant, so he took Sir Crave as a porter. One of the ladies invited the Duchess to come to them, while the guys on the side were hissing at each other, and Ergen was trying to persuade the knight to leave. The girls told Anna that they were having tea, and then led her to a stunningly decorated table and invited her to join them. Several ladies immediately began to kindly offer blonde tea, cakes of various types and waffles. Anna was a little embarrassed and thought that the atmosphere of this meeting was very different from the last meeting. The Duchess tried the waffles with pleasure and answered the girls' questions that they were really incredibly tasty, but she herself wondered why they bothered her so much. The table was decorated with beautiful dishes, and the desserts seemed incredibly tasty and unusual. One of the ladies, a young girl with bright yellow eyes and soft wheat-coloured hair, said that she had ordered the best quality service especially for the Duchess's visit. The other girl smiled kindly and expressed joy that the Duchess liked everything, and Anna awkwardly agreed. Suddenly, from somewhere nearby, the gnashing of teeth and the roar of an animal were heard. Anna turned around, hearing this sound and not understanding what it was. The ladies screamed in fear and huddled together. An angry dog of a fighting breed ran out at them and barked loudly and furiously. The dog opened his toothy jaw, and foam and saliva dripped from his fangs, quite possibly from rabies. Anna opened her eyes looking at the dog because there was simply nowhere for him to appear at a quiet social event. One of the ladies' legs gave way and she fell next to the table, stuttering and asking what they should do. Her eyes began to water and she whispered that she could not move at all from fear. The dog suddenly jumped up and aggressively rushed towards the girls. One of the ladies ran away, but the fallen girl screamed and could hardly get up, while Anna stood calmly next to her. The Duchess saw the reaction of the frightened girl and, having thought about it, figured out what to do. She grabbed an empty plate from the table and, taking aim, threw it forward. The vessel hit the mad dog on the head with a thud so that he recoiled back whining. Anna looked calm and militant and was confident that this would stop the dog. Contrary to her expectations, the dog stood up and shook his head, coping with the pain from the blow, and the broken plate lay next to him. He growled again and only became angrier, his eyes burning with a desire to get into someone's throat. Anna noted in surprise that the animal was still full of strength and his gaze was simply mad. She thought there was nothing more she could do and took a step forward. The Duchess opened her eyes and called upon her powers, showing the dog her inner tiger on a level that only he could see. The dog sensed a stronger opponent and whined in fear, sitting down and tucking its tail. Arnie ordered him to sit down, and the dog obediently landed on his butt, listening to the command. She chuckled slightly and told him to stand up, and the dog obeyed again and rose to his paws. The ladies froze in surprise, not understanding how the girl suddenly managed to make the dog calm down. Anna sat down next to the frightened girl and asked the dog to give her a paw, and he calmly obeyed the command, barking cheerfully. The Duchess turned to the blonde lady and asked if she was okay, and the girl, still surprised by what was happening, replied that she seemed so. Anna smiled kindly, saying that everything was fine then, in order to reassure the girl. The lady looked at the Duchess with admiration, thinking how amazing she was. She rushed forward and took the Duchess by the hands, asking if she could just call her Miss Arne. By then, the rest of the girls had rushed up to them, excitedly asking Lady Daisy if she was okay. The girl with short pink hair smiled brightly and screamed, praising the Duchess for her courage and skills. The three ladies stood at a distance from everyone else and could not understand what was happening, and then the head of their company said that they should keep today's incident a secret. Ergen leaned over them and asked why on such a nice day they were hiding in such a secluded place. The red-haired girl said that they just wanted to keep it confidential, and Ergen remembered that this is Lady Rosanna, who is closest to Lady Haley. Rosanna hurried her friends, saying that they needed to return to tea, and she herself wondered in surprise what kind of man had approached them. Lady Rosanna was a close friend of Lady Haley, who, unlike her friend, occupied a low position and dreamed of becoming a duchess. Lady Haley desired a status next in importance to that of members of the imperial family, so she sought to marry Cassian to fulfill her dream. Thunder roared from the clear sky when the conversation about the marriage of Duke Turnison came up among the ladies of high society. One of the girls said that his bride was a princess from the Western Empire. The other froze, putting the cup on the saucer and hesitantly asking what would happen to Lady Haley. This is why the ladies of the Northern Empire happily united. They gathered to mock the newly made Duchess and make her look stupid. But some time ago, the ladies saw how well Anna behaved in front of the Emperor, and many of them even wanted to make friends with her. Then Lady Rosanna could not believe that they could behave like that. She was furious at the time and said she couldn't believe what they had done because Haley still couldn't get over the shock and wouldn't get out of bed. The lady with pink hair said that they have the right to communicate with whoever they want, and her interlocutor replied that Haley has no need to cry for a married man, and she should forget him. Rosanna gritted her teeth angrily and looked at them, saying that they quickly changed their tune. Therefore, at the tea party where the Duchess arrived, Rosanne decided to unleash her hunting dog. But now she did not understand why her plan had failed, but she ordered not to tell anyone about it. Later, at the Turnison estate, the head of the maids, Martha, screamed at the doctor. She asked him if he was sure of his conclusion, and he confirmed that the Duchess was in perfect health. Erica screamed that this couldn't be true, and he should examine her more closely, and the doctor tried to justify himself, saying that he had already examined her. Crave stood next to Anna, and the maid suddenly moved towards him, asking how he allowed this to happen, although he was next to his mistress. The knight did not know how to justify himself, and turned to the girl, whispering and asking her for help. Anna folded her arms across her chest and demanded that everyone be silent, and then added that she wanted to make an important statement. She asked everyone to listen carefully, and putting her hand to her chest, steadfastly said that she was very healthy and was not a weak woman. The maid stared at her in shock and could not hide their surprise. She showed off her toned arm, saying she runs faster than them and can climb a tree and lift heavy things. Erica said that she simply had no words, and Martha asked if the Duchess had been deceiving them all this time. Anna exhaled and said that if they felt betrayed, then she could not do anything about it, but she would not deceive them anymore. Erica took a deep breath and started screaming. She sincerely said that she still liked the Duchess, no matter what. The blonde girl stared in surprise at the maid, expecting anything but such words after her confession. All the girls calmly took what she said and explained that it was even better, because the Duchess could stand up for herself, and Anna thought that they might not have cared about this nonsense from the very beginning. There were booming footsteps in the corridor, and Cassian called out to his wife, quickly heading towards her. The blonde turned around at his voice and smiled slightly, but didn't even have time to say her husband's name. The man wrapped his arms around her, pressing her tightly to his body and inhaling the beloved smell of her hair. Anna froze in surprise and rested her chin on his shoulder as he leaned towards her, hugging her. He whispered her name with trepidation and tenderness, continuing to hug his wife to him. Moving away, the Duke said that he had heard about what happened and asked if she was okay, and the girl sheepishly replied that everything was fine. Cassian gently squeezed her shoulders and said that she shielded the other lady from the hunting dog, and then asked if she was definitely not wounded, and Anna repeated that she was unharmed. The Duke gloomily said that his wife should no longer expose herself to such danger. Anne agreed at first, but then realized that the fair-haired man still considered her a fragile and weak lady. She exhaled, thinking that Erica and Martha had spread rumors about her health, and then she lowered her head and thought that she should confess. Without looking up, she hummed and asked Cassian to listen to what she had to say. She raised her head with a sigh and declared that she had something very important to confess to him. The Duke, a little surprised, replied that she could say whatever she wanted. Anne gathered her courage, folded her arms over her chest and shouted that she was completely healthy. The man didn't quite understand what she meant and smiled, maintaining a slightly surprised expression on his face. He said with a slight chuckle that health is good, but the girl was going to add something else to her confession. She looked at him from under her brows and said that she was actually very strong. Cassian frowned, not understanding what she was getting at with these confessions. The Duke chuckled and said that it was true because she was stronger than anyone else he knew. He added that she was probably tired, so she should rest, and he would take care of the rest himself. Arnie couldn't understand why the hell he, who is usually very insightful, understands everything right away, but now he just can't get it. Cassian exhaled unexpectedly quietly and whispered that he was asking her for something. He put his hand on her shoulder and said he asked her to be with him as long as possible. The maids who heard this were delighted with such reverent feelings and words of their masters and sighed quietly. Cassian added that he asks for this because for him Arne is the only and closest person. The next day, in the garden, Ergen watched as the Duchess stroked the dog and then asked if she had really just picked up a stray hunting dog, and the girl agreed. She said she wouldn't save everyone, but she couldn't resist him. Anna named the dog Hero and deftly taught her completely new commands, delighting her maids and everyone present. The girl scratched the dog's belly and explained that she had shown how she managed to tame the dog, so everyone was delighted. Evermore, lying on a pillow, said that the planet is full of life, and to kill it for no reason is to go against God's will, and then added that his mistress is amazing. Ergen chuckled, asking if she really came up with a nickname for him. The girl said that without a nickname it would be difficult to call him, and the dark-haired man agreed and replied that this was true, and then asked where her deputy had gone. Arne answered with a sigh that Crave went to get a new rag to wipe Evermore. She asked Ergen a little displeasedly why he had come this time, and the guy replied that he had just come to say hello. The Duchess said that if he wants to say something, then let him say it straight away and honestly, and the guy asked if she would be interested in finding out who the real owner of the dog is. Anna opened her eyes, realizing that she had not even thought about this question, and asked who it was. Ergen grinned and asked if she really thought that he would say this just like that, and the Duchess said that this was exactly why he came to the Northern Empire. The dark-haired man said that he had refused the position of knight and came here, and therefore asked for maximum leniency, and Anna irritably asked how much he wanted. Ergen deftly fished out of his pocket a case with earrings, the main decoration of which were large precious stones. She ordered to ask Eve for money and tell her the cost, and then suggested that the Emperor and Empress might be involved in this. Ergen responded in denial and added that these were lovely ladies who were simply jealous of her, causing the Duchess to open her mouth in surprise. He said that Arne's husband was very popular among women, and then asked if she had heard of Lady Haley, who was to take the place of Duchess of Ternison. She asked if that was really the case, and added that then she shouldn't even pay attention to it. Arnie turned away and muttered how tired she was of all this. Suddenly turning around again, she said that she wanted to ask Ergen for a favor. He said with a smile that he was ready to carry out any order of the commander, and the Duchess ordered him to find out why the Emperor tried to kill her. Ergen looked at her in surprise while the girl reasoned that the ruler could have found out who she was, but then she did not understand why he sent such weak killers. The dark-haired man looked at her and asked if she really thought that the reason the Emperor tried to kill her was because of herself. Arnie froze in surprise, not understanding what he was leading to, and asked if there could be any other reason for this. Ergen rubbed his forehead with his palm and thought that the girl obviously did not understand how dangerous the position of the Duchess of Ternison was. He asked if she found it strange that the Emperor and Empress were so bitterly opposed to her, and Anna said thoughtfully that perhaps it was so. The dark-haired one asked if she really didn't feel anything strange at all those social events, and the Duchess replied that she didn't even know. Ergen asked if she was interested in knowing the reason why Duke Terneuzen had a better chance of taking the throne than the second prince or even the Empress, and Anna answered half-heartedly that she was not at all interested. The man exhaled patiently and shook his head slightly. He said that there is a suspicion that Emperor Giuseppe poisoned his own brother, the former emperor, in order to seize power and take the throne himself. Ergen said that this is the real reason why Giuseppe is letting Crown Prince Edward get away with it. He explained that the only legitimate son of the former emperor was Cassian. Her husband, Duke Ternison, had exclusive rights to the throne. He added to the story that the former Empress Isolde committed suicide, and the young heir was not in the most favorable position. Instead of the little prince, who could not even speak yet, the only brother of the emperor, Duke Giuseppe, was placed on the throne. At that time, the man promised to hand over the throne to the prince in the future, but executed everyone who helped him take the throne. He left the prince alive only because of vague public opinion. He gave the prince the title of duke and allowed him to live in the castle of Terneuzen. No one was allowed near him except his godmother, Marquise Givena, and the boy's childhood was more like imprisonment. Ergen took a breath because the story was too long. He explained that the position that Anna now occupied was tantamount to a confrontation between the emperor and the duke. The dark-haired man said that he did not know what was on both of their minds, but the girl's life now depended solely on political calculations. Anna tried to digest all the information she heard, and therefore stood silently and blinked her eyes. Later, the girl sat alone in her chambers and thought about what she heard from Ergen. She sipped her tea silently, thinking about herself and Cassian, their past. At the age of 16, the girl picked up a sword and entered the battlefield because she wanted to defend her homeland. Of course, in addition to the country, she also sought to defend her family, and it was to take care of them that she wanted to return to the West. Now Anna was sad, realizing that all this had been taken away from Cassian from the very beginning, and now she also remembered how he asked her to be with him as long as possible. The girl was ready to cry, but Ava unexpectedly entered her room and called the Duchess. She asked why Anna looked so worried, as if she was about to cry, and the blonde looked up at her forlornly. Ava asked if something sad had happened and she could help the Duchess, but she was silent, sighing. She suddenly felt something strange and got up from her seat, heading towards the door. Ava called out to her, not understanding where the mistress was going, but the girl was already running downstairs. She didn't understand why she was doing this, but she felt that she had to go downstairs. Ani hurriedly ran up the stairs, and when she stopped at the bottom, she saw Cassian. He was pulling off his cloak and, hearing footsteps, turned to his wife in surprise. The man smiled slightly, but still did not understand the confusion on the girl's face. Anna realized that she felt it and pressed her hands to her chest, feeling how fast and strong her heart was beating. Cassian looked at her a little blankly, but smiled and asked if she had come to meet him. The girl exhaled and said that if it suddenly becomes difficult for him, he should not endure it alone, but should definitely tell her. Anna did not understand herself and her impulses, but said that she would hug him now. She blushed, lowered her head, trying to explain her desire and words, but nothing came to mind. Cassian himself abruptly pulled her towards him, hugging her tightly and pressing her to his strong chest, slightly rocking her in his arms. The girl whispered his name, as if reminding him of her request. The Duke sighed the scent of her hair and said that he would certainly do so. The next day, Arnie, Crave and Ergen were again sitting in the garden at a small table and drinking tea. Cassian was in his office remembering last night and wondering why his wife suddenly told him this. He was torn from his thoughts by Elon, who said that the head of the West Gold Trade Guild had arrived yesterday. Elon continued and said that he asked the maids, and Ergen seemed to have seen the Duchess. Cassian remained silent, continuing to look out the window, but now he looked much more closely at the dark-haired merchant. Anna laughed at his words and smiled, covering her face with her palm, and the Duke did not like it. He touched the window with an angry expression, and Ergen saw him. The merchant grinned, noticing Cassian's silhouette in the high window, and decided to play on the button of his nerves. He deliberately leaned towards Anna's ear and began to whisper something, causing surprise and bewilderment in the girl. The Duke did not notice how the desire to do something to the dark-haired, insolent man so that he would get away from his wife flared up in his chest. Cassian gloomily called Elon, and he immediately responded. Then the Duke asked if he had found out anything about this man. The young man, stuttering, replied that there were no normal results yet and asked to wait a little longer. Ergen continued to make the girl laugh, and she laughed, smiling at him. Cassian became darker than a cloud and tensed his whole body. Elon was almost gone when the Duke called out to him and said that he had one more command. He ordered the young man to hand over all his affairs to Grendel and get to work, taking the position of assistant to the Duchess. Elon went out into the garden, standing near the lady, her dog and Sir Crave, thinking about who the Duchess's assistant was. He didn't understand why she needed an assistant at all, and everyone would understand that this was just surveillance under the guise of help. Martha and Erica ran up to them, shouting how the lady could touch a dog with her bare hands because its delicate skin would be ruined. And while Anna was talking to them, Elon stood and did not understand what he had forgotten here. The maid sat the blonde at the table, Sir Crave sat opposite her, while Erica offered her to try cookies with delicious apple jam. Elon looked at them and did not understand how the girl managed to subjugate all of Turney's servants so quickly. The young man thought that the Duke himself was a very cold-blooded person, and it was often impossible to understand what he was thinking about. However, recently everything has changed with the appearance of Arne. Crave asked in a whisper what this man was doing here, meaning the Duke's assistant. The girl replied that she did not know, and added that Elon came and said that he would now be her personal assistant. Crave asked blankly what she had to do that she might need help with, and Anna grinned, saying that they were out of nowhere. Elon stood not far from their table and perfectly heard everything that was being said, and therefore felt awkward. The young man thought that he was wasting his time and that this made him want to cry, but the lady turned around and called him. She looked at him kindly and smiled, and then asked if he wanted a cookie. He gritted his teeth and refused, thinking that everyone around him had obeyed her so easily, but he was a tough nut to crack. The next day, the lady was again sitting in the garden and called him again. The young man asked what she wanted, and the girl with a bright smile invited him to join the tea party. Elon immediately smiled brightly, clasped his hands and agreed, no longer wanting to pretend to be a strict assistant. He sat down at the table and they had a quite pleasant conversation. In his work diary on the first day, Elon left a note that the Duchess liked apple jam more than grape jam, and he found this out from the conversation between Anna and Erica. On the second day, he wrote down that the Duchess loved flowers. He saw her smelling them, and it was very sweet. On the third day, Elon left a note that Sir Crave was the first to greet him, and also noted that he was very nice. In general, the young man found out that the Duchess likes to sleep, takes care of the housework, resolves conflicts, keeps order among the maids, and does a lot of other different work. In addition, it turned out that she is very shy and is embarrassed even by ordinary bows. He noted that sometimes she behaves willfully, like a cat. Although, as the young man pointed out, she looked more like a leopard or a tiger. He didn't know what kind of relationship the Duchess had with the owner of the company, but she treated him kindly and caringly. One day they were drinking tea calmly again, and Elon was happy about this until he heard the Duke's menacing voice. The young man groaned when he saw the imposing figure of the Duke directly above him, who was tense but smiling. With some hysterical note in his voice, he ordered him to immediately return to his duties. The Duke immediately bowed to his wife and added that Anna would finish his tea with him. She froze in surprise and wanted to object, saying about his work and affairs. Elon left, and Cassian said that the girl would not have to worry about anything. The young man walked forward upset and thought that the Duchess had personally poured him tea, and he would really like to try it. A few days later, Anna was again spending her time in the garden and discussing the situation with Crave, who expressed the opinion that the Duke had simply sent Elon to keep an eye on her. Anna asked if her communication with Ergen really looked so suspicious, and the knight calmly replied that yes. Crave said that Ergen was trying to be as close to her as he was, and the girl asked why he was grumbling. Maybe he just wanted to scold. The young man said that she had a fairly good relationship with the Duke, and she could tell him about their relationship, and the girl became sad. Crave reluctantly admitted that when she got married, at first he didn't believe it, but then he realized that the Duke valued Anna very much. The knight said that besides, she liked the Duke, and asked if that was not so, and the fair-haired woman hummed thoughtfully. She remembered how Cassian had hugged her tightly, pressing her to his body, and her lips suddenly began to tremble. Anna remembered every moment when they were close, when he showed care and tenderness, offered help and kissed passionately, and covered her face with her hands, telling Crave that she needed to be alone. The young man immediately stood up and, looking at the commander in surprise, quickly agreed. He almost left, but turned around and asked if she really hadn't planned to stay here from the beginning. Anna whispered that he was right without looking up. She quietly said that from the very beginning she already knew that she would get divorced and end this marriage. Crave looked sad because he sympathized with the commander and wanted to ask why she wanted to do this. They were interrupted by Martha, who turned to the lady and said that according to the plan, she had a meeting of the riding club tomorrow. Another maid explained that the richest figures of high society gather in this club. They ride the most expensive thoroughbred horses, and then added that there was also a horse of Duke Turnison, and she could choose it. The maid with dark hair said that she would tell her mistress about what to pay attention to when riding a horse, and called her along. The girl exhaled and stood up, and then walked forward, surrounded by maids. Crave was worried about Anna's condition and sighed quietly as he watched her leave. The next day at the riding club, Lady Rosanna said that today's club meeting had been moved to another place, and therefore there was no free horse left for the Duchess. Arnie raised an eyebrow, wondering how this girl would go out of her way to annoy her. Then the girl was called by her friend, Lady Daisy, who said that the Duchess could use her horse. Anna exhaled, thinking that she couldn't let such a nice lady down by leaving. Roseanne said that their club had several horses available, and then asked if the Duchess would like to take one of them. The fair-haired one clarified whether they really had free horses. Rosanna folded her arms and said that these horses had the same good pedigree. She said that perhaps in the entire Northern Empire there would not be more than 5 equally good horses, and then at the snap of her finger, the servants brought out a huge black horse. Anna opened her eyes and looked at this creature with admiration, thinking that this was truly a beautiful horse. Rosanna, with undisguised cunning, said that this stallion is good, but his character is not simple. He does not allow everyone to ride him, and last time he threw off one gentleman who broke his leg. She added that if the Duchess could tame a horse, she would give it to her. Anna smiled contentedly, looking at the beautiful face of the horse. The blonde turned to Rosanna and asked if she really should just tame him, and she stared at the Duchess in surprise. She grinned and said that Rosanne would regret this proposal and then stepped towards the mount. As she came closer, the horse began to snort in displeasure, but she used her strength, looking into his eyes with hers. The stallion snorted in surprise, feeling how all his rage and arrogance disappeared from the girl's gaze. The ladies stood in surprise in front of Anna and watched this spectacle, not realizing that this was really the same horse that kicked when Rosalia tried to tame him. Anna said that good horses choose their own riders, and it seemed that he had never met a good owner until now, and then she asked if he would like to try running with her, and the horse bowed his head in agreement to her. Jumping up and easily swinging over the saddle with one leg, Anna easily settled into the saddle and grabbed the bridle, and then gave an order to the horse, and he took off. Rosanne looked on in shock and screamed that this couldn't be happening, and Daisy clenched her fists happily, saying that she admired Miss Arnie. One of the girls said that it was the Duchess herself, and they should stop such jokes, and Rosanne angrily shouted that she did not understand, and the other lady remarked that no matter what she did, it had no effect on Anna. The blonde confidently stayed in the saddle, and the stallion quickly rushed forward, cutting through the wind. Having made a circle, the girl again drove up to the rest of the ladies and confidently stopped the horse, which reared up to slow down. She stroked the horse's muscular neck tenderly and named him Raven, saying that he was an excellent steed. Rosanna looked at her, combining a state bordering on rage and lack of understanding of what was happening. Later, already at the Turners' estate, the girl showed the stallion to the servants and Crave, who, without much surprise, asked if she really took him without hesitation, and Anna calmly agreed. She told the stallion that he would now live here, and also told him to behave well, while the young man watched this and mentally asked himself if she was really going to turn the estate into a farm. Crave said that it was okay, but he recalled that conversation, covering his mouth with his hand. Anna turned to the bear and asked what it was. The knight whispered that he was talking about divorce, and the girl froze, remembering everything they had discussed. He asked if she was sure she intended to do this, and Anna lowered her head thoughtfully. She suddenly said that she thought he would rejoice at such news more than anyone else, and Crave exhaled and said that when he found out about her marriage, he took it all as a thing. He rubbed his hand over his neck and said that the fact that she did this at the time really was a blow to him. The young man exhaled, recalling that when leaving, she asked to find a replacement for her. But this is impossible, because only she can occupy such a place. He said that at first he could not understand how such an outstanding personality could live an ordinary, calm life, and he could not even imagine it. But when he lived here, thoughts appeared in his head about whether it was possible to shoulder all the military power the Western Empire rests on the shoulders of one man. Crave said this is where she shined and found the freedom she never had in the West. He cleared his throat quietly and said that she had better stay here if that's what she wants. Crave thoughtfully said that this time she had the right to make a little selfish choice. He continued, adding that all the people loved her very much, and she herself seemed calm. Arnie lowered her head and looked at the floor with a sigh when the knight asked why go back if she could avoid it. She thanked him for his concern, but said that she could not leave the Western Empire because there was still a war going on there with the Eastern Kingdom, and it was unknown at what point the danger would become more acute again. The Duchess gently stroked his red hair with her hand and thanked him for his concern, saying that she would definitely think about all this. They were interrupted by the maids approaching. One of them asked how Anna went to the riding club, and the other said that she would prepare warm water for the Duchess to take a bath. The girl left with the maids, and Crave sighed heavily and rubbed his neck with his palm, muttering out loud about divorce. Suddenly he heard a knock and rustling from behind, and then turned around. He froze with a surprised expression on his face when he saw the basket on the ground and the cupcakes that had fallen out of it. Erica stood not far from him, having dropped all this, and held her hands to her mouth, whispering what he said. She pressed her hands to her face and seemed ready to cry from what she heard. Crave froze, realizing the direness of his situation and realizing how this could turn out for Anna and then for him. Erica pointed her finger at him and asked if he had just mentioned divorce. The young man, in order to avoid disaster, covered her mouth with his hand and pressed her to him. Having dragged the girl behind a tree, Crave looked around and gathered his courage, deciding to lie. He removed his hand and said that it was actually a secret, but he got married, and Erica continued to scream, asking if he really took her for a fool. The red-haired man rubbed his neck with his hand and said that it was true, and his wife suddenly announced that she wanted to divorce him, and the girl objected that she had asked others, and she was told that he was not married. She looked at him angrily and asked if that was the case. Then how could he pretend to be a bachelor all this time? Crave decided to lie to the last and also shouted loudly that everything was true and he really had a wife. Erica covered her mouth with her hand and inhaled through her nose, saying that he was a real scoundrel. She asked what he wanted to achieve by pretending to be single. He hesitantly mumbled as a knight that probably popularity. Erica again insulted him with a scoundrel and an impudence and a scoundrel, and then said that she would immediately tell the others, and Crave caught her by the elbow, trying to explain that he simply did not want scandals, and was afraid that he would look strange if everyone found out that his wife remained in the West. He quietly added that he just wanted to protect the princess, and Erica fell silent. The young man was breathing heavily, and then lowered his voice slightly, asking her to check his words, and Erica froze when she heard this and looked thoughtfully at Crave. At the same time, Anna was talking to one person in her room using a magic ball. The interlocutor, Ray, told the commander that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and the girl agreed, folding the shroud on her chest. Julena Igraine was also a member of the Order of the Golden Dragon, but was currently the prince's accompanying knight. She asked Anna how her husband was, if she had gotten used to life in the estate, and if she had any problems. The Duchess asked her to ask questions in order and asked how long Julena would call her commander, and you answered that she would call her that until her death. She smiled brightly and asked why Anna called her. The fair-haired one said that she wanted to know about the situation in the Western Empire, and Julena was surprised, saying that she could ask this personally from the Emperor. She caught herself, saying that Deputy Crave and that slippery fellow Ergen had left their service in the Order. Julena asked if they both went to the Northern Empire, and Anna replied that the girl had guessed right. She pressed her fingers on the bridge of her nose and asked him to talk about the situation in the West. Julena explained that the entire squad resigned, but Cyclian IV gave leave to the entire Golden Lizard squad, and even those who resigned, saying that they had sacrificed a lot for the sake of the country, and then added that they could resign later, and everyone was happy. The girl immediately smiled happily and asked if it helped her. Anna asked if the capital's security had been reduced due to what was happening, and Julena replied that all problems would be resolved when the commander returned. The Duchess froze and opened her eyes, thinking about how frivolously everyone in the West took her wedding. Anna asked where the girl heard this, and Julena replied that Prince Leonardo said so. The warrior asked if Anna had told anyone else about the wedding, and the girl muttered that no, because she didn't want to cause unnecessary confusion, and then she should also keep her mouth shut. Julena smiled and wanted to ask something else and began a sentence, but there was a crash. Erica and Crave, wrestling with each other, entered the chambers, shouting something to the Duchess. Anna hurriedly waved her hand to Jurina and turned off the ball, asking for forgiveness for such an abrupt interruption of the conversation. And the girl on the other side exhaled because she just wanted to say that they would see each other soon. The blonde one raised her head and asked Erica, lost, what was going on between her and Sir Crave. The maid said that she needed to ask something, and Anna froze, clarifying what exactly. Erica cried out with tears in her eyes, "Is the lady really going to divorce the Duke?" The girl looked at the red-haired girl in surprise and raised her eyebrows, because this question was the last one she expected. Anne turned her murderous gaze on Crave, and he recoiled, looking at her in fear. She frowned and realized that he seemed to have done something wrong, and she was also sure that Erica would not just leave him alone. She continued to wait for an answer and look intently, expectantly at her mistress. Anna decided to radically change the subject and, with a gentle smile, asked if she would like to swear allegiance to her. The maid dropped her lower jaw and squealed in delight, asking if it was true. The Duchess replied that she was perfect, and Erica screamed in love that she agreed, and Crave opened his mouth in surprise, unable to believe that the girl fell for such a thing. In the evening, Cassian spent time at the Chilean social club, where bright lights shone in the windows. In the corridor of the establishment, the Duke encountered the same dark-haired merchant, the head of the West Gold Guild. Ergen said he was able to be here because one of his clients is a very important person. Cassian could hardly contain his displeasure, complaining that lately even merchants were going to clubs. He tried to show in his gaze everything that he wanted to say out loud, but he smiled. Ergen, of course, understood everything and enjoyed the Duke's jealousy, but he also smiled. Placing his palm to his chest, he formally introduced himself, as if he did not understand that the man standing in front of him knew everything perfectly well. Cassian said coolly that he didn't think this was the place for formal introductions. Ergen smiled, thinking that he was so openly opposed to him, but it was even more interesting, but out loud he only asked him for forgiveness for his rudeness, and the Duke replied that he was glad for the understanding shown. The merchant said that he seemed to be mistaken in believing that the Duke was interested in him and had assigned a man to spy on him. Ergen asked if they managed to find out anything, and Cassian grinned and folded his arms, saying that he didn't even know. He said with a smile that he only learned that the dark-haired man was the second son of Count Veilon, who abandoned him, and the guy stopped smiling. Cassian continued, saying that at the age of 16, during the war between the Western Empire and the Eastern Kingdom, Ergen barely managed to get out of the abandoned wasteland alive, and then his whereabouts were unknown. The Duke could not resist and directly asked the dark-haired young man why he had come to the Northern Empire, and then added that this was possible because of his wife. Ergen laughed, saying that Cassian really had a great interest in him and was even embarrassed by such increased attention. The fair-haired man calmly replied that the moment really turned out to be so successful that one can only think so. Ergen replied that if he found out all this, then he probably knows that he is with the heroine for a reason. And seeing the Duke's lips compressed into a thin strip of anger, he said that he still doesn't seem to know what their relationship binds them together. Cassian coldly noted that the merchant spoke as if there was something between them. Ergen replied that, of course there is, because he has known the Duchess much longer than her husband. The fair-haired man still acutely remembered that tender gaze of the stranger directed at Anna, and said with a grin how impudent Ergen was. Both men's aides watched their tense conversation in some confusion. The man approached Ergen and, bowing slightly, said that a VIP guest was calling him. The dark-haired man said that he had to go and left, and at the same moment Elon ran up to Cassian and called him. He asked excitedly if something had happened, because he saw how nervous the gentleman was. Cassian asked if Elon had finished collecting information on West Gold, and the young man replied that only a few facts remained to be checked. And when asked about their activities in the Western Empire, he said that the company was connected with the Imperial Palace. Elon said that the Knights of the Order suddenly went on vacation, so all the civil servants were very busy right now. Cassian frowned and looked down, wondering what Sicleon IV was planning. A little later, the Duke asked what was wrong with Mackenzie, and Elon replied that the second prince returned to the palace and then suddenly left for the west, and this most likely was a secret order from the Emperor. Elon said that even if Mackenzie pretended to be the Emperor's loyal dog, the right to the throne should still always belong to the Crown Prince. They were interrupted from their conversation by a man sitting on a sofa upholstered in expensive green leather, who called out to Cassian, and the Duke responded, calling the man Quaid. Quaid, looking bored, put his face on his fist and said that he had just returned from Count Belong. When the Duke said that he did not know about their joint affairs, the man replied that it would be better if it was a friendly visit. He exhaled and said that the court department had received an official statement about the disappearance of the Count's daughter, Lady Daisy. On a sunny morning, Crave and Erica walked together to the table where the Duchess was drinking tea. Erica called her mistress, stopping, like the knight, who was now constantly following her so that she could not blab about anything. The maid bowed and said that the tea party at the Count's estate, scheduled for tomorrow, had been cancelled due to personal reasons. Arnie looked up in surprise, asking if she had understood correctly. She immediately remembered with what sincerity the fragile Daisy thanked her for saving her from the dog, and asked her to be sure to be at the tea party, and now she just cancelled it. Blonde asked if something had happened to Lady Daisy, and Erica replied that people said that she suddenly felt unwell, and Arnie immediately thought that she should visit her. Later, the Duchess actually got ready to visit her friend and ordered the carriage to be prepared, but before leaving, Cassian called out to her, asking where she was going. The girl stepped closer to him and said that she needed to go somewhere, but she would be back very soon. The fair-haired man was silent and only looked gloomily at the girl, remembering his recent conversation with Ergen. He lowered his gaze and quietly asked if she was hiding anything from him, and the girl looked up in surprise. Arnie said that she had no secrets from her husband, and Cassian only said the name of the head of the trade guild. The Duke was afraid to ask this question and was not sure that he wanted to know the answer, but then he said that in appearance it seemed as if they were very close, and asked if this man was her lover. The girl cried out, offended and even with some kind of disgust, that this was not at all true. Cassian nodded and asked to tell what kind of relationship united them then, and Arnie sighed, wondering what this fool had done again. The girl explained that she was doing something like raising and training this stupid Count's son, and the Duke, without noticing it, exhaled in a relaxed manner. Arnie arrived at the estate of the Count, Lady Daisy's father, but was met outside the estate gates and told that they could not let her through. The maid dabbed her eyes with a napkin and explained that Daisy was very sick and could not even get up, and therefore they could not even show her to the Duchess. The girl said that she wished Lady Daisy to get well as soon as possible, but she was sure that she did not feel the presence of her friend. The maid bowed and said that she asked to forgive her, and Anna thought that this woman did not show real sadness. She turned around and left, and the Duchess remained standing in front of the gate, mentally noting that this was suspicious. She was torn from her thoughts by the call of a girl approaching. Anna turned around and greeted her in a little surprise, asking if Lady Lillian was standing in front of her, and the girl opened her eyes with delight, saying how touching it was that the Duchess remembered her name. Lady Lillian asked if she too had come to check on Daisy, and the Duchess nodded in agreement. The girl with pink hair commented on how lucky her friend was, but Arnie said that Lady Daisy was feeling so bad that she wouldn't accept anyone. Lillian replied that then she should come next time, and then she pulled herself together and sharply asked if the Duchess was very busy. Anna froze in surprise, and the lady enthusiastically asked if she would like to have tea since they had already met. The blonde hummed thoughtfully, but thought that she had warned Cassian about her trip, and she could still stay a little longer since the visit to Daisy had fallen through. She smiled and agreed, asking if Lady Lillian knew of any decent cafe. The Duchess offered to ride in her carriage, and soon the carriage drove through the spacious streets of the city. The girl touched the window and pointed to an elegantly decorated building, saying that this place was there. The carriage stopped and the ladies got out, discussing what they served in the cafe and what delicious desserts they had. Anna was smiling, but suddenly she felt someone's gaze and turned around, noticing a familiar girl who served her poisoned wine during the banquet. She was probably up to something, and Anna decided to follow her, asking Lady Lillian to wait for her here for a while. Arnie approached the place where she saw the conspirator and froze in surprise because she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, the oppressive silence was diluted by a loud cry. The Duchess turned around because this voice belonged to Lady Lillian. The blonde ran back and saw how unknown people in broad daylight dragged the unfortunate girl into the carriage. The carriage rushed off, and Anna ran after, shouting who they were. She paused for a moment and considered whether she should call people to investigate, but realized that she might lose track of them. Anna exhaled and muttered that today she would have to get her dress very dirty, and then called upon Nevermore, deciding that she could not miss them. When the thick darkness of the evening descended on the Turners' estate, a heart-rending scream was heard in the Duke's office. The maid Erica stood in front of Cassian's desk in his office and cried and said that something had happened. The girl shouted that the Duchess seemed to be missing and began to cry more than ever. The Duke was sure that the emotional Erica could have messed something up and asked for details, and the girl added that the time at which Arnie promised to come had long passed, and they sent a man to find out where she was, but he said that there were no traces discovered. Cassian asked where his wife had gone that afternoon, and Erica said that she wanted to visit Lady Daisy Belong, and the man froze, feeling his heart sink in his chest, and then said that he was heading to Tessalaka's estate right now. In the capital, the carriage with the kidnappers rushed forward, and Arn pursued them and deftly ran along the roofs of buildings, jumping from one to another. The blonde noticed some strange energy waves around the carriage, and the carriage itself changed its appearance. She thought that this must be magic, and Nevermore praised the young woman for being so quick-witted. Sword explained that the kidnappers were just using a cheap optical illusion, which was nothing special. The girl continued to run and asked why such tricks did not work on her, and Nevermore explained that she had made a contract with him, and therefore such cheap magic did not work on her, and then added that if she were an ordinary person, she would have dropped them already, while the girl slowed down at the edge of the last roof. She realized that the kidnappers were heading straight into the forest, and Nevermore asked if she was going to follow them. The girl calmly replied that she would continue the chase because she could no longer afford to miss Lillian. The fair-haired one said with a grin that she might be a modest lady, but she would not pretend that she had not witnessed the crime committed. In the evening, the Duke hurriedly arrived at the estate of Count Tessalak, with whom they began to search for the missing Duchess. The entire desktop in the Count's office was littered with many documents and papers, copied evidence and testimony. Cassian was not just thoughtful, he gave off a feeling of depression and fear, and Tessalaka thought in surprise that his marriage with this girl was of convenience, but since her disappearance he could not find a place for himself. The Count exhaled and said, "The investigation has not yet yielded any leads, and the witnesses have lost their memory and only muttered indistinctly about something." The Duke raised his voice and asked, first of all, to keep Anna's disappearance a secret, because if the Emperor or the people of the Western Empire intervene, the situation will become more confused, and then he ordered to bring strange personalities who are related to Arnie. After some time, Ergen sat in handcuffs in front of him in the interrogation room and said that he did not understand the reason for the arrest because he was not guilty of anything. Cassian coolly stated that they would find out through further investigation. Ergen grinned, deciding not to deprive himself of the pleasure of teasing the Duke, and said that the Duchess would be fine. The fair-haired man asked how he knew this, and the merchant answered with a smile that he knew the girl very well, and Cassian's face instantly changed, asking what he knew that he was so confident in her. Ergen said that Mrs. Anna is the most amazing and strong person he knows. Cassian clenched his hands into fists and told the man to hope that everything would really be okay with his wife, because otherwise he wouldn't be okay either. Crave, meanwhile, was running through the forest and stopped briefly, trying to catch his breath. But Evermore shouted at him, saying that he felt the aura of the mistress in that direction, and then called the knight a slave and ordered him to run away quickly. The young man was breathing heavily because he had been running almost non-stop since lunch, and therefore asked if Evermore was sure that Anna was in that direction, and the sword answered with consent. While Crave ran on, the sword complained that its owner had chosen the old Nevermore and said that he would ask her today. 6 hours ago, Anne walked through the forest, looking around for those who had escaped. She said that she herself saw them use magic and disappear, and Nevermore warned that when she crossed the barrier, their magician would realize that she was on his heels. The girl replied that she knew this, and that the magician would probably find out about the existence of Nevermore, and the sword asked what she was going to do next then. Arnie said that she would like to simply sweep away everything in her path, but she cannot do so because Lillian is in danger, and therefore she found a loophole in the magical barrier. The Duchess spent literally seconds thinking over the plan, deciding that she could cut the barrier and remove Nevermore without anyone noticing it. She exhaled and swung her sword, cutting through the loose multicolored energy wall. Fortunately, the girl's guesses turned out to be correct, and she watched as this veil fell away, clearing the passage. Anna released Nevermore from her hands, ordering him to return. The girl stopped abruptly and froze when, almost at the entrance to the branchy forest, she saw what she was looking for. She hid behind a tree, and 10 meters away from her there was a cave, which was guarded by 2 men with weapons. The girl was thinking about how best to get around the guards and was afraid that she would make a noise, but an acorn accidentally rolled up to her leg and a squirrel squealed. Anna smiled brightly at the plan that arose in her head and mentally thanked the small animal. One of the guards froze in surprise when a small squirrel ran on the ground in front of him, catching up with a fallen acorn. He sat down on one knee, asking in surprise where they came from here. On the second, the man stepped towards him, clearing the entrance and saying that he didn't even know. Anna quickly made her way inside past the klutzes and froze, looking around at what opened before her in that very cave. She walked along the brick-paved cells and heard the quiet pleas for help from exhausted people. The little girl held the iron bars of the cell with her hands and cried, saying that she missed her mother. Anna looked at it all in shock, realizing that she was in the hideout of slave traders who did not hesitate to kidnap even a little girl. She pressed her hand to her lips, realizing that if the girl asked for help so loudly, she would be caught. The girl looked with delight at the stranger, who was completely different from the evil people who kidnapped her. Arnie walked forward, looking around at the exhausted people in the cells and mentally asking where Lillian was when she was suddenly called. The Duchess turned around and saw Lady Daisy and Lillian behind the bars, who were frightened and clutched the iron bars with their white, fragile fingers, asking how Anna ended up here. Lillian asked if the Duchess had been caught too, but the blonde didn't even have time to fully say her name because they were interrupted. A stranger with a long grey beard and a long dark cloak with a hood, holding a strange, twisted staff in his hand, told the girl that she did not look like she was from the tower. The man smiled and asked if she really served in the security detachment, and then he denied his words, saying that in that case she would have come alone. The stranger waved his staff, sending scorching waves of blue magical energy towards Anna, and the girl covered her face with her hands. With a bright smile, the man said that no matter who she was, she would not be able to get out of here, and continued to cast his spell. The blonde stood with panic in her eyes and realized that her whole body was rapidly weakening. Her strength was leaving her. She fell to her knees, unable to control her own body as the alien magic continued to affect her. Anna fell to the cold stone floor, trying to keep her eyes closed, but unable to resist. As she lost consciousness, she thought that she should have summoned Nevermore in advance to avoid this. Suddenly, the girl was transported to an incomprehensible place, dark and foggy. Around her, there was only rocky, dry earth. She walked forward and began to look around, not understanding where she was. Suddenly, distorted silhouettes of her parents appeared in front of her, saying that it would be better for Anna to be born a man, because then she would be able to lay claim to the throne. Their voices were too loud and angry. Not the same as usual, her father said, if they were too strong daughter's abilities for a girl, and said that this is the first time in the Level-Gosa family. The fair-haired girl looked at them lostly and did not understand the condemnation, because was it really that bad to be born a girl? She mentally transported herself to her training camp, to the times when she had just entered service among the other knights. One of the guys laughingly asked if they really had a new girl, and the second one quietly agreed with him and chuckled. He asked how a simple girl could try to be a knight, because this is an absolutely stupid idea, and the second confirmed that there were no female knights in the history of the Western Empire. Everything around her became dim again, and Anna remembered that one day, when she was only 5 years old, the legendary swordmaster Gurkhan asked if she wanted to learn magic so that no one would dare to say stupid things. The little girl looked at her uncle in surprise, widening her red eyes, and asked what magic was. Gurkhan, a fair-haired man with kind eyes, smiled warmly at his niece. He summoned a huge red and black sword with sharp side teeth, saying that she could control magic with it. Gherkin handed the weapon to the little girl, tightly gripping the handle, and told her to try to pick it up. Arnie's small hands with thin fingers reached out to the huge handle with shining red crystals. The girl said in surprise that it was very heavy and hugged the sword with both hands, staggering slightly so as not to drop it. Gherkin asked her to carefully raise the sword and asked if she felt that the sword was talking to her. And Anna, causing the young man to laugh, said that the sword did not say anything. The girl pouted and told him that it was enough to joke, and added that it would be better if he showed how it was done, and Gherkin advised her to look more carefully, snatching the sword from his small palms. He swung his sword, saying to swing it to the side, and caused a powerful pulse of bright red and pinkish energy. Gherkin continued to teach the girl, saying that the next step was to swing the sword upward, and he did it himself. The last step was to sharply lower the sword down, and the young man did this, cutting the air with a powerful impulse of magic, which even moved Anna from his place. Anna enthusiastically raised her fists, looking at the sword with loving eyes and shouting that she wanted to try it too. Gherkin gently stroked her head with a strong, warm hand and said that she could do this as much as she wanted. The young man smiled tenderly at the little girl and said that she looked like him, and this was the reason that Anna fell in love with the sword. She never cared what others said, and therefore at the academy she did not hesitate to give blows to guys who called her weak. From Anna's strong blow, the offender fell to the floor, and the second froze, his mouth wide open because he had never seen anything like this, and then screamed that she was crazy because she had laid the senior in rank on his shoulder blades. The girl calmly looked at him and said, "If they think that the girl cannot be a knight, let them attack and try to defeat her." Suddenly the darkness receded and the memory fell into many small pieces, and my breathing calmed down. Slowly remembering everything that had happened, Anna opened her eyes and noisily sucked in air into her lungs. She touched her face with her palm, sat up and winced, feeling that her head was still pounding with pain. The girl stood up and thought that it was the magic of hallucinations, which confuses consciousness and deprives a person of will, and then she called on Nevermore. He said that he was seriously offended by her because she had abandoned him so callously, and now she was calling him. And the girl exhaled and replied that in dangerous moments she could only rely on him. She casually mentioned that the magician had cast a hallucination spell on her, and Nevermore screamed indignantly. Sword asked how he even dared, and Anna nodded, saying that they needed to take revenge for this. The magician noticed her and froze in surprise, asking how she was able to wake up from the hallucination magic. He bared his holy teeth and again asked the question of how she managed to get to them. Anna was silent and saw no point in introducing herself to this unknown and strange man. He suggested that she was one of the aristocrats, and the girl silently raised Nevermore, shining with dark purple bonds of energy. The man moved back, shouting how she had scared him and begged for mercy, and then laughed, asking if she had expected such a reaction. He said with a grin that only the master of the sword could break such magic, and Anna raised her sword, echoing his words. Unexpectedly for the magician, she hit the grate with a swing of Nevermore. A roar and a grinding sound was heard. The man screamed in fear, because what happened was the last thing he expected to receive from an aristocratic girl. The grate continued to melt with a hiss and burn with a bright light after Nevermore's crushing blow. Enjoying the amazed look of the magician, Anna smiled brightly, even predatorily, and joyfully said that the cage was broken. With her next blow, the Duchess shattered the man's staff, who fell to the ground, stuttering and asking how she could do it. He called the girl a monster and ordered his people to call all the guys to fight the unknown. The magician was scared and trembling, wondering who she was, and then mentally suggested that she could be a strong warrior who was hidden in the Northern Empire. Arnie pointed the tip of the blade at the man and said that if he struggled, then the next thing in line after his staff would be his neck. The magician tried to threaten her with the fact that she did not know who was behind him, but when he refused to tell the girl what he was talking about the first time, she calmly stated that if he was not going to talk, he might die, and the man raised his hands up, begging her to wait. They were distracted by men bursting in with a variety of weapons, shouting warily and running towards Anna. The girl exhaled, looking around the crowd, and noted out loud that all this was incredibly boring because the people were not warriors, but ordinary thieves. She whispered to Nevermore that they could begin and picked him up, and the sword enthusiastically replied that it had not absorbed so many souls in a long time. Anna rushed to the attack, deftly weaving between the lost men and entering the battle with ease. Crave continued to run through the forest while Evermore loudly scolded his mistress, Nevermom, and the knight, calling him a slave. The young man could hardly catch his breath after such a long journey, thinking about how he had just come to the point of being insulted by a sword. He stopped and froze when he saw, a little below the level of the place where he found himself, that some people with weapons were gathering a crew and shouting that they had to hurry. Crave saw the unfortunate people in the horse-drawn cell and realized that he had stumbled upon slave traders. He saw a man completely covered in bandages and thought he should follow them, but a loud explosion was heard in the cave near them, accompanied by purple bursts of energy. Everything around was flooded with light. A loud bang was heard, and Crave hastily covered his eyes with his hand, shouting. Suddenly the light disappeared, and Anna appeared in front of him, asking why he appeared with this now, and the knight muttered that he could not stand Evermore's grumbling, and he shouted that he had a lot to tell his mistress. The girl asked if there was a man completely wrapped in bandages among the escapees, and Crave nodded, saying that he had seen him. It seemed to Anna that while she was dealing with the slave traders, this strange stranger was watching her. She gloomily said that these were difficult slave traders, and among them was a magician who could cast hallucination spells. Suddenly, a man in a public guard uniform appeared and hurriedly called Nevermore away, asking Crave for a favor. Other members of the public guard appeared, and one of them shouted loudly that a person had been found in the place where the explosion came from. They were ordered not to move, and Crave, in a panic, asked what they should do now, and Anna answered with a slight smile that they would do the same as last time, that is, say that Crave had handled it all. The next day, all the newspapers were full of news that a gang of criminals hiding in a cave and hiding hostages there had been destroyed. The square welcomed the new hero of the Northern Empire, Sir Crave, who stood at attention in a brushed black suit with shining gold epaulettes on his shoulders. A live orchestra played solemn music, and the young man looked with amazement at the huge crowd that had gathered in the square to honor him. He bowed to the people and thanked them for such a warm welcome, while he mentally thought that this deception had gone too far. The women standing close discussed that this knight was very brave, and there were also rumors that he was the master of the sword, while the man asked how he was a hero in his homeland, while Crave thought how he wanted to escape. Anna sat alone in the garden of the Turnison estate and enjoyed the long-desired silence. She was reading a recent newspaper, the headline of which screamed about the mysterious death of a magician involved in crimes. The girl exhaled because she hoped that the security detachment would thoroughly investigate the case, but they, apparently, did not succeed. Then her thoughts turned to Cassian, remembering the strange expression on his face with which he greeted her when she returned home. Anna exhaled and looked up at the window that overlooked Cassian's office, where he usually worked. The Duke looked at her and touched the glass with his hand, was gloomy and thoughtful, still trying to move away from the events of that day. He reflected on the fact that as a child, he had thoughts that this world was quite boring. At that time, Uncle Giuseppe actually took away his rightfully inherited throne from him. Only 2 people could provide support to a defenseless child, a general who served his father, and a woman who supported his mother's side. Then Emperor Giuseppe did not care about him because he had lost support and was too weak, and Cassian tried to behave quietly and not attract his attention, but was always aware of all the intertwined circumstances. He killed those who tried to harm him and did not touch those who were friendly. The young man was guided by subtle calculations, armed with logic, and everything was so simple that it was not even of interest to him. And just recently Arnie broke this order of things, seemed incredibly interesting to him, he wanted to see her much more often, and then he chose her as his wife. He looked at her, sitting peacefully in the garden and leafing through the fresh morning newspaper. Cassian felt this way for the first time, and when she disappeared, he was ready to give up everything just to find her, and so hoped that she was healthy and safe. He remembered last night when Elon burst into the office during the search and said that there was news. The Duke felt his heart sink and his throat tighten with worry and speculation about what Elon might say next. The young man said that the girl had been found, and Cassian could not hold back a cry of relief. He ran downstairs and suddenly braked, freezing, and slowly realizing how deep his feelings for the girl were. Anna stood surrounded by maids and smiled at them, and the Duke thought that he himself, single-handedly, wanted to possess her, her look and smile, to keep her next to him. The girl noticed him, perked up and smiled joyfully, calling him by name. Cassian realized he didn't want to lose her anymore and stepped forward towards Arne, who could barely recognize the expression on his face. He gently took her face in his hands and quietly whispered that he was incredibly glad to have her back, while the girl looked at him lost. The Duke was so lost in thought about the previous evening that he did not immediately notice how happily Anna waved her hand at him when she noticed him at the window. Cassian smiled and sighed softly, waving back at her so as not to burden her with his thoughts. The next day, he arrived at the Imperial Police Building to resolve all remaining issues related to what was happening in the Empire. Count Tessalaka greeted him and said that he could tell him the details of the case about the death of the slave traders, and the young man responded with a nod. During interrogation, Lady Lillian said that neither she nor Daisy remember how they were captured. They met Miss Arne, and then it was just a memory loss. Cassian thought gloomily that the memories of all the victims were fragmentary and distorted, and that was why the investigation was moving so slowly. The guard turned to the door and loudly asked the next victim to come in to continue the interrogations. A strikingly small girl in a pink dress and short brown hair walked into the office slowly and cautiously. She was asked if she remembered anything about her time in prison, and the girl unexpectedly stated that someone had made her a promise. For the first time in his entire stay in the office, Cassian raised his head and looked at the girl with interest, clarifying what she meant. The girl explained that a beautiful girl with silver hair and red eyes promised to save her. Hearing this, the Duke opened his eyes and froze in surprise. Suddenly, he was called out and told that they had sent a report on an investigation that had been carried out in the Western Empire, and then handed over several sheets of paper. Cassian accepted the report and sat back down in his chair, quickly running his eyes over the neatly written letters of the document. Having read something shocking, he opened his eyes, filled with fear and surprise, trying to understand what was happening. At the same time, events took place in the Western Empire that were no less important and influenced the course of events of the ongoing game. The Emperor sat at his desk and read that there had been an attack in the Northern Empire, and the Swordmaster had dealt with the criminals. The next word said that Duke Turnison forbade the Duchess to leave the house due to poor health, and he also values his wife very much. The man gloomily thought that everything that was happening was developing in a very strange way, but was sure that Anna should still return to the Western Empire. He thought that this warlike girl was guided only by her principles and did not at all strive to gain any kind of power. She stood up for the Empire without saying a word, most likely doing it for the sake of her family. The man knitted his eyebrows and exhaled, rubbing his forehead with his hand and thinking that for some reason he was very anxious in his soul. He raised the letter to the candle, thinking that he could not silently look at the current situation. The Emperor let go of the paper, and it burst into flames while he pondered the need to come up with a reason for Anna to return. In that same report, Cassian read information that the Master of Swords and Commander of the Knights of the Western Empire was not the red-haired Sir Crave at all. The Swordmaster was a girl with silver hair and red eyes, a girl from the Brillheart clan that he had known for a long time. He covered his mouth with his hands and began to remember all those moments when Anna demonstrated quite remarkable agility, speed, and dexterity. Humming thoughtfully, Cassian thought that, now that he thought about it, she had been involved in many situations and had always come out of them without a scratch. Every time Anna was at the very epicenter of the problems that arose, but she remained calm, safe and sound. Nothing happened to her. Cassian clasped his hands tightly, trembling and feeling an unpleasant cold sweat break out on his forehead. He replayed in his head all of Anna's words about how she was strong, how she could kill him, and how on their first meeting she literally gave him the emblem of her knightly order. The man exhaled noisily, thinking about who he took as his wife and who he brought to the Northern Empire on his own. Having gathered his thoughts, he stood up and thought that the Anna he knows is a weak and fragile woman, and therefore he will continue to treat her the same way as usual. At night, the girl stood on the balcony, holding the railing, smiling brightly, watching the sparkling stars in the dark sky. Cassian stepped towards her and said that at this time the stars are clearly visible, so the sky looks amazing, and the blonde turned around when she heard his voice. Anna thought that almost 2 months had passed, but he was still not tired of his appearance, and then answered with a smile that the stars were really beautiful. She lowered her eyes and thought that if she stayed for more than 3 months, then it would be very difficult for her, and in the Northern Empire it was much more interesting than she could have imagined. Raising her head, the girl suddenly said that when Cassian came, she involuntarily remembered that day, and the man clarified what day. She explained with a smile that once when she was exhausted, the Duke took her here, and this moment seemed very similar. The man exhaled, smiled slightly, and asked if she felt better now. The girl leaned her hands on the railing and calmly said that yes, because they were all very kind to her. Cassian called her quietly, and when Arnie turned around, he quietly asked if she was hiding something from him. The blonde stopped smiling and exhaled, trying to understand what exactly he meant by asking this question. She lowered her unhappy gaze and said that if we were talking about Ergen, then she had already told him everything truthfully earlier. Cassian nodded, thinking that he could find out all the information about her with the help of his people, but in his heart he understood how much he wanted to hear everything from her personally. After these words, they turned away from each other and did not say another word, which greatly upset Anna and made her shed a lonely tear. The next day, she sat in the garden with Crave, but continued to think upset about the fact that it was the first time she had seen her husband so sad. Her heart skipped beats from his voice and broken appearance. Crave couldn't stand her silence and jumped up, saying that she couldn't even imagine what he had to go through yesterday, and his whole uniform sparkled with new award medals. He screamed that Ergen was mocking him, and the lady and the mayor of the capital dragged him along with them to various events and meetings all night. They were interrupted from the emotional conversation by Martha, holding a tray in her hands and calling the Duchess. Annie saw a high-stemmed glass with an unknown drink on her tray and asked what it was, and the grey-haired woman replied that it was a tonic. She explained that this is the same potion that can restore the strength of even a dying person, and she had to wait 2 years to get it. Anna and Crave covered their faces with their hands because a foul aroma emanated from the unknown green-purple drink. The Duchess raised her palms and swallowed quietly, saying that it was better to give such a useful decoction to Cassian. He just approached them and said that she must definitely drink this drink, and he himself thought that if she did not want to tell herself, he would have to force her. To the girl's question, the Duke replied that she was in poor health, but after this potion she would immediately recover. Anna took the glass in her hands, feeling how even her eyes were watering from the smell of this incomprehensible drink. Cassian sat down next to her, smiling, and the girl first looked at him with a dissatisfied look, then drank the drink in one gulp, wincing. After drinking this drink, she covered her face with her hands and barely restrained nausea, making a funny sound, while the man thought about the fact that she was, after all, terribly cute. The Duke happily announced that now Anna will have to drink this magical remedy 3 times a day. The girl stared at him in horror, screaming and asking what he was saying because such torture was unbearable. She thought that she could die like this in a month, and she needed to tell him that she was strong, and then she stood up and rested her palms on the table, slamming it. The blonde raised her voice and stated that she had something to say, and that she was actually much stronger and healthier than he thought. Cassian smiled and said that he also had to tell her something, and his wife stared at him in surprise, not understanding what he could convey to her. She swallowed quietly and shrugged, asking what exactly he wanted to tell her now. Enjoying his small morning victory, the Duke straightened his shoulders, smiling brightly. He suddenly changed the subject completely and announced that a whole delegation was heading here at this very moment. a delegation from the Western Empire, consisting of Anna's relatives, including her younger brother. Accordingly, his accompanying knight, Julena, and many other warriors who guarded the family rode with him. Lionald, the blue-haired young prince of the Western Empire, said with a smile how long it had been since he had seen his sister Anna. Sano, sitting opposite him, folded his arms on his chest and noted with a smile that time was flying incredibly fast because 2 months had already passed since the girl's marriage. Julena, sitting in the saddle of a thoroughbred white horse, overtook the carriage of members of the royal family. She looked out the window, distracting young Lionald from the conversation, and called, saying that they would soon be at the airship, on which they would go straight to the Northern Empire. At the castle of the Emperor of the Northern Empire, a conversation between Cassian and a local assistant to the ruling family turned to the Emperor's upcoming birthday. The Duke said with a smile that the commotion would begin again, and the man silently bowed to him, saying goodbye. When Cassian went outside, he heard a clear child's voice shouting his name, followed by the rapid patter of small feet. He stopped and turned around, then smiled brightly when he saw little Princess Xingxia and knelt down in front of her. A girl with bright blue eyes and long, soft, wheat-colored hair shouted joyfully that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Cassian stroked her head affectionately, agreeing with her words, and Cynthia asked why he did not come to her, since she had waited so long to play together. He chuckled quietly and replied that he was busy, but they were interrupted from the conversation by guards who ran up, one of whom shouted to Her Highness that she could not run away so often. Seeing the Duke, the servant stopped and hurriedly greeted him, while Cassian thought that the Empress had almost changed in her attitude towards the children and asked if they would mind him taking a walk with the princess. Having received consent, the brother and sister went for a walk in the Imperial Garden, and the conversation between them turned to the Duke's wife. He said that Anna was very beautiful, and Cynthia enthusiastically asked if she was more beautiful even than her mother. Cassian laughed quietly and replied that she was the most beautiful in the world, causing his little companion to squeal with joy. In the evening, in the garden, as the golden sunset descended on the estate, the Duchess and Ava were discussing something with each other. Ava explained that the envelope brought was an invitation to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Giuseppe, and the girl exhaled, thinking how reluctant she was to go. Hearing footsteps, Anna immediately looked up, distracted from the invitation, and noticed the Duke approaching them. He looked at her caringly with an incomprehensible smile, asking the girl if she had taken her vitamin potion today. Anna smiled, looking away from her happy husband for some unknown reason, and said that she had taken the potion. Ava put her hand to her chest with a smile and said that she personally served this drink to the Duchess 3 times in a row. And Anna stood nearby, thinking that she was lying perfectly according to their agreement. Nodding, Cassian smiled, called her name, and asked if she could spare some time for him. It turned out that he offered the girl a trip along the river on a beautiful white boat, elegantly decorated with flowers. Anna, dressed in a beautiful white dress, decorated with white patterns, gold decorative elements, and numerous flowers made of fabric, looked in rapture at the views before them. She brushed the hair behind her ear that was falling in her face due to the warm breeze, and said that the way the river flowed right in the middle of the city was very romantic. And Cassian smiled and said that he was glad how much she liked what was happening. Arnie said that this was the first time he spent his time like this, and then asked how often he rolls on his pubic area like this. The Duke replied that he was doing this for the first time, despite the fact that he had long known about the existence of such entertainment. With a calm smile, he said that he tried not to get close to the river because there were too many people who wanted to drown him. Surprised by such words, Anna clenched her hands into fists with a smile and said that if something happened, she would hurt everyone, and the Duke grinned, thinking about whether she could be called sweet in such a situation. The boat stopped at the shore, and Cassian stepped onto the dock first, offering her his hand and asking her to take her time so as not to fall. They walked out onto the city square, festively decorated with flags and lanterns. Looking at the people around them, Cassian gently took her hand, cupping her slender fingers, enjoying the surprised expression on her face. He asked her to follow him, smiling as she gently and carefully squeezed his hand in response. When they climbed a little higher up the stairs and approached the railing, numerous volleys of fireworks were heard, bursting in the sky with multicolored shining lights. Anna opened her mouth in admiration and stared at the fireworks while Cassian admired her, saying that the most wonderful view opens up from here. The girl squeezed his hand tighter with her fingers and shouted that the sight before them was simply beautiful. Cassian looked at her and commented with a smile that she was truly beautiful, and then leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her flushed cheek. Anna exhaled, turned to him, and they merged in a deep kiss under the continuing explosions of bright fireworks, and the same thing seemed to happen inside each of them. The next day, important guests from the neighboring state were already received at the Imperial Palace of the Northern Empire. Prince Edward bowed and greeted the arrivals, saying that they had come a long way for this visit. Pressing his hand to his chest, he politely smiled at the guests and formally introduced himself as the Crown Prince of the Northern Empire. Lionel and Sano listened with a smile to the young man who greeted them kindly at the court of a foreign state. The blue-haired boy stepped forward, thanked Edward for his hospitality, and introduced himself as Lionel, Prince of the Western Empire, and extended his palm for a handshake. They shook hands firmly and exchanged pleasantries, Edward thinking he was a little nervous before the meeting, and Leonold mentally noting that he expected more from the heir to the throne of the Western Empire. Edward explained that his father was not entirely healthy, so he went out to meet the delegation, and Leonold expressed the hope that they would quickly like him. The prince explained that he had prepared the little palace for them, and Sano said that they would enjoy seeing the Northern Empire and hoped for a quick audience with the emperor, but added that first they would go to the estate of Duke Turnison. Leonald and Julena nodded at the same time because they both wanted to visit their beloved Anna as soon as possible. Towards evening, the cry of the happy Julena, calling the girl commander, broke out throughout the entire estate. She attacked the Duchess with hugs, shouting how long it had been since they had seen each other, and squinting with happiness. Lionel smiled softly, waved his hand, and asked how she was doing without them here all this time. Julena still held her tightly in her arms, and Anna answered her brother slightly hoarsely that it was good, and then added that he seemed to be doing well too, and the young man thought that it was really good because his sister did not beat him. He chuckled, covering his smile with his fingers, and asked if she liked married life, and said that he still couldn't believe that she had actually gotten married. Leonold noted with a grin that her husband, whatever one may say, is the most unfortunate man in the world. And Julena advised him to watch his words and stepped on his foot, and Cassian walked out into the noise, looking at what was happening from above. He began to walk down the stairs, dressed in a smart black shirt and white business suit, raising his voice and saying that he was late. Placing his palm to his chest, he welcomed them here with a smile and formally introduced himself. Julena and Linold both stared at the Duke, looking in surprise at Anna's husband, whom they had seen for the first time. The prince shouted uncontrollably to Cassian that it was him. He was the most unfortunate man in the world, and his knight stepped on his foot again, not knowing how else to make the young man silent. She put her hand to her chest and bowed, asking forgiveness for her master's rudeness, while Lenold hissed that he was in pain. Afterwards, the girl raised her head and said that she was pleased to meet you, and then introduced herself as Julena Igraine, a girl who was a member of the Order of the Golden Dragon and is now a knight of the Crown Prince. Cassian looked thoughtfully at the girl in uniform, thinking about the order and what place his wife occupied in it. The young man cleared his throat and extended his hand to the Duke, distracting him from Julena and introducing himself as Leinold, Prince of the Western Empire and Arne's cousin, and then asked his son-in-law to call him by name, and then they exchanged a firm handshake. Afterwards, Cassian greeted Sasano and asked him to make himself at home, thinking that he enjoyed such a lively environment in the estate. Later, Julena seemed to stick to her former commander, hugging her arm, and when Anna asked her to leave her alone, she said that she didn't want to and that she missed her madly. The Duchess asked to stop touching her, but the girl squealed enthusiastically that she loved her hands so much. Smiling a little slyly, Julena asked if her commander liked it here, and Anna looked at her a little surprised, not expecting such a sudden change of topic. She replied that it was not bad here, and Julina said that she had heard that the locals did not like people who came from the Western Empire. But Anna remembered all the ladies here and said that they were all very nice to her. Moving closer and smiling slyly, Julina asked what the Duchess liked about her wife, and Anna blushed a little, asking in surprise why she was suddenly asking about this. The girl, with a playful tone in her voice, said that she was just interested in talking about it. The Duchess calmly replied that she did not know and moved away a little, and Igraine asked her not to resist and to answer. Anna hummed thoughtfully, trying to make sense of the stream of thoughts and feelings running around in her head. She remembered his warm hands and care, quietly said that she thought she would get tired of him, but that was not the case at all. Smiling at her own thoughts and looking into space, she suggested that it might be because he was very handsome. Julina called her in a high, sweet voice, and Anna stopped smiling and turned to her, asking why she was calling her in that voice. The girl, with an air of enthusiasm and excitement, asked if the Duchess would like to make a small bet. When the Duchess asked what the point of this bet was, Julina suggested testing whether the Duke would behave if she suddenly began to seduce him. It seemed to Anna that just thinking about it, a small nuclear war broke out inside her. Julina instantly came to her senses, seeing the most murderous look of the commander that could only exist, and then hastened to justify herself that it was just a joke, and she had gone too far, and then asked for forgiveness. Not wanting to lose life or limb, Julina hastily rose from her seat and said that she had better leave, and that the Duchess needed to rest peacefully. When the girl went out and closed the door, she shuddered when she saw Crave standing in front of her, leaning on a column with his arms folded across his chest. He steadfastly told her that she shouldn't behave so rudely with the commander, because this is not the Western Empire. Crave added that her behavior was not beneficial, and Julina replied that these were just his thoughts, and asked if he knew why she left the Order of the Golden Dragon and began to serve the prince, receiving in response an irritated grumbling from the knight that he had no way of knowing. The girl shrugged and said that all the members of the order were in the shadow of the Master Sword, so they could not help in the event of political attacks. They all just kept saying that they were from the same order and could not do anything. She raised an eyebrow and added that things take a different turn when it comes to the accompanying knight. Turning sharply, Julina said that she would now help the commander and that he should not lecture her. And Crave froze, asking again what she said, because he was already unaccustomed to his ardent disposition. The girl quietly said that she was the one who cared about the commander more than others, and the red-haired man shouted indignantly, pointing his finger in her direction as she walked away. A curious Erica watched this entire conversation and subsequent exchange of pleasantries from around the corner. She cried and thought about what kind of girl this was and how she was related to the mistress, and then wiped her cheeks, not understanding how she could also be friends with the knights. Deciding to test her guesses, she called out to the red-haired knight and approached him. Crave swallowed, thinking that she had overheard their conversation while Erica was gathering the strength to ask a question. Exhaling sharply, she closed her eyes and asked if Julina was his wife, and the knight was stunned, looking at the maid. Erica asked if this was really the same wife who wanted to divorce him, and Crave froze, but at the same time thought how great it was that she didn't understand what he was talking about. During the day, Anna's carriage, including an elegant carriage and 4 white horses, drove through the streets of the capital. The Marquise told the girl that she needn't worry, because this event was being held before the official start of the celebration. Anna quietly responded with gratitude to these words and shuddered a little. Remember the recent conversation? Julina's joke stuck in her head and caused an incomprehensible reaction consisting of jealousy and anger, and also a bit of fear. The Marquise asked if something was troubling Her Highness since she was so pale, and Anna hastily explained that everything was fine. Later, getting out of the carriage near the Imperial Palace, she exhaled noisily and thought that she should definitely forget about it. Unable to stop worrying, the blonde didn't understand why it bothered her so much, but she heard Lady Daisy calling her. Lillian and Daisy both smiled brightly and greeted the Duchess before heading into the Imperial Garden with her. Various ladies were present and sat around an exquisitely decorated table that was laden with a variety of goodies and desserts. Suddenly, Lillian said that those who had suffered at the hands of the slave traders had collected money and wanted to erect a statue in honor of Sir Crave, the hero of the Northern Empire. Lady Daisy nodded and added with a smile that she, too, had contributed to this useful collection, and then asked her friend about it. Lillian nodded, saying that it was natural to donate money to such a good cause. Arne laughed very quietly, slyly thinking that Sir Crave would probably like a whole statue in his honor. After that, the girl's gaze caught the identical brooches, and she asked if she could ask the girls a question. Having received consent, Anna asked what kind of badges, made in silver with magnificent patterns and a red stone in the middle, were attached to their dresses, because before there were none. Lillian enthusiastically replied that they were badges from a fan club she had recently created. The Duchess raised her eyebrows in surprise because she could hardly imagine such an explanation and asked what she meant. Pressing her palms to her chest, the girl with pink hair smiled brightly and said that this club is a meeting of Anna's admirers. Lillian and Daisy stood up and squealed with delight, holding each other's hands, explaining that this meant a meeting of people who loved Arnie, and the Duchess asked in surprise why such meetings were needed at all. Lady Daisy turned to her and looked at the blonde with worry, asking if this would cause her any inconvenience. The Duchess exhaled and thought that there was no point in breaking the dreams of these lovely ladies, and therefore said that she was very glad about it. The servants notified everyone present of the arrival of the Empress of Folkaria, a girl with long green hair, tinged with blue and bright blue eyes. All the ladies stood up and bowed to her, and the girl thanked them for deciding to attend the tea party. She said Lily that she had organized this holiday especially for them, and hoped that they would like everything, but her eyes remained slyly narrowed. When he and Anna made eye contact, an incomprehensible current of surprise ran between them. The Empress coldly noted that she did not expect to meet the Duchess, but she still decided to honor them with her presence, and Anna remained silent, still not understanding what caused this bias. Because of the Duchess's silence, the Empress noticed that she was still rude and ignorant, while the Marchioness looked in surprise at her mistress, who quietly asked for forgiveness. Folkaria thought about how much the calmness of the fair-haired girl infuriated her, and therefore decided to pick her up and advised her to watch her words and behavior. Anna opened her eyes in confusion because she did not have time to do anything bad or reprehensible, but calmly agreed with these words. Suddenly, Her Majesty was called by a maid who approached, looking worried and frightened. She whispered something in Folkaria's ear, and she opened her mouth, indignantly asking how this could happen. Unable to contain the ardor of her nature, the Empress cried out, not understanding how Princess Xingxia could disappear. She fearfully froze in place, peering into nowhere with a confused gaze, then took off and ran away. The ladies began to whisper that they had long heard rumors about the disappearance of the princess, and that she was getting into trouble, and one of the girls asked if maybe that was why the Empress did not love her daughter, while Anna listened to this in amazement. The girls were called by the Empress's maid, who announced that she was not feeling well, so today's tea party would have to end. The upset ladies were about to leave when I looked back at the Duchess, who was in no hurry to follow them, and they called her. Anna took the cup in her hands and calmly said that they could go, but she would sit for a little while longer. The Marquise thought with a smile that Cassian must have promised to pick up his wife himself, and therefore said that they would see each other later. The girl calmly sipped her tea while everyone left, and remembered the frightened expression on Folkaria's face, wondering if she could really make such a face. A little later, the girl headed towards the exit, walking along the smooth paths of the Imperial Garden. She shuddered and opened her eyes in surprise when Crave called her, walking towards the meeting. He, breathing heavily, asked why she came out so late, and then added that he had been waiting for her there for a very long time. Anna asked the knight where Julena was, and he explained that she, as the official escort of the prince, should be present at his meetings, and the girl nodded thoughtfully. Then they heard strange rustling in the bushes and fell silent, looking to the side. Unexpectedly for them, a little fair-haired girl with stunning blue eyes jumped out of the bushes and shouted joyfully that she had arrived in the land of fairies. She finally got out of the vegetation and pointed her finger at Anna, whose hair was glistening in the sun, saying that here she was, a fairy. The girl was delighted. Her angelic face shone with happiness when she asked if the stranger was a princess from the land of fairies. Arnie froze, staring at the child in surprise and thinking about how cute she was. The girl saw their faces, which showed misunderstanding, and came closer, saying that her name was Cynthia. She confidently stated that she wanted to go to the land of fairies, so she went on a journey. Crave smiled brightly, saying that this pretty girl looked like a fairy herself, but then asked if this was by any chance the same missing Princess Cynthia. He said that they had found her, which meant they needed to inform the Empress, but the girl suddenly screamed in frustration that she would never return. Anna was not very good at communicating with children, but she gently stated that the girl should return. Xingxia's bright blue wide eyes filled with tears, and Crave tried to calm her down, saying that the Empress was very worried. The girl with wet eyes quietly stated that no one was worried about her at all. She covered her face with her hands and began to cry louder, causing Crave to excitedly sit down in front of her and ask her to listen. Taking her hands away, she closed her eyes and, sobbing, said that she wanted to go to her brother Cassian. Anna looked at her in surprise and wondered if the little princess really meant her husband Cassian. She knelt down in front of the little girl and gently stroked her hair, telling Cynthia that there was no need to cry, and the fairy would take her to her brother Cassian. The girl, with eyes shining with hope, asked if it was true, and Anna agreed with a smile. The blonde stood up and took Cynthia's hand, and the lost Crave excitedly asked what she was going to do now. Late in the evening, Duke Cassian finally returned to the Turner's Inn estate, freed from extraneous matters. Anna happily said that he had finally returned, and Cynthia let go of her hand and rushed towards him, stretching out her palms to be held in his arms. She ran to him enthusiastically and called him Brother Cassian, soon moving her legs along the floor. He easily picked up his sister and hugged her, looking at Anna with a smile, and said that that was why she asked him to return to the estate as soon as possible. The Duchess smiled, looking at the care with which Cassian treated the princess, and said that she had met her by chance, and she did not want to return to the palace, so they came to the estate together. Cassian smiled brightly and said that she was doing well and he would figure out the rest himself. Cynthia whispered in her brother's ear whether this was the same girl he had told her about. The girl was touched and pressed her fist to her cheeks, while Cassian laughed quietly, holding his sister to him. Cynthia recalled the words about Cassian, about the most beautiful girl in the world. And Anna looked at him in surprise, barely noticeably blushing. Cassian confirmed the words of his little sister with a satisfied smile, and Anna reminded her that she heard everything, embarrassedly covering her face with her palms. The Duchess said that she would go to her room to rest, and hurriedly went into the room, thinking about when he had time to tell the princess such a thing. Hearing a familiar voice, the blonde turned around in surprise to see Julena in her chambers. Anna asked how her friend's trip to the palace to see the prince was, and she pulled out a bottle of champagne from behind her back, saying that they would need it for a long conversation. Later, the girls discussed their day while enjoying light snacks and cold champagne. Julena said that entry into the prince's palace was prohibited for female knights, and therefore she simply beat the guards of the Northern Empire. Later, in the banquet hall, Prince Edward ran up to them, loudly greeting the dear delegates of the Western Empire. Lionel tried to say that this was their second meeting, but the heir interrupted him, asking how Lady Anna was doing. The girl irritably asked if the prince had really started asking about her right away, and Julena confirmed this, adding that the young man was very strange, because it was hardly possible to behave this way towards his cousin's wife. The girl continued the story and said that at that moment the guard suddenly touched her with his shoulder. She rubbed her bruised shoulder and told the stranger that since he had hurt someone, he should apologize. The young man turned around and said that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Arnie sighed and asked if it was because of this that Julena fought right there, and the girl agreed somehow too joyfully. The Duchess exhaled and asked again that, in other words, the girl ruined the banquet and returned, and the knight drank another sip of champagne and said, in war, these weaklings would have given up in less than a minute, but there they were too brave. Arnie sighed, looking at the girl skeptically and asking if this was really the reason for lashing out and hitting everyone. Julena replied that she acted this way because she looked like the most respected commander, her beloved Lady Anna, and winked at her. Shifting the topic, she said that she had learned that a tournament would be held in honor of Emperor Giuseppe's birthday. Julena continued, noting that they probably wanted the delegates to bow before them, and then began to refill the drink into the commander's glass. Anna sipped her drink, thinking about the upcoming tournament, and her interlocutor called her with interest. Julena asked if the girl liked living in the Northern Empire, and she shrewdly asked if her uncle was afraid that she would not return, since he had sent a grain to her, and the knight displeasedly noted that that was exactly what he had said. Anna examined the golden drink, muttering that he was worrying too much about her. The girl shook the bottle and noticed that the drink was finished, and then got up and went out to bring a new one, and the Duchess turned her attention to the night sky. She raised her head, looking at the bright stars she already loved. The girl thought how great it would be to admire them from the outside. Over time, Tenuzen's estate was completely plunged into the darkness of the cool night. Cassian was calmly walking down the hallway towards his bedroom from his office when he heard a familiar voice and stopped. His wife stood in front of him, staggering a little and breathing a little unevenly, but standing on her high heels. He realized that the girl was drunk because her speech was slurred, and her face turned pink when Anna pointed her finger at him and asked if he considered himself handsome. She continued, asking why he was so handsome and caring that he even managed to piss her off with it, while the Duke looked at her in surprise, but smiled. He grinned and told his dear wife that she was drunk, but Anna, hiccuping, said that she was not drunk at all. Cassian came closer to her and answered with a smile that usually all drunk people say that, and then asked if he should put her to bed. Anna looked at him tired and upset, and asked in a whisper why he always smiled like that. The man lowered his head slightly, not expecting such a question, and clarified what she meant. The girl didn't really control herself and felt that she wanted to touch his cheek so badly, and therefore she pulled her hand towards her husband's face. She stroked the delicate skin with her fingers and whispered that he always smiles, although nothing good happens, and it seems as if he is faking it. The girl suddenly pulled back and made an angry grimace, inviting him to try to frown like her, and Cassian stared at her in surprise. Anna replied that he was still always handsome, regardless of his facial expression, and asked what was wrong with that. The Duke understood what she was talking about, but he could only smile at her caring words and compliments. He exhaled and said that he would take his wife to her room because it was clearly time for her to rest. The girl suddenly whispered that she would really like to get to know him much better and closer. Stepping forward, Anna placed her palms on his chest and said that there was too much on her shoulders and she could not protect him as well, and then added that she knew that she had no right. Moving closer to his lips, the fair-haired woman sincerely whispered that despite everything, she had a strong desire to possess him as well. The Duchess slowly moved away, almost touching his lips, and quietly asked if he liked her. Cassian looked at her silently and thought that even if only he would remember this summer evening, he would not want to spend it like that, because she meant more to him than anyone else. Pulling her closer to him again and leaving a kiss on her warm forehead, he absolutely sincerely said that he liked her. Listening to her fast heartbeat and heavy breathing, Cassian buried his nose in her hair and asked her to continue to manifest her desires. The girl, enveloped in his scent and warmth, closed her eyes and asked what they should do now. Falling asleep on his shoulder, she clung to his suit as tightly as she could and said that now they had very little time left. In the dream, Arne's thoughts moved to the Hall of Eternity, where the two swords were to choose the person who would inherit everything that belonged to the first hero, and these rumors attracted many warriors. The two swords, the old Nevermore and the relatively recently forged Evermore, turned out to be difficult. No one could please them until young Anna appeared with her uncle. The girl, holding Gurkhan's hand and looking around the visit questioningly, asked why they came here. The uncle, with a calm smile, explained to her that there were fragments of the hero in this place, and the girl asked what that meant. Gurkhan smiled, looking at this small, still unintelligent man, and began to explain as simply as he could. But suddenly they were interrupted by a loud crash. Nevermore asked if Gurkhan had really come to conclude a contract with them. Evermore interrupted him, turning to Anna and said that this young lady had not yet concluded her contract and he could reveal her talents. Evermore transformed into a little man and shouted that this amazing person should sign a contract with her because she could increase her fame and reputation, and Nevermore angrily called her a cunning fox. The little men began to fight with each other, vying with each other, shouting arguments because of which the girl should make a choice in favor of one sword or another. Gurkhan rubbed his forehead with his palm, not knowing how to explain such a sight to the child. The girl called her uncle and without much enthusiasm asked if she had to sign a contract with one of them. The man laughed quietly at her serious expression and asked if she could just give Anna her levitin, and the little men unanimously shouted that she couldn't. They again simultaneously, but now angrily and fearfully, asked her to take them both. The next morning, the girl slowly opened her eyes, trying to move her thoughts away from her dream and remember how she got to bed in the first place. She slowly sat up in bed and rubbed her face with her palm, thinking about how she had drunk too much yesterday. Anna heard a knock on the door and allowed entry into her chambers, but suddenly remembered yesterday's conversation with Cassian and her stupid, drunken behavior. At that very moment, a cheerful and smiling Duke entered the chambers, saying that he had brought honey water to his wife, while she mentally called herself crazy and covered her face with her hands. Cassian held a tray in his hands, on which stood a saucer with a cup, from which the drink was emitting hot steam, and asked if she slept well. The girl exhaled, not looking at him out of shame for last night, and quietly replied that she slept late. When the man sat down next to her, she took the saucer in her hands and said that he seemed to have slept well, which the Duke quickly denied, as Anne began to slowly sip the hot honey water. And Cassian explained that he had slept poorly, because to some I really don't like her face. The girl choked, covering her face with her palm, and the man continued with a smile, saying that someone didn't like the way he smiled and asked him to frown. He grinned and said that he didn't look that way on purpose, and Anna blushed and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and quietly asked for forgiveness. Cassian smiled at her embarrassment, taking in her cute tousled hair and bright red cheeks. He took the empty cup from her hands and placed it on the nightstand next to the bed, and then asked if she remembered what they talked about last night. The girl shouted uncontrollably that she had allowed herself too much and did not remember the details, but forgive him. Cassian quietly began to say that if she felt guilty, but he didn't finish and took her face in his hands, gently kissing her dry lips. Gently pulling away, he touched her rosy cheek with his lips, smiling. Then the Duke quietly finished his sentence with the words that this was enough. On the same day, the imperial carriage with a green carriage and 4 thoroughbred horses carried the Empress through the streets of the city. She was thoughtful and gloomily looking into space, thinking about her whole life and what was happening in it. The woman thought that Emperor Giuseppe always wanted to have a son, a true heir. Instead of the stupid boy Edward, he wanted to become a father and raise another son with dignity. Giuseppe married her, believing that a young and healthy woman could easily fulfill his desire. But sometime after the wedding, they had a daughter, the little blue-eyed Princess Cinzia. Emperor Giuseppe was disappointed, and therefore no longer showed interest in either her or their common daughter. He announced to his wife that from then on, her task was to organize order in high society, to live a quiet life without causing problems for the emperor. And this meant that the woman's freedom had come to an end. In return, the woman asked only for the right to raise Cinzia at her own discretion, thinking that she must protect the baby so that later he could not force her to marry under a contract, and her daughter would never live the way she did. At the same time, in the garden of the Ternarzen estate, little Cinzia stroked the fur of the affectionate dog Hera, and Anna, Crave and Eva made sure that the girl was not harmed in any way. The princess hugged the dog tightly with her small arms as the knight commented on how cute she was, and Eve commented that she reminded her of Lady Anna as a child. Suddenly, the idyll was interrupted by Erica, who called the Duchess and was out of breath. The maid stopped, trying to catch her breath, and said that the Empress had come to Ternarzen's estate in person. Anna received the unexpected woman in the garden. They were brought tea and quickly prepared desserts while Crave and Erica stood in the distance. The Empress moved her little finger away and slowly took a sip of her tea after looking at her daughter. The Duchess still did not understand what was happening and looked at the woman from under her brows in surprise. The Empress coldly stated that Cassian had written her a letter, and now her daughter was really here, while the girl could not move away from the cheerful dog. The blue-eyed girl looked at Anna with detachment, but feignedly thanked her for sheltering Cynthia as the mistress of the estate. Turning around, the woman spread her arms to the side, called her daughter by name, and asked her to come to her. Cynthia knitted her eyebrows together in frustration and looked at her mother as if she was not at all happy about her visit. She slowly approached the table, but, contrary to the expectations of both women, she approached not her mother but Anna and called her sister, taking her hands. The Duchess exhaled and told Cynthia that her mother was very worried, and now it was time for the girl to return to the palace. The princess quietly said that she would not return and lowered her head, and the Empress screamed her daughter's name, shocked by such words. The girl was not afraid when her mother raised her voice and repeated that she would not return. The Empress, looking at her little daughter in shock, swallowed and asked what it all meant. The girl sobbed barely audibly and replied that no one was playing with her there, they were only scaring her. Volkyria opened her eyes and asked Cynthia in shock what she said. The princess sobbed again, but confidently said that when she makes mistakes, the people around her change. Cynthia said that she knows about how her mother gets rid of people looking after the girl. With tears in her eyes, the princess said that she liked to live here rather than in the palace, because her brother Cassian played with her a lot and spent time with her. The Empress flinched at her daughter's words, and her eyes turned red as she said that she was incredibly worried about her daughter. Continuing to squeeze Anna's hands with her small fingers, the girl angrily shouted that this was not true at all. Turning to her mother, Cynthia sharply blurted out that if she was worried about her, she wouldn't make her daughter feel so alone. The Empress felt a tear running down her cheek when the princess accused her of not loving her daughter at all. Trembling all over, the woman covered her face with her hands and sobbed at how painful it was for her to hear such things after all the struggle to raise the baby. Annie felt awkward for witnessing such a personal situation between mother and daughter. Exhaling and seeing the support of Crave and Erica, the Duchess sighed and softly called the girl's name, stroking her silky hair. Anna told Cynthia to come and hug her mother, who was still hiding her tears and sobs with her hands. The fair-haired one reminded the princess that she loved her mother, and then calmly explained that she behaved this way not because she did not love her mother, but because she was upset because she did not play with her. Listening to the quiet and soft voice of her beloved brother's wife, Cynthia secretly glanced at her crying mother. Anna stroked her head with her palm and said that her mother was also scared. She was very afraid that her daughter would no longer look in her mother's direction, and therefore she should come and console her. The girl was afraid that she had already said everything, but Anna assured her that her mother would understand everything. As soon as Cynthia heard these words, she immediately rushed to her mother. The woman lifted her daughter and wrapped her arms around her, gently running her fingers through the soft curls, and then asked her for forgiveness. Mother and daughter asked each other for forgiveness, and then the little girl stood up to wipe tears from her mother's cheeks as Anna looked on worriedly. The Empress kissed Cynthia on the forehead, continuing to hold her close, and Cassian, who came up, watched this picture with a smile. He turned his gaze to the happy Anna, who had just skillfully reconciled the quarreling mother and daughter. Very soon the birthday of Emperor Giuseppe arrived, and the doors of the palace opened to receive guests. The festively dressed emperor came out to the guests along with his retinue and encouraged everyone to have fun. Everyone congratulated him, but Anna was distracted by a completely different sight, opening her beautiful red eyes. In front of her stood Crave, who had put on a wig and had once again completely transformed into a woman, albeit a very muscular one. The Duchess hissed, asking the knight why he dressed as a woman, and he answered with a smile that this was the most proven way. He asked if she had seen his huge statue in the square, and then explained that because of it, she could not calmly go anywhere. Crave said that it didn't matter what he looked like, as long as he would be there for her. and suddenly Lionel appeared next to them, clicking his tongue. The young man hid his chuckle with his hand and asked what kind of species this was. He was also the assistant commander of the Order of the Golden Dragon. Arnie snorted and asked why he walked alone. Had Ray really abandoned him? And therefore he walked alone and did not show any greatness. And the young man looked at his sister offended. Crave asked Lionel with a smile where Julena had gone, and he skeptically replied that he had no idea. She said she had left about some business. At the same time, Igraine stood in front of Cassian in a spacious corridor where there was no one else except them. After exchanging greetings, Julena said that the only reason they came was to congratulate Emperor Giuseppe on his birthday. Cassian was clearly not happy either with the girl's answer, or with the interaction with the girl, or with everything at once. He coldly said that he had the feeling that the girl, unlike the other knights, was well versed in politics, and Julena, smiling, asked if that was a compliment. The Duke said that she might be more suited to another position instead of accompanying a knight, and the girl chirped sweetly in gratitude and then changed the subject. Julena playfully asked if he liked married life, since Miss Arnie was not very good at dealing with people and knew even less about men. Cassian coldly replied that he had noticed this, and then turned around and said that if he had everything, then he should go. The girl stopped him by saying that he was not at all what she had imagined him to be before. The Duke turned around and looked at her with a calm, hardly interested look, asking what she meant. The girl smiled sweetly, looking at him with a sly glance, and asked what he thought about her. Cassian coolly replied that Julena was talking nonsense, and she laughed, noting that he could not be fooled. The Duke calmly stated that he immediately understood that the girl wanted to test him, and asked what the result of the test was. The knight with a bright smile declared that he had passed the test, and she herself thought that such a cold man could not truly love, and that means the commander would soon return to the Western Empire. Cassian asked why Julena cared so much about his wife, and the girl replied that Arnie changed her life completely and became her faith. The man could guess what was going on, but remained silent, still looking gloomily at the girl. Igraine said that she was not entirely pleased with this conversation because she felt as if the Duke could see right through her, and therefore she had better leave, and then she bowed and headed in the opposite direction. Later, Prince Edward stood in front of the mirror and asked Ergen if it was enough for him to dress like that, and he agreed. The young man asked if Miss Arnie would really pay attention to him, and then adjusted his festive collar, and Ergen convinced him that he looked delightful. Edward smiled happily, and the man looked at him and thought that the guy seemed normal, but he was acting like a fool. The Crown Prince smiled brightly and said that he wanted to ask something. Ergen again put a bright smile on his face, nodding and allowing the prince to ask another, probably stupid question. Edward put his hand to his chest and asked, surely he was much better as a prince than everyone else. Seeing the surprised look of his interlocutor, the prince explained that he understands people, and as soon as he becomes emperor, the Western Empire will immediately disintegrate. He himself immediately declared that this, however, did not matter, and left the chambers, throwing open the heavy oak doors, and suddenly saw a familiar face. Lady Orthia, Prince Edward's officially chosen bride, laughingly asked where he was in such a hurry. The prince replied that he was going nowhere, and the girl smiled, saying that she was glad to hear, because he could not leave his only bride and think about someone else. Edward groaned quietly, smiling nervously and moving his collar slightly away from his neck to breathe a little deeper. Ergen thought with a smile that it was better for him to leave the young people, and calmly headed towards the stairs. The young man reached the balcony, which overlooked the entire huge, richly decorated celebration hall, and looked at the people, seeing Anna. Cassian approached her, saying that he had finally found the girl, and she turned around at his call. The fair-haired girl looked at her husband in surprise, because she was sure that he would again be busy with business, as always, at the balls. She smiled slightly and asked if he really wouldn't leave her anywhere this evening. Cassian raised his eyebrows and good-naturedly asked if she wanted him to go somewhere and leave her alone. Arnie quickly assured him that she didn't mean it, and he smiled, wrapping one arm around her waist and clasping her hand in his other. The man noted with a smile that everything was fine then, and pulled her closer to his body, unable to tear his eyes away. The ladies watching the Duke and Duchess whispered and discussed how happy they were today. Cassian deftly led Anna in a dance, and the girls began to whisper about how lovingly the Duke looked at his wife and how cutely she was embarrassed by his actions. The man whispered that she should not think about those around her and look only at him, but the girl blushed brightly, looked up in embarrassment, and said that they were at the ball. Cassian replied that if it bothered her so much, then they could retire to a place where no one would disturb them, and when Anna objected that there was no such place here, he leaned over to her and whispered that it was simply invisible and was usually used by lovers, whose relationship is prohibited. The girl was indignant for a moment, remembering the words of Prince Edward, and asked if they really lived like that here. Suddenly, the Duke took her hand and placed it on his cheek, gently stroking it with his fingers, and Anna stared at him in surprise. Cassian suddenly remembered her words about how much lies on her shoulders and how she wants to possess even him, and then quietly whispered that she would not stop wanting him. He leaned slightly towards her and seemed to forget about the rest of the world, asking Anna to say that she wanted to have him and could not live without him. Cassian druggedly clung to her warm little hand and said that if she did this, then he would forever belong only to her. All the romance of the moment was interrupted by the unexpectedly loud cry of Lionel, who began to quarrel with someone right in the middle of the festive butt. The prince pointed his finger at someone and, not paying attention to Sano's attempts to calm him down, shouted that no one dared say such a thing to his knight. The man standing in front of him laughed quietly and said that the prince had simply misunderstood everything. But the young man became even more angry, shouting that he had just humiliated him by saying that his knight was better. The interlocutor with a grey beard replied that it was impossible to say that he was mistaken. Lionel, held by Sano, shouted that his knight was a member of the Order of the Golden Dragon and had the most outstanding qualities in the Western Empire. The man grinned and asked if his knights won such a duel, would it be possible to consider that they would defeat the best warrior of the Western Empire? And the prince shouted indignantly what he was talking about. Teasing the young man, the interlocutor asked if the prince was really afraid that they could really organize such a competition. Lionel clenched his fists furiously, glaring at the man furiously and asking what he just said. Their quarrel was interrupted by the ice-cold voice of the Duke, who approached them and ordered them to stop. Immediately smiling, he raised his hand and asked what caused such a loud noise at the festive ball. Understanding the reason for the verbal brawl, Cassian reminded that a tournament would take place soon, and therefore it would be easier to take part in it without arguing and find out who was the best. Prince Lionel and the Marquis of Dorlin looked at each other angrily and seemed to want to continue. But the elderly man gave in first, looked at the Duke and quietly replied that they would do so, and Leonard ordered him not to regret his decision. The Marquis indifferently replied that it was time for him to go and turned around, leaving the prince to stew in his own anger. Sano exhaled and thanked Cassian for intervening because it was not easy to quell this dispute, and the Duke replied that he simply did what he had to do. Anne looked at the unfolding scene, feeling sadness that her husband had left her, irritation at the Marquis and her brother, and a very slight pleasure in observing how coolly the Duke resolved all issues. Suddenly, a familiar male voice called out to her, calling her commander, and the girl turned around. Anna looked in surprise at the smiling Ergen, not expecting to see him here. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the Duchess agreed, asking how he was, and then added that she had heard rumors about his friendship with the prince, to which the dark-haired man only laughed quietly, saying that these were political connections. Exhaling, Ergen asked if she could go outside with him to discuss something, and the girl raised her eyebrows, asking what it was about. The young man said that he had to tell her something, but Anna calmly stated that he could talk here too. Ergen insisted on his own, convincing the girl that this conversation was very important and not intended for other people's ears. They went out into the garden, and the dark-haired man asked her if it was true that she would soon have to leave the Northern Empire, to which the girl responded with quiet and hesitant consent. He stopped and asked the commander not to worry, and then assured that everything would definitely end well, but Anna did not seem to be very inspired. He put his hand to his chest and told the girl that he was here precisely for the successful resolution of all matters. Anna hardly listened to him because she again thought about what mixed feelings filled her heart at the thought of moving. Ergen noticed the absent and sad expression on the girl's face and called her, again calling her commander. The dark-haired man thought that if he didn't do it now, then there might not be another moment, and therefore he sharply grabbed Anna's wrist. The girl was distracted from her thoughts and stared at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. She looked at him in genuine bewilderment and then called him by name so that he could explain what he was doing. As if copying the recent gesture of Anna's husband, Ergen pressed her hand to his cheek. Looking at her with his bright green eyes, the young man whispered that he liked the blonde. The Duchess froze, without taking her hand away, and it seems not fully realizing what she heard from him. Wanting to convey the essence of his words, Ergen said that he loved her. Anna frowned at him and asked what he was saying, and the young man muttered that he wanted to wait. He continued that he wanted to wait until she accepted his feelings. Until she refused him even after his confession, he honestly tried to wait and endure. But then she got married. Finally coming to her senses, Anna pulled her hand out of his grip. She did not like the touch of his hands. She frowned at him and said that she was a married woman and he should not allow himself too much. Ergen suddenly clenched his teeth and blurted out that he was the first. When the girl asked what he meant, the dark-haired man explained that he was the first to meet her and the first to fall in love. Anna squeezed out through clenched teeth that she was married, but Ergen insisted, saying that she was about to get divorced anyway. At the mere thought of divorce, Cassian flashed before the girl's eyes and she hesitated, and the dark-haired man again grabbed her wrist and said that he wasn't asking her to answer him right now. He just couldn't hide his feelings anymore. The young man was serious and said that if he heard from the girl about her love for him, he would no longer raise this issue. However, he added that if she did not have sympathy for the Duke, he could wait a month or several years, if only she would give him a chance. Anna exhaled noisily again, feeling unpleasant waves passing through her body. She did not want to touch him and did not want to listen to all this. Cassian suddenly interrupted them, saying in a voice as cold as ice that he could no longer listen to this. Quickly striding towards them, the Duke wrapped one arm around Anna's shoulders and with the other snatched her wrist from the merchant's grip. Looking at Ergen with all contempt, he said that he waited until he was not there to take the girl away, and then ordered him to immediately move away from his wife. Teasing his opponent, the dark-haired man asked if the Duke had really overheard them, and then complained about his bad manners. Cassian's Adam's apple trembled. He looked up at Ergen with a look filled with hatred, and Anna began to fear how all this could turn out. The girl said that it was time for them to stop this, and it was time for Ergen to leave. He grinned and obediently headed in the opposite direction, saying that they would see each other later. As he left, the young man thought that she was at a loss, but if he had not spoken about his feelings now, he would never have found another opportune moment. When Ergen was almost out of the garden, he came across Crave, who stood in front of him and greeted him with a wave. The knight came closer and folded his hands on his chest and asked the young man since when he had been in love. Ergen thought that since childhood, his father had treated him as if he were a replacement for his brother, who was the son of his first wife. As he grew older, his brother began to dislike him more and more due to the fact that they had to divide the Count's property among themselves in the future. That is why Ergen applied and voluntarily went to war. He just wanted to die with dignity. On the day of their first meeting with Anna, the enemy knocked the sword out of his hands and pointed the tip of his blade at the young man's head. Ergen prepared to face death, but suddenly there was a clash of swords and the stranger covered him with her back. She easily held off her opponent, holding a sword in each hand, one of which was white and the other black. Having dealt with the attacker, Anna rested one of her swords on the ground and said that if he wanted to die, he should not do it in front of her eyes. She said that all of them here are embroiled in a long-standing conflict and are fighting so as not to lose what I have, and therefore it is not worth wasting their lives in such a battle. Ergen looked at her with admiration and suddenly asked what she was afraid of losing since she decided to go out onto the battlefield. Anna replied that she was fighting for her family, for her friends, and for all her subjects, for the entire Western Empire. And the young man quietly noted that in this case his death would not make her happy. The girl agreed and said that then he did not need to die, and then rushed into the thick of the fight. Having gone through all this in his head, Ergen looked at Crave and asked if he was interested in how long he had been in love, and then closed his eyes and said that from the very first meeting. Anna stood in front of him and seemed ready to die of shame because her husband had just heard too much. She raised her palm to her lips, frantically turning over thoughts in her head and thinking about what to do now. The man called her by name and restrainedly, but with melancholy and heaviness in his voice, asked if she loved Ergen. The girl cried out questioningly, not understanding why he even asked such a question. Cassian clenched his fists and quietly asked if she was cheating on him, and Anna clenched her fists angrily and shouted that what happened was not cheating, and she would never allow herself to do that. The Duke stepped towards her and abruptly pulled her towards him, moving closer to her face than decency and etiquette allowed. But now he was apparently against the rules. The girl, stuttering, quietly called his name, and he stroked her palm and wrist with gentle fingers, and then said that if she didn't like it, she could push him away. Pulling his wife towards him, Cassian kissed her tenderly, as if trying to secure his rights to own this girl. Anna returned the kiss, reaching out to meet him, and quietly thought about the exact moment at which she truly fell in love with him. The next morning, at the Turnesen estate, the Duchess saw off her relatives and friends who had previously visited her. Julena said it was time for them to return to the palace, but they had a very good time. Lionald promised that he would come again, and Anna replied that they could meet when the fast nightly tournament began. Sano told his niece that they would see each other soon, and they all headed towards the carriage. Suddenly, Erica called out to Jarina, and the girl raised an eyebrow at the maid in surprise. The red-haired girl gloomily said that Sir Crave was looking for a knight and asked to be brought to him. Having received consent, albeit dissatisfied, Erica led the girl into the garden, and she was aloud indignant at why he could not come himself and forced her to go to him. Soon the red-haired woman stopped, and Julena looked at her in surprise, asking what was the matter, because Crave was not even close to this place. Erica looked at her so that her cute orange eyes seemed angry, as if mad, and said that she knew her secret. The knight tensed, but asked in an even tone what they were talking about, mentally noting that she had no idea what they were talking about. Erica plucked up her courage and clenched her fists, blurting out her question about whether the girl was married. Grain was both surprised and confused, asking what she meant and who she was married to. The maid shouted that the knight need not pretend because she knows everything about the fact that she is the wife of Sir Crave, to which Julena coldly replied that she was lonely and against marriage, and the red-haired knight was also not married. Erica cried out, asking if it was true, and the girl waved it off, saying that she didn't know what she was up to, but she was busy and had to go. The maid remembered Crave's words that there was nothing between him and Julena, and exhaled, smiling and realizing that he had spoken the truth. Later, Crave and Anna were sitting in the courtyard, and the knight asked if Julena had left, to which the Duchess agreed, but added that they would see each other again soon. Finally enjoying the peace, the blonde slowly sipped her tea until she was interrupted by the maid's call. Arnie put down her cup and asked Erica what happened and if anything urgent happened. The girl raised her head and, hiding her fear behind a scream, said that she knew everything. The Duchess asked what exactly she meant, and the red-haired girl stared at Sir Crave with anger and displeasure. Continuing to glare at the young man, Erica loudly declared that the mistress was going to get a divorce, causing panic among the young people. Anne looked at her tiredly, and then at Crave, and thought that everything had worked out as it seemed the last time. Suddenly the girl shouted that this fact was not important to her at all, and the Duchess stared at her in surprise, not expecting such a development of events. Erica asked Anna to take her with him to the Western Empire because she would agree to anything if she could be with the Duchess for the rest of her life. The girl exhaled patiently, gathering her strength not to be nervous, and then closed her eyes and nodded several times. This agreement seemed to help Erica forget about everything. She smiled joyfully, stroking her mistress with love and recognition. Everything would have gone smoothly if Erika's loud and emotional cries had not been heard by Elon, who was standing nearby. He walked forward through the garden, thinking that he could not even imagine that the Duchess was plotting a divorce, and he must report this to the Duke as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Cassian, in his office, communicated with the Emperor of the Western Empire using a magic ball. The monarch greeted the Duke with a smile and said that they had not contacted each other for a very long time. Cassian smiled, but replied that it was because the Emperor had been avoiding his calls for various reasons. The Emperor justified himself that he was simply busy, and the Duke said that he probably just understood everything wrong. The ruler said that more important were the rumors that were circulating in the Eastern Empire, that the Master of the Sword had supposedly come to the Western Empire. Cassian thought about that he himself contributed to the spread of these rumors so that the Emperor would finally get in touch with him and say that if the girl was not a sword master, then they did not need to worry. The Emperor laughed nervously and asked for forgiveness for hiding Anna's identity from the Duke. He covered his face with his hand, trying to hide all the anxiety he felt about this, and asked to keep this information secret. Cassian barely had time to finish his conversation with the ruler when the door to his office swung open and Elon's voice was heard. His assistant doubled over and tried to catch his breath, pressing his fist into his chest and forcing out that he had something to say. Cassian folded his arms over his chest, asking what was wrong, while Elon continued to gasp, resting his palms on his knees. He looked at the Duke with fear and frustration, exhaling, and then said that the Duchess seemed to want a divorce. The blonde froze, eyes wide, trying to comprehend what he heard from his assistant. At the same time, in the Eastern Empire, informers and scouts were talking with their master. He sat in front of them on a wooden box and held his hands folded on his chest, asking whether they had told him about the Duchess of Turnison. The dark-haired one echoed that the reason for the absence of the swordmaster in the Western Empire was because she got married. Georg Freeman, who was a general in the Eastern United Kingdom, said that he could not forget this woman who drove him to despair, and then said that he would take revenge on her for his defeat. The next day in the garden, Anna communicated via a magic ball with her mother, who asked how she was feeling and if something had happened. The girl looked at her mother a little surprised, not really understanding why she asked about this. Rosalia did not understand her daughter's upset, and said as if she was thinking how glad she would be that the contract had finally ended. And Anna said with a sigh that she did not understand what feelings were tearing her head and soul apart. She explained that she felt like she was betraying Cassian and leaving him alone. The blonde woman put the mug on the saucer, saying that it just didn't give her peace. Rosalia looked at her daughter with a soft smile and said, "She already said, let her do what she wants, and she doesn't need to get a divorce, she just needs to follow her heart." Anna exhaled noisily, lowering her wet eyes down and continuing to think about everything. Over time, the evening darkness fell on the Turnison estate and bright lights came on in the windows. The blonde looked out the window, placing her palm on the glass, and thought about why Cassian was still not there. Elon appeared in the room and called out to her, and the girl turned around, distracted from her heavy thoughts. The young man explained that the Duke had urgent business and would return late, and the blonde girl was upset and noticed that he didn't even say goodbye to her. Anna felt a pang of resentment, brought her eyebrows together on the bridge of her nose, but quietly replied that she understood everything. It was time for Elon to leave, but he froze and said that this might sound strange, but he was very glad that she became the mistress of this estate. He looked up and said that the Duke hardly allows strangers into his heart, but he treats his wife differently, and he sincerely wishes the master happiness because only a person like Anna can make his heart brighter. Even more burdened with her thoughts and regrets, the Duchess lowered her gaze and frowned. Elon scratched his head and said that, apparently, he had allowed himself too much, and then asked for forgiveness because he thought that he would not have the opportunity to admit it. The girl asked what he meant, but the young man quickly said that he had to go. The time reached deep into the night. The sky over the estate was clouded with black clouds. Rain poured down on the ground in a shower, while Anna continued to wait for her husband. She sat on the sofa near the window and listened to the patter of raindrops, thinking about what he might be doing. Leaning back, the blonde sighed noisily because she didn't think it would be so difficult to wait. She thought that she missed her husband and began to fall asleep, relaxing, but saw his silhouette in the courtyard of the estate. Arnie jumped up and, unexpectedly for herself, rushed down the corridor and then just as quickly went down the stairs. Right before the exit, she grabbed an umbrella from the common basket and walked towards the exit. She opened a wide white umbrella and ran out into the street under the surprised look of Erica, who called out to her. Crave put his hand on her shoulder and put his finger to her lips, urging her not to interfere with the Duke and his wife. Arnie ran out into the rain, her feet slapping on the wet street tiles, and approached Cassian, wanting to quickly hide him from the downpour. She quietly called his name, but he was gloomy and did not look at her. He seemed absent. The fair-haired girl thought that it seemed to her that he had moved away from her very much, and that it was very painful inside. She looked at him excitedly and asked why he was getting wet in the rain, if something had happened. Cassian, completely wet, answered hoarsely that everything that was happening was because of her. He took a deep breath and whispered that everything in life had been easy for him. The Duke explained that he had everything he could want, and that it was easy to capture the heart of another person. He never once made an effort to gain attention. Pulling her closer to him, he squeezed her elbow and quietly asked why he couldn't do the same to her. Anna looked at him with her huge eyes wide open and breathed raggedly, afraid to interrupt him. Cassian asked what else he needed to do to finally win her heart. He raised his hand and placed it on her cheek, stroking the porcelain skin with cool fingers. The umbrella fell from her hands as Cassian moved closer and his hot breath scorched her lips. He said that if she didn't like what was happening, then she would push him away right now, because today he would go all the way. Later, when Anna was left in only her nightgown, they kissed passionately on the soft bed in his chambers. They paused occasionally, only to gulp a little more air and become passionate about each other again. Cassian kissed her cheek, following further down to her neck, and Anna, breathing noisily, asked him to wait. The man touched her earlobe with his lips and whispered that she should take this as revenge for what he had to endure. Anne wanted to ask what he was talking about, but Cassian did not want to talk and kissed her deeply again. Grabbing the girl's legs under her knees, he moved her closer to his thighs and then spread them, settling between them. Leaning down again, he looked into her eyes, breathing heavily and stroking her thighs with his warm palms. He whispered that he could no longer restrain himself and therefore might seem a little rude to her. Arnie melted at his words and touches, pressing her palm to her lips and not wanting to hold back her deepest feelings any longer. Cassian leaned over and kissed her again, and the girl hugged him softly, stroking the strong muscles of her back with her fingers. The night receded along with the rain, and a bright yellow sun slowly rose over the estate. Anna and Cassian were still sleeping, luxuriating under the warm duvet after their night together. They snored, lay close to each other and enjoyed the warmth of their bodies and their feelings. Anna woke up first and blushed brightly, thinking about how earlier she thought that their acquaintance would be very short, and then she stretched her hand towards him. Gently stroking her husband's cheek, she whispered his name so tenderly and quietly, with all the affection that spilled into her soul. Smiling in her own voice, the blonde said that she loved him, and she liked spending time with him. Unexpectedly for the girl, Cassian caught her small palm, causing her to shudder quietly. Arnie blushed, smiled nervously, and muttered that he woke up so early and abruptly. Cassian put her fingers to his cheek with a sleepy smile, stroking his fragile wrist, and said that he woke up just in time. The blonde blushed brightly, asking if he really heard everything she said, and the Duke softly replied that he was satisfied with everything he heard. He gently touched her cheek and chin with warm, rough fingers, whispering his wife's name, and she looked at him questioningly. Cassian looked at her face lovingly, and then clarified that she really hadn't told him everything about herself yet. Anna opened her eyes, feeling the touch of his warm fingers on her cheek and thinking that she couldn't tell him everything. She sat up abruptly on the bed and exhaled, turning her head to the side, saying that it was difficult, and then quietly asked for forgiveness. Cassian sat down next to her and smiled, whispering that nothing bad had happened and she didn't have to talk. Leaning towards her ear, he whispered to his wife that she could use him if she promised to stay with him. Smiling sunnily, he said that he would do whatever she wanted, because he could not live without her. Anna froze, not expecting to hear such words from him, and stared at her husband in surprise, although a pleasant warmth spread in her chest. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, at the Night Academy, the young men on duty were talking among themselves. One said that they still had him, and the second replied that this was also a problem. The dark-haired man asked what his interlocutor meant, and the guy replied that the object of their discussion could also be up to something. He whispered that lately he had been asking him too much about the commander, although the emperor ordered to hide from outsiders that she was in the Northern Empire. The second young man did not have time to answer because he fell backward. The blonde guy fearfully asked what happened, but then he felt a sharp blade at his neck. A dark-skinned young man with silver hair asked why the emperor was hiding this, why he did not want the young man to know that the commander was in the north. This guy was Dan, who used to be considered the real trump card of the enemy army. He had neither emotions nor morals. He lived on the battlefield, shedding blood. He spent his entire former life killing and fighting, being a mercenary and a soldier. Dan was very young, but despite this, his hands were covered with someone else's blood up to the elbows. He fought against the Western Empire until one day he appeared before Anna as its rival. Dan, as always before, drew his invincible blade, adjusted his hood, and without fear or trepidation, moved straight towards the unfamiliar night girl. The swordmaster stopped him in the easiest way possible with the help of Nevermore. After the war, controversy arose that Dan should be executed because he committed all these crimes on his own. When the young man was already being led to the place in chains, the girl suddenly asked the guards to stop. She steadfastly stated that the guy was simply used in the war, and no one could compete with the authority of Lady Anna. The girl assigned him to the Corps of Knights, and a little later she was adjusting his epaulettes, talking about how this dark blue uniform suited him. Despite the care of the master of the sword, no one could stop the rumors that the other knights spread among themselves. Calling Dan a monster, they were afraid of him. That is why it was so difficult for him to get used to serving in the order, and therefore he made a decision. Anna asked Dan in surprise if he really wanted to stay in the service in the border zone. She said that there was nothing there except complete desert, and besides, it was unknown when danger would appear there again, and the young man quietly replied that it was nothing. Dan with a smile told the lady that she should regularly visit him at his place of duty. Anna agreed with a smile, although she understood how difficult it was for him to adapt to his new role and life. Several years have passed since then, and Dan found out that the lady got married and is now in the north, and therefore he wanted to go there himself. At the same time, at the Northern Empire Colosseum, selection was taking place for swordsman competitions in honor of the birthday of Emperor Giuseppe. Crave asked the girl if she had heard that the ruler would fulfill any wish of the winner. Annie ignored his words but smiled and waved her hand somewhere to the side, and Crave followed her gaze. It turned out that it was not surprising that the Duchess waved her hand to her husband, who was as cheerful as she was. The knight looked at his commander and asked if she really liked the Duke so much, and Anna, unexpectedly for him, smiled brightly, showing a radiant blush, and simply answered with consent. When the girl asked why he cared about this, Crave emotionally stated that he was simply jealous, because after such news it was difficult to live alone, and he also wanted a relationship. Annie laughed quietly and smiled, inviting her friend to just start a relationship if that's what he wanted. They were interrupted from their conversation by the commentator's words that the next participant would be a female knight from the Western Empire. The well-known Julena Igraine entered the battlefield as her name was announced. The voice added to the performance that for the first time in the history of the Northern Empire, there was a woman among the participants. And at these words, Anna smiled proudly. The commentator said that now the opponent of the participant introduced earlier is entering the field. In front of her stood a dark-haired youth in a majestic white cloak, who suddenly told Julena that they had finally met. The girl asked who it was and shrugged awkwardly, and the man offendedly asked if she really didn't remember him. The knight explained that they had met in the Emperor's palace, and Julena smiled, saying that he didn't seem to have had much luck last time. The man, filled with aggression, growled that she apparently did not value life at all, but now her antics had come to an end. The girl easily pulled the sword out of its sheath, smiling and saying that she didn't think so. Julena raised the sword to herself and said that she was not one of those who said goodbye to life so easily before rushing to attack. The girl's life in her parents' house never seemed like paradise. Quarrels and scandals often reigned there, the instigator of which was her father. From a strong blow to the face, Julena fell to the marble floor, looking at her father with fear in her eyes. The man shouted, saying that if she was born a girl, then she should only think about how to get married, while the girl cried and pressed her hand to her reddened cheek. The father believed that only men could control the sword and forced his daughter to take bridal lessons, which she skipped for training. Mom silently watched what was happening from behind the door, amazed at her husband's cruelty. She ran to her daughter when he walked away and knelt down in front of her, talking about what a poor girl she was. Mother asked her forgiveness, saying that if she had given birth to a son, her husband would not have shown such cruelty, and Julena remained silent, shedding tears. But one day, everything changed when she heard her father scream that some idiot dared to hurt him. He opened the door, dressed in a knight's dark blue uniform, and his hand was bandaged and secured around his neck. The girl was surprised to hatch at the wound of her father, whom she had previously considered invincible, but he immediately yelled at her and left. Following the father, the mother came out onto the porch, exhaled, and looked after her departing husband. Julena asked why he was behaving this way, and her mother told her that a girl to whom he had lost in a duel had entered the service of the knightly order. These words interested the girl, who dreams of swords and battles, so much that she later went straight to the order. She entered the building where the knights were training and looked around the room with interest. In front of her, two men were discussing another loss of their teammates and talking about how they seemed to have to recognize someone's abilities. Julena looked out onto the training ground and saw a girl with long silver hair who laid the knight on his shoulder blades and put the tip of the sword to his neck. She said coldly but loudly, so that he would no longer even dare to squeak, that a woman cannot become a knight because she is weak. The man, trembling with a sense of humiliation and anger, growled that he was admitting defeat. The girl turned away from him and leaned her hand on her sword, looking around at the assembled spectators. She was terribly beautiful and shouted loudly that if there were still men among them who did not like the fact that a woman had become a knight, then they could safely come to her and she would happily fight with them. At that moment, young Julena saw her future commander for the first time, and this moment irrevocably changed her life forever. Right in the Colosseum, Igraine remembered that she immediately went to Anna and began to beg to take her on as a student. She sharply rushed forward, attacking her opponent, and he only managed to stop her weapon with his own when a loud clink of swords was heard. The man barely managed to hold back her blow, growling and gathering all his will into a fist, while he himself thought that she had incredible abilities. Julena asked if this was all he was capable of, and with a sharp side blow she knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands, causing him to fall backwards to the ground. She smiled and pressed the tip of the sword against his neck as the man cursed loudly. The voice announced that Julene's knight Igraine had won the final selection, while Cassian smiled at something, looking to the side. Tessalaka asked him what was the matter, if something good had happened, and then followed the direction of the young man's gaze. Duchess Anna smiled at her husband, turning pink and waving her palm, and the Count said that Cassian simply had honey pouring out of his eyes, asking if he really loved her that much, and the Duke calmly agreed. Tessalaka, amazed by the answer, snorted as he noticed how irritated he was by these love-struck newlyweds. Turning around at his grumbling, Cassian asked why he came this time, and Tessalaka replied that he had not stopped investigating all this time. The man explained that usually there is someone higher behind people who trade slaves, but in this case no traces were found, and moreover, there were not even clues about who was missing. Tessalaka said that if all these people were sold into slavery, there would be documents left, but he found no records, and Cassian frowned thoughtfully. After thinking, he confirmed that all this really looked suspicious. The Count noted that he did not know who was behind all this, but what was clear was that something was not clean here, and therefore the work could not be suspended. Their conversation was interrupted by the Duke's accompanying knight, who asked for forgiveness. He bowed and told Cassian that he had urgent news that he needed to know about immediately. Cassian exhaled and asked what the matter was that he had come to talk about. The knight replied that the second prince, Mackenzie, was heading to the capital along with his minions. At the same time, the prince, dressed in a black cloak, asked if everything was ready, and he was told that everything was going as expected. Mackenzie asked what was wrong with Cassian, and the servant stammered how long he had not been in touch, causing the prince to open his mouth in surprise and wonder if he had abandoned them. The servant rubbed his neck with his hand and said that he did not think about it in that way because Sir Lascelles told him that lately the Duke has been busy only with his wife. Mackenzie raised his piercing blue eyes and asked in surprise if this was true, because such information did not at all resemble his brother's real behavior. The Imperial Palace of the Northern Empire learned about the same news, immediately reporting that Prince Mackenzie was heading to the capital. The assistant told the Emperor that, on his orders, they had dealt with all the rebels. Giuseppe looked around the room with a frown on his face and asked what was wrong with Cassian. The man lowered his head and said that he could not report anything to him about the Duke. The Emperor clarified whether this meant that recently there had been no common ground between Edward and Mackenzie, and the assistant agreed. The assistant said that lately the Duke has been infatuated only with his wife, but Giuseppe cried out that this could not be true. He was probably planning something and could not be fooled. Suddenly, two of the Emperor's guests made themselves known, a girl in a purple dress with puffy sleeves and a man in a hat and glasses, who laughed while reading the newspaper and said that they wrote that a female knight from the Western Empire defeated a knight from the Northern State. Giuseppe clenched his teeth and then screamed how mediocre one must be in order not to cope with the girl, but the guest with glasses asked His Majesty not to worry about it. He lowered his voice and said that he had his own way of working, and even if this girl reached the finals, she would still not see victory. The Emperor smiled enthusiastically and said that they would entrust this matter only to them. At the same time, at the Turnerson estate, the Duke greeted his brother, whom he had not seen for a long time. Mackenzie asked over a cup of tea how Cassian was doing, and he coldly replied that he was fine. The fair-haired man said that he had heard rumors that his brother was heading to the Imperial Palace, but turned to the west. He took a sip of his drink, still looking at Mackenzie, waiting for an answer and an explanation. The dark-haired man said that there were still rebels who supported the previous emperor, so he was forced to deal with them. Cassian mentally noted with surprise that his brother considered people who supported the previous emperor to be rebels, but out loud he only coldly praised his brother. Mackenzie added that he had been informed that a man with red eyes had appeared on the southern border and started causing disturbances, so he would not be here for long. The Duke frowned slightly and asked what the man's approximate age was. The prince said that he was slightly younger than himself, and thereby reassured his brother. He mentally brushed aside thoughts about Arn and the Swordmaster. And after Mackenzie noticed how much time had passed since their meeting and stood up, saying that it was time for him to go. When Cassian called out to him, he looked over his shoulder, asking what was wrong. The blonde man also stood up and approached his brother, asking if he wanted to say anything else. Mackenzie lowered his eyes and muttered that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Cassian exhaled, mentally complaining that his brother had not told him the truth, and lowered his head, telling him he could go. Anna was in her room talking to Julena about the tournament and good-naturedly congratulating her on reaching the finals. Igraine folded her hands under her chin and enthusiastically asked the commander to praise her a little more, but the girl replied that she would do it if Julena won the final. The knight said that it was simply amazing, but they were interrupted by a voice calling Anna at the door. Eve bowed and said that everything was ready to depart, and the blonde looked up at her, nodding and saying that she understood everything. Turning to Julena, the Duchess said that they would talk later, and she asked if the commander was going somewhere. Smiling lovingly and even a little stupidly, Arne propped her face on her hand and said that she was going on a date. Without listening to Igraine's questions, the Duchess turned off the magic ball, saying goodbye. Jurena leaned back in her chair, thinking about the happy expression on her commander's face, and then wondered if she would never return to the Western Empire. Anna and Cassian, both dressed in beautiful white clothes, were walking through the streets of the city, and he was leading her somewhere. The girl thought that 3 months had already passed since her arrival in the Northern Empire. She remembered the conversation with her mother and smiled, deciding that it would indeed be much better to just listen to her heart. They finally came to a store with a beautiful pavilion, and Cassian pointed at it with his palm, saying that this was the place where he was leading her. Taking a scoop of ice cream in a cup from the workers' hands, he explained that this store had been here for more than 60 years. He passed the delicacy into the hands of his beloved, who reacted with great enthusiasm to what she heard. Anna took a spoon and tasted the ice cream, waiting to see how much her taste buds would appreciate the sweetness. Having gotten a little dirty with the deliciousness, the girl screamed enthusiastically that it was very tasty and asked Cassian if he wanted to try it. The Duke looked at his wife with a thoughtful and soft smile, humming. He leaned towards her, gently collecting with his lips the ice cream she had smeared on her cheek, causing the girl to blush brightly. The man moved away from her with a smile and noticed that it was indeed very tasty. Anna covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to explode from embarrassment and, at the same time, pleasure from her husband's actions. She suddenly felt something familiar, sobering and cold, and turned around, not understanding what was happening. Looking ahead, she saw the same man who was completely wrapped in bandages and participated in the activities of the slave traders. Anna froze, not knowing what she needed to do, whether to follow him or not, because the stranger was already leaving. Cassian noticed the sudden change in her mood and asked what happened, and Anna turned to him, not knowing what to say. She thought about explaining everything to her husband, but that bandaged man seemed to have disappeared again. The girl immediately shook her head negatively, saying that nothing had happened. Wanting to distract the intelligent Duke, she pointed her finger to the side and said that the last time she saw a theatre there, she then asked if they could go there. Interrupting the blonde, Cassian called her by name, and the girl swallowed slightly, asking what was the matter. He asked her not to try to cope with everything alone, because she can always rely on him, because they are husband and wife. Anna lowered her head, again feeling ashamed for not telling her lover everything, but then quietly agreed. Cassian took her hand and asked if they would go to the theatre, and the girl happily agreed. At the same time, Prince Mackenzie arrived at the Imperial Palace and reported that he had completed all the tasks. The Emperor, who was sitting on the throne, coldly noted that things took the prince quite a long time. Mackenzie coldly stated that there were more rats to exterminate than he thought. Giuseppe rested his face on his hand, asking his son if he was sure that he had not missed anyone. The prince felt nervous and replied that it seemed he had dealt with everyone who could harm the emperor. He frowned and brought his eyebrows together on the bridge of his nose, asking in what sense it seemed to him. Squeezing the armrests of the throne with his hands, Giuseppe asked if his son really couldn't complete anything properly. Mackenzie bowed his head, asking his father for forgiveness, who asked if the young man had heard about what was happening on the southern border. Having received consent, Giuseppe ordered his son to immediately go there and sort it all out. And the prince indignantly turned to his father, saying that not even a day had passed since he returned to the capital. The emperor angrily declared that he had no sons who could not do anything, and therefore he must immediately obey the order. The young man fell silent, looking at his own father in shock, and then bowed his head and said that he was obeying the ruler. There was a small ball in the Imperial Palace, organized simply for the entertainment of people of high society. The women discussed that the final of the competition would take place tomorrow, and that usually this event was very bright. The dark-haired countess said with a slight smile that the female knight from the Western Empire was named Julena, and she would also take part in the battle. Her interlocutor replied that this amazing girl dealt with her opponents very easily. Suddenly they froze and covered themselves with their fans when they saw the familiar silhouette of a girl, whose red hair fell in waves over her back and shoulders. Lady Haley and her friend Rosanna appeared at the ball, and a girl with short hair whispered that everyone was just looking at her friend. The surrounding ladies, seeing Haley, immediately began to hide behind fans, conversations, or the fact that they supposedly did not see her. Roseanne said that this was too much because before they were all trying to please her, but now they had sided with the Duchess, and Lady Heidi shouted at her friend, urging her to stop. The girl quickly asked for forgiveness, saying that she seemed to have gotten carried away again. Lady Haley trembled with anger, thinking that Roseanne was the one who was trying to use her the most to improve her status, and now she was suddenly pretending to care. The girl again asked for forgiveness and, stuttering, offered to talk about something good. At that moment, the red-haired girl recalled a conversation with the Emperor, who told her that they had the same goal, and they both wanted to ensure that the Duchess's place was empty. Giuseppe said that if she helps him, he will do everything possible and impossible to keep her busy. The girl smiled brightly, almost madly, listening to the Emperor's words that she could get everything she wanted so badly, and for this, she just needed to get rid of Anna. Immediately coming to her senses, Haley agreed and said that they really needed to chat about something good, because if she wanted to get rid of Roseanne, she had to be patient with her now. Suddenly, Lady Haley saw a familiar and desirable male silhouette in the crowd of people from high ranks. The Duke of Ternarson himself stood before her in a beautiful black tailcoat and grey suit. On his face, as always, there was a calm and slightly detached expression, which, however, did not prevent him from being handsome. Lady Haley bowed to him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and Cassian smiled faintly, agreeing with her on this. The girl, without hiding her sympathy, asked if he had missed her all this time. The Duke repeated her same question, and the red-haired woman answered that she was bored, but had not been feeling well all this time. With a smile like a fox and a gentle look, she said that she really wanted to finally see him. The blonde Duchess intervened in the conversation, calling her husband by name. She looked at the girl with an openly dissatisfied face, asking what they were talking about here. Anna narrowed her eyes, feeling how everything in her soul turned upside down due to the anger caused by a vivid feeling of jealousy. Cassian laughed when he saw this and said that he was simply saying hello to an old friend of his, surprising Lady Haley with this. The Duchess puffed out her cheeks and lips and turned away, folding her arms over her chest as the man walked away towards her, laughing quietly. The red-haired woman listened to their conversation in shock when Cassian asked if his wife was jealous, and she replied that she didn't know, and then completely fell into open flirting. Without even saying goodbye to Haley, the Duke went to catch up with his wife, who shushed him and asked him to leave her. The redhead looked at Cassian in panic, unable to comprehend that he could smile so tenderly, while the Duke told Anna that he had lost his head over her. As if coming to his senses, he turned around for a moment and called Lady Haley, who stammered and responded. Cassian said with a smile that she was too greedy, and that was why everyone was using her. Having said this and nothing more, the Duke said that he had to go, turned around and calmly left. Haley clenched her fists furiously, her whole body trembling with anger, and thought that they would still see if he could protect his beloved while Roseanne quietly called her. Lady Haley asked her friend to leave her alone and walked forward with her head down. This scene was witnessed by a clearly exhausted and tired Sir Lascelles. Later, already at the Ternarson estate, Crave asked the commander if she was really jealous of her husband, and she angrily shouted at him, asking what he said. The knight explained that lately she surprises him every day, but the good news is that she turns out to be human too. He called the girl again, and she asked what nonsense he wanted to do this time. Crave replied that Ergen asked him to convey something. He advised him not to interfere in any way, no matter what happened, and the fair-haired woman asked what could happen. Crave rubbed his chin and said he couldn't tell her the details. After thinking, he remembered that Ergen asked her not to be afraid, even if the castle walls collapsed. Arnie skeptically asked how you cannot be scared if the castle collapses, and then clarified whether Ergen only said that. Crave added that he also explained political reasons to him, and Anna looked at him questioningly, waiting for him to continue. The knight scratched the back of his head and, a little embarrassed, said that he had forgotten them all. The girl thoughtfully rubbed her chin, thinking that Ergen could explain everything to her in a letter, but offered to convey it through Crave. She remembered his declaration of love, and realized that after that day, the dark-haired man tried to carefully avoid her. Arnie turned to the knight and asked to find out exactly what could happen, and he miserably agreed. Crave left and the Duchess was left alone, remembering the completely rewound man and thinking that his disappearances were very unusual. She was torn from her thoughts by the accompanying knight of her husband. She turned around, recognizing Sir Lascelles, and looked at him questioningly, waiting for him to explain why he had come. The young man put his hand to his chest and asked in a serious tone to give him some time. Arnie froze in surprise, not understanding what could have caused their conversation. At the same time, at the ball, Lady Haley tried to drown her grief and jealousy with wine. Each time, with horror and rage, she remembered the Duchess's face, mentally screaming that this place was intended for her. Unexpectedly, Lady Haley greeted her doctor, who smiled and apologized for the delay and said that she was late because of her request. The girl hastily stated that nothing terrible had happened and asked if she had found all the necessary materials, and the girl agreed. She took a glass of wine from the table, tenaciously grasping the thin stem. The green-eyed one said that Lady Haley could bring the last ingredient tomorrow to where they agreed to meet. The redhead happily replied that there would be absolutely no problem with that, and the girl giggled. They raised their glasses to tomorrow and clinked glasses with each other. Meanwhile, Prince Edward and Leonold were having a friendly conversation about the upcoming final of the tournament. Suddenly, the heir to the Northern Empire asked if the prince had grown up with Miss Anna since childhood. Leonold replied that they grew up together, thinking about how much these political acquaintances infuriated him, when Edward said that Miss Anne must have been sweet as a child. He immediately remembered his childhood, during which he received many punches from his sister, who was such a badass. Meanwhile, the young man continued how lucky Leonold was to grow up next to such a beautiful older sister, while he tried to slow him down. Unable to bear it, the blue-haired prince asked why Edward liked Anna so much. The heir replied that this was obvious, because she was the most beautiful creature in the world. Leonold cleared his throat, noting that Edward seemed to have very unusual tastes, which he took as a compliment, saying that he was fundamentally different from ordinary people. The sun slowly disappeared behind the horizon, and the evening shadow covered Turnerzen's estate with its robes. Anna asked what the knight wanted to tell her, and he warned that he knew how blatantly he was interfering with his own business, but he would not be able to remain silent. He suddenly knelt down, surprising the Duchess with such a sudden impulse. Lowering his head, Lascelles asked Arnie not to part with the Duke. The next morning, Lady Haley tightly squeezed Rosanna's hand and led her somewhere along the cool streets of the capital. Rosanne asked, a little scared, if they weren't going to the jousting field to watch the finals. The red-haired girl was silent and led her friend further while she continued to ask what this place was. Haley told her not to worry, but the girl looked around, whispering that it was a little gloomy in here and she didn't like it. The red-haired one walked forward with confidence and even looked happy. Stopping, Haley turned to the girl and asked if she were friends, receiving, of course, a positive answer. Haley nodded, saying that then she could just trust her and go where she needed to go, and Rosanna hesitantly agreed. Lady Haley grabbed her hand sharply, pulling her along again. She smiled too brightly and feignedly, thanking Rosanna and saying that now they are the best of friends. Later, in order to witness the final battle of the knights, many people gathered in the Colosseum. Cassian warned his wife that before the last event of the festival, many people wanted to meet him, and the girl smiled softly, dismissing him. He enjoyed the sight of the tender expression on her face and promised that he would return soon. Cassian and Elon went in the other direction, and Crave, who was standing behind the Duchess, called out to her. He said that he tried to find Ergen and did not know what happened, but was told that he had gone to the southwestern front and then asked what could have happened. Anna remembered how Sir Lascelles knelt before her yesterday. He explained that there was a great task that the Duke would have to take upon himself, and now that this great task would happen, he continued to be distracted by others. Lascelles said he couldn't watch everything fall apart, and Anna froze, wondering what his request might mean. The dark-haired man looked at the floor and muttered that he was sincerely asking her to back down and break up with the Duke. Noticing Anna's absent look, he asked what she was thinking so carefully about. The girl lowered her unhappy gaze, thinking that now she simply could not leave the Duke. She twitched her nose so as not to cry and remembered their night, thinking that they had become so close and there was no thought about parting. In the imperial box next to each other sat Emperor Giuseppe, his heir Prince Edward, and Prince of the Western Empire, Lionland. Edward noted that the competition would begin soon, and the dark-haired prince found his eyes on the Marquis, who was arguing with him about Julena's strength, and said that he could not wait for the start. The man examined the young guy with obvious skepticism and headed on his way. The assembled people from all walks of life greeted Julena, who had already gained popularity in certain circles, with delight and support. The commentator introduced the knight as a warrior who had come as part of a delegation from the Western Empire to Miss Julena Igraine, who beamed and waved to the fans. The voice then introduced Julena's rival, the pride of the Northern Empire, Sir Axe, who was a massive man in heavy armor. This warrior was known for having never lost in such tournaments until now. He stood up and asked if she, a knight from the Western Empire, had heard what they said about him, and Julena smiled, saying that she did not care. Sir Axe, who seemed like a giant compared to the refined Igraine, said that she could stay alive if she refused to participate. Stretching out boredly, the girl asked if trading the lives of rivals was really part of the culture, and this was enough to make the man furious. Julena said with a chuckle that it was time for him to stop, and, as if ordering the enemy, she told him to attack because she would win in 5 minutes. At the same time, a pretty woman in a blue dress and a matching umbrella was walking across the square, whistling some melody. Strange substances, similar to shadows, asked to let them go, said that they wanted to jump and jump, devour the black soul, and the girl asked them to calm down with a laugh. She said that they should wait because such amazing materials are not often sent to her hands. The girl came out of a dark alley and turned her face to the sun, humming and closing her eyes. She sang that today would truly be an extraordinary day. The head of the guard gathered all his subordinates in front of the Colosseum and asked if they had checked the Western District, and the knights replied that they had sent a patrol there, but it had not returned yet. The annoyed head of the security sighed and noted that apparently he would have to go there on his own. From the Colosseum came loud cheers from the crowd and whistles, the clanking of swords and other weapons, and the young men noticed that the battle was in full swing. One of the guards said that he was even worried about who could win this grandiose battle. The boss rubbed his face with his hand and said that Sir's opponent was a woman, and therefore he could easily win. Suddenly they heard a strange sound and leaned towards it, thinking that one of them had stepped on something. At the same time, in the arena, Julena clashed swords with her opponent. Sir Axe smiled and asked if she was afraid, and then added that she was weak with a sword. Igraine took advantage of the moment while he was chatting and pushed his sword away, throwing him off her blade. She swung her weapon at him and said that he looked very majestic, but talked too much. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered in the arena, and a fiery cloud covered the combatants with its heat and blinding light. People began to run away from the stands in fear and fussed around in panic, not understanding what kind of explosion had occurred and what was happening. Ani found herself right in front of the explosion, and all this madness immediately stirred up memories of war and battle. The girl opened her eyes, looking at what was happening, hearing several more explosions and people screaming in pain and asking for help. Hearing her name, she turned around and saw Crave, who was rushing towards her at all paws. The fair-haired woman asked what happened, and the knight replied that it was impossible to find out the reasons. It seemed that everything that was happening was a planned terror. Crave shouted that she needed to leave there, because the affairs of the North had nothing to do with them, and because of her intervention, everyone might know who she was. At the same time, Anna heard the heartbreaking screams of people, wounded and frightened. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that she swore to protect not only the Western Empire. Crave tried to object, but Arnie turned around and walked in the opposite direction, ordering him to help get the people out. She was angry that someone dared to arrange this here, in the place where her close people and ordinary citizens were now. The blonde looked around the dilapidated stands and winced at the burning smell, thinking that she should check something. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guards ran up to Prince Edward, asking if he was okay. The heir was sitting on his knees and coughing when the guard shouted that they needed to leave here immediately, but the young man asked where Lady Anne was. The warriors stared at the prince in surprise, not understanding why he needed Lady Anne now. The prince cleared his throat and shouted that she needed to be saved immediately, and her life was more valuable to him than his own. He began to quarrel with his guards and demanded help in finding the girl, but suddenly he saw her and called her. Anna turned around as Edward thanked God that she was alive and asked if he wanted to tell her something. Immediately straightening his shoulders proudly, the young man said that he had come first to protect her. The girl looked at his satisfied face in rage while people around were screaming and asking for help. Switching to a low, commanding voice, she frowned and ordered him to finally come to his senses. He extended his hand to her, looking around her angry face in confusion, and tried to ask what he had done wrong. The girl said that if he really is the future ruler of the country, he must help his subjects first of all. She pointed her finger at the crowds of frightened and wounded residents of the Northern Empire, who found themselves under the rubble of heavy stones. Edward followed her direction and froze in surprise, his mouth parted and his eyes wide. Anna left after her words, and the guards again called out to His Highness, trying to reach him and explain that they needed to leave. Edward thought that he himself knew how pathetic everyone around him thought he was. The people around him say nice words and flatter him just to take advantage of the high status of the heir, and he himself would be glad to change. He himself wanted to become a noble prince, and not a mattress from whom everyone was only looking for benefit, but he did not know how he could make others envy him. Edward did not know how a true heir should behave, and no one wanted to guide him. And Lady Anne became the first who did not care about his status, and who honestly told him everything she thought about his behavior and actions. Refusing the guard's offer, he said he couldn't just save himself alone. With a sudden wave of his hand, Prince Edward ordered the guards to select 2 fast people to find a way out, and to gather all the wounded here. He said that they must now pull out all the people who were buried under the rubble. Ordering them to move, he himself rushed to the concrete blocks and asked for help to remove it, freeing an unfamiliar young man from under the rubble. Thanks to the words of Duchess Anna, he seemed to see the light and look at the world around him with different eyes. He shouted to the young man not to even think about dying, but that he himself thought that he could finally change and become worthy of his position. Cassian stood in the stands, hearing people's screams and watching as explosions rumbled through the arena over and over again. He asked the Emperor's servant, who turned out to be his informant, if this was really what the Emperor had planned, and he replied that the ruler was talking with 2 people, a beautiful blonde girl and an elderly aristocrat. The servant added that the monarch had said that he did not want to see a girl named Julena take first place. Cassian asked if he could report anything else. The man replied that he tried to check on the 2, but he was never able to find out where they were from. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Sir Lascellus, who called out to the Duke and his servant. He said that the 2 of them needed to get to a safe shelter as soon as possible. The servant stated that he was fine, but the Duchess was in danger, and Cassian said that it was nothing, surprising the man, and turned around again, looking at the fire. He touched the stone fence and calmly said that his wife would not suffer from such a trifle. After these words, he added that it was time for him to meet him. At the same time, the Emperor grabbed the same elderly aristocrat by the chest and asked how he was going to answer for everything that he had arranged. The man with glasses asked him to calm down because their client was none other than the Emperor himself, and they simply made it so that Julena could not win. The Emperor shouted what exactly he meant and how it related to the explosions. The man explained that in such circumstances, even the strongest knight is not able to win, and the Emperor shouted, "Does he really think that he can remain intact after this?" The bespectacled aristocrat called the man completely wrapped in bandages Jack, and he responded that he was sick of all this. Jack pulled out his wide sword, more like a cleaver, and headed towards the Emperor's guards. Scattering them like blind kittens, he said that he did not kill them. Giuseppe turned around and, stammering, ordered them not to come, asking who the hell they were. The aristocrat laid his hand on the Emperor's shoulder and said that if His Majesty behaved quietly, he would not suffer in any way. Giuseppe stood up, obediently silent, and the man with glasses turned to the chaos he had created and smiled brightly, saying that the time had come for great things. At the same time, Rosanna, who was obediently following Lady Haley, said with caution that it was somehow too noisy in the arena. Increasingly afraid of what was happening, she asked her friend if she could hear her, but Haley just smiled and replied that they had already arrived. Rosanna looked around the dark alley in surprise, not understanding why they could come here. Dark clots of incomprehensible energy soared above the girl with purple hair, and she quietly swallowed, looking around. This whole mass unexpectedly quickly rushed towards the girl, who only managed to look at the approaching disaster with fear in her eyes. Rosanna, caught in the shackles of unfamiliar dark forces that covered her, screamed and asked for help from Lady Haley. She just grinned and thanked the girl, saying that she was a true friend after all. From behind, a familiar blonde girl with an umbrella smiled and praised Lady Haley for her amazing material. She enthusiastically asked if she could now become a duchess, and Madame laughed, answering her with confident consent. Madame said that no matter how outstanding the Duke of Ternarsen's wife was, she would not be able to remain unscathed today. Arnie walked into the very center of the explosions, thinking that this was not just a terrorist attack, this was unpleasant dark energy mixed with fire. The girl thought in surprise about how black magic could be used here, because its application requires vital energy, which has long been banned. The blonde frowned as she peered into the clouds of smoke and fire, thinking that she needed to find the source as soon as possible. Suddenly, Leonold called out to her, and she turned around hearing his voice while the guy coughed and asked what was going on. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard right behind him, and the young man was hidden in a shroud of fire. Arnie felt all the air knocked out of her lungs and screamed her brother's name with all her might. The Duchess mentally transported herself to her childhood when she spent time with her beloved uncle Gerhan. He was braiding a wreath of field daisies and asked her which was stronger, the all-destroying force or the one that protects. The girl replied that the coolest one is the one that destroys everything because it's so cool and looks much, much stronger. Gerkan laughed loudly and sincerely when he heard such an answer from his niece. He stroked her soft hair and smiled tenderly, and then called her by name. The man said that the all-destroying force is, of course, powerful, but it leaves behind only ruins, after which nothing else will grow. He explained that the protective power, unlike hers, is not so bright, but there is a lot hidden behind it, and Anna asked what exactly. Gerhan explained with a smile that what they value is their homes and the people they love. He poked his finger into the girl's chest, saying that such beloved people as little Anna are for her family. The man explained that strength is only a means, but never a goal. The goal must be within it. He gently asked his niece what she would use her power for destruction or protection, and the girl happily answered that for protection. Gerkan hugged her tightly and pressed her to him, saying that he knew it. Placing a wreath on her head, he said that in her life she would always have to make choices and find herself in unpleasant situations. He continued that they are called to protect others and no one will help them, but they will always win. The girl listened carefully to her uncle's words, that then they could be proud of the difficulties they had overcome, and in the end a wonderful result would await them. Anna asked what would be waiting for them, and Gerkan answered with a soft smile that everything they loved. Leonold, who almost fell into the epicenter of the explosion, coughed from the smoke and fumes, covering his face with his hand. He was surprised to find his sister in front of him, who had exposed Evermore, covering her brother with herself. The young man opened his eyes when Nevermore found himself in his sister's hands. Arnie covered him with herself and was not afraid that someone could see her or reveal her essence. Leonold asked why she was doing this, and the girl replied that monsters kept appearing in the fire. The prince shouted that this was a problem for the Northern Empire, and that this matter should be left to the knights, and Anna steadfastly refused. Dark blue monsters of unsteady shape appeared from the shadows, and the girl realized that this was a type of black magic that desecrated the spirit of the dead. The blonde muttered that they wouldn't be so easy to deal with, and Nevermore stated that he could feel the strong aura of the fallen star. Leonold wanted to stop his sister, but Anna exhaled and rushed to the attack, not paying attention to anything else. Dispelling the monster with her swords, she can still hear the screams of her brother, who insisted that she had been trying to hide her identity for so long, and now everyone would be able to understand who she really was. The girl mentally asked Leo for forgiveness, but she herself understood that her conscience would not allow her to simply leave people in trouble. She immediately remembered one of the last meetings with the Emperor before her marriage. Then he said that if this marriage was planned for only 3 months, then it would be better for the girl to hide her true nature from everyone. After his words, he explained that relations between the states are not so good, and as soon as they find out that she is a knight, they can accuse her of espionage. Ani froze in surprise as she listened to the Emperor's words that this could lead to big problems. While dealing with the next monster, the girl thought that even if this happens, there is nothing more important than saving people. Lionel, in a panic, shouted to his sister about what her husband would say to this. Hearing this and seeing the familiar silhouette in front of her, Anna froze, as if struck by thunder. She stood in front of him with 2 swords in her hands after all those words about how weak and fragile her health was. Contrary to her expectations and fears, Cassian did not look betrayed or angry. He only smiled faintly. Anna looked at him and thought about how much she didn't want to lose everything that they had created together in this short time. To the side of them, a girl was fleeing from the monsters and screaming, asking for help from at least someone. The blonde sighed and mentally said goodbye to all the love that Cassian could give her. Swinging 2 swords at once, she destroyed those monsters that attacked the girl. The rescued lady was breathing heavily and crying, but despite the trembling in her voice, she sincerely thanked Anna. The girl herself thought that her husband saw her with a sword, and their relationship would no longer be the same. Asking for forgiveness, she unexpectedly asked Cassian to give her a divorce. The Duke called her name, and the girl hastily admitted that she had originally planned to spend only 3 months in marriage, but was a little late. Cassian shook his head with the same slight smile and replied that it didn't matter. Anna lowered her gaze and said that she had deceived him, and he himself understood how they would treat him in the Northern Empire when they found out the truth about his wife. The man shook his head again and said that nothing bad had happened because he allowed himself to be deceived. He said he couldn't divorce her and started to say something else, but Anna heard something. Footsteps and the whistle of a sword rang in her ears, and she turned around, seeing the same man in bandages. Easily fending off his attack with Evermore, she blocked Cassian with herself. She couldn't let him get hurt. He calmly noted that she seemed a little busy, and it would be better for them to talk when this was all over. The man in bandages with a smile called Anna the heiress of Level Gosa, mentioning that they had not seen each other for a long time. Having fought off another attack, she asked how he knew her, and the man said to forget the one who was in the past and look at the one who appeared again, and then added that today he would end the Level Gosa family, and with her blood he would write a new page in history. He shouted that his name was Jack and advised him to forever remember the name of the one who would crush them all, and Anna looked at him skeptically. Nevermore said that he even felt a little awkward from such words, and then asked the girl if she knew him. The blonde one replied that she didn't even know what she was talking about, and Evermore said that he would show this loser how great his mistress was. Jack screamed and rushed towards Anna with his machete-like sword. The girl slammed her swords together and frowned before she charged. Simultaneously with the start of their fight, a new explosion thundered in the arena, but the girl hardly paid attention to it. Jack remembered the day when the village was attacked by a dragon, which was called the greatest disaster on Earth. Then Jack barely managed to survive, but he lost the people dearest to him, his wife, daughter, and son. The house with his loved ones was burning with a bright, scorching flame right before his eyes, and he could not do anything about it. The dragon was followed by Gurkhan, who was the heir of Level Gosa and the master of the sword, called the Guardian. With the help of his sword, Levitine, Gurkhan destroyed a huge dragon. People rejoiced at the rescue and greeted their hero, but Jack, who had lost his most precious thing, could not accept his merits. Left alone near the burnt house, he thought about what kind of guardian a person could be who could not protect his family. Heartbroken, he did not think that he would never be able to recognize Gurkhan as a hero. Suddenly, a man with glasses came up to Jack and said that the man's eyes were full of hatred and he liked it. He declared that he would give Jack his power and offered to act together, and the man, on the verge of despair, was saved by Vemliard. Arne easily defeated the bandaged man, forcing him to struggle to get up from the ground. Jack shouted that he couldn't lose, and then suddenly asked the girl what she was hiding. Anna stared at him in surprise and said that she did not understand what he was talking about now. The man asked how such a fragile-looking girl could defeat him, and the fair-haired one made the excuse that she had strong muscles, and then asked who he was. Suddenly, the same girl with an umbrella appeared in front of Anna, saying that she couldn't stand it anymore. The girl looked at her, not feeling fear, only irritation and anger. The blonde one asked the pretty girl with the umbrella, who, despite everything, was the personification of evil, and asked who she was. The green-eyed one said with a smile that she was very pleased to meet the swordmaster of level Gosa. She continued that she was an ordinary lady, and Anna directed Evermore at her, ordering her to stop talking nonsense and feeling a strong magical aura around her. The green-eyed girl asked whether it really did not contradict the principles of knighthood that the Duchess pointed the sword at such a fragile lady, and laughed quietly. Arnie frowned, thinking about how this aura got on her nerves, and most likely it was what she felt during the competition. A familiar voice called out to her, and then she saw a breathless Crave, who said that he had led the people out, and Julena. Igraine looked at the green-eyed stranger with surprise and a frown, asking who she was. Jack asked the lady to move away and said he could handle this himself. Turning around, she asked with a smile what he could do and whether he saw himself at all. Suddenly, the sorceress summoned some strange portal that filled the small space with a blue glow, and Anna shouted at her to stop. The girl asked them not to worry, and with a bright smile declared that they would meet again very soon. The stranger, along with Jack, disappeared in the rays of a bright blue light, and the knights remained standing in place, coping with the shock. Anna felt a trembling and lowered her head, not understanding what was happening, and Crave, with a trembling voice, noticed that it was the ground shaking. The cracking ground right in front of them opened with an explosion, and all three of them were scorched by hot air. New monsters emerged from a crack in the ground, led by a giant tens of times larger than the others. Anna ordered her knights to take care of the small monsters while she took on the giant. The girl hurriedly rushed forward, not wanting to be trampled by a huge monster. Julena and Crave stood back to back, realizing that they needed to protect the commander from small, nimble creatures. Arnie took a running start and pushed off the ground, rushing straight up. She soared into the air near the giant, thinking over a plan of action as she went and trying to find his weak points. While Anna circled around him, the giant waved his hand, trying to hit her or catch her in his fist. Crave and Julena did not immediately understand whether the monster's huge paw had touched the commander or not, and therefore they screamed excitedly, looking at the giant. Arnie landed deftly on his shoulder, balancing with the help of Evermore and Nevermore. She said menacingly that this time it was her turn to launch an attack. The giant did not at all expect that she would rush straight at him, holding both swords at the ready. Anna swung as sharply as she could and hit the monster from the darkness with her sword on the neck. She cut the monster's neck with sharp blades, and he wheezed loudly, not expecting that he could say goodbye to life like that. Arnie, her cheeks stained with soot, listened to Nevermore cheerfully screaming from the glorious victory over the giant. Cutting through the air, she smoothly stepped onto the ground, kicking up dust. Julena smiled brightly, looking lovingly at their commander, and Crave wiped his mouth from his forehead, saying that he was worrying about the girl in vain. The blonde didn't even look back as the monster began to disintegrate and disappear. She suddenly heard an incomprehensible rustling sound and turned around, frowning. In the same place where the monster had recently fallen, Lady Rosanna lay unconscious, pale as death. 2 days after the tragedy, the magicians of the Northern Empire did everything possible to bring the girl to her senses. Arne looked out into the street through the stained glass window, and Crave began to talk about how Prince Edward ordered the search for the culprit to begin as soon as Lady Rosanna came to her senses, and Emperor Giuseppe received a severe shock, so he did not leave his chambers. The girl lowered her head, thinking that even despite the help of Nevermore and Evermore, she could not save very many people, and therefore her heart was very heavy. Eve called the girl, and she turned around, asking what happened, and the woman angrily whispered only the word sword. Unable to contain herself, the maid screamed if it was true that she had used a sword at the tournament site. Anna calmly exhaled and replied that yes, she did it. Eve angrily asked what she would do now, and the Duchess said that that was why she told Cassian about everything. And then, lowering her head, the fair-haired woman added that she asked the Duke to give her a divorce. Eve screamed in shock, dropping her lower jaw and widening her eyes, unable to hide her surprise. She grabbed her forehead and began to slowly sink to the floor, and Crave held the nanny, looking at her face with excitement. Arnie looked somewhere to the side and thought that she still couldn't change anything. Suddenly, a maid called her, who, when the Duchess asked what had happened, replied that they had come to see her. The girl asked the lady to hurry up, and Anna, surprised by such liveliness, quickly went down the stairs. Still standing on the stairs, the blonde froze when she heard a very familiar voice. She saw her mother next to Cassian, who was dressed in a red traveling dress and a matching hat. The woman smiled brightly and waved to her daughter, saying that her mommy had come for a visit. Arnie turned her head slightly and faced Cassian, who was just waiting for this. He stretched his lips in a smile, but his eyes sparkled as if nothing had happened between them. Later, Anna sat down with his mother and Cassian to eat the prepared treats, and Rosalia asked her son-in-law how he knew her favorite tea and cookies, and then praised him for his attentiveness, and the Duke smiled, thanking her. He explained with a smile that he was very happy about her arrival and hoped that she would have a comfortable and pleasant time here. Rosalia, glowing like a Christmas tree decoration, said that her son-in-law looked even much better lived than in the crystal ball, and Anna asked her mother to slow down. The woman added that, looking at the two of them, she could already imagine how she would babysit her grandchildren, and they should try. And after these words, the Duke watched Anna's embarrassment with a smile. The girl quietly asked Rosalia why she had come, and she excitedly replied that she just wanted to see how they lived and get to know each other in person. The fair-haired one said that she, of course, was glad, but it was worth warning her in advance, and the girl justified herself by telling her son-in-law about the visit. Arnie asked why her mother told Cassian about her arrival, but not her, and she replied that her daughter did not answer her calls. The girl shushed her mother, embarrassed in front of her husband and asking when this even happened. Cassian suddenly stood up and said that he had something to do, and it seemed like it was time for him to go. He bowed to Rosalia and suggested that the two of them had something to talk about, and therefore he left them alone. The Duke smiled tenderly at his wife and nodded to her, because since that incident at the tournament they had not spoken. Arnie lowered her gaze, sadly looking around the surface of the table and thinking about how quickly everything had changed. Cassian left the hall, and then Rosalia called her daughter's name, calling her attention to her. The girl quietly asked what was the matter, and the mother asked why she was so downcast. Was she really worried about what happened at the nightly tournament? Arnie hastily replied that no, and somehow too hesitantly tried to reassure her mother that everything was fine. Rosalia gently took her hand and told her daughter that she had never been a good liar. Amazing her daughter with her words, she said that even such a capable girl as her daughter could not save everyone. She reminded Anna that if it weren't for her, there would be no world as it was now, and asked her daughter not to blame herself for the deaths. Rosalia firmly stated that her daughter can put aside all responsibilities and vows for a while and start living the way she wants. She added that their ancestors always lived for the sake of others, but she can no longer watch her daughter constantly sacrifice herself. Anna leaned back in her chair and could not understand why these words of support and consolation were not disgusting to her. Rosalia gently hugged her daughter, pressing her daughter's head to hers, and said that she would always be by her side. At the same time, in the capital, various rumors and discussions circulated among those traveling to the memorial service. She, a woman, said that there is information that everything happened because of the Emperor, who did not like that a female knight won the tournament. Her interlocutor put her finger to her lips and said that they shouldn't be throwing around such words. The girl tried to argue, saying that everyone was talking about it, but the other lady said that there were still some rumors. The carriage drove slowly through the streets of the city, and only the sound of hooves interrupted the quiet gossip. The third girl covered her lips with her hand, as if she was afraid that she would be heard, and whispered that it was a big secret. She said that, in fact, Duchess Anna, the wife of Duke Turnison, is an incredible person. The lady spoke about the rumor that during the competition the Duchess personally dealt with a huge monster. The dark-haired girl called it complete nonsense, because how could a weak Duchess do such a thing? The other girls agreed with this, saying that it was most likely just false gossip. Meanwhile, at the Turnisen estate, Rosalia said that thanks to the care of her son-in-law, she was finally able to communicate with her daughter. She looked at the huge chandelier and noticed that the estate was in excellent condition, and Cassian thanked his mother-in-law with a smile for such an assessment. The Duke said that all this was the merit of the mistress of the house, his wife Anna, and she turned around in embarrassment when her mother said that her daughter had become an adult. Rosalia suddenly asked if she could look around the house and then hurriedly left with the maid, wishing everyone a good evening. Arnie thought that she had never spoken to Cassian since what happened, and now being alone with him was terribly awkward. The man reminded her that it was time for them to rest too, and opened the heavy oak doors of the bedroom. He let her through, and the blonde thought that first she would just go into the room and then she would think about it. As soon as the girl entered the room, she immediately noticed the same spacious window through which she had already tried to escape once. Rushing forward in a childish impulse to escape from shame and embarrassment, she thought about running away. Arnie managed to stand on the windowsill when Cassian wrapped his arms tightly around her, burying his nose in her neck. He hugged her tighter and quietly asked if she wanted to leave him, and the girl asked in a whisper to let her go. The girl lowered her head and said that soon rumors would spread and his position would be in jeopardy, and she didn't want to be a burden to him. Cassian whispered that he had already settled everything, and the witnesses would not say anything, asking if she remembered who he was. Anna touched his arms, hugging her with her palms, and said that even he couldn't handle this. He moved closer to his beloved face and leaned towards his lips, still holding her tightly to his chest. Cassian whispered that he would gladly accept even these troubles if it concerned her, and then touched her lips with a gentle kiss. Meanwhile, in the magic tower of the Northern Empire, the magicians were trying to settle matters and issues ordered to them. Ventus, the master of the tower, a bald and grey-bearded man, asked if it was really a summoning of magic using shadows. He said that such magic had never existed before, and it was possible, in theory, but it would require enormous magical power. One of his students said that this is still beyond the power of an ordinary magician, and their abilities cannot reveal such a technique. Ventus closed his eyes and thought that if the previous owner of the tower, Urion, had been here, she would have easily solved the problem. The student asked whether the famous Miss Urion was really so powerful, and he said with a smile that there was no doubt about it. He explained that the Black Dragon of legend was beyond the power of even the Sword Master himself to stop. This creature was captured only thanks to the protective magic of the great Urion. Ventus said that he saw her as a child, but still remembers the girl's magic, although 50 years have passed since that moment. He noted with regret that he had never encountered such power again. The student asked where she was now and why she wasn't helping them cope with their difficulties, and Ventus exhaled noisily. The man explained that one day the girl suddenly disappeared and no one knew where she was or where she went. Lady Haley angrily shouted at the blonde lady with the umbrella, accusing her of promising to kill the Duchess at the right opportunity and not doing it. And Madame answered in a sing-song voice that it was not her fault that she did not do it. The red-haired girl screamed that she personally saw how she struck Roseanne. Clenching her fists, Haley said that if she had known that the Duchess was a swordmaster, she would never have gotten involved in this adventure. The green-eyed girl shook her finger at her and asked why she was shifting responsibility for her stupid actions and choices onto her. Shocking the lady, the strange girl continued that everything turned out that way because Haley wanted to take the place of the Duchess. The red-haired girl trembled and quietly replied that this was absolutely not true. The green-eyed girl laughed, asking if that was not true. She openly stated that in order to become the Duchess of Ternison, Haley sacrificed her closest friend. Haley whispered in a cold voice that if Roseanne woke up in the Magic Tower, then it would be the end for her. The woman laughed, saying that this lady thinks only about herself to the last, and it's very funny that there are no limits to human greed. Lady Haley clenched her fists and moved towards the girl, shouting that everything happened because of her. And she stepped back laughing, saying that she was very scared. The green-eyed one said that she felt sorry for the girl, and therefore she would good-naturedly give her a hint. She advised Haley to use the key she already had in her hands. The red-haired lady looked thoughtfully at her hands, echoing the girl's words, and suddenly shouted that she could really use that method. She immediately turned around and ran away in the opposite direction, and the green-eyed girl expressed hope that this time the girl's wish would come true. The sun was setting on the horizon and beautifully illuminating the Ternison estate, while Anna and Crave sat together in the garden. Erica approached them and said that an invitation to the ball had been sent from the Imperial Palace. The girl enthusiastically replied that it seemed that they wanted to calm the situation a little after the incident, so they were organizing an event that would last several days, and Prince Edward was personally involved in the preparations. Crave asked in surprise when he heard about the heir, and then said that lately he had been behaving in a manner befitting his status, and he was wondering if that incident had affected him. Erica asked the lady if she would go, and Anna became thoughtful, remembering a recent conversation with her mother. Remembering her words about following your heart, she smiled slightly and nodded, saying that she would go. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace of the Northern Empire, the condition of Emperor Giuseppe was discussed. The Marquis asked the servant if the ruler still did not leave the room even after a week had passed, and the servant nodded. The man frowned again and asked what he was thinking about, and then said that they needed to arrange a meeting. The servant opened the door and told His Majesty that the Marquis d'Ullin was asking for a meeting, but he ordered not to enter, shouting that nothing had happened. Giuseppe angrily shouted that he should not return here until he himself called him. The Emperor, surrounded by shackles of black magic, coughed quietly and looked irritably towards the door. The bespectacled man praised the Emperor, who croaked and called the man Count Bemliod. Giuseppe asked if he really thought that he could stay alive, and he grinned, saying that the magic of the ban seemed to be weak because the Emperor was still trying to resist. The ruler winced and said that the promise to help destroy the Western Empire was empty words. The man stroked his beard with his hand and objected, saying that the plan was in action, he just had some circumstances arise. Afterwards, he warned the Emperor not to pester him and then snapped his fingers. After the click, Giuseppe felt his throat constrict from a serious lack of air. The Duke and Duchess's carriage headed towards the Imperial Palace through the busy streets of the capital. Anna, dressed in a beautiful bright red dress, said how nice it would be if Mother participated in the event. She immediately looked at her husband with a smile and added that Rosalia, unfortunately, had business, so she went back home. Cassian nodded, admiring her interesting hairstyle and sparkling eyes, and quietly replied that he had heard about it. The girl asked in surprise whether he had already had a conversation with her mother, and the Duke nodded in agreement. Cassian immediately remembered the conversation with Arnie's mother, who sweetly called him son-in-law, and he made up his mind and softly called her mummy. Rosalia asked if he had talked to her daughter, and the Duke replied that yes, he only succeeded thanks to her arrival. The woman said that her daughter is strong and has a habit of taking on everything, and then thanked the man for caring even about this side of her daughter. With a final smile, Rosalia asked Cassian to take care of Arn as he had done so far. The Duke smiled brightly and nodded, boyishly delighted that his mother-in-law was treating him so kindly. Arne noticed his thoughtfulness and smile and quietly called his name, grinning. The girl asked why he was smiling so much, had something good happened, and the Duke calmly replied that he was smiling because of her and her mother. He even blushed a little, putting his hands on his knees, and said that he was incredibly happy, causing surprise and embarrassment to the girl. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Leonold, in the chambers provided to him, spoke with his father with the help of a magic ball. The frightened prince said that he had heard about the news that the Eastern Kingdom United Army was resisting on the battlefield. The emperor grinned and asked Leo not to worry too much about him because nothing bad would happen. Afterwards, scaring his son even more, the dark-haired prince said that he could not get in touch with Gurkhan. He leaned over the table and invited the emperor to come to the Western Empire with his sister. The emperor said that the situation was not getting worse yet, and he did not need to worry, but now it was time for him to go. Lionald called his father and asked him to stay longer, but the magic ball turned off, and then Julena softly called out to the prince. She reminded him that the ball would start very soon and they needed to be ready. Lionald was thoughtful and looked down, trying to calm his anxiety for his father and the entire empire as a whole. He put his hands on the table and said that while traveling in the tournament, he was in danger, and his sister called upon the swords to save him. Leonold frowned and muttered that Anna's happiness was in jeopardy, but she still boldly took such a step. Julena replied that Anna is the kind of person who is ready to do a lot for the sake of his loved ones. The guy stepped forward and rested his hand on the wall near his knight's head. He explained that he was in agony because if he told his sister that the Western Empire was in danger, she would immediately head there. But he had never seen her so happy. Julena looked at him with sympathy and exhaled, calling him commander. She asked if maybe she should tell Anna everything honestly and ask her for help. Igraine said that family is meant to help each other and rely on each other in difficult times. She advised him to forget about being the crown prince and just ask for help, not from the swordmaster, but from his sister. Lionel looked at her in surprise because he did not expect wise words from the usually violent knight. Exhaling, the young man thanked Julena and said that after these words he seemed to feel better. The girl smiled brightly and reminded them that now it was time for them to go to the ballroom. At the festival, already in a familiar area, people of high society talked and danced with each other, discussing past events. Lady Daisy and Lillian looked with admiration at Lady Anna, who came with her husband. The Duchess, in a beautiful red dress with an interesting hairstyle, smiled and gently greeted the girls, waving at them. The girl thought that she seemed to have a lot more fans, because sighs of admiration for their couple were heard from all sides. Anna was distracted from pleasant thoughts by the loud and ringing call of Lady Daisy, who called for everyone's attention. The red-haired girl walked into the center of the hall with her hand raised and called on everyone to listen to her before starting to have fun. She put her hands to her chest and said that she had finally found the courage to tell everyone the truth. Lady Lillian quietly asked what could have happened if Haley addressed everyone so directly. The girl said that recently during the competition there was an attack, after which strange rumors began to spread. Anna frowned, looking at the girl, and thought that she clearly did not have a good feeling. Lady Haley said that that terrible monster was defeated by the Swordmaster, whose identity is unknown, but now she can tell them the truth. The lady stated that there were currently spies of the Western Empire hiding in the Northern Empire, and then asked Duchess Anna if she had anything to tell. The blonde was silent, steadfastly enduring the girl's entire caustic monologue. Addressing the Duchess by her full name, Lady Haley asked why she had been deceiving them all this time if she herself was a master of the sword. A general shock and whisper passed through the entire hall like a wave, supported by everyone. Anna exhaled noisily and closed her eyes, thinking about why this cruel and greedy girl couldn't leave her alone. One unfamiliar girl objected that the Swordmaster was a war hero and could not be here. Haley said that this is true, and why would the Swordmaster, who should be at war, spend his time in the Northern Empire? Anna listened silently as the redhead asked why she hid her identity if her intentions weren't evil. Pointing her hand at the Duchess, Lady Haley declared that Anna was a spy sent by the Western Empire. Lady Lillian took this as a personal insult and asked if she had any proof. The red-haired girl replied that it was natural, and then picked up a stack of paper saying that here they are. Haley again continued her personal speech, recalling that, as she had already said, there was now a spy of the Western state lurking in the Northern Empire. She said with a laugh that she had difficulty gathering evidence of collusion with Sir Crave, who is now called the hero of the Northern Empire. Haley stated that Arnie sent him a letter saying that they were planning an attack during the competition and to check their threat level. According to her, Sir Crave stated in his response letter that they did not need witnesses. Haley enthusiastically stated that Anna ordered him to pretend that several people from the Northern Empire were rescued and no one would suspect them. People looked from Lady Haley to Anna and began to whisper that all this was quite possible. The blonde girl lowered her head, frowning and realizing that the girl had forged the documents. Looking at her husband, she realized that she could not set him up and decided to take the whole blow on herself. Arnie propped her face on her fist and said that she had really been exposed, and she thought she was hiding it well. Haley looked at her with a predatory smile, deciding that her plan was a success, but then Lady Daisy screamed in fear. The girl looked betrayed and was ready to cry. She asked the Duchess to say that this was all not true. Arnie stated that to some extent Lady Haley's statements were true. Lady Lillian asked if the wedding had really been rigged and then covered her face with her palm, thinking that they had been deceived. Haley smiled brightly and thought that Anna was digging her own grave and wanted to put an end to all this, but she was interrupted. Cassian stepped forward and replied that his wife had not deceived anyone and that he himself had long known who she was. Haley asked if he really knew about her nature and married anyway, and Cassian nodded, adding that he did it because he fell in love with the girl at first sight. He grinned and asked permission to now ask a couple of questions to the lady herself, immediately asking if she knew how serious a crime it was to forge documents. Haley, with a trembling voice, asked what kind of document forgery he was talking about. Cassian said that Sir Crave is the Duchess's personal knight, which means he is the closest person, and there was no need for them to write to each other about plans in letters. He also mentioned that during the attack, Lady Rosanna, the closest girl from Lady Haley's entourage, was found in the core of the monster. He asked why this happened, and Haley immediately lost it, saying that she had no way of knowing about it. She was shaking all over with anger because she didn't expect the Duke to defend his wife after something like this. Cassian recalled that Lady Rosanna had still not come to her senses, but the red-haired girl had never visited her friend. People were noisy, discussing what had happened and not knowing who to believe and whose arguments to listen to. The Duke declared that the most important third opinion remained and pointed to Lady Haley. To Lady Haley's shock, Cassian asked if she had not participated in the attack on the Northern Empire by conspiring with those very people. Lady Daisy and Lillian did not understand what they were talking about, exchanging glances at each other. The Duke recalled the woman with the umbrella and said that he saw her at the scene with his own eyes. And before that, she looked after Haley, disguised as a doctor, and it was she who summoned the monster. Haley fell to her knees, dropping the fake documents and clutching her head in her hands, and screamed at him to shut up. Suddenly, the cold, ringing laughter of the recently mentioned girl was heard in the hall. She stood on one of the balconies and said that the situation was becoming more and more interesting, but maybe we need to add a little more. The green-eyed woman waved her hand, again summoning strange dark entities with the help of black magic. That same dark-coloured energy enveloped Lady Haley and many other people, who began to scream in horror. Finding herself in a bubble of a dark, incomprehensible substance, Anna summoned Evermore and cut it with her sword. She thought that she had already encountered hallucination magic herself, so she could easily resist it, and Nevermore said that it was difficult for ordinary people because it affected the subconscious and affected memories. The girl realized that this magic was identical to that used during the attack during the tournament, and yet this girl with an umbrella was an ordinary magician. Evermore called attention to himself, saying that they needed to quickly deal with her and punish her. Anna agreed, but said that first she would save all the affected people. Now almost all of them were enclosed in huge dark circle-shaped spheres and were literally stewing in their worst nightmares. Anna ran forward, wielding her swords and cutting ball after ball and freeing more and more people. They scattered with a pop and a bright light when they came into contact with the strong magic of Evermore and Nevermore. The girl tried to be fast and used two swords at once so as not to leave people in danger. The liberated people cried and shook with fear, asking the Duchess not to abandon them or leave them. Anna looked back at them, but could not stay because too many needed help. Nevermore said that this magic makes people go crazy, and therefore we need to free everyone as soon as possible so that they don't go crazy. Ani steadfastly agreed and moved forward again, clenching the hilts of her swords. Cassian heard words that someone loved Empress Isolde more than his brother. The Duke realized that he was standing in pitch darkness and could not understand where he was. He saw Giuseppe in front of him, kneeling in front of his mother, saying that he would give her everything she might want. The Empress frightenedly asked Duke Giuseppe to calm down, otherwise Emperor Tristan might find out about this. Cassian froze, eyes wide open, and could not understand what situation he was seeing because he did not remember it. After a short fall into the darkness, the young man saw a different story. His father was sitting on his knees and coughing up blood, asking if his brother had given him poison. Giuseppe smiled coldly, noticing how smart his brother was. The Emperor held his hand, already filled with blood, to his mouth and said hoarsely that he had always treated his brother so well. When Tristan fell to the floor, Giuseppe said with a grin that his brother had what he himself could not. Cassian's mother held him in her arms because he was still just a baby and cried in fear, asking why he did this. The amazed Duke heard his uncle tell his mother that his brother was no more and nothing could interfere with their love. Giuseppe asked Empress Isolde to become his wife while her husband was slowly dying from poison. Isolde said that she would agree only on the condition that he promised not to do anything to her little son until he became an adult. And the fratricide swore to this. Cassian fell to his knees and raised his hands to his face, begging him to stop this torture. He stared in shock into the all-consuming darkness, his bright blue eyes wide. Cassian found himself on the balcony, onto the parapet of which his mother climbed, saying that Giuseppe had promised to spare his son's life. The Duke tried to call his mother, but she did not hear him, and said that she must die before she was desecrated by her husband's murderer. Cassian rushed forward shouting, but his dear, fragile mother had already jumped down. The man trembled in panic and felt cold sweat and trembling appear throughout his body. Giuseppe appeared behind him, who said that if he had not made a promise to save Cassian's life, Isolde would have been alive. He shouted that it was Cassian who killed his mother, and he froze, feeling nauseous and having a terrible headache. The Duke held his head in his hands as the voices in his head told him that he was a murderer and should never have been born. Cassian fell to his knees, convincing himself that this was a dream, just a nightmare, but with fear he realized that he could not wake up. The ball of darkness split, and the silhouette of Anna appeared in front of him, holding swords in her hands. He looked up and seemed to learn to breathe again, amazed by the bright white light, blinding after the darkness, and whispered her name. The girl called him again and asked if he was okay, because the young man was sitting on his knees and trembling violently, and Cassian rose to his feet and wrapped his arms around her as tightly as if she were his lifeline, and whispered, asking her for a hug. The girl smiled and hugged her beloved tightly, saying that she was nearby and he needn't worry. He breathed heavily, squeezing her body in his arms, and said that he only wanted her to be his beloved. Cassian desperately whispered that he didn't want others to see her, so sweet and caring. He squeezed her tightly in his arms and said that he wanted only him to see her like this, and then asked her not to leave him alone. The girl pressed herself close to him and whispered that now they needed to quickly deal with this whole situation. She moved away and called his name, asking for forgiveness, and the man said her name with a tremble in his voice. Anna asked him to wait just a little bit because she had to quickly save the others and return. Cassian, looking so desperate for the first time, shouted at her not to leave him here alone. The blonde couldn't stay with him, even if she really wanted to, because the others were still in danger. Evermore asked if she was okay, because he had the feeling that the Duke was too fixated on her. Anna struggled madly with herself, realizing that he was now in pain and scared, but she exhaled. She opened her eyes and said that the most important thing now was the salvation of the remaining people. Cassian called out to her desperately, holding out his hand, his eyes wild and full of pain. The dark energy that enveloped the girl with the umbrella said that today there would be a feast and she would swallow all the insects, leaving no one alive. The man praised the girl, calling her Urion, and she turned around, thanking the teacher with a bright smile. He advised her not to forget that hatred and everything that people and the Western Empire had done to her, and she clarified what he meant. She narrowed her green eyes slightly and said that she was still filled with terrible hatred. The girl mentally returned to that day when she stood alone on the cold balcony at night and cried. She covered her face with her hands and told the teacher that there were some things she would never understand. Urian said that she wanted to save the whole world, but everyone still doesn't like her. The man took pity on the girl, saying that he had already told her more than once that saving humanity was useless. Then he promised her that all the people who hurt her would pay for all their actions. Ani continued to slice through ball after ball, even more angry at what this magic had done to Cassian. An incomprehensible man in glasses appeared on her way, who said that he saw something suspicious. That's why he came. Nevermore told the girl that Count Bemliora was standing in front of her, and he laughed quietly when he heard this. After some thought and glances, Anna pulled the information from her memory. She asked if this was the same spy who 10 years ago conveyed secret data from the Western Empire to the Eastern Kingdom, and the sword agreed. Ani pointed the tip of Evermore at him, looking at the Count with open hatred. She loudly asked why he betrayed the Western Empire and what he was doing here now. The Count did not answer, and with a sudden explosion that threw Anna back, the same girl with an umbrella appeared between them. She noted with a smile that the teacher was quite famous, and she was very proud to be a student of such a person. He ordered Urian to go to the Western Empire, saying that he would figure it out himself and then join her. Anna swung her sword and sharply hit the protective field, but it did not give in, unlike the previous ones. The Duchess screamed, asking why they needed the Western Empire. The girl just laughed, and Anna ordered her not to move and stand still. She froze, following the green-eyed gaze, and asked where she was looking. The girl turned her gaze to her and declared that Anna would have to fight her personally. The green-eyed girl sharply broke the magic portal and sent dark tendrils of magic towards the Master Sword. The enraged girl leaned forward and easily broke one of the clots of magic with the help of Evermore. Urian only smiled playfully, mocking her opponent, and seemed innocent with everything. Looking into her green eyes, Anna took a breath and declared that she simply could not be human. When they collided, a roar was heard throughout the entire imperial palace, which could only be compared to an earthquake. Portraits and lanterns fell from the walls with a loud clang, and Lionel fell to his knees, cursing, and Julena ran up to him. She screamed very loudly, and the prince did not understand what she was trying to tell him. Julena grabbed him by the chest and literally snatched him from under the falling column, laying him on the blue carpet. Involuntarily hovering over him, the girl was breathing heavily and asked if he was okay, and a blushing Lionel hastily replied that he was. She grabbed his hand and told him they needed to leave quickly, and then told him to follow her. The guy obediently ran after his knight, but he still could not forget her warm breath and the touch of her strong hands. Ani stood directly opposite the girl with the umbrella, who announced that, unfortunately, she was human. The Duchess, breathing heavily, asked how a person could have such magical powers. The green-eyed one answered with a smile that she was just strong. Having released magical bonds on both sides of Anna, she laughingly declared that even the Swordmaster could not have such power. Ani swung her sword and shouted that they had caused all this chaos at the tournament, and then asked what they were even trying to achieve. The green-eyed one said that, to be honest, they want all of humanity to fall into despair and to be overcome by sadness and deep darkness. Attacking the Swordmaster, Urian stated that they really liked this. The walls shook in the chambers of Prince Edward, who was just getting ready for the ball, and the adjutant told His Highness that he had to leave quickly. Edward turned to him and ordered him to gather guards to escort people out of the banquet hall and then contact the Magic Tower and ask for help. After that, the heir turned around and headed straight into the thick of things, while the adjutant called him and asked him to stop. But Edward declared that he had to save his father. There were dark thunderclouds above the Magic Tower, as if predicting far from pleasant events. The apprentice found the head of the tower and called out to him while Ventus stood still, frozen. He was told that a signal for help had come from the Imperial Palace, and Ventus stood, feeling the full power of black magic and not understanding what was happening, but he immediately turned around and ordered people to be sent to the palace for protection. During the battle with Anna, the green-eyed one laughed and said that the girl was really the master of the sword of Levelgosa, and it was not in vain that she mocked her. The girl realized that this witch was stalling for time because she did not attack, but only evaded, and asked how much longer she would stall for time. The green-eyed one replied that very soon the Western Empire would fall, and this meant that they too could finish their battle. Ani angrily said that she could think as she wanted, but she would still clarify something. She screamed, reminding her that she was not the only one protecting the Western Empire. The girl with the umbrella was surprised by such a sharp cry from the Duchess, but quickly pulled herself together. She grinned and said that there was also that handsome guy who got on everyone's nerves so much. The green-eyed one said that Anna is very similar to him, the one who is called the hero who killed the dragon, to her uncle Gurkhan. The blonde tensed up and asked how the stranger knew her uncle and who she even was. The witch grinned and said that she would answer this question if Anna could stop her. At the same time, magicians arrived at the palace, hastily trying to cope with the black magic and prevent it from leaving the castle. People ran away from the hall and the entire palace as a whole, screaming in fear and crowding together. Ventus tried to fight the magic with his staff and realized that this dark energy was identical to the one that was leaving the people who were injured last time. Suddenly, a huge hand consisting of black and dark blue clots of magical energy shot out from under the ground. Then the huge monster climbed out completely, and everything around shook under the weight of its legs. The girl with the umbrella, sitting on the giant's shoulder, laughed, watching the panic of the fleeing people. Ventus saw the girl and froze, opening his mouth and eyes. The mages grabbed him and shouted to run, when their leader quietly said that it was Miss Urian. The giant's massive foot stomped on the ground, breaking the street tiles, and people ran away screaming. The monster swung its giant hand, which was illuminated by the bonds of dark blue magic. He swung at the young man, who would absolutely not have withstood such a blow, and screamed for help. Arne managed to stand in front of the guy and cut off the monster's hand with the help of her swords, and the limb fell to the ground with a roar. She stood in front of the guy, holding out Evermore, and asked the poor boy how he was feeling. Everyone looked enthusiastically at the Duchess of Turnison, who selflessly saved people from a huge monster whose height exceeded the tallest tower of the palace. The youth crawled back and quietly whispered gratitude as the crowd shouted that Miss Anna had saved them from the darkness. Continuing to laugh, the green-eyed one said that her heroine games are very similar to Gurkhan's games. She asked with a smile if the Duchess really thought that immediately after such words and actions, she would immediately become noble. Anna growled, saying that she didn't care what other people said or thought. She squared her shoulders and said she just kept doing what she had to do to protect people. The green-eyed girl lowered her head and snorted, saying how much Anna annoys her with his behavior. Waving her hand, she grinned and said that let the swordmaster now try to save all these people if he could. The darkness began to descend on the defenseless people again, and many screamed, asking for help. Arnie erected a sword carrying light and asked him to save people from close magic. Evermore asked the lady to trust him and reminded her not to underestimate the sacred light of the sword. A bright explosion of light that amazed everyone formed a dense dome over the people, which took the full force of the darkness's impact upon itself. People shouted joyfully. Someone said that this magical light would drive away the darkness. Lillian and Daisy praised the Duchess, saying she was incredibly stunning. Meanwhile, Anna thought that Evermore was probably tired, but the monster must have a core that controls it. Going behind the giant's back, the girl saw that same core, sparkling with a dark blue shining ball. Arnie thought that she only had one chance left, and she couldn't let these people down. Lillian pointed to the Duchess, calling her friend and shouting that the lady was gathering light. Anna took a moment to ensure that Evermore had gathered enough strength and its light. Heading straight into the giant's core, the girl closed her eyes, moving so quickly that the clumsy monster did not have time to react. Anna and Evermore rushed straight into the black essence of the giant, tearing it into particles with the help of sacred light. The swordmaster flew right through the monster, holding on to Evermore tightly. A bright pink and white light pierced the creature and literally tore it in half. And Anna exhaled, realizing that she had saved people. She, still surrounded by the rings of light, landed deftly on the ground, bringing her hand down in front of her. The girl slowly stood up as the magic of the sacred light continued to drive away and consume the darkness. The girl stood up and straightened up, feeling satisfied that she was able to win this victory when the rescued people shouted that they were praising her. At the same time, in the Western Empire, people calmly walked along the city streets, minding their own business. The girl with the umbrella held the magic ball and smiled brightly, saying that the preparations for the plan were completely finished. The dark-haired young man whispered that everything would certainly work out and turn out according to plan. Prince Mackenzie stated that when the plan was implemented, she would take over the Northern Empire. Ergen woke up in a damp room and his hands were chained, and therefore he looked around and could not understand what the hell was happening. Turning his head, the dark-haired man saw that, like him, the young man with whom they had once served, Dan, was attached to the wall. Ergen only remembered that at the ball he chased a lady whom he had never seen in social circles, and then ended up on the southwestern front. There he saw his old acquaintance, the fearless Dan. He was fighting when Ergen called out to him, hoping to calm him down. Dan asked him to tell him where Arn was, and Ergen ruffled his hair, asking if he really killed all these people just to find the commander. He cried out whether the young man was in his right mind and said that it was too dangerous here, and they needed to leave quickly. Suddenly they were called out by a lady with an umbrella, who asked with a smile who she had found there. The green-eyed girl said with a smile that he seemed very familiar to her, and then remembered that it was he who had been stalking her for several days. Ergen immediately began to play the womanizer, saying that there was nothing strange in this, he was just very captivated by her beauty. And he himself did not notice how he ended up here. Dan raised his blade, saying that this woman smelled of danger and it would be better to kill her right now. Ergen, unaccustomed to the character of his soldier, stared at him in shock and thought that he was finished. The girl giggled and said that he was behaving as her subordinates should, and first they needed to be caught. She reached forward, and dark bonds of energy grabbed both men, squeezing their bodies tightly. Suddenly there was a sword in front of her neck, and a man's voice from behind asked who she was. Prince Mackenzie stood in front of her and said that this is who caused all that commotion, while the green-eyed woman laughed and said that he seemed to have misunderstood everything because she wanted to help. The man growled through his teeth and ordered her to repeat what she said. The girl, not afraid of the blade, turned to him and asked if he was disgusted because the emperor was trying to use it, and he himself was planning something bad. Mackenzie waved his sword, shouting that she did not understand anything, but the green-eyed one deftly dodged. The girl said that in fact, deep down, he knew that if he obeyed the emperor, he would never achieve the throne. And the prince trembled, asking what she was talking about. She continued to laugh at him, saying that he was really just a hunting dog that was used and then thrown away. The girl extended her hand to him and suggested that he act for one thing, and the young man exhaled, lowering his sword. She touched his heartstrings and told him that she would help him become the emperor of the Northern Empire. In the background, magic continued to coil around Ergen like a snake, squeezing all the air out of his lungs. Remembering all this, the dark-haired man began to jerk his hands so that the shackles were loudly knocking on the wall, and again began to call Dan as loudly as he could. He hit his head in irritation and again shouted at Dan that he should get up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the Northern Empire, Cassian approached Anna as the battle with the giant ended. The girl smiled brightly, glad that he was safe, and called him by name. He smiled and said how good it was that she managed to get out of there, and then added that he was very worried. The girl asked for a petition because in that situation she had no choice but to leave him, and Cassian caught her hand. He asked her to come back and said that he would be with her all the time. Unexpectedly for the Duke, surprising and upsetting him, Anna released her hand from his hand. The girl smiled and reminded him that he had a matter to resolve. She told her husband that now he is the only one who can figure out what is happening, but the Duke quietly whispered her name. Cassian exhaled, upset that she had pushed him away again, and stopped smiling. He turned around and began to walk forward, and then said that then she should go back and rest later, and also promised that he would quickly sort it out and return to her. Anna smiled and nodded, watching her husband go and exhaling, because everything was fine with him. Looking at her husband's back, and as if trying to protect him with an invisible shield, she thought that now everything should be fine. Anna was distracted and turned around when Leonard called her name in a broken voice. The girl called her brother by his short name and exhaled, because he was healthy, just out of breath. His face was slightly stained with dried blood, and he buried his hands in his knees, telling his sister that the Western Empire was in danger. He looked at the floor and said that he was asking Anna for help in this fight, not as a knight, but as his sister. The girl smiled softly when she heard the words Leonard chose for this conversation. She gently touched his shoulder with her palm, squeezing it lightly. She said with a smile that she thought her little brother would be shaking with fear. But he, her Leo, had completely grown up and became an adult. After her brother's words, she remembered Urian's threats and her attempts to detain the swordmaster. She exhaled and turned around, saying that they should return to the Western Empire now. Anna, Lionel, Sano, and Julena were waiting for their vehicle, and the girl exhaled, saying that they had been waiting too long for the airship. Ventus approached them, saying that he could help with this and smiling softly. Bowing, the man introduced himself and thanked Duchess Ani for saving the Northern Empire, and then said that he too had spent a lot of strength and could only carry one person. They discussed everything, and Leonard said that his sister should go first and every minute counts, but Julena stopped them. She asked if Anna had not warned the Duke that she was going to leave. The girl thought that if she personally told everything to Cassian, he would definitely want to go with her, but she did not dare to expose him to such danger. And then she noticed Elon in the crowd. Cupping her hands like a mouthpiece, the Duchess called her husband's young assistant, wanting to leave him an errand. He ran up to her hastily and asked what had happened to the lady, and the girl asked if he could get a pen and paper. Elon froze in surprise, but was ready to carry out any order of his Duchess. Meanwhile, the green-eyed girl continued to talk to Mackenzie, who said that thanks to her buying time, they would be able to complete their plan without any problems. The dark-haired man said that he wanted to express his gratitude to her and also say something else. Mackenzie reminded her of those words about the pathetic dog that she said to him when they first met, and then smiled, asking if she knew that the same smell emanated from her. The girl, slightly not understanding the essence of his words, asked the prince what he had just said. Mackenzie said that was all he could and wanted to tell her, and then asked her to be careful and passed out. The green-eyed girl silently stared at the ball for a couple of moments, not understanding what all this could mean. Closer to dawn, Elon arrived back at the Turnerzen estate with an important command from the Duchess. A little earlier, Anna handed him an envelope, saying that she would be on the battlefield and would not be able to communicate in the near future. She left Cassian a letter in which she explained everything and asked him to pass it on. Seeing Elon's sad face, the girl smiled and assured him that as soon as the situation in the Western Empire settles down, she will definitely return. The calmed young man held the letter to himself and smiled brightly, promising that he would convey everything to the Duke. When Elon first crossed the threshold of the estate, all the maids attacked him with questions, and only Crave tried to calm them down. The young man calmly replied that both the Duke and Duchess each work in their place and do everything they can, and therefore everyone can return to their business. Turning to Crave, Elon thanked him for guarding the estate in the absence of the owners. After these words, he added that the Duchess asked him to come to the Western Empire by airship. Elon went up to the Duke's office, thinking that he would probably come very late. At first he thought of leaving the letter on the table, but then he put it in his jacket pocket, thinking that it would be better to hand it over personally, and then he heard his name called. The youth turned when he saw Sir Lashalus and asked what had happened, and the Duke's knight asked for forgiveness. Elon was about to ask what this meant, but Lashalus hit him in the neck, causing him to fall backwards to the floor and drop the letter. The knight picked up the letter, not caring if Elon was okay, and then stood up and straightened up. He growled, saying that he would not forgive anyone who dared to disturb his master, and then tore the letter in half. In the magic tower of the Northern Empire, final preparations were being made to send the Master of Swords to another state. Ventus said that this is the same magical portal that he created. Anna nodded, looking at the intricate patterns, and said that she would then go inside the magic circle, but the man asked her to wait. The girl asked what was the matter, and the magician asked if she knew who she had to fight with. Anna asked him to reveal this secret, and Ventus replied that this girl is an archmage, but that's not all. In addition, the man said that she was the youngest mistress of the Mage Tower, and also named her Urian Chan Rivadian. Continuing the story, the magician added that 50 years ago, Gurkhan of Level Gosa participated in a battle with a fallen dragon, and she took part in this fight as an equal. Ventus exhaled and said that if it weren't for Miss Urian, the Swordmaster wouldn't have been able to do it alone. He added that if it were not for the participation of this woman, the world they know would not have existed long ago. Anna asked incomprehensibly why such a person would do all these cruel and evil things. Ventus lowered his head, quietly answering that this question was also a mystery to him. He said that he had great respect for Miss Urian and would be very grateful to the girl if she could find out the reason for the heroine's fall. At night on the Turnersen estate, a servant called out to the Duke as soon as he managed to enter the threshold of the house. Cassian asked the butler, George, what had happened, and he quietly whispered Sir Elon's name. The fair-haired man frowned, immediately shaking off his fatigue, and asked what happened to the young man. George lowered his head and stammered that Elon was hurt and was still unconscious. The Duke froze, widening his blue eyes in surprise, and ordered to be immediately taken to his assistant. In the hospital wing, Cassian sat on a chair near Elon's bed and asked how this happened, and Lashalus said that it was his fault because he did not stop the Duchess and was ready to be punished. Turning around, the fair-haired one asked what he said, and his voice simultaneously became colder and more threatening. Cassian shook his head, looking at his assistant in disbelief and saying that this couldn't be true. Lashalus said that he himself saw the Duchess do this to Sir Elon. The knight growled that it was time for the master to admit the truth, and the Duke interrupted him with a sharp cry. He was breathing heavily, unable to digest everything he had heard and not wanting to believe it. But today's defeats were not in vain. Exhaling, the Duke asked if the knight could swear with his life that he was sure of these words, and Lashalus sat on his knee, lowered his head, and swore with his life that everything he said was true. Cassian lowered his head, remembering all the moments with Anna and thinking that the girl could not leave him without any warning. He mentally asked himself whether his wife could really leave him, and only when he caught a tear on his cheek did he realize that he was crying. The Duke thought that she had reassured him, and now she pushed him away and left. Although he was ready for anyone, when she was around, he felt hurt and lonely again. Cassian stood up and thought that if she couldn't be with him because she had to protect others, then he would simply destroy everything she had to protect. He said hoarsely that he wanted to absorb the Western Empire. Turning to Lashalus, he ordered him to gather the knights and prepare them for the campaign and battles, because tonight he will change history. Meanwhile, Anna welcomed the Emperor to the royal palace of the Western Empire. Sicilian IV, sitting on the throne, said that the situation was urgent and they could do without pleasantries. And Anna, kneeling in front of him, said that she understood. The Emperor explained that the Eastern Kingdom continued to lose to the Alliance of States. The girl asked if Dan was really on the front line, but there were still fierce battles there. Sicilian replied that at some point Dan disappeared, and then clarified that the young man had not appeared in the north. The Emperor said that, be that as it may, the front line had given way, but they had not yet been captured. Hearing this not entirely clear phrase, Anna looked up at the monarch's face and asked what it meant. Sicilian said that Commander-in-Chief Georg Friedman captured the fighters and imposed conditions on them. The blonde asked what was included in the list of these conditions, and the man squeezed the armrests of the throne with his fingers. He, surprising the girl, who raised her head and opened her eyes, explained that the enemy was asking to give him Anna. Exhaling, she replied that she was then ready to go there right now. Sicilian exhaled and objected that all this was purely a trap into which they wanted to lure her. Anna explained that she understood everything, and that is why she had to go there personally, regardless of the dangers. Raising her red eyes, the girl asked His Majesty to let her go and not interfere. The Emperor exhaled, was silent for a few minutes and rubbed his forehead with his palms. After a few moments, he raised his head and said that he was letting Anna Brilhart go on the road and save the citizens of the Western Empire. The girl took a deep breath, realizing how long it had been since she had participated in military conflicts, and frowned slightly. She called upon Evermore and, saying her full name, said that she was the sword of the Emperor and pledged to undoubtedly benefit her country. At the same time, in the Northern Empire, there was a noise in the small imperial palace, and Xinxia clung to her mother, fearfully asking what was happening. Then the Empress asked her not to be afraid, hugged her tightly, and reminded her that she would protect her daughter no matter what happened. At Tenuzan's estate, Lachesis told the Duke that the knights had been assembled on his orders, and then added that he had urgent news. Cassian turned around, adjusting the epaulets on the shoulders of his military uniform, and asked what happened. Lachesis reported that the little palace had been attacked, and the Duke frowned. He quietly noticed that the game had begun, and the pawns seemed to be starting to fall off the board. Prince Edward screamed in shock when he was told about the attempted palace coup. While the servant tried to pacify him and tell him about the shelter, the ruler's heir shouted about how such an unexpected betrayal could happen, also on the part of Prince Mackenzie. The knights told him that they would sort it out themselves, and the Crown Prince needed to find shelter as soon as possible. Edward followed his aide-de-camp, who led him into a secret passage opening in the wall. The prince ran forward and shouted that the matter would not be resolved if he simply disappeared, asking what would happen to the small palace. Suddenly, Prince Mackenzie appeared in front of them as if out of the ground, holding a sword in his hand and saying that the small palace had already been captured. Edward looked furious at his brother, who smiled, seeing nothing shameful in what he was doing. Mackenzie looked at his brother and grinned, and then called him by name, without hiding his attitude towards the young man. He said thank you to Edward, because thanks to his pathetic behavior, he had a chance to take the throne, and the prince jumped up. Let's ask him what he was saying. Mackenzie said that he must have been very upset, because everything did not turn out at all as he expected, and then added that he should have pulled himself together earlier. Stepping closer, the dark-haired man explained that the world gives a chance to more than just one person, and Mackenzie simply grabbed it and then placed the blade of the sword on his brother's shoulder. Smirking at the terrified expression on the blonde Edward's face, the rebel prince put away his sword. Walking forward, the dark-haired man ordered his men to arrest Edward and take him away because he did not want to dirty his weapons. While they grabbed the prince by his clothes to tie him up and take him away, Mackenzie said that he had to say goodbye to his father, that is, to Giuseppe. Having walked a very small number of steps further, the dark-haired and exhausted prince froze. Cassian stood before him, pale as a sheet, but no less decisive in his words and actions. The brother looked at Mackenzie with skepticism and said, "This is how it all turned out." The dark-haired man asked for his forgiveness, and said that he wanted to follow the right path with the help of the Duke, and Cassian asked him again if he really wanted to. The prince replied that it was hard for him to wait so long, and he wanted to get out of this miserable state as quickly as possible. He asked the Duke if he lived the life of an illegitimate son, when even the servants laughed at him, and the Emperor could leave at any moment, and he was terribly tired of it. Raising his sword, Mackenzie said that today all this would end even if his brother tried to stop him. The dark-haired man said that he would not kill the Duke because he was the only one left who treated him like a human being, and Cassian quietly agreed with him. Mackenzie and his men went ahead. Cassian told him that he could pass if he wanted, but he should not forget everything they talked about. He told Mackenzie that as soon as he crossed the line, they would no longer be brothers. Having sheathed the sword, the prince turned even paler than before and replied that he would probably go, thanking his brother for everything. A little later, Emperor Giuseppe shouted, calling his own son a freak. He was on his knees in front of Mackenzie and was tied up, but he did not stop cursing, asking how he could do this to the father who raised him. Mackenzie said that at one time he was waiting for love and then recognition, but he received only insults, and no matter how hard he tried, nothing helped. The prince recalled that Giuseppe had said that he had never had a son like him, and then asked whether he had ever considered the young man his son. Mackenzie said that he saw no point in continuing this conversation and suggested that his father take a look around. He said that now his era was coming, but the knight Lachesis pierced the young man's chest with a sword. Shocked by the pain, Mackenzie began coughing up blood and then fell to his knees opposite his father. He turned around and saw his brother behind the knight, who was looking at him indifferently. Cassian stood straight and was not afraid of the consequences of what his accompanying warrior had just done, although his eyes, hidden under his bangs, showed all the pain. Unable to bear it any longer, Mackenzie fell to the floor, wheezing, and the Emperor shouted his son's name as he looked at him. The dark-haired youth, turning pale, asked why his brother took this last step. Cassian replied that there was no mistake in what happened, because Mackenzie was the first to cross the line that they themselves had drawn. Mackenzie began to cry from pain and the realization of his death, and closed his eyes, ceasing to breathe, and the Emperor cried out, looking at his son. He turned his gaze to his nephew and shouted that everything happened because of Cassian, everything went downhill because of him. The Duke replied in a quiet but firm voice that Giuseppe could shift the blame to anyone, but in fact, he personally destroyed his son. Stuttering, the man shouted that he was not to blame for anything, and everything that happened was because of the stupid princes and Cassian. Suddenly, the Duke leaned towards the Emperor and quickly whispered something in his ear. When the young man stood up, Giuseppe first laughed loudly and then nodded, saying that yes, that's exactly how it happened. Cassian said he no longer wanted to continue this conversation, while the kneeling Emperor whispered that he had lost. Moving further away and not wanting to watch this spectacle, the Duke called his knight Lachelas. When he responded, Cassian ordered him to end this dirty game right then and there. Lachelas raised his sword, and then the blood of the ruling family was again spilled onto the expensive carpets. Cassian entered the room where Empress Fulcheria was sitting and rocking the sleeping Cinzia in her arms. He looked at his little sister and her frightened mother, who was clutching the girl to her chest. The Duke squatted down in front of them, admiring how the sleeping Cynthia snored, so sweet and innocent in her mother's arms. Cassian said that Cynthia was just as sweet, and it was good that she wasn't hurt, and then he stood up. Fulcheria tearfully asked if he was going to kill her, and Cassian immediately replied that no, because she must live to explain that he is the only emperor who is able to pacify the rebellion and bring peace. As he left the room, he added that she should also continue raising Cynthia. Cassian left the imperial palace, and the warriors bowed to him, welcoming and wishing hello to the new son of the Northern Empire. All the people standing in the castle courtyard proclaimed the glory of the new Northern Empire. At the same time, Ergen was screaming heart-rendingly, trying to reach Dan, who was still unconscious. He asked if the young man really didn't want to see Anna, and he raised his head, exhaling. Jack, walking along the corridor, ordered that all the life force be squeezed out of the soldiers captured on the southwestern front and used for dark magic. Suddenly, the iron bars were blown away by a wave of stunningly powerful energy, causing the guards to recoil. Jack coughed, fearfully asking what it was. A frail-looking young man stood next to them and did not seem to be at all afraid of any guards. Raising his red eyes, the guy with silver hair asked them where his mistress was. The guard shouted, asking how he managed to remove the iron bars from the place, and Jack ordered him not to stand still, but to grab the boy. Taking out his sword, the guard asked what the hell this monster was. Running towards the young man with red eyes with a sword, the guard shouted and wished him to die as soon as possible. When Anna rode with her warriors to meet the count, she stopped her horse and turned around. The girl muttered that she felt something and suddenly rushed in the other direction, tenaciously squeezing the bridle. Crave only managed to call out to the girl. Stopping her horse abruptly, Anna froze when she saw barefoot Dan holding a sword in each hand. He raised his head, showed the girl his wet red eyes, and called the mistress in a whisper. The blonde dismounted from her horse, looking at the young man he had known for a long time in a little surprise. She hugged him tightly, squatting down, and Dan said that he had been waiting for her, and Anna patted him on the back, saying that everything was fine. The voice came from Julina, who looked at the charred stones and asked if he was the only one who burned everything here. All that was left of the cave of the villainous magicians was a huge and smoking dent in the rock. Suddenly Ergen also came out to them, causing the knights to flinch and be surprised. To the questions of Crave and Julena, the dark-haired man with small abrasions on his face replied that it would take too long to explain. He asked if they were going to the front to fight the United Eastern Kingdom, and Arne turned around, asking how he knew about it. Ergen explained that when he was in the Northern Empire, he heard about the confrontation between the Western Empire and the Eastern Kingdom. The fair-haired one replied that everything was so, and then said that she was uncomfortable asking, but he should go with Dan to the North Castle. The dark-skinned young man quietly asked the lady if he had really become a monster again. Anna put her hands on his shoulders and said that as long as she was here, no one would dare call him a monster. Ergen smiled, his green eyes sparkling as he watched his beloved. They said goodbye, and Dan walked away from the swordmaster, and Ergen followed, and then stopped and called the commander as if casually. He turned around and looked at the girl with an interested look, telling her that he had not given up yet. Anna froze in surprise, widening her eyes, and the dark-haired man only said goodbye to her. Suddenly, faced with Ergen's words, the girl thought about how Cassian felt without her. Immediately deciding that everything needed to be sorted out as quickly as possible, she jumped into the saddle and ordered everyone to get back into line, because they were moving on. At the same time, in the ancient land on the new continent, the weather was clear and warm, daisies were blooming, and various kinds of insects were flying. Gherkin, dressed in a red satin shirt, lay on the grass, enjoying the peace and quiet. Next to him lay a magic ball and his famous sword, the dragon slayer Leviten. The man grinned, saying that he was calm because the magic ball was broken and no one could contact him, and then expressed hope that everything was fine with the guys there. Suddenly Leviten rose from the ground, flashing in the sun. Gherkin sat down on the grass, asking what happened, and the sword twitched, pointing to the side. He frowned, looking at the direction of the sword. Having looked at everything quite accurately, Gherkin realized that something was wrong on the ancient continent. Meanwhile, Anna and her warriors reached the Joranga Plain, where they met with the troops of the East. Georg Friedman, the defeated general of the Alliance of the Eastern Kingdoms, rode forward on his horse, saying that 10 years ago he and Arnie fought here for the last time. He added that it would have been better for her to kill her then, but the girl remained silent. The fair-haired one said that she had come, as he had asked, and therefore he should give her the prisoners of war. George nodded, saying that he was keeping his word, and of course he would release all the knights. But he immediately added that she should repay him for his long-standing humiliation and try to defeat him. Georg and Anna clashed with swords, leaving all their retinue and knights behind. The girl said she didn't want to kill him, and the rival asked if he had fun mocking him, and then screamed that if she didn't hit her, he couldn't save anyone. Tired of holding back, Anna exhaled noisily and whispered that since he was asking, she would do it her way. She smoothly moved to the side, not allowing him to block the blow with her sword, and swung ever more. Blood poured onto the dry ground from the scratch that Anna's sword left on the face of Georg, who opened his eyes in surprise. The swordmaster calmly replied that she had hit him, and now he should get out of the way and hand over the captured people. Contrary to her expectations, Georg jumped up and swung his sword in her direction, shouting, asking if she would continue to insult him, and then challenged her to fight with all his strength. He asked in a broken voice why 10 years ago he was left alive, why they didn't kill him and didn't allow him to die with honor. Arnie sighed noisily, not understanding why he couldn't just calm down his offended dignity. She stopped his broadsword with Evermore and called his name, drawing attention to her. Having knocked the sword out of his hands, the girl said that he was the fighting spirit of the entire Eastern Kingdom. Arnie calmly continued that both the Union of Kingdoms and the citizens all looked only at him. Exhaling, the blonde continued, saying that his death would have turned them all against her and the war would have dragged on. Georg listened in amazement as the swordmaster spoke with concern about the fact that many civilians could be harmed. She dug Evermore into the ground and said that she just didn't want to let all of this happen. Anna repeated that she did not want to insult him and he may not believe her, but, as she thought, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Suddenly the girl heard a noise, and when she turned around, she noticed the dark flags of the Northern Empire. The knights on horseback were approaching, and Anna watched in surprise. Turning to Georg, she asked if he had really entered into an agreement with the Northern Empire, but the young man turned around and left. He said he had nothing to do with it, and then stopped and turned his head. The man said that he had been mistaken all this time, and therefore he would release the prisoners and take his army away from the borders, because it took care of the inhabitants of the eastern lands. Thanking the girl, George returned to his troops, not wanting to interfere in clashes with the Northern Empire. Anna realized that a very familiar man was heading straight towards her, sitting on a horse. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, not understanding at all what was happening. Cassian brought the horse close enough to her and heard his wife say his name quietly and in surprise. He dismounted from his white horse, striding towards her. The Duke, with a smile, told his wife that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she, in a panic, asked what he was doing here, also with the troops of the Northern Empire. He shook his head and said he thought Anna owed him an apology. The girl asked in surprise why she should ask for forgiveness, and she herself thought that Cassian seemed strangely alien to her. He said that it was connected with Elon, and the girl, still not understanding, asked why with him. The blonde looked at him blankly, asking why she should even apologize. Cassian called her name, and, as if running a knife through his heart, said that she had disappointed him. Crave frowned, asking if these were the Northern Empire troops, and Jelena replied that yes, she had a bad feeling, but from here it was bad to see what was happening there. She said she would check on Anna and rushed forward, kicking the horse with the spurs on her boots. Jelena arrived just in time because the commander heard the swarm of weapons and turned around, clashing swords with Lashalus. The girl looked at Cassian and asked what the hell was going on here. The new emperor ordered the knight to retreat, and he tried to object. Jelena dismounted her horse and called out to the knight, asking who he was, already holding her sword at the ready. She rushed forward, angrily ordering him to immediately move away from the commander, and a new fight broke out between them. Lashalus shouted at the girl not to interfere, but Jelena skillfully took him further away from the commander. Anna turned her gaze to Cassian, trying to understand the motives of his actions. She exposed Evermore and said that she had no idea what happened, but they had no reason to fight against the Northern Empire. Raising the sword and touching the tip of his neck, she asked him to withdraw his troops back. Cassian smiled as he felt the power of Evermore's magic against his throat. Suddenly catching the tip and cutting himself on it, he brought the sword closer, looking as if he had lost his mind. He touched the sword with his cheek and lips, continuing to cut his own palm and fill the weapon with blood, and answered that he did not want to. Arnie called his name, as if trying to summon a voice of adequacy. She asked him if he thought she couldn't hurt him, and Cassian denied it. The girl desperately asked why he was behaving this way, and all the fear and all the pain was reflected in her eyes. The blonde man gloomily asked if she really didn't understand anything, and Anna asked if he had by any chance seen a letter from her, and at that very word Cassian froze, echoing it. Anna explained that she had written a letter, where she explained everything to him and gave it to Sir Elon, and also promised to return, and Cassian thought that the girl he knew would not get out of it with lies. Especially not in order to avoid a dangerous situation. He thought about it and asked the girl what Elon looked like the last time she saw him. The blonde asked what he meant and then simply replied that he was smiling. Cassian frowned and thought about something silently for several minutes. After some thought, he turned his gaze to Sir Lashalus fighting with Jelena. His knight was tense and focused on his opponent, baring his teeth and looking at the girl standing opposite him. Suddenly, as if sensing the master's gaze, he froze and his eyes opened wider. Lashalus turned to Cassian, still holding the tip of Evermore in his hand, which was dripping blood. He looked at him with slight fear, and with this look he immediately revealed to him the whole truth that he was trying to hide. Cassian told Arnie that in that case, what she told him was more than enough. George reached his soldiers and ordered them to release the prisoners from the Western Empire. Some cried out indignantly. How could he allow this to happen? And the man ordered them to do what they were told. Georg thought that Anna Brillhart had values higher than victories in war, and perhaps she was a real hero, and said out loud that today they were leaving the battlefield. He cried out in sharp pain as his own warrior struck the commander in the back with a sword, piercing right through his body. The man sank to his knees, growling in pain and feeling his own hot blood running through his body. He turned around, coughing up blood and asking his fighter how dare he. He asked for forgiveness and said that he did not think that his commander could be so weak, and then said that they no longer needed him. The sky suddenly turned black and the horses rebelled, becoming nervous, and then Crave cried out, asking what was happening. Suddenly, a portal appeared on the plain, one of those through which Anna returned to the Western Empire. When more than 5 of them appeared, monsters began to emerge from the circles, growling and heading towards the warriors. They were of different sizes and shapes, but they growled equally terribly and incomprehensibly, sometimes mixing into a stronger unit. Crave shouted that it was time to start fighting if they didn't all want to die, and rushed to the attack, chasing the entire Order of the Golden Dragon with him. Anna turned around in surprise and froze, not understanding why such monsters suddenly appeared in the Western Empire. She looked at Julena and ordered the rest of the Order's knights to help. Igraine screamed loudly that she could not, because this scoundrel dared to threaten the commander. Cassian, without taking his eyes off Anna, ordered Lachelas to put away his sword and stop the fight. Both knights obediently lowered their swords, continuing to shoot lightning at each other with their glances. Lachelas turned away and obediently walked away from the girl, following the order of the new emperor. The blonde said that the situation was urgent now, and she and Cassian would talk about what happened later. Mounting the 2 of them on one horse, the girls rushed to the battlefield while Lachelas fell to his knees before his master. Cassian couldn't even look at him, thinking about accidentally strangling him with his own hands. He asked the knight who gave him such a task, and the young man stated that it was his own desire. Cassian said that he trusted Lachelas more than anyone else, and then asked why he did this. Looking at the floor, the knight replied that he took this step because the Duchess was the only one who made the gentleman hesitate. Continuing to look down and guessing what might await him for such a lie, he said that this was his final answer.